This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 488 Giant's Divine Skin Scroll. Boom! From Lin's appearance to launching the attack, the whole process was very fast. Some people didn't even react. They only saw a black meteor chasing the golden tail. The Prince of the Two Swords, Mato, raised his weapon to try to block it. He was a melee mage. When the two magic swords crossed, the energy shield that exploded blocked in front of him. Then, no one knew what happened. The undead in the nearby battlefield also did not make any sound. The dust and rumbling sounds of the ground were heard one after another, making it difficult to stand and see the specific situation in the smoke and dust. Only Anna, the skinny ghost in the back, noticed that his companion had disappeared, and in an instant, he could no longer sense it. The excess power that followed was like a sword of soul energy that no one could stop, piercing through his body. Anna, the skinny ghost, fell to the ground. The undead people felt what had just happened most directly at this moment. Surprisingly, it took seconds. When the smoke and dust were half gone, the Black Knight, holding a long sword and wearing a golden ghost cloak, was suspended in the air, with black and yellow dust rolling under his feet. A figure stood proudly above it, as if stepping on the yellow cloud sky. His momentum greatly shocked the gods, who stayed in the distance. It was not too strong, but too weak. From the appearance of the Black Knight to the final burst of strength, the whole process gave the 10 gods a sharp contrast. From the beginning to the end, the Black Knight only showed the strength of the 4th ring. The old man in the scroll once identified the Black Knight as the 5th ring, but he used some special ability to burst out the strength of the 6th ring. In addition, the opponent was inexplicably able to attract undead to join, and the attraction of one person actually exceeded the attraction of their 12 gods. So while they regarded the opponent as a strong enemy, they never recognized the strength of the Black Knight. If the opponent was really strong, he would have come to kill him like himself, so why wait so long? But now, he killed the dual sword prince and Anna's skinny ghost in 1 second. Considering the mysterious identity of the Black Knight before, not only could not see through his identity, but even his strength was unclear. They already had the answer in their hearts. The 4th ring must be fake. Regardless of what power the opponent used to burst out a terrifying sword, or whether his own strength was already so strong that it was unmatched, their first thought was to retreat. If he died this time, he didn't know how long it would take to wake up, or even he might never have the chance to wake up. It's not worth fighting for. The war suddenly quieted down. The dust finally cleared completely. Under the feet of the Black Knight, a huge mouth-shaped pit exploded on the ground, a perfect circle with a width of nearly 1,000 meters. The rock wall in the pit formed a strange crystal due to the collision of magic, which looked like a perfect hemisphere, round and without obvious edges and corners. Looking down, the figure of the Prince of Two Swords could not be seen. Directly in front of the Black Knight, the black and red soil cracks twisted hideously like lightning lines, spreading all the way to the body of Anna, the skinny ghost. The ground was still immersed in the shock of the Black Knight swinging his sword, and the dense forked lightning cracks were pulsating, extending and expanding, spreading outward. An undead man stepped on empty air, and was immediately swallowed by the wriggling. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them nervously, and the momentum on the scene also changed dramatically. Before this, the Black Knights lacked fighting spirit, while the Alliance was enthusiastic. Now it has completely turned around. They stood on the edge of the giant pit, looking out and gazing at this perfect spherical giant pit. They had tried their best to guess the strength of the Black Knight, but now they found that they were still conservative. Lind was relieved. The war between him and the giant Sakapis lasted for 18 days. During this period of time, he had to maintain absolute concentration and not let Sakapis find any flaws. If he was hit once or twice, he would be declared dead and then defeated. Fortunately, his advantage was getting bigger and bigger in this continuous war. Even if Sakapis suddenly activated some special talent when he was in danger of his life, which made him recover quickly, it only barely prolonged the battle time. Lin failed to defeat Sikaps because this guy's body was too tough. When he beat him to the point of being seriously injured and dying for the 3rd time, his strong recovery talent would come into play again, which was endless. So the two sides negotiated peace. For Lind, he needed to improve his concentration and dodge with high precision. The sleepless attacks were really exhausting. As for Sikaps, he was stabbed more than 30 million times and his whole body was numb. It was more than the one-stop service of Lingqi, scraping flesh and peeling skin, which was carried out thousands or tens of thousands of times in succession. So Sekapis chose to surrender. Lind was sticking to him like a piece of taffy, flying around like a mosquito and being impossible to catch, and he had bitten him more than 30 million times. He had to surrender as soon as possible. If Lind had not been able to split his attention and do two things at once, fighting Secapus at high intensity while surfing the internet, he would not have noticed the war on Instant Continent in the first place. Now, he killed two gods with one sword and could be quiet for a long time. Linda floated in front of Anna, the skinny ghost, and reached out to collect him. A new world boss was about to be born, and he believed that the undead would like it. It was tentatively designated as an SS-level dungeon, with no limit on the number of people, but everyone had to buy a ticket. Return to the Black Knight Underground Cemetery. Cleaning the battlefield later could no longer arouse Linda's interest. His attention was all on the scroll that the giant Secapus had voluntarily handed over. When he saw it for the first time, Linda felt that the scroll had a strong connection with him. He locked himself in the room, making sure that even if something happened later, there would be no golden light or black air, which would attract the attention of the outside world. Then he sat on the chair and opened the scroll. The faint light was like a rotten plant. Lin could feel the strong hatred on the scroll, which was the hatred conveyed by this parchment scroll to the words written on his body. This thing was a divine skin. He had come into contact with enough gods, whether they were weak or strong, and their existence had transcended the boundaries of humans from the inside out. So after calming down and observing carefully, it is not difficult to find the difference of this sheepskin scroll. It is unknown which god's skin was peeled from, and it is unknown what means were used to tan it into a scroll. The person who did it is very strong, and the one who was skinned is also not weak. When Lin completely unfolded the scroll, he was more certain of his guess. Even if the strength of the creator of the god's skin scroll is not at the level of the three gods, it should be about the same. The strength of the skinned person is also about the same, because it clearly stated a path to godhood, the giant Avesta. He had heard of Avesta's name. There was an unprovable legend that Avesta was the twin brother of the sun's proof, Leo Lion. After the magic ring was successfully forged, he carried the magic ring and hung it in the sky. However, unlike the three gods, Avesta feared the primordial fire. If Avesta was really the twin brother of the sun's proof, for Lin, this was a way to directly replace the Sun Knight, and he could step forward without hesitation. Hesitation for a second is disrespect for power. Just like the path Lind is taking now, taking medicine step by step, exercising and improving, the power will eventually lead him to become the new Sun Proof, the new Storm Knight, or the new Forge Master. In theory, this is true, but in reality, each god has his own role, just like the Beast Master. After being robbed of his power by the current Beast Master, he can only fall into a deep sleep, and even if he wakes up, he cannot recover his former strength unless he kills the Beast Master. Moreover, the path he took was called Knight of the Sun instead of Evidence of the Sun, which meant that his highest level in the end was the level of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, or even worse. Become a god. Lin carefully looked at the content above, which also recorded the method of becoming a god, having his own believers, and spreading his name in the endless material plane. It was not just a passing mention, but was written in great detail. For example, there are two options for becoming a god. One is to create a belief by yourself. For example, there was a special image in history, which was later worshipped by humans and gradually deified. This process may take hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Another way is to find a god directly, just like the Beast Master, and try to get a replacement method from the other party, and then replace it. Linda temporarily suppressed the thoughts in his mind. The benefits of becoming a god are obvious. There is only sleep, no concept of death. The disadvantages are also obvious. You may be replaced, and even if you are not replaced, you will be restricted by the divine power, and your path will be narrowed forcibly. However, no matter how narrow it is definitely wider and brighter than drinking magic potions to steal the gods. He has gods under his command, such as the Lady of Night, the Queen of Snakes, the Prince of Two Swords, the Anna Skinny Ghost, the Lord of Beasts, etc. But without exception, none of these gods are worth stealing their identities and powers. Taking away the power of the defeated and replacing it is purely asking for trouble. We have only heard that people go to higher places, but we have never seen people run to lower places. Lin's eyes once again stopped at the path of the giant Avesta, not to become Giant Knight, but to become a giant. He held the divine skin scroll in his hand. If he wanted to become a god, it would not be so easy to replace him. The material for improving his strength might have to change from magic potion to god. However, at this stage, he could temporarily take the path of Giant Knight to improve his strength, and it would not be too late to swallow the gods to improve his strength. The war cloud was split open by the Black Knight's sword. Life returned to its former peace. In the underground grave of the Black Knight, the undead people of the Alliance, who had fought to the death the day before yesterday, came to the door with all kinds of things. The two sides looked at each other, and everyone was in red. But everyone was in harmony. Each other's existence was necessary, and they could help each other squeeze out the good stuff from the NPCs, and then resell it. Oh my god, are they really going to open 2 world boss dungeons for Anna, Skinny Ghost, and Dual Sword Prince? The Undead Alliance with a red name was a little surprised. He had seen this information on the forum, and it was still a little difficult to control his expression when he saw it with his own eyes. Why is the ticket fee the same as that of the F-level dungeon? Wait, how many undead can enter the dungeon at one time? Fuck, 10,000? 10,000 people are not enough to kill. Without driving, it will probably take at least 50,000 people. How to divide the good stuff? 50,000 people share the boss drops together. Even if the quantity is large and full, there will be nothing left after dividing it into 50,000 portions. Look at this line. Kill reward? Dungeon rebate? After playing the Black Knight Underground Tomb for so long, everyone takes out the things in the treasury after clearing the dungeon and sells them for money or discusses the distribution with each other. Because the dungeons are created by the undead themselves, they can choose what rewards to give. Oh, that's right, this is the game's own dungeon, so it's reasonable to give rewards for clearing the level. Even if there are tickets, the official will definitely lose a lot of money if they pay 50,000 people for the reward. After playing the game until now, everyone has discovered that a lot of money and property are not created out of thin air, but have their own. Refresh. Way. There have been idle undead people who have been tracking and investigating, and found that the daily life of NPCs is completely worth pondering. I try adding one. The undead paid the ticket, and went to the specially designated waiting area, waiting for the boss battle of Prince Mokto of the Twin Swords. The number was increasing. However, the number of people in the group this time did not reach 50,000. After 90% of the people agreed, they started the god-killing game with 40,000 people. Twin Swords Whirlwind. The moment the Twin Swords Prince landed, he pressed the long sword burning with magic flames to his side, and made a power-accumulating action. The next moment, as he rotated his body, a tornado of fire came, and the group of undead in the front had already taken drugs at the first time, released defensive magic, took out shields, and formed their towering steel barriers. But the moment it touched the magic flame, the steel melted and immediately began to burn when it fell on the human body. The fireman screamed and exploded, turning into ashes. In front of the Black Knight, he had no power to defend himself, and was killed instantly by a sword, and Anna, the Skinny Ghost, was also killed. Of course, the undead people would despise the Prince of Two Swords, thinking that he was nothing special, but when the real clash began, they were horrified to find that the power that killed everyone on the battlefield was not his full strength. The magic flame sword swept across, clearing a vacuum. However, the dead undead did not leave, but rushed out again. Ah! Everyone is allowed to die here multiple times. Although Lind expects to make more money from the undead, he hopes that the undead can kill the dual sword prince multiple times. Only when the number of kills is enough, these gods will be honest. The second stage, the fighting style of the dual sword prince suddenly changed. He jumped up and inserted the two swords into the ground at the same time. A sword caused a violent explosion. This was a fighting tactic that the undead had never seen before. Most of them were killed by the area explosion. The other sword released a magic tracking flame like a dark thunder, destroying all the undead that it touched along the way. The undead suddenly went from being equally matched to being suppressed. Looking at the dual sword prince Mercado, who crossed his two swords and accumulated strength to prepare for a big move. The undead almost said in unison, "Damn, how can this be played?" The sword energy swept across and began to clear the area. Chapter 489. The Demonic Land people first arrive at Xinhua bookstore. The surging energy on the black staff tore a hole in the ground, and the runes were like spring water overflowing from a fountain, covering the ground. Countless words burst into shining light, and then two figures appeared. The short figure was about the same height as a normal person, thin, and wearing a robe. The tall one was twice as tall as an ordinary person, wearing a layer of heavy armor. The sound of breathing was heard. Every step the tall figure took on the ground left deep footprints. The short figure paused the cane in his hand, gently lifted the tip of the cane, and the runes that emerged automatically retracted back into the spring eye, and finally the hole in the ground closed and turned into a ball. The ball fluttered and fell on the top of the cane, becoming a part of it, emitting a faint divine light. "This is it, the material plane?" the strong figure asked in a heavy and rough voice. Which material plane have we landed in? It's not clear in the history of the Demon Land. No one has left the Demon Land for a long time. Although the material plane may not be a wild place, the creatures who grow up in the Demon Land and feel the divine light are born with a sense of pride. They believe that they are born above the creatures in other material planes and are more advanced than them. Without those undead, there is really no need to come here. The undead caused a big disturbance in the Demon Land. Their combat power is not very strong, and there are only 3,000 of them. According to common sense, no one would care about them. It was not until an undead claimed that their number was already tens of millions that the whirlwind of snatching undeads really began to blow. Tens of millions of undeads, even if each of them only had one ring, were a very terrifying force. Ordinary masters or gods would be easily submerged in them if they encountered them. Undeads were different from ordinary people. They were not afraid of death or sacrifice. If they could work under their command, they would definitely become a trump card force. More and more forces in the Demon Land held the same idea. From the north, south, and west, all forces were trying to send guides to attract undeads to leave with them and join their own forces. They followed the direction of the road, and soon saw a huge beetle-like building lying on the horizon in front of them. When they got closer and looked at it, they found that there were small ants under the huge beetle. It was a town. The two came with good intentions, and walked quickly to the entrance of the town, and lined up to enter the city. Have you seen the undead? It seems not. Their appearance is different from that of humans on the mainland. Fortunately, there is no shortage of mutants in the world, and they look like all kinds of people. What kind of store is this? The short man looked up at the sign. There was a book and a feather pen on it. Bookstore. The voice came from inside. Bookstore? Books are the most precious knowledge. Ordinary people may not read them once in their entire lives. Even in the Magic Land, there are many people who have second ring power without reading. But books are also the cheapest. Knowledge can be copied. As long as you have one book and spend a little ink and time, you can get the second, third, and countless books. Even in the distant stone beast castle, there is no bookstore. Only in the library of the beast king, lord, bishop, etc. can these things be found. They would occasionally exchange books, but most of the time, they would not even flip through them once. It was beyond their expectations that books would appear in the low-level material plane that the demons looked down upon, and it was a bookstore. Hawa. The tall man looked at his companions walking into the bookstore, and subconsciously called out. His voice was as rough as a beast's roar, but it did not attract anyone's attention on the street. It seemed that everyone had completely gotten used to all kinds of emergencies, and all kinds of possibilities. Wait outside. I think books are the fastest way to understand this material plane. There are countless material planes, but there are only 3 material planes that can give birth to immortals. There must be some important information hidden in them. Hawa walked into the bookstore. Found that there was only one girl sleeping soundly with a book in her arms. The strength was less than 1 ring, just a transcendent with a little power. He knocked on the table lightly. Ah, hello, welcome to Xinhua Bookstore. The girl stood up suddenly, and bowed and greeted without knowing the direction. Ahem, I'm here. Hawa had to remind him. Excuse me. The girl turned around and bowed to Hawa again. Welcome to Xinhua Bookstore. The free reading area is upstairs. Please protect the books. Free reading? Hawa was a little surprised, turned his head and glanced at the stairs. What if I want to buy it? Then bring it here and pay. In fact, it was the first time that Hawa saw this kind of transaction method where customers choose, and then take the initiative to pay at the counter. When he bought things in the Magic Land, the merchants would hide the goods in the carriage or behind the carriage, in short, places where customers could not reach. The other party would bring the things only after he said what he wanted to buy. Seeing that the other party sat back in the chair, picked up the book, squinted his eyes, and began to doze off, Hawa deliberately stared at the book in his hand for a few more glances. A book called Giant War, the cover of which showed a woman controlling blood and a burly and powerful man confronting each other. It was a painting style he had never seen before. Hawa retracted his gaze, and did not go directly to the second floor to read the book, but walked around the first floor. What is this? A strange medal was placed on a shelf, with a pattern that had never been seen before. It should be the Black Knight, right? Hawa tried to identify it for a long time, and his expression changed slightly. The Black Knight had made a great reputation in the Demon Land, and he also fought against the Beast King, and became one of the forces that could not be ignored in the Demon Land. But the Black Knight on the medal was a little weird, with a big head, a short body, and a rounded image. Looks a little cute? I want it. Hawa admitted that the Black Knight was stronger than himself, but he didn't think he was stronger than the lord he was loyal to. Putting aside his thoughts, Hawa looked down and found that the price was actually written on it, 100 gold coins, which should be the local currency. Who is this person? After looking at several in a row, Hawa walked to the second row of shelves. The items on display this time were different again. They were very exquisite ornaments, the Black Knight, a blonde man, and even several beast kings of the demon land. One of them was the Northern Lord, Grand Duke Hein, to whom Hawa was loyal. His lord possessed the powerful strength of the seventh ring, and was one of the undisputed strongest in the northern part of the demonic land. He had many sixth and even seventh ring strongmen under his command, and even the guards, who had patrolled the divine realm, served him, and he was called the King of Kings. The reason why Grand Duke Hein knew about the undead was because of his accidental contact with the undead some time ago, although the undead did not know that they had had a contact with the powerful Grand Duke Hein. The clothes on the exquisite figurine are exactly the same as those worn by Grand Duke Hein. Hawa took a deep breath. In such a remote city-state in the material plane, it is really scary to know what happened in the magic land by some strange means. Although people have long known that the undead can communicate with each other, they have never said that they can communicate directly across the plane. He finally understood why the Lord valued the undead so much and asked him to rush to the material plane to search for the whereabouts of the undead. But such a little doll is very disrespectful to Grand Duke Hein. Great beings can only be worshipped and believed in. How can they be placed on the shelf as commodities, and clearly marked with prices? Why is there no price? Hawa asked. Huh? The dozing girl jumped up suddenly when she heard the voice, and raised her sleeve to wipe the saliva from the corner of her mouth. I say, why is there no price for this? Oh, that's a reward. You can't buy it. You have to draw it. First prize? What is it? This is it. You can draw prizes in it. The Northern Lord you like is the B prize. Hawa walked to the wall and looked at the so-called first prize. Then he found that there were many prizes from top to bottom. The most annoying thing is that the Great Northern Lord is actually in the third row. The second row is the Black Knight, marked as the A prize. How dare the Black Knight compete with Grand Duke Hein? The Grand Duke can kill him into scum with a trident. How is this possible? Hawa pointed at the top as reward. Why is she at the top? Not to mention being above Grand Duke Hein, even being above the Black Knight was unreasonable to him. His fingers trembled slightly, representing his inner restlessness. He also knew this person, a daughter of a fallen country in the Northern Territory, called Silver Fall Sword Princess Lia, with beautiful long silver hair and a strength of 2 rings. The country had long been destroyed in the war, and she also became a daughter of a fallen country who followed the swordsman to practice. However, there is no great story of a woman who restored her country after her death. Even she herself did not have such intention. That woman was very flamboyant and high profile, and was considered as fake and noble. She spent all day hanging out with the bards, asking them to promote their stories. Otherwise, with a mere second ring strength, she would not even be qualified to be heard by Hawa. If MOD threw a brick in the crowd, 8 out of 10 people who were hit were second ring strength. She was like a gorgeous bird that was shaking its feathers all the time, with nothing good except for her perfect appearance. Because she's popular. What? Silverfall Sword Princess Lia, the bestseller. The girl turned her head and took a picture, then took out a book. Hawa reached out and took the book Silverfall Sword Princess Lia and flipped through it. What kind of writing style is this? And there are pictures. It's a comic. The girl said, it's a comic adapted from the personal experience of Silverfall Sword Princess. It's very popular, and everyone is rushing to buy it. Wait, this is not her. Hawa pointed at the content above. He admitted that the other party's drawing was a bit interesting, very interesting. However, with the strength of Silverfall Sword Princess, she couldn't do these battles at all. For example, after falling off the cliff, Silverfall Sword Princess accidentally encountered a fire dragon, and then used her superb sword skills to poke the fire dragon's eyes out. How is it possible? A second ring wants to poke the fire dragon's eyes out. A fourth ring himself can't do it either, and can't even get close to the fire dragon. That dragon is comparable to a god. It's considered powerful to be able to breathe normally when close to it. The following content is also a bit outrageous. The encounter between Silverfall Sword Lady and Black Knight. Based on Hawa's understanding of the Black Knight legend, he should have only 2 choices when he saw Silverfall Sword Lady. One is to chop her with a sword, and the other is to ignore her. It is impossible for the Black Knight to take the initiative to interact with a person with 2-ring strength. Not to mention that Silverfall Sword Lady Liao was accidentally tied up by tentacles and hung in the air when fighting the abyss, and then turn the page, turn the page, turn the page. Why are all the scenes of tying up Silverfall Sword Lady Liao and making her body sticky and slippery? Fortunately, it's finally over. The Black Knight came on stage and cut off the abyss tentacle to save the Silverfall Sword Jilia, and then the two of them combine their swords to eliminate the abyss disaster. The unreasonableness here is not only that two people of different levels cannot communicate, but also that the Black Knight's power is related to the abyss, which is no secret. You said he killed his own people. Even if he wanted to save people, he could let the tentacles release them with a command. It's all made up. Hawa's chest rose and fell violently, and he was very angry. Really? The girl scratched her head. She had never seen the Silverfall Sword Princess. I think the Silverfall Sword Princess is very powerful. She is willing to sacrifice herself to save her friends. She has the consciousness of a swordsman. And her line. The girl suddenly gestured and said seriously, "If you pick up the sword, I can't hug you. If you put down the sword, I can't protect you." Hawa can guarantee that the Silverfall Sword Princess has never said this. It sounds like she was quoted from someone. Forget it, it's not worth getting angry about this. But why would the undead spread false information? He flipped through the book to the first page and saw that it said, "The content is adapted from a true story, mainly for entertainment." Adapted? It's really made up. How can a book be written like this? It's simply irresponsible. Is there a story about the Northern Lord, Grand Duke Hein? No. The girl shook her head and said, "Our Xinhua bookstore delivers books at fixed times, and I don't know when new books will be available." There was no story about the Northern Lord. Hawa said he had no interest in the randomly compiled false stories. Are there any realistic history books? Those kinds of books are not interesting. The girl waved her hand and pointed upstairs. They are all upstairs. Go and see for yourself. Hawa hurried upstairs. I found that the space here was not very large, with a few rows of bookshelves and a place for reading. Instant Continent Book Area. Cerulean Continent Book Area. Shilu Continent Book Area. Magic Map Book Area. For major book areas. Hawa subconsciously walked to the Magic Map Book Area and found that there were very few books here. In addition to the previous Silverfall Sword Jilia, there are also Tioni's 100 Meals and Solaris's Cute Daily Life. What are these things? The Legend of the Black Knight, the Lionheart War, etc. The following are basically interesting. But they are all things he has heard of, not worth mentioning. He moved to other book areas. The content he wanted to know was here. He subconsciously picked up the book Giant War. He was indeed a little curious about what was written on it. Chapter 490 found a dead house NPC. Swish, open the book Giant War. Hawa's eyes immediately stopped at the beginning of the story. Cold shaking. What kind of opening remarks is this? He looked down and continued to read. The other party unfolded a story experience from the perspective of I. It was like a recorder, recording everything that happened in detail, such as the appearance of the Blood Clan, the Great Melulan, etc. These contents had no special appeal to Hawa. There were many races, and a race that relied on blood for food was nothing. There were also races that could only survive by eating human brains, which were even more arrogant than the blood race, but they were still alive and well. When he read about the war between the undead and the giants, his expression finally changed. The powerful giant Cicopes, the horrific war storm that almost destroyed half of the country, the undead mounts that covered the sky, and the undead people's unstoppable roar of justice. There must be some artistic processing in the book. Based on Hawa's superficial understanding of the undead, they should really be able to show a posture of not fearing death and charging bravely. The words that filled every page gradually attracted Hawa, and he gradually immersed himself in the battle of constant sacrifice and attack. Unconsciously, he had turned to the last page of the book. On it was a very delicate painting, and it was a painting technique full of lines, as if to burst the power out of the picture. No one in this world has ever seen such an ability. It was a strong figure of a naked god, and in front of him were countless undead people, who roared and rushed forward one after another. If you look closely, you will find that there is a burning forest, a pile of corpses, a broken surface, and pits in the background. Cicopes. Hawa was a little excited. He liked this book Giant War, although the story ended with a powerful undead and a mysterious ordinary warrior. Yes, it is called an ordinary warrior. Hawa did not understand why a strong man who could barely fight against a god was called that. But he can be sure of the authenticity of the stories recorded in this book. The victors like to belittle their enemies, falsify history, and put themselves on the side of absolute justice and absolute power. In this book, the undead admit that they did everything they could to win, and also admit that Secopus is an enemy they can't defeat even if they try their best. Giant? Is there a god called Giant? Hawa couldn't help but think about it in his mind. The answer is no. The demon land has never appeared. Giant. There are many gods with giant bodies, but they all have other names. He holds a contemptuous attitude towards the gods in the material plane. They can only be regarded as evil gods, some small churches with unclear meanings, spreading distorted beliefs, and deceiving some believers with mental problems. The real strong should be like the Northern Lord, Grand Duke Hein. He is the god and the Grand Duke. The multiple identities combined together have established his unique identity. In the Northern Demon Land, whether it is the gods or the lords, they must bow their noble heads to him. Hawa calmed himself down and picked up another book. This time he wanted to read Battle of the Golden Throne. The book didn't have much content, but the illustrations were very rich. The protagonist of the story became a man named Lind Alman, including his love and hatred with Rania, Miko, Doris, Wind Raven, Isa and others. It was written as if the author was really hiding under the bed. And there were also matching pictures. Hawa's best impression of Rania in this book was because she was the legitimate heir to the kingdom. The second person he liked the most was Miss Isa, who came from the magic land, and was gentle and full of wisdom. The one he hated the most was Wind Raven, because he was an angel with broken wings. He turned to the illustrations at the back without realizing it. Miss Isa is a troll? Hawa's heart was almost broken. And on the last page it said, for the extra version, please go to the moderator group. He reluctantly put the book down, and then turned his eyes to another one. He flipped through the books one by one, very quickly. But he always saw the prompts such as, to be continued. He scratched his head. When he came to his senses, he had finished reading the part that interested him, and at the same time, he also understood everything that happened in the continent called Shilu. He had not had time to read the books about the other two continents. Hawa went downstairs and stopped his eyes on the shelves when he passed the first floor again. He didn't recognize many things before, but now after reading the books and illustrations, Hawa could already match many of them one by one. For example, the pictures on the strange medallion include the Black Knight, Rania, Melulin, Secopus, the Prince of Two Swords, etc. I want to draw a lottery, Hawa said to the dozing young shop assistant. Oh, you want to draw a lottery, over here. I don't have any money. How can I change it to local money? There is a recycling market over there, and you can also go to various shops in the city to sell your unwanted things. If you want to sell armor, go to the equipment shop. If you want to sell weapons, go to the blacksmith shop. If you want to sell food, go to the tavern. If you want to sell potions, go to the potion shop. If you are confident in your things, you can also auction them or set up a stall. I sell some materials. Hawa still had quite a few materials on him. He left quickly, and strode to the recycling market under the puzzled gaze of his companions at the door, and sold some rare potion materials, and came back with the money. I draw. 10 minutes later, Hawa happily came out of the bookstore holding a bunch of prizes. Hawa. The companion's muffled voice came, asking in confusion, what did you do? What do you know? Hawa sucked the saliva from his mouth. These are all my trophies. He put away the things one by one, then touched another one he didn't like and handed it to his companion. What is this? The companion was puzzled. It's a badge, hanging on the chest. Who is this person? It seems to be called the Red Knight, and he is a tall and strong knight like you. The Red Knight, who is only mentioned briefly in the story, is the least noticeable and one of Hawa's least favorite characters. Where are we going next? Hawa thought for a while. Let's ask how to get to the kingdom of Rand. He was sure that he was definitely not here to see what the people in the story looked like in real life. Absolutely not. Rand Kingdom? You guys also read those books? I also follow the updates every month. The man who was asked was surprised and said, my favorite is Queen Melulin, but you want to go to the Rand Kingdom. It seems that you have no chance. Why, isn't this Shilu continent? This is Cerulean continent. Hawa. It turns out to be like this. But what method did they use to make literary works from different worlds interoperable? What should we do next? A companion asked. Let's continue to smoke in another city. What? Ahem, I mean to find the undead. A man on the side asked, you want to find the undead? Yeah, do you know where they are? In the eyes of Hawa and others, the undead, as a special race that suddenly appeared in the material plane, must have their own living groups. They may occasionally come to ordinary people's towns to trade, but most of the time, they are still clearly separated and don't interfere with each other. Go west after you leave the town. There are many dungeons there. Now only the undead people in the Cerulean continent are obsessed with dungeons. Dungeons? Hawa really knew about dungeons. In the books about the Black Knight he had read, it was introduced that the Black Knight's men would put the treasure in the treasure chest, and the heroes would pay the entrance fee, then go to the dungeon and finally rob the treasure. He didn't understand many parts of it, such as why they had to rob, and why they had to pay the entrance fee if they were robbing. But it's worth a try. They left the town and headed west, with the sun slowly setting in the west, and soon saw strange buildings. Are these people undead? Why are they so lazy? Hawa didn't understand. In his cognition, undead were always full of fighting spirit, fighting and killing, but the undead he saw were listless. Some people were reading books under the trees, some were painting, and some were grilling. Very comfortable. Hey guys, here comes the NPC. Oh, a deadbeat. The tall guy was wearing a Crimson Knight badge, which was not noticeable. However, Hawa was different. He was wearing all kinds of deadbeat outfits, such as the Black Knight's armor outer robe, the Black Knight's Q-version pendant, the Black Knight's. Damn, it's actually the Black Knight's solo push. They gathered around happily. Cerulean was different from other continents. The Sheila continent was considered the son of version 1.0, and the Insta continent was considered the main battlefield of version 2.0. Only the Cerulean continent has always been unloved. There is no environment for everyone to improve their strength. Some dungeons are boring after playing too many minigames, so everyone has entered the mode of playing badly. The gods have launched many wars, and the strong ones have gone to the front line of the battlefield. The remaining people don't even have the qualifications to get close to the boss and touch a knife, so they completely play badly and lie down. We are from the northern kingdom of the demonic land. Hawa decided to get straight to the point. Come and select strong people to go, and be loyal to the great king of kings. New map guide? The eyes of the undead were shining. A six-legged, three-headed lizard bull, pulling a pile of debris piled up to the height of a building, was moving slowly along the path. A young man was sitting with his legs crossed on top of the debris, flipping through a book in his hand. The farmer driving the lizard bull cart turned around and said, "Sir, the dream village is just ahead. I get off right in front." The girl sitting next to the farmer, wearing a sun hat, couldn't help but look up, but could only see the other's long boots. There was a gleam in her eyes, but the farmer quickly raised his hand and held her head down. Don't think about it. Of course, he could see what his daughter was thinking, but the other party was carrying a sword, and when he encountered a terrible chicken-headed lion along the way, he just casually killed the terrible chicken-headed lion with a sword, which was stronger than any strong man the farmer had heard of. The other party was very handsome, strong, and had a certain aura of a superior. He was generous. In short, no matter from which aspect, it was impossible for him to be interested in a farmer's daughter. Even if it is what is often said in the story, it is impossible. After the young man finished reading the book, he casually threw the cloak wrapped around the big sword beside him and disappeared into it. He looked at the sky, as if in a daze. There are more and more demon land guides. This person is Lind. Because he killed the Prince of Double Swords and Anna's skinny ghost in one sword, the absolute power of the Black Knight is beyond doubt. Lind, who was not prepared to stay and waste time, immediately launched the next action. To gain more powerful power. There is no need to hesitate to embark on the road of giant, but becoming a god is not so easy. It happened that the undead kept attacking the dungeon of Prince of Twin Swords and Anna, the skinny ghost, so they finally chose to pledge allegiance to Lind. Constantly sleeping and then awakening, the loyalty and persistence of the past are being torn apart bit by bit. When Lind wanted to swallow Prince of Twin Swords as the nourishment for his own godhood, Prince of Twin Swords immediately decided to lower his knight's head to Lind. His surrender directly led to the surrender of Anna, the skinny ghost. Otherwise, no matter how many times he died, this brainless crazy monster would never give up easily. From them, Lind learned that the Prince of the Twin Swords and the old man with the scroll came from the same country. Coincidentally, they were both from the Moon Country, a country that Lind had never paid attention to. It is said that the distance is very close. But since the game was launched, no one has ever visited the Moon Country. What's more coincidental is that the Moon Country is not ruled by a god. Whether it is the old man with the scroll or the other two, they are just subordinate officials of the gods. Being able to use 3 6-ring strongmen for himself, his strength is at least the same level as the Beast Master in his prime. Linda came here specially with the principle of not wasting Taking away a qualification to become a god is definitely not a loss. As for the future, he will consider continuing to sharpen 30 million swords, and then return to Instant Continent to strike at the gods of the Alliance, but he must be careful. Next time, it is best to let the gods stay together, and then kill them all with one sword. Only by truly becoming a master may you have the qualification to choose whether you will be an NPC, a boss, or an absolutely invincible background board in the future. He was no longer satisfied with being just an ordinary novice village chief. After 2.0 was finished, Lin hoped that he could become the main force that the official had to recognize. No, he wanted to find out what the official was. From the current part, the other parties seemed to have intelligence, but seemed to be just a pure running machine. It would be good if they could take over the undead. Lin did not resist the initiative of those visitors from the magic land. He knew that he could never control the undead. Anyway, the novice village was in his hands, so the undead had to go. "Sir, we are here," the farmer shouted. Chapter 491A Fairy Tale Country. Linda learned a lot of local news from the farmer. The farmer was simple and honest, and did not want to hide anything. He answered all questions. The former king of this country was called Myun. The great king had only 5 children in his life. Except for the eldest prince, who was awarded the title of king, the other 4 children left the palace and received different rewards. They respectively received the most precious gems in the world, as well as magical boots, a powerful army, and sheets that can make you dream. If Lin got these things when the family was divided, he would definitely feel that someone was insulting his brain. If he got a powerful army, the first thing he would do would be to grab the other 4. It is also impossible to be sure that the now captured Fu Lin, that is, Fu Lin who got the powerful army, did not do the same as Lin. The other party appeared in the kingdom of Secapus. It is very likely that she did it, but just lost. There are all kinds of dangerous monsters living here. It is difficult for ordinary people to survive, but as long as they master some methods, they can tame these dangers for their own use. The 3 lizard bulls pulling the carts are really strong at the second ring, but they were tamed by an ordinary farmer. The specific method of taming is to feed the lizard bulls a talking apple, and use a brush to scratch the lizard bulls every day. There are also sensitive fruits. If you approach them before the season for picking them, the fruits will be irritated and then become annoying. The people of the Moon Kingdom live in a happy, dangerous, and unreasonable place. So when Lin learned all this from the farmer, he felt that he should have come to a absurd. The kingdom is like a fairy tale for children. It can't be said to be full of loopholes. Maybe those logics are only applicable to adults. The only thing Linda can be sure of is that the former Kingdom of the Moon is definitely not like it is now, and it certainly wasn't like this before Brittany left. He also tried to ask the Prince of the Twin Swords, but couldn't get a useful answer. It's not that the other party is silent, but he knew he had to be loyal the day he became conscious, and it's hard to say who he is loyal to, like now he is swearing allegiance to Linda. The village ahead was getting closer and closer. The green lawn was neatly trimmed, extending from Lin's sight all the way to the thatched house with smoke in the distance. Circles of mushroom clouds drifted towards the sky, then merged into the clouds, making the clouds thicker. The children chasing and playing came to Lin and circled around him. "Do you want some candy?" He took out a bag of candy. The undead from all walks of life in this world will not play games all the time. Not everyone likes to kill all the time, like developing candy of various flavors. Sandwiches, soft candies, milk candies, fruit candies, etc., are very popular among NPCs. Lin occasionally prepares some to keep on his body. Although the effect of replenishing sugar is not very useful for his body with huge energy now, the slight sweetness can still make him feel better. He can't eat 2 sweet cakes, but candies are no problem. Several children suddenly dispersed, and then looked at them expectantly with their fingers in their mouths. "Stretch out your hands, one for each person." Lin's handsome appearance allowed him to quickly blend in with the children. When he arrived at the village surrounded by children, the children had already composed a nursery rhyme for him that was neither pleasant nor pleasing to the ear. Mr. Candy with golden hair. It sounded like an NPC background board with no plot. The 2 doors of the house in front were pushed open from the inside, and a woman in patched clothes came out and looked at Lin, with a smile on her face. "Hello, who are you?" One of the children ran behind the woman and winked at Linda. "Traveler." After saying that, Linda took advantage of the woman's inattention and winked at the little guy in return. "Where are you coming from?" "Outside the Kingdom of the Moon, far away." Linda couldn't say that he asked the Prince of the Twin Swords and Anna, the skinny ghost, to help him. It's not difficult to open a door, and the main goal this time is to get the qualification of a god, Otherwise he would definitely ask the undead to come and investigate. The life of an immortal is not a life. Not only does he think so, but the immortals have the same attitude. Are you from a country other than the moon country? Her expression suddenly became very wonderful, happy, nervous, expectant, and hesitant. Finally, she folded her hands in front of her chest. Do you mind telling me what happened outside? Well, of course. Linda was very helpful, and did not refuse. I want to find a place to live first, and then buy some things. I only have gold coins on me. What do you accept as currency? Gold coins and copper coins made of gold. The woman took the initiative to introduce Linda to the direction of the hotel, and made an appointment for him to come to her house for dinner tonight, so that he could eat and listen to stories from outside. Linda quickly said goodbye to her, and trotted towards the hotel. As soon as he opened the door, a voice squeezed out through the crack of the door. Outsider? Has it been a long time since there were outsider visits? Linda asked the person who took the initiative to speak to him in this small hotel, who was also the only person in this small hotel, whether he was a guest or the owner. The other party replied, It's been a few years. Linda wanted to chat, but the other party suddenly said with a hearty laugh, We are very interested in the stories of foreign travelers. Maybe we can hold a bonfire party tomorrow night. That's great. I also like the hustle and bustle. Linda did not refuse. 1 gold coin a day. Can you show me what the gold coins look like? I am a foreigner, and I have many kinds of gold coins on me. I am not sure which one your country uses. Of course. Linda walked to the counter, and finally saw the person who was speaking. He was a young man with a smile that could show off his bright teeth. He took out a gold coin, which was similar to the one in the Rand Kingdom. It was just that the pattern on it was different. If it was just the pattern that was different, it wouldn't be a big problem. Linda gently rubbed the gold coin with his fingers, and the skillful use of strength allowed him to change the appearance of the gold coin in his palm. Although it was just a tiny bit of ability, it would allow him to never lack money again. When Lin took out a bag of gold coins from the moon country, the smile on the young man's face became even brighter. It seems that in this place with simple folk customs, money is useful. Lin got a room on the 2nd floor. The low wooden bed, the strange thing is that the legs of this bed are made of tree stumps, and even sprouted new branches. The bed is covered with a thick quilt with pudding gray color. The window is semi-elliptical. When you open the window and look out, you can see a group of dreamy birds of various colors flying by. Looking into the distance, Linda felt as if he was in a dream. He lay in bed, and looked through the information of the NPCs, who came from the demonic land for a while. There were NPCs from all 3 continents. Without Linda's orders, the undead had already learned about their affiliated forces from them. There were actually several acquaintances that Linda was very familiar with, such as the people sent by the Corruption King Grace. Because they had appeared in the vision of Linda's 3,000 undead, the Corruption King was the fastest to start the undead screening work. They said they represented the undead novice village, which must be a formal channel and the main plot in the future. But they will definitely be disappointed. Linda found it a little funny. If the strong men from other places wanted to compete for the undead, he really didn't have much advantage. No matter how fast he developed, he was just a great knight with epic strength on the surface. He had no foundation, and couldn't cultivate deep relationships in the magic land. But as long as the undead went to the land of beasts, and went to the undead novice village, they would definitely become the meat in Linda's pot. Now no one can separate the relationship between Linda and the novice village. And no matter how smart those NPCs are, no matter how good their words are, they can never compare to Linda's influence in front of the undead. Because Linda can use some internet terms openly without scruples, and then use these contents that only insiders know to guarantee the official identity. Joining the novice village can get a cat, and now it will be bound to the equipment of the Mechanicus. How can the King of Corruption win alone? In the end, he would only work in vain, helping Linda, who had a little difficulty in transportation, and making wedding clothes for him. As for the undead, who joined other forces, he did not feel sorry. There would always be undead who joined other forces, and no one could control them, and they did not need any reason to join those forces. The population is always mobile. As long as he keeps improving his strength and doing a good job in the service industry, most of the undead are still willing to come. Linda has to face tens of millions of undead by himself, and he does not have the absolute power to control the undead, so he can't handle it all. After browsing for a while, it is basically certain that those who came to receive people have encountered more or less trouble. Everyone can. Remote private chat. So some lords, who are not well known in the magic land, or who have not been contacted or heard by the undead for the time being, have directly lost the qualification to select people. For example, the officially recognized undead receiving novice village has become the fastest to recruit people. The rest are lords with powerful power, such as Grand Duke Hein in the north. Those who were not selected would rather wait, and not make do for the time being. The other problem was with the local gods. They finally got a group of powerful and fearless believers and warriors, so how could they let them go? The chaos was almost imminent. As a result, the popularity of Linda's previous video of killing 2 gods with 1 sword was quickly replaced. There were countless new CGs to watch every day. Linda also picked out the ones he found interesting and watched them. It must be said that these guides from the demon land were still too arrogant. Even the weakest gods were at the level of 5th ring. It was easy for them to kill these demon land people with only 3rd and 4th ring strength. Lin got up when it was getting dark. He was invited to the woman's family dinner. The children at home had been waiting for Lin at the door, and waved excitedly when they saw him. Lin gave him 2 candies, and came to the door. It doesn't look poor here. The room was covered with wooden floors, candles were lit for firelight, there were tables and chairs in the room, curtains on the windows, and even a cat. So why do you have to wear a gray, patched skirt? As if it was intentional. You are here, please come in. Thank you. Linda entered the room, and the leather boots made a tapping sound when walking on the ground, which was very strange and reminded Linda of the sound he made when walking in the Rania Palace. We are very sorry that we couldn't prepare a sumptuous dinner today. She apologized to Linda with a full of apology. Then she brought the meals to the table. Some deformed cream cakes, bread that exuded a strong bread aroma but looked gray, and even thick soup. The main course was grilled meat. The beautiful ribeye meat was sizzling with oil. There was even a salad. Lin couldn't figure out what this family had to do with poverty. Or was it that no one in this country could starve to death, and food was not precious, so even the poorest people could fill their stomachs? It was not impossible, but if there was no worry about food, it would be even less likely to be annoyed, and no matter what, I shouldn't continue to wear a patched skirt. When Lin saw the 3 lizard bulls being driven, he knew that he couldn't treat this country with common sense. Then, they started chatting. At first, the woman asked questions and Linda answered. He ate the food cooked by the other party, which tasted very good, and then told her what he knew, whether it was his experience or something else. If it was just to satisfy the other party's curiosity, it would not be a big deal. I want to know how this cake is made. Linda pointed to the cake on the table and asked. I made it with bad eggs and bad bread. She answered carefully. Can bad eggs make a bad-looking cake? Rotten eggs only make black soup. Do you really know how to cook? What about the meat? Linda pointed at the sizzling oil on the table again. The woman answered again. It's made from a piece of fresh meat that has just been cut and eaten. Wait, I don't understand. Linda had to stop and ask the other party to explain. What is fresh meat that has just been cut and eaten? That's it, that piece of meat was already bad meat that had been eaten when it was still growing on the cow. Is there really someone chewing a cow? I didn't expect that there are sashimi lovers in the moon country. I wonder if anyone likes to eat sashimi bullwhip. Although he was complaining in his heart, Linda remained calm on the surface. The more they talked, the more the other party did not hide. If it were an ordinary person, when he knew that there was a problem with the cake making, his first reaction would be that the cake was inedible, or the materials were wasted, or the appearance was just a pile of poop. In short, the color, aroma, and taste were very different. But the cake that Linda saw was inexplicably added with gray pus filter. It seems to have become a little old, but when you really eat it, you will find that the taste, appearance, etc. have not changed. The other dishes are the same. They are all imaginary old things. The person who made this table of dishes is like the farmer, who the emperor uses a golden hoe to farm. But the difference is that the person who caused all this is probably a real emperor, who is imagining the life of ordinary people in his own way. Chapter 492 Then he, and they lived a happy life. A pleasant exchange dinner, literally. Linda was full, not literally, but mentally. Living in a fairy tale-like world, he instinctively felt uncomfortable, and this awkward feeling was even more uncomfortable than the first time he knew he was an NPC in the game. As an NPC, as a red name monster, he at least had a set of logic that was in line with the operation of the world, such as the experience points he would get when he was killed by the undead, the way to upgrade, the potion for changing jobs, etc. But fairy tales are different. There is no need to reason. He returned to the hotel, and laid down on the bed. He did not appear again for the whole day, but waited until the bonfire party in the evening. The fire flickered. The moonlight was very beautiful tonight, and the gentle wind blew through the forest, shaking the leaves and making rustling sounds. The fireflies were like stars picked from the Milky Way in the sky, swaying and falling, landing on the tip of the nose. People would subconsciously look at it with cross-eyed eyes, observe the breathing of the fireflies, and finally laugh. The sizzling sound of grilled steak sounded delicious. When Lynn came downstairs, it was already lively outside. Women were twisting their waists happily. After a while, a man took the initiative to invite them to dance. Although Lynn forced a smile on his face, he was a bit out of tune with the atmosphere here. In a fairy tale world, he should be a cold-blooded hunter, a cold-blooded killer, and a villain who helped the evil. Fortunately, no one here thought there was a problem for the time being. The children came over and circled around Lynn, and he gave them handfuls of precious candies. The poor people in the village, who were so poor that they could only eat gray meat, and wear patched clothes, were naturally poor, and could not afford expensive candies. It made sense. "Traveler, sit here." He was invited to sit down, and then delicious food was brought to him. The fragrant and sizzling grilled meat, sprinkled with unknown spices, the appearance and taste far exceeded the dinner last night. Linda ate heartily without hesitation. He could not eat. There were many ways for him to replenish his body's energy loss, or he could eat. With his current strong digestive ability, if he only used the most ordinary food to supply his body's loss, he would need to eat crazily all the time. The energy consumed when digesting food and the energy to maintain the body's operation may be more than the energy taken in from eating. The fruit was beautiful. As soon as Linda held the red apple in his hand, he felt a sweet and sour taste that made his saliva grow. The thin skin made a crackling sound when he bit it with his teeth. Then the sweet apple juice burst into his throat. He finished the meal in 2 or 3 bites. If nothing else, just for the unique food of the Moon Kingdom, Linda felt that he had to get the divine power here. "Want to dance together?" A man next to Linda stood up and walked towards the girl. The two danced with good-natured laughter, and Linda also clapped with everyone. "Are they a couple?" Linda asked the man next to him. The man was at a loss. "What? A couple?" Linda pointed at the 2 people who were dancing. There were many people dancing at the bonfire party, but no one danced better than them. They were like professional dancers. There were only about 20 people in this small village. There were really many talented people. No, of course they were not. Today was their first time dancing together. The man shook his head and said with a smile, "But who can tell what will happen in the future, right?" Lynn nodded, but he didn't believe it. Can they dance so well in their first collaboration? The bonfire party continued, and Lynn had to stand up and choose a dance partner under the urging of everyone. There were not many people who had never danced before. There was also a red-haired girl, a blonde girl, and a black-haired girl. They looked pretty, but they didn't quite meet Lynn's aesthetic standards. Lynn's eyes turned, and finally he walked towards the red-haired girl. As a noble, even if he hadn't danced for a few years, he would never be suppressed by a country girl. Bend down and extend your hand to invite. When the other person's fingers landed on Linda's right hand, he smiled, and his inner surprise could not be seen from his appearance. The two danced gracefully, and after their palms touched, the surprise turned into doubt. "Are you from the outside world? Do you have any strange and good stories or experiences?" The red-haired girl looked up at Linda, and under the reflection of the campfire, her somewhat tough features gradually became soft. "Of course." Linda slowly approached and gently rubbed the tip of his nose against the tip of the other person's nose. The crowd seemed to enjoy watching the intimate behavior, and some people were cheering. Linda took the opportunity to hug the other's waist, gently exerting force, and the doubts in his heart became heavier. "What do you want to hear?" Linda suddenly threw his hand, and threw the red-haired girl in a difficult posture, then pulled the other's arm, and let her spin back into his arms. "Some stories. I heard a story, and seeing you reminded me of that story, the story of Little Red Riding Hood." "Little Red Riding Hood?" The red-haired girl suddenly became interested and looked at him with eyes that could reflect the stars. "Well, that's a very dangerous story, I'm sure." Linda told the story of Little Red Riding Hood halfway, and then he deliberately stopped. "Sorry, our dance is over." The red-haired girl was eager to know what happened next, but she still held back. After returning to the crowd, she turned her head several times to look in Linda's direction. The man sitting next to Linda whispered, "That girl has taken a fancy to you." Lynn sighed with regret. "It's a pity that I seem to have fallen in love with the blonde girl." "Then go and invite her to dance." "Can you?" "This is just a bonfire dance. You can invite anyone." Lynn invited the blonde girl to dance again, and without letting her ask questions, he took the initiative to tell the story of Snow White, and also stopped at the key part. Just like in the story of Little Red Riding Hood, he stopped the story when Little Red Riding Hood went to her grandmother's house, And the same was true for Snow White. Did the princess eat the poisoned apple? Sitting back down again, two girls looked at him again and again. That girl also likes you. The man was surprised. A very charming traveler. Linda didn't feel ashamed at all and said bluntly, "It's a pity that I seem to like the black-haired girl more." Then he stood up and walked towards the black-haired girl in everyone's surprised eyes. As expected, when Linda stopped dancing, three girls set their eyes on him and didn't intend to move away. And like this? Of course not. Linda walked towards the girl who danced very well at the beginning. Now there are 4 people watching him. There are only 4 unmarried girls in the whole village. No matter what story it is, the role I play will definitely not be a good person. Linda smiled. By making physical contact with the 4 girls, he has discovered the problem here. These people like to listen to stories very much. The reason behind it is unknown, but it is certain that it is different from the Moon Kingdom that the Prince of the Twin Swords knows. Some people would take the initiative to invite him to dinner for the stories outside, and even the whole village would hold a bonfire dinner for him. The girls were attracted by his stories. And the problems he found were not limited to this. For example, the red-haired girl he met was very strong, with calluses on the base of her fingers, which were caused by years of sword practice. When she stood, her legs were slightly apart, very much like a soldier. The blonde girl had a faint fragrance, fair skin, and no calluses on her fingers. She was a pampered lady, and her walking demeanor could also prove this. The black-haired girl should be an ordinary rural girl. Lin found many needle holes on her fingers, indicating that she often sews and mends. Moreover, her body is the strongest among the 4 girls. She must often do physical work and has some fat on her belly. As for the last one, Lin did not guess what she did, but he noticed that when he danced with her, the effect was far worse than that of her and the partner who matched well. Lin thought that his dancing was acceptable, so why was it not as good as first time dancing together? What about the 2 people? I am normal, but those 2 are not normal, not for the first time, but for countless times. Then it was time to tell stories. It can be seen that the bonfire party is not important, and dancing is not important. Letting Lin tell stories is the most important part. Lin thought about it, and told the story of the 3 little pigs in full. He deliberately left out the part about people. Everyone was not satisfied, but Lin was not going to continue. I am sleepy. When my head is sleepy, I can't concentrate. Yawn, thank you for your hospitality. I will tell stories next time, definitely next time. He got up and left immediately. He had some vague guesses about what was going to happen next. It was late at night, and the crowd dispersed. He slept soundly in the room. He woke up at dawn, and came out slowly. The air today felt fresher than yesterday. He even had an impulse to stay here forever, never leave, and become a member of this place. Oh no! A child ran over anxiously. Linda had some impression of him. Oh no! Sister Ella was taken away by the terrible witch in the forest. The little guy was out of breath. The villagers who heard his voice were gathering around and talking about it. Lind asked, "Who is Ella?" "The girl who danced with you last night." "There were 4 people who danced with me last night." Lind turned around and found no 4 partners. He looked down at the little guy. "Little boy, if you lie, you will be eaten by the big bad wolf. The terrible witch took away a girl. How did you run back?" "Nonsense. If it was a foreign traveler who rescued the girl he met at the dance, went deep into danger and then... It shouldn't be just one person who disappeared. He had 4 dance partners last night." "Oh no! Sister Ginny was taken away by the terrible witch in the forest." "Oh no! Sister Shelley was taken away by the terrible witch in the forest." "Oh no! Sister Sina was taken away by the terrible witch in the forest." "Very good, all 4 dance partners were taken away by the witch. Fortunately there are enough children, otherwise the actors would have to repeat themselves when the news was reported. Then the next plot should be that a powerful foreign traveler goes deep into the forest to save his beloved and duels with the witch." "I go save them," Lin said. "No, it's too dangerous. The witch has terrible magic. She can turn people into lambs and brew terrible potions. You said earlier that such a powerful witch can control and make potions. We must take her down." Lin shook his head. "After the 4 dances last night, I have fallen in love with him." Everyone, His expression froze for a moment, as if something was about to break, but it recovered quickly. "Who can tell me the direction?" Linda asked. "Go deep into the forest. An ugly mushroom house is where the witch lives. I will rescue them." Linda picked up his sword and set off quickly, rushing into the forest under the worried gaze of the villagers. At first, the forest was still green, and there were small animals running by. But as they went deeper, the tree trunks became dry, smoke filled the air, the ground under their feet no longer grew green grass, and even the small animals turned into spiders, lizards, etc. Too naive. Why do you think lizards are bad and rabbits are good just because of their appearance? Linda looked far away, through the shadows of the tree trunks that were shaking and wriggling like black tentacles, and saw the big purple mushroom house. The stereotype is too strong. After another inner evaluation, Linda hid his whereabouts, and quickly touched the mushroom house. Giggle. A strange laugh came from inside. He looked in through the window, and saw the old witch stirring the soup in the huge magic crucible with a wooden stick. The potion was bubbling and emitting a foul smell. In the corner, there were 4 lambs. It seemed that they were the 4 girls, who were turned into sheep. Third ring strength. Linda kicked the door open and strode in. Who are you? The witch looked at Linda nervously. Your death is coming. Linda stabbed with a sword. The third ring which had no choice but to die at such a close distance. When the other party fell, Linda didn't know if he saw it wrong, but a relieved smile appeared on his face. Then he looked at the 4 sheep. Save, there is no need. And he would not save them. When he was thinking whether to turn around and leave, the 4 sheep actually bleated at him a few times, and then kept digging the soup in the crucible. Is this the antidote? He asked. The 4 sheep nodded together. He scooped out 4 bowls with a spoon, and placed them in front of the 4 sheep. The sheep lowered their heads and drank the antidote. In a burst of brilliant fireworks-like transformation effects, they turned into 4 girls. The 4 looked at Lynn with affection. You saved me. You don't want to pledge your love to me? In a distant castle study. On the table, an uncontrolled pen was writing on paper. In order to save his dancing partner that night, Mr. Candy, the golden-haired traveler, went deep into the dangerous forest, killed the abominable old witch with his superb skills, and used magic potion to rescue the murdered girls Rilla, Ginny, Shelley, and Sina. From then on, he and them lived happily ever after. The pen stopped, as if it was struggling with something. It seemed that this was not right. Chapter 493 5 Treasures. Linda felt as if he had suddenly developed a new idea, and a strong impulse made him want to stay with the girl in front of him forever. Being indecisive happened to be his talent. The strange passion that grew tried to control Linda's thinking ability and heart, and it succeeded, but he could perfectly distract himself and watch his actions quietly as a bystander. This is a fairy tale, the traveler who saved the persecuted heroine in the story, and finally lived happily together. Linda was still in the mood to analyze. Now there are 4 of us. How should the story go on if we are guilty of bigamy? He did nothing. Watching the villagers excitedly cheering around the 5 of them, dancing hand in hand. Watching them excitedly preparing for a bonfire party to celebrate Linda's eternal stay in the village. Until the red-haired girl said, "Dear I." The remaining 3 did the same. All 4 hands reached out to Linda. The 5 held hands, formed a circle, and sat together on the lawn, enjoying the natural and gentle air together. Lynn was very happy to see that he had temporarily lost control of his body. The restraint was actually not worth mentioning, but because of Lynn's previous philanthropic behavior, the restraint itself had cracked. He didn't have to do anything, just wait. Dancing, 5 people dancing together. Everyone's expression was very strange. They still sang and clapped, but their facial features were twisted and hideous, trying to break free of something. Lynn noticed that the veins on the male dancer's face were bulging, his pale skin slowly turned red, and his nostrils expanded with heavy breathing. What Lynn felt was a pity that the other party did not explode, and after struggling with his expression several times, he regained his calm. You don't care about being cuckolded? I'm not the one who's causing trouble. If it were me, I would definitely punch him on purpose. Then the 5 of us should go to sleep together. Linda stood at the intersection, and the 4 girls pulled his hands and walked in 4 directions. Then they just stood there. It's deadlocked. I don't know how long it took. The wind in the village seemed to stop blowing. The squirrels jumping on the tree branches dropped the mushroom stolen from the kitchen, and the fireflies and the starry sky were hidden in the night. Crack, it sounded like the sound of a broken mirror. Lynn could feel his body regaining control again, and the fragile restraints were broken. Ah! The 4 girls screamed at the same time. Not only them, but the whole village was shouting one after another. Everyone went out together, and when they saw Lynn and others, they took the initiative to gather around. Dear! The previous dancer hugged one of the 4 female dancers, and both of them burst into tears. Mr. Candy, golden hair. The red-haired girl spoke with a complicated expression. She should live happily with Lynn. But this man's tricks made her happy story unable to continue. You can call me a traveler. Linda rejected the name that sounded wrong. Can anyone tell me what you have experienced? I am a mercenary. The red-haired girl spoke first. I came from the royal city of the Moon Kingdom, responsible for finding the magic boots for the great king, and then when I passed by here, I suddenly lost consciousness and naturally became a member of the village. The situation of others was similar. The original village. Indigenous people. Only 2 or 3 were locals, and the rest were accidentally left behind when passing through the village and became part of the village. For example, dancers were dance teachers of a certain lord, responsible for teaching the lord's children to dance. After they saved enough money, they decided to return to their hometown to start a new life, and then they were also left here. Has anyone left this village? Lin didn't think he was the first person to enter the village in all these years. My husband? The speaker was the woman in the patched skirt who had entertained him before. He joined the team to fight against monsters and followed a warrior. At that time, the warrior just said that he wanted to save the princess, and my husband joined without hesitation. There is no princess in our Moon Kingdom. Yes, even if there is a princess, it is only the former Princess Fulin Mian, who is now imprisoned in the underground prison of the Land Kingdom as a captive. According to Fulin Mian, when she obtained one of the treasures given by the old king, she was no longer a princess, but a general of the army, and then she took her army abroad to beg for food. It seems the story is quite complicated. Linda looked at the anxious people. The weirdness here has made them deeply afraid. They are afraid that they will never be able to get out of it, or become a supporting role in a story. You'd better stay here. Linda certainly has a way to go outside, but none of them are extraordinary. Staying here will only make them dangerous to become extras. Leaving the Kingdom of the Moon, the outside world is a dead end for ordinary people. As for whether they should obey or not, it is not important. He once killed 2 six-ring gods in seconds with more than 30 million swords. He is a very popular Black Knight in the Demon Land. He will care about his own people, but not outsiders. It is a waste of time to explain. Which direction is the royal city? Lind asked. The tavern owner said, go forward along that road, there is a river, and then go forward over a mountain, and you will see Hunter Castle. From there you can find someone to lead the way. Lin nodded and turned to leave. He had not walked far when he heard footsteps running behind him. Wait a minute. The girl who caught up was the red-haired girl. What's your name? Red-haired Rayla. Rayla panted slightly. I want to be with you. So the name in the story was not a fake name. Then why did she call herself Mr. Candy Golden Hair? You are too weak. How idle was he to bring a burden with him? After all, according to the information he knew, the old man in the scroll took away the Prince of 2 Swords and Anna, the skinny ghost, and the power of the Moon Kingdom was not much left. I'm going to look for the magical boots. Are you interested? How magical are they? You can dance all kinds of dances after putting them on. Rila suddenly felt a little unconfident. How could a strong person be interested in dancing? Take me there. Linda was surprised. Equipment with special moves is very valuable for undead, who like to collect and play tricks. Even Linda can think of many application scenarios, such as undead, who become barons in the future want to join the dance, and must complete the dance without mistakes. In fact, this kind of gameplay exists in many games. Either practice dancing yourself, or buy a pair of boots. Otherwise you will be kicked out of the ball. This situation will never happen in a real noble party, but it is different when the other party is an undead. Anyone can point fingers at the undead, and the undead will only think that they have not completed the task and think that being criticized is justified. The only question to consider is whether the undead will be angry and overturn the table because of the NPC's foul mouth. There are also many collections of killing NPCs, and there are many undead with dark psychology. Rila breathed a sigh of relief and led the way. What are the characteristics of the other ones? Rila briefly introduced. The most precious gem, it is the most beautiful gem in the world, sparkling, and it is comparable to all treasures. A bed sheet that can make you dream. You can have a good dream. The army is all the military forces of the Kingdom of the Moon. The king's crown, only the king can wear it. It is a symbol of status. Among them, Linda still recognized the military strength of the Kingdom of the Moon. When the expeditionary army of the Kingdom of Rand had an absolute advantage, Fulin Mian could still rely on this army to escort Prince Louis to hide in the Dragon Blood Forest and let the war stalemate. The strength is indeed good. However, he was almost wiped out in the war between the giant Secapus and the undead. Let's go see the boots first. Lind was not interested in other things. At night, outside the castle, the lord who possessed the magical boots was the brother of the current king, but he automatically lost this identity after getting the property. He only got a pair of boots at that time, and then he found a farmer with the boots. He danced for the farmer, who was in a bad mood, and got a glass of milk. After that, he met a lion in the forest and danced for the lion. The lion let him go, and he also saved the daughter of a lord. After that, he danced for the lord, and the lord decided to marry his daughter to him. Linda stood outside the castle, listening to the story told by Ella. He complained in his heart, making sure that it was a pair of boots, not the stink of sweaty feet dancing with hallucinogenic effects. "Are you ready?" Ella asked. "Go in, I'm in a hurry." Linda drew his sword, raised it above his head with both hands, and chopped it down suddenly. The 4-man-high castle wall in front was split open by the terrifying force, and the house collapsed with a loud rumble. The ground shook, and the people in the castle screamed. Red-haired Ella was stunned, watching the horrific attack that split the castle in half like a natural disaster. At the same time, a pen was trembling and writing. Mr. Candy, with golden hair, held an extremely terrible sword. He was very angry inside, and everyone could feel his inner restlessness, the desire to destroy that was getting closer and closer. He held the sword like a poisonous snake ready to pounce on its prey. Then, Moon stood up and decided to dance to win the other party's respect. Mr. Candy, with golden hair, agreed. He watched the dance and was impressed by the other party's dancing. He chose to be loyal to Moon in the future. Linda walked into the castle with a sword in hand. The blade rubbed against the ground, making a hissing sound and sparks of fire. There was no strong man in the entire castle. At this moment, a man stood up. He was handsome, had big eyes, and wore beautiful clothes, which were very similar to Brittany's style, but he had a pair of dirty boots on his feet, which was very inconsistent. He looked like the third brother in the movie, who would suddenly sing and dance while talking. "My lord, please allow me to dance for you." Whoosh! A shadow flashed by, and he was nailed to the wall. "You're about to lose your head, and you're still dancing?" He turned his head and looked around. The people around him had dull expressions and didn't dare to move. "Rila, take off your boots." Red-haired Rila nodded immediately. "Yes, sir." When she ran to Myun, the other party was still spitting blood. The sword pierced through his chest, but he was still alive. The boots were taken off violently and handed to Linda in person. Linda pinched the boots with disgust. "So there are fragments of the magic ring. So the other people may have the fragments of the magic ring. So where is the fragment of fooling Myun?" He looked at Rila. "Do you know which treasure is the next closest?" "The most precious gem." Rila nodded repeatedly. "The merchant is the owner of the gem, and the richest man in the kingdom of the moon. But it is still several days away from here." Linda walked to her side and reached out to grab her collar. "Lead the way in the sky." The next moment, with a burst of boom, with the sound of the huge wind, they have already flown into the sky. Merchant Ben always sleeps restlessly because he owns the most precious gem, which is priceless. In the morning, late at night, or halfway through a meal, he always rushes to the treasury nervously to take a look at his gem, and he will be relieved to find that it is still there with a beautiful light. If he leaves for too long, or cannot be sure of the safety of his treasure, he will be unable to sleep or eat. The branches outside the city wall are shaking. Ben Myun, who had checked his treasures once again, lay on the bed. Then he heard a loud bang. He suspected that something had broken through the roof of his house. There were robbers or thieves. Ben Myun quickly got up and grabbed the moon-shaped blade. The handle was inlaid with rubies and wrapped in beautiful crocodile leather, which felt great. "Is it here, Jim?" Ben heard a man talking. "Damn thief!" Ben yelled and rushed towards the direction of the sound. Then he saw a strong figure. As one of the former princes, Ben Myun was not good at fighting. The knife he held was not because he knew how to use it, but because the knife was very beautiful and had collection value. He rushed forward clumsily, and it seemed that he would fall down first when he ran, but the rage in his heart made him forget this. Anyway, he wanted to kill the bastard who stole his gem. Getting closer and closer. Bang! The other party ejected something, which seemed to be a gold coin. Ben immediately felt the huge rebound force from the blade, and his palm was in great pain. He couldn't even hold the knife in his hand, and it broke free from his hands and fell to the ground. The sharp blade easily pierced through the wooden floor and nailed it to the floor. There was no way to win. Ben was terrified. He wanted to make peace. As long as the other party didn't touch the gem, he could offer a lot of treasures, and was willing to sacrifice a lot. But the second gold coin had already hit. Then the consciousness fell into darkness. And in a room, the pen was still writing quickly. He stole the magic boots, the most precious gems, the sheath that can make you dream. He killed the king and stole the crown. He is a terrible demon. The warrior tried to stop him, but was killed, and now he is standing outside a door. Squeak. The door opened. Lind looked at the quill that was still writing automatically in the room. Found you. Chapter 494. Like someone is speeding through. The kingdom of the moon is in chaos. Many nobles were killed, and even the king died on his throne. This was not the root cause of the chaos in the country. No one was sad about the king's death. Instead, the king's queen claimed that she was not a queen, and his daughter also claimed that she was not a princess. The knight claimed that he was not a knight, and the groom was not a groom. Everyone was terrified by their experiences, and began to run away with their belongings, so the whole country was in chaos. You really have a bad taste. Linda held the feather pen. Let the maid be the eldest lady, and then let the eldest lady serve the maid. Fairy tale? He didn't see it. He only saw a pen with a bad taste writing randomly, and affecting the country, causing everything to be in chaos. If there is no external force coming, it may be able to control this place forever, and keep everything running with its rules. Linda held the feather pen, and forced a line of words on the paper regardless of the other party's struggle. Linda Almond successfully obtained the divine power of the story master. He stopped and shook it. No ink. The quill had no ink, but it could write after touching the paper. Is it impossible? Linda had to settle for the next best thing and rewrite. Linda Almond got the divine power left by the story master in the kingdom of the moon. This time it succeeded. A strange scroll appeared in front of Linda out of thin air. He reached out and touched it gently, and the scroll unfolded automatically. It turned out to be a broken scroll. Another divine leather scroll. He still has a scroll of the giant Avesta's divine skin in his hand. The content recorded on it makes him very interested. The first is the story path, which determines the strength of power by the spread of the story, cultivates the story, and can summon the characters in the story to fight. On the surface, this is the case, but in fact, everything needs to be bound to the magic potion. Only the story master can truly enhance his own power with the story. Now it's really going to be Guan Gong versus Qin Xiong. The second is the divine power. Currently, only a small part of the story and picture has been left. The divine power, the remaining picture core, and the most important story core have all left this country. He already knows who to ask for the picture back, of course, the old man with the scroll. As for the story core, without it, it is almost impossible to let the story master become the long time ago passed down by word of mouth. You can always find it by throwing a side quest. The undead are best at digging 3 feet into the ground. After Lind obtained the story godskin scroll, the feather pen slowly stopped struggling. He tried to change a line and write again. He didn't know much about Anna, the skinny ghost. After looking through the stories of the Moon Kingdom, he found that he was just a villain that often appeared in fairy tales. Just like the wolf grandmother, the old witch, etc., he was pure evil, just a villain. The dual sword prince Mercado was different. He was the greatest swordsman in the story legend, an iconic character just like Prince Charming, a positive character that would appear in the standard ending. The story is too thin. Linda picked up the pen, and then found that he didn't seem to be a writer. He forgot the words when he picked up the pen. The monsters of the Moon Kingdom gathered together, waiting for the new king to send them. Those unique monsters were more important to Linda than people. After writing, Linda thought about it again, and began to check what he had written with the feather pen before. After checking it from beginning to end, he deleted and deleted. There was no way to completely abandon it, and it might collapse completely, so that the old man in the scroll and a certain story core would seize the opportunity to snatch away the little power he had left. But he was sure of one thing: the false stories and legends would soon disappear as the residents fled the unfettered Moon Kingdom in panic. Integrating into a new culture would force assimilation. He held the pen and wrote. Linda Almond tried to get enlightenment from the fragments of the magic ring. On a sunny afternoon, he had a flash of inspiration and got enlightenment. He was not sure how the story would develop, but he could write a preface and then let the story have a direction to develop. Linda now has quite a few magic ring fragments on him. He took out the smallest one. It looks small, but if it is used to forge a weapon, it will definitely be able to create an indestructible weapon with a special power. If it can be integrated into the body, it can directly upgrade the target from an ordinary creature to a boss-level strongman. The only problem is that it will completely lose its mind. There must be other ways to use it. The empty Moon King city is in a mess. The flames rose. No one could be seen on the street. They all ran away. Nothing was left of this once fairy-tale country. Linda sat in the king's garden with a bunch of grapes. Now the king's body was nailed to the throne. He was not even interested in finding out whether the other party was the real Mun. Red-haired Ella followed him. She watched Linda destroy the entire orderly country with her own eyes. She felt no resentment in her heart, only great comfort. It was better to destroy the messy country controlled by other things. I will leave this continent later, Linda suddenly said. Rila immediately said, I want to follow you. You are too weak. Go to the Land Kingdom, where Fulim Moon is, the former princess of the Moon Kingdom. Linda only got 4 of the 5 treasures, all of which contained fragments of the magic ring. He guessed that Fulim Moon's army did not have the fragments of the magic ring, otherwise the other party would never be able to leave the country. Rila nodded, yes, I will follow your orders. Not to obey my orders. Linda is not interested in weak NPCs. Even though he now knows that the higher the map, the stronger the strength, he still thinks that weak NPCs are not capable of communicating with the undead. Only those who can keep their lives in front of the undead are qualified to be NPCs, otherwise they are just poor creatures to be killed for fun. If you really want to obey my orders, go to the Kingdom of Ran to find Queen Rania and pledge allegiance to her. Yes. Ella nodded again. It seems that only by being loyal to Queen Rania can one become one of us. Let's go now. It should be safe along the way. He had already noticed that the undead were surrounding the Moon Kingdom. They had no way to enter, and could only keep hitting the air wall. As long as Ella revealed her identity as an NPC, there would definitely be a large number of flower protectors. After Ella left, Lind ate grapes and enjoyed the rare afternoon. He suddenly remembered what he had said to Rania. Let Rania help look after the child of himself and Tioni. Tioni? He suddenly got a shock. Ring Knight, integrating the power of the magic ring into his body, and becoming a Ring Knight is not very rational. He might go crazy or lose his memory like Tioni. But what if the negative effects can be controlled? For example, the furnace of the Tianqing Magic School. For example, what he is best at, using the madness of the Ring Knight to imprison. Hasn't the old noble mad bloodline been digested by him? Now he still has the abyss corrosion left, so it seems that there is no problem in introducing new power. The Kingdom of the Moon is open to the public, half of it, people can leave but not enter. A large group of NPCs escaped from the Kingdom of the Moon. The undead immediately surrounded the new NPCs with shining eyes when they saw them. Among the fleeing people were the villagers, who had contacted Lin before. They didn't feel much about the king being killed, because they were not familiar with the king anyway, but they were terrified by the ridiculous things happening in the whole country. The chef was not a chef but a shoemaker, the lady was actually a maid, and the swordsman actually couldn't use a sword. No one thought that they could continue to stay in such a messy place. After escaping from the jungle, they were running in a daze, not knowing which direction to go, when they met the undead with a friendly smile on their faces. The undead gave them food, clothes, and even threw money at them, and soon the escapees were dizzy. It turned out that the world outside was so good. They answered all the questions of the undead, and they didn't hesitate to answer them. The NPCs of the Moon Kingdom sat in groups of 3 or 4 and 8. The undead sat together. What's going on? Is that a fairy tale world? Is there a very strong person who killed his way through the Kingdom of the Moon overnight, and stole the treasure? Why do I feel that? Someone is speedrunning. From what they heard, the Kingdom of the Moon should have many ways to play, full of various side plots. But now they heard that someone destroyed everything with violence. Won't we know if there is a follow-up plot? That sounds good, but how do we get to the Kingdom of the Moon? The undead looked at each other. The Kingdom of the Moon was just ahead, and the people inside could get out, but they couldn't get in. Everyone, damn the air wall. Since the front is not open, let's disperse. The undead, who got nothing, only felt that they had wasted a lot of game time, and reluctantly took the NPCs they picked up along the way back. The most important thing now is to go to the Magic Land. But the NPCs said by the Magic Land give people a feeling that they are not very reliable, and they have already quarreled with the local gods. Only the Rand Kingdom, and the surrounding forces, do not have similar problems. They really have a way to go. Whether they look for the Black Knight of Melulan or Lind of Rania, they can go to the Magic Land. So why didn't these 2 people show up? Devil's Land, Fog Rain City. 3,000 undead have successfully attacked the edge of Fog Rain City. Their strength has not improved, which is very regrettable. Although the game has been updated for more than a year, everyone is still stuck at level 20. Fortunately, Lind and others did not do nothing during this period. Several NPCs were updated in the Novice Village. The gameplay of the Mechanicus School of Plover, such as cutting off one's legs and feet and replacing them with magic prosthetic limbs, has become the mainstream at this stage. Some people had less transformation, only one arm was replaced, and some people were directly mechanized, leaving little human part. Xuanwu's shield sorted out his weapons. He still liked to use shields, and now he also matched them with new weapons. The heavy artillery from the Hornbill School of the Mechanicus was called a small mobile turret, which could fight and resist. Killed again? The voice of a companion came from the side. Zhan Yudao nodded. My ring-taker should not lose. He should be the most skillful among us, but he was still killed. I strongly suspect that the boss read the command. Dragon Scale Sword. This game doesn't have a command reading operation. I think the boss is simply designed to be very powerful. Just as the two were arguing, Xuanwu's shield suddenly said, Is that really the boss? The two looked at him and asked, Isn't it the boss? It's level 40, and it can kill people in a few moves after being caught. I don't think so. Xuanwu's shield said his guess. Don't you remember the side quest given by Magdalena? When the undead came back to the undead novice village in the land of beasts, Magdalena couldn't wait to find 3,000 undead, and vividly described the dangers humans were facing. The fog and rain city in the central area of the demonic land was responsible for guarding the seal of the magic ring until the magic ring was broken. Some of the guardian lords and powerful knights had mental breakdowns and occupied their respective areas. If the undead want to consolidate the seal, they must defeat the ring knights in each area. If there was no Black Knight to destroy the main plot of the Abyss, they might have regarded the mission mentioned by Magdalena as the main plot, because it looks like the main plot no matter which direction you look at it from. But unfortunately, the Undead Reception Novice Village is tied to Lind Alman, who is the default head of the Novice Village. Magdalena is at most a special NPC, and she is not very popular because she is not so good looking. Then the Black Knight appeared again, grabbing the attention again. In short, everyone's goal is to solve the Abyss. This time they accidentally touched the edge of Wuyu City. Now that they are here, they feel guilty if they don't touch the boss, which is why there are 3,000 people in a stalemate now. Are you saying that the boss here may be stronger? Xuanwu's shield nodded. I think the boss should be at least at the same level as those beast kings. Damn, what's the point of playing that? We are a group of level 20 to kill a level 70 boss. It's not about filling it with life, but it's just that there's no way to touch it. The simplest piece of evidence. The basalt shield pointed to the small fortress in front. The knight with the heavy hammer you met was standing on the main road after entering the fortress. How could the boss guard the gate? There seems to be a small residence inside the fortress. The real boss must be hiding inside. It has nothing to do with us. Zhan Yudao's mentality was very stable. I'm tired from the exams these 2 days, so I just want to come up and relax. I didn't think about suffering. The other two nodded, and their thoughts were similar. I was almost exhausted from the exam, so I went online to take a break and look at the scenery. I really didn't have the energy to defeat the boss. The battle in the small fortress in front started again. Boom! The heavy hammer hit, and the undead, who rushed over, was smashed away by a hammer. The undead gathered together, and did not take the initiative to provoke and attack again. The level is not enough, the defense is not enough. Do you want to try skipping classes? There are still many ways to skip classes. From playing games to now, everyone has found thousands of ways to skip classes, including skipping classes by spells, skipping classes by props, skipping classes by blocking terrain, etc. It was also during the time they skipped classes that they discovered the characteristics of the game. No bugs, too much freedom. The more they delved into the evil ways of playing, the more they felt the power of the game. But it was precisely because of the freedom that the undead could use all the methods they could get to win with peace of mind. Let's see if he will be affected by negative attributes. First, poison him. Several people took out their long-range weapons and assembled them. The props from the Mechanicus allowed them to become long-range artillery masters. With their current equipment, if they went back to the Battle of the Golden Throne, when attacking Goliath, they could break the wall with just artillery fire. Pour the potion. Fire. Chapter 495. The man under the mask is Lind Alman. Artillery attack. A fierce battle between the undead and the gatekeeper of Wuyu City, who is suspected to be the boss, has begun. The shells with added poison made an arc and hit the gatekeeper, and the poison mist exploded and completely covered his upper body. He is poisoned, but the number of layers is not enough. His body recovery ability is too strong. After losing blood, he recovers immediately. It's useless. The attacked gatekeeper bent his body, holding a hammer and rushing out on the rumbling ground, as if he wanted to embrace the undead with his open arms. The terrifying arm span was like two fallen tree trunks, crashing into him with a flood. Undeads always took the initiative to attack the enemy's territory before, and never thought that as a gatekeeper boss, the enemy would take the initiative to come out. Miscalculated, Someone asked uncertainly. We are so far away, we should be out of his attack range. I guess he will definitely be refreshed after out of range. Fuck, he's coming. Run. Run, Fire, isn't it just a life? If we can't beat him back, the batch of hornbill skull cannons we bought at a high price will become rubbish. Boom boom. The sound of the cannon was deafening, filling the sky ahead like a roar. The various alchemical props in the hands of the undead were thrown out, roaring at the gatekeeper, and the explosions, fire and magic light never stopped. But the gatekeeper boss, who was hit, did not stop for a step, as if the attacks hitting his armor were insignificant rain. Soon, the gatekeeper boss rushed in front of him, and the undead could only watch as the other party raised his arm, and smashed more than a dozen companions into ashes, and then raised his hand again, and smashed them into ashes again. There is no match for him. Boss wants you. What are you going to do? I go over and try again. My wants you won't lose. He knows that this battle is just a simple numerical crushing, but players like him have a characteristic, that is, they like to challenge high difficulty. Since they will die if they are touched, then it's okay not to be touched. He enjoys the fun that challenges bring to him. Faced with the opponent's amazing pressure like a tsunami, most people will be too weak to move, but my wants you won't lose is definitely not one of them. Climb. Climb a dragon, anything can be climbed. He quickly took off, lifted his body to a high altitude, and a big sword flashed in his hand. At this moment, he suddenly envied the undead, who were loyal to Mylulan in Shilu continent. If he also had a Batwing Bloodward demon as a teammate, this battle would definitely be easier. But now is not bad, fighting in the game for a long time without lowering his senses, allowing him to fully use his skills in battle according to his instincts, instead of posing every time he attacks like most undead. The sword moves honed by training muscle memory based on the body's instincts are more fluid. The damage caused by swinging a weapon may not be very high, but you can use your own methods to remove the pre-swing, even if this may lose some damage. On the other hand, most undeads must raise their swords before stabbing, and after stabbing, they will swing their swords, which looks very flashy but is a skill after swing that is difficult to remove. Some people choose to roll on the spot, but the effect is not very good. For example, my ring taker will not lose, so he will take the opportunity to turn around and change his posture, so that the swing of the sword and the pre-swing of the next move will cancel each other out. A few people will be so meticulous, but most of the undead will still do whatever is comfortable for them, and the speed increase of a few tenths of a second will not have much effect. Moreover, don't everyone like to use spells now? The mage is the version answer, and has always been considered the truth. Falling from a high altitude, the great sword slashes. My ring taker will not lose finally succeeded in getting in front of the opponent when the gatekeeper was blocked by the attack. Facing such a powerful enemy, he was only excited and slashed. The sword released a precise, but extremely violent force. It seemed that he was swinging the sword hastily, but in fact, he had already made various preparations in the battle. The heavy sword blade seemed to catch fire when it rubbed against the air, or when the enchanted magic on it also realized that it was time to ignite. The magic explosion chased the sword and chopped the gatekeeper's forehead. He didn't move, but still couldn't break the defense. He knew that he would definitely not be able to avoid the next move, and there was only one way to go. Roar! The roar was like an invisible cannonball. My ring taker would not lose, felt like he was hit by a strong but invisible force, like a huge wave that no one could resist. The flame on his sword was hit, and it began to erupt like an active volcano. Magma splashed everywhere, radiating towards the undead behind him, sweeping in front. He rolled to the ground, and with just one touch in the air, my ring taker would not lose was almost beaten to pieces again, although he himself did not care about dying at the hands of the boss. The more times you die, the stronger the boss is, and the more valuable it is to attack. Damn, my leg is broken. My ring will not lose. He lowered his head, ignoring the wounds on his body, and had no time to care about the blood loss. It was just that the wounds and blood looked more scary. Bleeding a lot does not mean that you will definitely die. On the contrary, if you take drugs to heal your wounds now, you may be killed by the opponent in one move. No matter who it is, no one wants to surrender and admit death easily until the last moment. Boom! A flash of sword light suddenly came. The strong and tall gatekeeper was stopped. Miss Tioni? During the time when Linda was away, Miss Tioni, who was called the Nuclear Explosion Sister, was definitely the most beloved person in the group. The NPCs of the Mechanicus were very respectful to her, and the undead were also afraid of her powerful power to grow mushrooms with a wave of her hand. It's a pity that she is not as kind-hearted as Linda, and is willing to act as a meat shield. In the past, if the undead couldn't bear it, Linda would definitely take the initiative to stand up and fight, and therefore everyone would call him Dad, calling him Dad when there was something to do, and calling him Lin Dog when there was nothing to do. Miss Tioni was different. She had never made a move from the beginning to the end. Unless Lind ordered her to do something, she would not move at all even if the whole army was annihilated. Now she actually took the initiative to make a move. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Damn, Boss Tamaki, when did you increase Tioni's favorability?" Increasing the favorability of NPCs and letting them help you for free or take better care of you on the battlefield is also a very unique way of playing, but if the opponent is Tioni, who has never been favored by anyone, it is completely different. Could it be that Tyan's favorability is not fixed at 0, but can really increase? I saw Miss Tyan holding a rune sword formed by the fragments of the golden magic ring, and gently waved it, and the gatekeeper was hit by a mushroom. Boom! Help! Save the props! Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the gatekeeper's trampling, someone rushed over and grabbed my ring to prevent him from losing, and quickly poured a bottle of magic potion into him. Others also took action. They were not sure whether Miss Tyan could stop this guy, so they rescued some of them first, so as not to fail to kill the boss and lose a bunch of precious props in the end. The undead retreated quickly, watching Miss Tioni, who looked extremely small in front of the gatekeeper, unleash a powerful attack that could stir up a storm with just the aftermath. The gatekeeper's body began to shake. Tioni threw another sword. The gatekeeper began to slowly retreat, roaring, but looking a little timid. His mouth suddenly opened. Everyone present noticed the gatekeeper's sudden movement. Because it was too exaggerated, it seemed that he was trying to gather some kind of energy from the tip of his tongue. Some people even substituted the games and anime they knew into it to find common ground. You're not going to use your ultimate move, are you? Miss Tyan is still using normal attacks? She doesn't have a new attack module, so she can only swing her sword. If that's the case, the game team is really inhumane, and it's a complete waste. Tyan didn't know what the undead were talking about. With her personality, she probably wouldn't care even if she knew. The long sword that looked like it was made of golden runes was swung again, and the power gathered into a deafening roar. Its structural material was the legendary magic ring fragments, and there was no casting technology. Just like that, a piece of it fell from the sky on the back of Tyan's head. This power can be transformed into any weapon. The sword suddenly turned into a long-handled sickle. Tioni swayed her body gently, easily dodging the gatekeeper's attack, and then rushed up quickly when the gatekeeper was clumsily returning to defense. She grabbed the sickle with both hands, raised the rotating long handle with a calm expression, and then swung the sickle diagonally. Amid the explosion, smoke, poisonous fog, and the power accumulated on the gatekeeper's tongue, the sickle quickly passed. An extremely fast attack. She landed lightly, as if she was stepping on clouds. The next moment, the gatekeeper, who was still accumulating strength, suddenly had more than a dozen points on his body. Those points were expanding rapidly, squeezing and deforming the gatekeeper's armor, and everyone could even see with their naked eyes that the gatekeeper's bones were broken and twisted under the tearing and squeezing of those gradually glowing points. Blood gushed out from the wound. The gatekeeper still opened his mouth and tried to spray energy to attack, even if his body was about to die. At this time, Tioni had her back to him, which was obviously a good time for a sneak attack. The undead were sweating for her, and some had already opened their mouths to warn her. But all this happened too fast. Boom, boom, boom. The light spots expanded, and everyone saw mushroom clouds explode on the gatekeeper. As expected of you. Someone sighed. In the past, when she attacked normally, she would plant a mushroom cloud with one sword, but now she can plant a mushroom cloud with one big move. It is simple and direct. Even if you know her attack method, no one can withstand it. Pure violent output. Miss Tioni seems to be a light swordsman, but in fact she is a heavy sword crit. The effect of her slow sword even surpasses the big knight's clenched move. The wind surged, and the nearest undead wizards were pushed back by the storm. Some were buried by accident. Kill! Help Miss Tioni! Some undead had already reacted. They shouted and rushed forward. Grab the head. The severely injured gatekeeper half knelt on the ground, his eyes were crazy, and there was a strong urge to destroy the enemy. The undead would never waste the opportunity to beat the drowning dog. The battle ended quickly. We won. They stood in front of the gatekeeper's body excitedly, posing for photos. This is a side quest. A very important part of the game. Keep going. The undead walked into the gate with a smile on their faces, and after a few minutes, they ran back in disgrace. Because there were actually several boss like the gatekeeper inside. In the distance, the The black tortoise shield said, "See, I said before that it was not a boss at all, but I didn't expect that the gatekeeper's level was not even an elite monster. At most it was the lowest level ordinary soldier in the castle." Dragon scale sword, really? Ordinary soldiers are so strong. They are useless. They will die if they are hit. The situation may be worse than we thought. Retreat. Everyone retreated one after another, and the attack on Wuyu City seemed to end in a whimper. But no one noticed that Tian's eyes were slightly shining. Shilu Continent. The kingdom of Secapus, outside the Blood Pond cave of the vampire clan. The Scarlet Lady in an elegant long dress put her hands on her lower abdomen and asked, "Are you ready, immortal?" "Wait, can I wait a moment?" the undead asked instead of nodding. Scarlet Lady nodded gently. "Okay, just a moment, I'll be back soon," he said, and ran a few steps outside. Some people had noticed that they had been chatting for a long time before, and there was a precedent of undead harassing NPCs, so no one cared. I exchanged for the Black Knight Greatsword. The undead raised the Black Knight Greatsword in his hand high, instantly attracting the attention of other undead around him. During this period, he worked very hard, using the time when others were sleeping to complete the tasks. Of course, he also had to take into account the insignificant financial resources, which he could not afford, so he had to buy them. He only bought 3 of the 9 exchange order fragments, which was not too much. The most difficult number 9 was the key to everything, and others had already collected all the numbers 1 to 8. The others immediately swarmed over. "Damn it, show me! It does look exactly like Dante. What is the background of this game company? Really not paying copyright fees, but I haven't heard of any linkage. Just tell me if you want it or not." "Of course I want it. Only a fool wouldn't want it. It represents the attack. The emotional value is full. The crowd is crowded and arguing. Wait a little longer, I have triggered the key task." The undead holding the Black Knight's sword has finished showing off, he said. "I talk about it after I save Queen Melon." "Save Melon? Fuck, what are you talking about?" But everyone still made way. Yes, they all chose to step back and let him show off. The Scarlet Lady asked again, "Are you ready, undead?" "I am ready." The two entered the Blood Pond cave of the vampire clan. At the same time, countless people poured into his live broadcast room to watch the next scene. The blood pool was surging. The undead suddenly had a shock. He half knelt on the ground, leaning on the big sword with one hand, bowed his head and shouted, "Welcome to the Daughter of Hate, welcome to the Creator of Sanctuary, welcome to the Black Law Vampire Queen, welcome to Melulin." An elegant and noble figure slowly walked out of the blood pool. She wore a scarlet dress, injecting elegance into her blood. This time, she has become the true ancestor of the Blood Clan. "I can fulfill one of your wishes." "What do you want to know?" "Is the Black Knight Lind Alman?" As the question came out, the undead was surprised, because he found that his body was not his own from the beginning, including the strange welcoming speech and the half-kneeling etiquette. All of this was forced by Melulin. In the eyes of the undead, this is a normal phenomenon of plotting, and the body is out of control. Melulin nodded. "It's him." Chapter 496. The Abyss is Generous. When he found that the Demon Land had sent its own guides to contact the undead and try to snatch these fearless warriors, he could remain calm for the time being, because he knew the character of the undead very well. As long as he did not have the authority of the GM and could directly ban the account, the undead would never compromise. Even many people play games on the evil route not because it can satisfy their inner evil desires, but because they want to experience another way of playing. He could never completely control all the undead. But when he found out that some of the undead had contacted Grand Duke Hein of the Demonic Land and were preparing to attack the Black Knight, Lind was indeed a little restless. That was the real ruler of the North, different from the broken and chaotic southern part of the Demonic Land, and also different from the western part of the Demonic Land, where the power of various rulers and gods merged with each other. It might be a bit exaggerated to say that he was the God King. After all, he had not yet killed his way through the Everfrost land to the real god's domain. But since there was King of Kings, the title should not be underestimated. If he does not emphasize clearing himself, Grand Duke Hein will come to his door and chop him with his sword. According to his understanding, Grand Duke Hein, who is at least 7 rings strong, can easily kill someone across the plain. Grand Duke Hein has countless strong men under him. Just from hearing the comics and novels drawn by the undead people who have heard about the stories in the north of the Magic Land, you can see some clues. Linda has learned more news. He even regards Wuyu City as his next attack site, and does not plan to go north and King of Kings. A head-on confrontation. There was no conflict before, but with the undead, who like to stir up trouble, it is hard to say whether there will be any conflict in the future. Time waits for no one, so Lind has to speed up the progress, and speed up the progress of destroying the Abyss. As for the fact that the Black Knight is Lind, in fact, most of the undead have already acquiesced. Lind's fighting style and work habits have long been known. If these can be faked, then the White Wolf swordsman who follows him is William, which is completely impossible to fake. William is not like Lind, who can change his style at will, and is very easy to identify. So when Melulin nodded and admitted that the Black Knight was Lind Armin, the undead did not think it turned out to be like this, but thought the plot finally came. The NPCs of various forces who led the undead to the demonic land came. The Black Knight took advantage of the situation to reveal his identity, which was very reasonable. However, they could never have imagined that the rationality of this game was actually completed by Lind. What was missing next was just a reveal. At the same time, in the demonic land, the ancient ruins of Scholars. The king of black phosphorus curled up into a charcoal black mountain. Since he left, this place has completely entered a barren era. Plants began to grow wildly. Occasionally, a few birds would even land on the huge spiked peak that was winding like a dragon's horn. The Abyss trapped here contacted his capable subordinates again. The fog was cleared, and the consciousness in the darkness caught the existence that looked much stronger than before, and even had a hint of divinity, and dragged it into the consciousness field of the Abyss. The Great Abyss. The voice came. Instant consonant, the Black Knight's underground tomb. Linda returned here again. He was thinking about completing his plot CG. The best choice was naturally the remaining gods of the Alliance. The last instant kill of the two gods made the opponent cautious, but they did not restrict the undead under their command. It is estimated that they would find that they could not restrict them at all if they wanted to. In addition, one of Linda's goals was the old man in the scroll, to take back part of the divine skin of the story master from the other party. He was thinking about how to win this battle. The best option is to bring the Queen of Snakes, the daughter of the Night, the Prince of the Twin Swords, Anna, the Skinny Ghost, etc. over, but even so, he is still at a disadvantage in terms of high-end combat power. If you can take the giant path of Avesta, or become the legendary Four Horsemen, the situation will be better. The legendary Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse are almost the limit that ordinary people can reach by taking magic potions. Above that, they are like those Beast Kings and need to divide the divine power. It is difficult to obtain the legendary Heart of Disaster, and even easier than becoming a god. After all, becoming a god only requires hunting gods and then snatching their power. Suddenly, power surged from his second heartbeat. Lind frowned. It was the Abyss. After being targeted by the Abyss, he could actively block the other party's contact. But now that the other party has concentrated its power, it is difficult for him to stop the other party with only his second heartbeat. He was like being dragged to the edge of a crack by a big hand made of black tentacles, and everything in front of him collapsed in an instant. It was as if he had died, and his body was stepped into a rotten mud full of maggots. The maggots were wriggling inside, and the number of maggots was increasing. In a flash, he was eaten away until only bones were left. People who were completely swallowed by the Abyss certainly couldn't feel these things, and even felt comfortable. Linda was different. He was fake. The power of the Abyss completely occupied his heart, but he had 3 heartbeats. Great Abyss. He half knelt down, choosing to obey the other party's will and shouting. The sticky forces that had been entangled with him, like a couple, finally calmed down. Although they were still entangled with Lind, at least they stopped wriggling. He hated the feeling of maggots drilling in his heart and lungs. Darkness enveloped him. Why no power? Abyss questioned. Abyss needed Lind to spread the Abyss and corrupt more lives, but the situation at this time was that Lind's strength was rapidly increasing, and he hadn't created a single Abyss disaster. Lind could feel a surge of boiling anger, and the Abyss tried to make him feel that anger, but the difference was that the anger of the Abyss was vented downwards, while Lind could only feel the fear brought by the other party. In fact, in Lind's opinion, the methods of the Abyss are somewhat crude, using simple fear to oppress his subordinates, or using straightforward rewards to reward them. The premise for doing all this is that the Abyss can completely control the lives of his subordinates, and that his subordinates are really afraid of death. Unfortunately, Lind is not afraid of death at all. He has 3 lives, so what is there to be afraid of? Before, he was thinking about solving the Abyss and removing its negative effects. Now it seems that with the Abyss's strong desire for control, this life is destined to be lost. Now he is just thinking about how to sell it at a good price. The evil power turned into a huge, creeping tentacle with suction cups, wrapping Lind, a pure punishment. It must be said that if he had not had the ability to split his attention, and was able to think with two completely different consciousnesses, he would probably have surrendered to fear by now. The reward in his body, that is, the maggots, had stopped creeping. Lin let the abyss use its power to eat away at his soul, it didn't matter, and relied on the craft snake emblem to absorb the negative effects and slowed down the speed of this eating. The reason why he was so confident was that the power of the emblem was only part of it. There was another reason. He had the ability of Storm Knight Mean. As one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, he was also a representative figure in the battle with the abyss. His soul blade was enough to cut all the filthy souls. In addition, he also had some power of the story master. Although he couldn't force the script now, it was not difficult to give the story a head start and then let things have a chance to develop. As long as you try more and make more mistakes, you can always achieve your goal through twists and turns. Lin said, "Those gods have awakened one after another. I have formed a force of hundreds of thousands of people. The development has been greatly hindered. The reason why I don't let them borrow your power is because those beings are afraid of you. If you show your existence rashly, it is likely to unite them." Hundreds of thousands of people? Too few. The abyss doesn't care at all. The abyss knows that the gods have awakened, but it doesn't care. Although Lin didn't hear what the abyss said, his body was always wrapped in darkness. He could clearly feel the emotional changes of the abyss. The strong anger that was irresistible before suddenly turned into contempt. God, what a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. That's probably what it means. Linda took the opportunity to say, "They formed an alliance and regarded me as an enemy. I will give you power. You don't have to give it." Linda was distracted and had two thoughts. One thought was, "Don't give me power, it's a big trouble," and the other thought was, "Thank you, great abyss, it's my honor to serve you." He was like schizophrenia, but at this time, he had no intention of stopping it. The best trick in the world is to deceive yourself. Linda asked, "Do you have the legendary heart of disaster? I can give you the strongest power." Coincidentally, whether it is the consciousness of loyalty or watching the show, neither of them wants the abyss to lend power to them. A small part is okay, but if he wants to deal with the many gods of the alliance, he must at least reach the 6th or even 7th ring strength. Such a huge power entering the body is no different from Linda being directly replaced by the abyss. I believe that the abyss doesn't like his body either. Linda lowered his head and said, "Your power is too strong, I am afraid I can't bear it. I still need to keep a useful body to fight for you in the future." The abyss didn't say much about Linda's attitude. Perhaps he was used to every one of his subordinates being fearful and loyal. The abyss asked, "What do you want the heart of disaster for?" "I got a few potion formulas that can take away some of the power of the four horsemen of the apocalypse." Yes. He actually agreed to it. Even if Abyss has the method to cultivate it, he shouldn't be so happy. But he didn't care about that. He took the benefits first. He searched the entire magic land for more than a year, but couldn't find the legendary heart of disaster. He even began to suspect that the potion formula existed, but the materials could never be found. Now it's good news to get the legendary heart of disaster. Abyss said, "Speed up, I need more power to get out of the seal." Lind asked, "Where are you?" "The ancient ruins of scholars in Wuyu City, guarded by an extremely old dragon, damn Hastings." Dragon? Lind had been looking for a dragon for a long time, but he didn't expect to hear about it from Abyss today. Of course he knew Hastings, the Dragon Knight, one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. So, Abyss was first targeted by Storm Knight Mean, and then no one knew what happened. After being defeated, he was finally guarded by the dragon of Dragon Knight Hastings. As expected of the four Knights of the Sun's Proof, one of the three gods, their power was enough to suppress the Abyss. 7th ring, 8th ring, or 9th ring? When the black tide faded, the Abyss dispersed its consciousness, ending this forced private chat. All those wriggling maggots remained in Lind's body, as a reward from the Abyss. Lind immediately pulled out the soul blade, stabbed it into his body without thinking, and killed the maggots one by one. Only he was skilled and daring. If someone else stabbed his soul, he would not only die, but his soul would also dissipate, and completely lose all traces of his existence. When he stopped, the Abyss maggots had been completely destroyed, and all became snacks for the Krite emblem. At the same time, the scholar's ancient ruins. In the place where the Abyss was imprisoned and sealed, a creeping weird meat flower broke out of the ground, opening its 4 petals with saliva and teeth. Legendary Heart of Disaster. The Abyss stared at the meat flower quietly. He didn't know how to make a legendary Heart of Disaster. For the Abyss, making the Abyss King as a fighting force was the main thing. The residue in his brain after death was not important at all. However, since it was needed by the generals under his full control, the Abyss could make a few. A legendary Abyss King was quickly hatched. The spiritual storm generated when it was born swept out and hit the seal, causing ripples. The next moment, the body of the Abyss King, who had not yet been named, exploded, leaving only a crystal-clear heart of disaster, and the power of his body was absorbed by the Abyss again. The consumption of making such an Abyss heart was not small, not to mention that the Abyss now had no other power in the outside world except Lind. In fact, when Lind did not provide what the Abyss needed, the Abyss thought about killing Lind directly. At worst, they could use the previous method again to let the Abyss Kings with strength of about 4 rings open the big crack and start the expedition. But as Lind said, the gods awakened, and the strength of 5 rings was the bottom line. Even as strong as the Abyss would not be so confident that its strength could resist the many gods in the material plane. Thinking about it this way, it would be the least investment to supply Lind with a few legendary disaster hearts. After all, Lind was a strong man who had defeated the Beast King, and his potential was at least 6 rings. If the Abyss could easily produce 6-ring Abyss Kings, it would not cooperate with the Beast King. Abyss listened to Lind and chose to withdraw troops, and later wasted a lot of time for this. Now, should it listen to Lind and subsidize a few more legendary disaster hearts, or simply stop losses in time? The answer is self-evident. Definitely continue to invest. How can the Abyss, who likes to deceive others into corruption, be a rational existence? Greed and unlimited desires are its essence. In this way, one legendary Abyss King after another was hatched, destroyed, and the legendary Abyss disaster heart was taken off. Lind, who was far away in Instant Continent, suddenly felt the connection with the Abyss again. Then, 5 legendary Abyss disaster hearts fell in front of him. Atmosphere. Chapter 497 Melting Armor. Linda Armin took the prepared materials and planned to brew a legendary Storm Knight potion. After Linda collected all the potion materials, the first thing he thought of was to use the Story Master's feather pen to design a story route for himself. He paused for a moment and wrote. He found a legendary pharmacist who was good at brewing potions, and with his help, he successfully brewed the required potion. Pause. The previous sentence disappeared directly. He couldn't do it. It might be that he couldn't find this person at all, or the clues he provided were not enough to find this person. Linda could only switch again, constantly adding keywords, and let the pen improve some parts to make them more reasonable. How much can be achieved is uncertain, just like Linda could forcibly ignore the planning of the story and forcibly destroy it in the Moon Kingdom before. The masters involved in his story can also ignore everything with brute force. The location was adjusted to the magic land, and then it kept adding accidents. Finally, a long page of paper appeared, spreading from the table to the ground. Linda Armin was seriously injured in the battle with the melting armor. Found the legendary abandoned furnace. Successfully obtained a highly corrosive potion. The process was very tortuous. Linda found that he was seriously injured and dying in a battle with the melting armor, one of the 12 gods of the Alliance, now the 10th god, and then he was teleported to a different plane after escaping by luck. In the other plane, he met an ancient nation from deep underground, and the ancestors they had believed in for thousands of years. Afterwards, some of the content was distorted and missing. It was probably because the feather pen was not powerful enough to write it clearly, and it was also likely because the power of the powerful people involved was not allowed to be recorded. Then, he went to a ruined ancient city, and found an abandoned furnace in it. Finally, he successfully obtained the legendary Storm Knight potion through furnace alchemy. No! After reading it, Lind immediately rejected this action. Whether it is the Black Knight or Lind Alman, they can be injured or die, but not lose. To be an NPC and sell the character, you must rather break than bend. Otherwise, the character arc will be lost. He will even run away with his tail between his legs. Isn't the previous character setting in vain? Who can still see that he is a White Lotus? It must feel forced, so he immediately decided to rewrite it. Lind Alman killed the melt armor. Can't write it. Then, Linda Armin killed the old man in the scroll. Still can't write it. Until the end, he wrote. Linda Armin killed the Deep Angel. Unfortunately, he only killed the Deep Angel, and the subsequent development began to be tortuous and bizarre. The Deep Angel turned out to be a mass of energy wandering in the void, and he swallowed Linda into the dark space. Linda was not injured afterwards, but he was wandering until he met a man who called himself Moon God, but nearly 100 years have passed. We still have to kill the melt-carved armor. Lind rewrote the story, and this time, the time cost was not high. He only needed to attract investment, that is, to let the boss who had to increase investment due to sunk costs. Abyss, invest a little more. The cost was lower, just a life. Looking at the content written in 3 or 2 lines, Lind was excited. Sure enough, the root of everything lies in the melt-carved armor. The Black Knight really announced the war. In the eyes of the undead, the fundamental reason was that someone exchanged the Black Knight's great sword and got the hint from Melon. That is, the plot prerequisites are met, and the plot begins. Lingxing is adjusting his left arm. His right hand is still original, but 2 magic prostheses have been implanted in his left hand from the shoulder, and each arm holds a staff. One staff is responsible for defense and assistance, and the other is responsible for attack. The Black Knight is so awesome that he will kill instantly, but it's hard to say about the Alliance dogs. Lingxing analyzed as usual, those gods must be cowards. The teammates are actually no longer interested in the plot. The world is too big, there are too many tasks, and too many ways to play, just like everyone who plays Zelda knows where the princess is, but never thinks about saving her. They are having fun playing, so they deliberately ignore those contents. Unless they can get the necessary rewards by completing a special task, most people will turn a blind eye to it. After this task, will the plot of the Demon Land be open directly? Finally, I can change to a new map. I also want to have a cat. Now, the Demon Land is very attractive to the undead. Including various ancient ruins to explore, it is a blessing for the undead, who like to pick up garbage. There are also the Ring Knights of the Fog Rain City, who are handsome, powerful, and have a high drop rate, and are the goals of the strategy party. And it is like entering the real god's domain, the north of the demonic land. At present, many undead have already regarded it as the Dungeons and Dragons magical land version. The novels and comics written by the undead have played a great role in publicity. Finally, raising a cat and opening the title system, etc., does not improve the game experience too much, but who can refuse to have a cat that can fight and resist around them? Almost done, get ready. Zero waved his staff, and a magic flare flew into the sky. The battle happened to start at night. The Black Knight chose night, which made many undeads unhappy. The broken moonlight above seemed to cover everyone with a veil, but in fact the visibility was extremely low, so everyone had to use various magic to seize the field of vision. At the same time, some people released magic to damage the enemy, hoping to blind the enemy first. But all the undead present did not take action. As usual, let's watch the CG first. Go ahead, go over and steal 2 knives from the opposing boss. An undead added several layers of buffs to himself, a layer of pearl bubble shield, a layer of blue light to reduce damage, a layer of singing to speed up, then took drugs, took out a boot, and held it in his hand to add some blood to himself, and then rushed to the center of the battlefield. The undead on the Black Knight's side was tempted. But the undead on the Alliance side looked at him, as if he was looking at an idiot. A dozen steps, approaching. Getting closer and closer. Then, fuck. The bubble shield on the undead, who was in the front suddenly exploded, and then he staggered and fell to the ground. Like a burnt piece of carbon hitting the ground, his legs and knees smashed to pieces. There was only a bunch of fragments, with a few sparks on the ground. The fragments turned into a ball of ash neatly, and disappeared without a trace when the wind blew. The opposing boss has activated the full-screen health loss buff, stay away. The undead, who had already encountered the Alliance boss, knew that this was normal. The advantages of the undead were nothing in front of the real strong. A large number of undeads, who rushed over, were roasted into carbon blocks by the invisible force, and the others also became obedient. This is the end of not looking at CG well. At the edge of a huge pit in the blank area between the 2 armies, the Black Knight wearing a ghost cloak and twisted and hideous armor was holding a sword and looking forward. This was also the place where the Black Knight killed the Prince of Double Swords with 1 sword and killed Anna, the skinny ghost. The Black Knight no longer concealed the breath of the abyss. The surging evil power spread out from the gap of his body armor like a wriggling tentacle, pulling the dark night sky. For Linda, this is a game where he should rack his brains to improve his advantage. He has calculated all kinds of situations, and raised his strength to the highest level in a short period of time. The most critical power is still in the hands of the Abyss boss. Even the Abyss cannot afford the sunk cost. After giving Linda several legendary Abyss disaster hearts, it had to provide another help after learning that he could not brew potions. The Abyss threatened Linda, letting him know that if he did not do his job well, he would surely die, and at the same time increased investment because of the sunk cost. There aren't many people he can rely on. But even so, when facing the Alliance, Lind is still a little worried. His own foundation is too low, and his strength is too weak. If he can be promoted to legend, he may be able to kill the remaining 10 gods of the Alliance alone. The high temperature on the other side is constantly coming, and Lin can see the air twisting. He ignored the suicides of the undead behind him. He's used to it. A strong figure slowly walked over. Its appearance is a set of scaly armor, with a ferocious and heavy outer skirt armor, and a protruding helmet like a wild wolf, with its mouth open and roaring. The red edge of the scales looks like a red-hot blade, highlighting the power of controlling fire. The information of the melting armor has long been posted by the undead. In front of the undead, NPCs have no secrets. For example, many NPCs' secrets in other games cannot be investigated, because the NPC will refresh after leaving the field of vision, or will never appear until a certain conversation is completed. But this is a real world, everything has a trace, and as long as it exists, it will be investigated. The molten armor is considered to be one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The armor worn by the molten knight somehow gave him great power, strength, and life. Among the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the molten knight is considered to be the descendant of the sun's proof Leo Lion, and the only knight who inherited the power of the sun's proof. He is a terrifying knight with furnace flames burning all over his body. Therefore, the molten armor is often considered to be the incarnation of the molten knight. It is difficult to tell whether the legend is true or false. In order to spread their religious beliefs, those believers can make up any lies. However, Lin felt the high temperature that almost burned his blood dry, and his heart sank slightly. No wonder every time he wrote the future with the feather pen of the story master, his best ending was to be seriously injured. There was a big gap in strength between the two sides. The undead could not get close to this battle. When the melting armor appeared, the Halo-type blood loss buff it exuded made the undead complain bitterly. They died before they came over. As the opponent moved forward, those undead, who did not intend to get involved in the battlefield, were also quickly killed. The team had to retreat. But the people behind stood still. From a distance, it seemed that an invisible force was advancing with the melting armor, quickly harvesting the lives of the undead on the side of the Black Knight. Chapter 498. If I had known, I would have been wiped out watching a CG. Countless people were broadcasting live, and the scene was so chaotic that it seemed like a football match was being broadcast, and even football babes would occasionally come in. Games are always full of live action. The growing dark tentacles confronted the high temperature that was about to burn the space dry. The Milk Armor and the Black Knight, who were staring at each other, finally rushed towards each other. The ground began to fall apart. Although Lin was wearing the skin of the Black Knight and using Fox Heart to cover his aura, it was difficult for him to change his strongest fighting style. The other party happened to be using fire. Everyone was fighting at home, and Linda could not hide his identity. On the contrary, today was the day for him to reveal his true colors. He did not write the plot, because according to his long-term contact with the undead, he found that fragmentation was the undead's favorite, which gave them ample room for imagination. On the contrary, 2 detailed plot settings would have many loopholes, just like some of the settings he gave to Melulin at the beginning, which were now being dug out one after another, and some undead even believed that Melulin was not the boss of the Black Knight at all, and they were just cooperating. There are also conspiracy theorists who believe that the Black Knight Lind is actually trying to control the chaotic forces with conspiracy and trickery, and then to achieve absolute control by creating justice and order on one side and darkness and evil on the other. It is simply sensational and slanderous. Lind has already written down the other party's ID in his notebook. If he continues to analyze, maybe the fact that the Black Knight is pretending to be controlled by the Abyss will also be analyzed out. However, when the two sides get closer and closer, Lind realizes that something is very wrong with his body, and the other party can also control the flames. Flame wings formed behind Lind, flapping rapidly as he ran, increasing his speed and gradually rising into the air. The melting-engraved warframe on the opposite side chose to run on the ground, but the difference was that he raised his right hand, clenched his fist. The flame behind Lind was instantly torn apart. His figure in the air could not help but shake, but fortunately he distracted himself and forcibly took back some control of the flames, and used the ghost arms that stretched out from the ghost cloak to form new wings, and adjusted the direction in the air. Dive. The figure of the melting-engraved warframe dragged the sword with both hands, like a human-shaped rocket, with a long flame tail, drawing a dazzling trajectory in the sky. Linda increased all kinds of power to the highest output. He spread his legs slightly, and chopped the armor of the melting armor with a dragging slash. At this moment, Linda felt a little regretful that time was urgent. Otherwise, as long as he could stack 1 million swords, he could gain an advantage in the first collision. Not killed instantly. The undead were not surprised. The strength of the plot boss depends on the development of the plot. Only the melting armor was a little surprised. He was very confident in his defense, even though the Black Knight had killed 2 gods in one sword. Very ordinary. The armor of the melt-carved armor creaked under the huge force. Just like that, he raised his hand and punched the Black Knight, whose sensitivity was beyond imagination. He turned out to be an agile warrior, not a heavy knight who was good at defense. It must be said that Lin's title, appearance, fighting style, etc. gave too many people wrong judgments, making them mistakenly think that he was a knight who could fight and resist. 100% power control made Lin a warrior, who was good at using skills from the beginning. As for why he always gave people the image of a rough man, he had to record CG. If he didn't resist, who would? Anyway, he had many lives, and was not afraid of death. Instantly, more than 20 swords were slashed at him. It was like an elastic net was stretched to the maximum extent, and then it was released instantly, wrapping the melting armor with elastic force. The clanging sound of the sword blade and the armor rubbing and slashing broke out at the same time, without causing much damage. The sword light fell apart, and finally disappeared into thin air. The melting armor began to counterattack. Although he raised his arm, and failed to catch the Black Knight, the flames that suddenly burst out of his body enveloped the opponent. The flames dissipated, and the Black Knight was intact. Obviously, the melt armor paused for a moment. The only attack he was good at was fire, but the opponent could ignore it. What should he do next? Hit with fists. Bang! It was like a floodgate was suddenly released, and the fist of catharsis hit the Black Knight, but the Black Knight resisted the punch, and his body shook for a while, smelling blood. Then the flames burned from his body. Wounded, but healed quickly, the melt armor still didn't think the enemy was difficult. He could hurt the opponent, but the opponent couldn't even break his defense. If he knew the giant sea caps, he might change his mind. It's not as strong as the caps. Linda was in a good mood. Although he was sure that he would not be able to defeat the molten armor if he did not burst into the second stage of boss, the molten armor was far less powerful than Sakap's, which made him feel good. Sure enough, even if the opponent was related to the Molten Knight, he could not be the opponent of the legendary giant. There was also an insurmountable gap between gods. The battlefields of both sides began to move, and the rumbling sound of explosions continued. If the undead watching the battle didn't adjust the background volume, they probably wouldn't hear anything. The sky had been burned through, magma was gushing out of the ground, and the war of 6-ring strength was enough to change the terrain. As the target of the suppression, Lind actually had the mind to ask back, tens of millions of undead have 6-ring strength, which world can withstand them? The answer is that the undead may not be able to reach the 6th ring in a short time. Then he thought about the countless bubbles he had seen when he was called the Big Bug Shuttle. How many of those bubbles were there? Yes, after unifying the demonic land, we will announce to the public that we have tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of freely generated worlds to explore, completely random, automatically generating civilizations and plots. I seem to have heard this propaganda before. Boom! The roar of the fist and the sound of the armor on his chest being crushed by the huge force interrupted Lin's thoughts. He pressed his right hand on his chest. Boom, 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 boom. His heartbeat quickened. It was time to use his ultimate move. Otherwise, if he continued to fight like this, he would most likely continue to be seriously injured by the melted armor and eventually have to flee. Running away is absolutely not an option. For an NPC, presence is everything. If you always appear at critical moments, you will be an important plot character, but if you always disappear for a long time, you will be considered an unimportant side plot character. It is well known that for unimportant NPCs, a considerable number of players will choose to kill them. The melting armor felt the sudden increase in the opponent's strength. The bitter abyss curse spread from the Black Knight's body and swept wildly around. Before, I just felt the existence of the black tentacles, but now the squirming black tentacles had become real, completely enveloping the Black Knight. In the bright firelight, the glitter was gradually swallowed by the darkness. Melt armor pulled out the long blade from his waist, but it can be seen that the weapon is not compatible with his armor. But this can also be regarded as a very good weapon, because it contains a fragment of the magic ring. The long blade swept across the gel tentacles, just like popping a balloon, and it instantly exploded and dispersed a light mist, and the tentacles disappeared like ashes. However, in the haze, a blood-red and dark figure appeared. Its appearance was very different from the previous ferocious armor. At first, the armor was just a little more ferocious, but everyone could see that the Black Knight was still human. But now, it was completely different. His ferocious armor faded away, and turned into flesh that could beat. The facial armor was squeezed by spirally growing flesh, and finally a single, eye-emitting golden light was formed in the middle of the face. His arms were open, and his body floated. His long golden hair spread out from the back of the helmet and fluttered in the wind. The Black Knight now looked more like a humanoid demon knight who had completely fallen into the abyss, and he was about to use all his strength to destroy the powerful enemy in front of him. At the same time, many Anchor's live broadcast rooms became lively. Fuck second stage? It turns out that the Black Knight did not have a second stage, but we had never reached the second stage. It's over, he's become ugly, and he will probably be offline soon. According to the unwritten rules of games and comics, the later ones will be stronger than the earlier ones, and if a handsome guy suddenly becomes ugly, it means that the other person is offline. The demon Black Knight stepped on the ground, and the power of the abyss spread rapidly. The confidence of regaining powerful strength made the melt armor look ugly. The abyss, that is the enemy that the real four horsemen of the apocalypse have to deal with. Even if the legend is true, the melt armor is just the armor of the molten knight, one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. The difference in strength is too big. Fortunately, everyone only has a part of the power of those strong men, weak against weak. Colliding again, the attack broke out. Two balls of energy flames, one black and one red, rose from the ground and flew higher in the friction and collision. The Black Knight seized the opportunity and punched the visor of the melting armor again and again. The melting armor was also struggling to resist, and suddenly in the blink of an eye, it became he who was madly hammering the Black Knight's head. The bodies of both parties were covered with flames and abyssal black fog, and they hit the ground heavily. Boom! The earth shook. The fire and corrosion of the impact swept across, and the undead, who were close, were in the worst situation. They were killed instantly by the impact and died on the spot. Some people were brave enough to come over and secretly stab them, but unfortunately the difference in strength made stabs a luxury. Damn it, damn it, damn it! An undead who tried to get close suddenly twisted his body quickly, turned into an abyss monster, and disconnected. But he was immediately swept by the flames of the melting armor, exploded into a ball, and automatically flew towards the Black Knight. The control of his body was instantly taken away, and his account was completely banned. The only option waiting for this undead was to start over. Is there a risk of being banned for watching a CG? The undead began to curse, but the speed of their escape did not slow down. Some of them could not escape and simply logged off. When gods fight, mortals suffer. They are like dust on clothes. In the battle between the Black Knight and the melting armor, whether it is one or dozens of them, they will not cause any concern and will be lightly swept away inadvertently. The ground cracked. At this time, the melting armor was still blocking, and then punched to attack. There is no escape in his fighting style. After all, he is just a set of heavy armor, and heavy armor cannot make flexible movements. But the Black Knight is very good at it. His stormy attack speed, combined with the power raised by the abyss, makes the melting armor increasingly unable to resist. Boom! Another collision. Both sides exchanged fists and retreated. The battle began to develop in the direction of the Black Knight's advantage, and everyone present could see it. Fuck, how many layers of negative status did this add to the melting armor? How did he give a flame-adept armor a burn? Be careful of other gods in the alliance coming to attack. Ambush? Other gods dare not attack at all. Everyone is 6 rings, but the gap is huge. If the melting armor wins, of course it's good. If he loses, and the Black Knight happens to be seriously injured, everyone will rush to help him avenge. If the situation is the worst, the existence of the alliance is not so necessary, right? Finally, the punch of the melting armor successfully broke the armor on the upper body of the Black Knight. The armor continued to grow while squirming, but the melting armor used its own method to grab the opponent, tearing and peeling off the abyss flesh like scales. Finally, the influence of that part of the power was lost, revealing the complicated emblem on the chest of the Black Knight. Each time, it would flash 3 times, extinguish, and then flash 3 times again. Lind Alman, although the helmet was not taken off, the special tattoo on the chest was almost as obvious as a card. With another punch from the melting armor, his helmet finally exploded, revealing a face that most people would find familiar. His handsome and tough face, his eyes filled with scarlet light. His fierce expression calmed down in an instant. What NPCs need most is a sense of belief and acting skills. Lind admitted that he wanted to perform at this moment, but the melting armor's punch broke the shackles of the abyss, and it did make his heart recover for a moment, although it was very short, and being swallowed by the abyss to such an extent, even if Lind became a god, it would be impossible to get rid of it. The melting armor didn't care what the person under the mask looked like, and he continued to attack. Lind's chest exploded again, and the sticky power of the abyss surged out. In the distant ancient ruins of scholars, the seal guarded by the king of Black Phosphorus, the Abyss was studying how to plant more Abyss disaster hearts with Ali's sacrifice, but suddenly felt that his most capable subordinate was dying. He was frantically extracting the Abyss power in the heart in a nearly self-destructive way. If you don't have enough power, ask me for it. Abyss is getting a little anxious. Although Abyss always threatens Lin with his life, in fact, Abyss gave Lin many legendary disaster hearts, and then gave him the power of Abyss. The cost of resources and power is too high. In this case, anyone can let Lin die, only Abyss is reluctant. Abyss requested a private chat. But the private chat request was rejected. Lin was reading the lines at this time. Of course, he would not pay attention to Abyss. He used the last burst and the melting armor to die together, although most of the last burst of power came from Abyss, which was equivalent to him using the power of Abyss and the melting armor to die together. Don't stop. He looked at the undead and said, Abyss is waiting for us in the demon land. The next moment, there was an explosion, and a blazing mushroom cloud swept across the sky. If I had known earlier, I would be wiped out after watching a CG. Chapter 499. Welcome to the Novice Village. The war is over, the danger is over, the forces entrenched here will inevitably collapse, and the evil forces of the Abyss that erode the material plane have been chopped off again. The Alliance cheered. They didn't expect that the melting armor could be exchanged one for one. Although this heavy armor is powerful, it is very slow. If you can't win, you can run away. What's the use of having strong defense? So no one thought that the Black Knight would die at the hands of the melting armor. However, when the auras of both disappeared, all the gods were sure that this horrific battle between gods had finally come to an end. All dead, the mushroom cloud that tried to burn a hole in the sky slowly died down, and after the shock wave that swept across the sky several times finally stopped, everyone found that there was still a figure standing. The familiar blonde figure stood there. Shouldn't he be dead? The gods couldn't believe it. Even though Lin was a god, the horrific explosion and fatal injury were enough to put him into a deep sleep, but now Lin was intact. Humph, just a fatal injury. From then on, Lin completely abandoned the power of the Abyss. He did not intend to leave any lines, and the players would help him fill in the settings. Instead, after the battle just now, the power of the heroic level of the Fire Knight on his body was pulled. The Fire Knight, the power comes from the Master of the Furnace. Main Skill 1, Serving the Furnace. Replace your heartbeat with flames. Lin had already taken this step, and he could generate flames by himself, plus his heartbeat was also high, so the cost was almost nothing. Main Skill 2, Worship the Furnace. Extinguish your own flame as a trigger, send the anger of the furnace to the enemy, and ignite the enemy. He only used this ability once when dealing with the Choir of the Death Path. The details are that after deducting the maximum amount of blood from your whole body, there is only one drop of blood left, which is converted into flame power to ignite the opponent. It is a move that is similar to a mutual destruction. But in the previous battle, Lin clearly felt that the power of the melting armor and the power of the Fire Knight came from the same source. The Molten Knight and the Forge Master, and the power between them cannot be circumvented by the Forge. It is almost obvious, just like a road has forked. Then what is the relationship between the Molten Knight, one of the four knights, and the God Forge Master, or is there no relationship between the two, but a relationship with the higher level Sunproof? After all, the Molten Knight is considered to be the only knight among the four knights who inherited the power of the Sunproof, and is also considered to be the son of the Sunproof. Legitimate son and illegitimate son? Or worse, more complicated relationship. Linda has read many versions of mythological stories. Not to mention the three gods, even most of the gods that have emerged recently on the continent have married themselves and given birth to themselves. There are also cases where a daughter becomes a man, and then has a younger brother with her mother. In short, it is complicated. He can feel the flame in his heart connected with the already dead melt-carved armor. The damaged armor instinctively moves towards the heart. The scales flew towards Lin's body, like burning moths, wrapped him up, and formed a familiar armor under everyone's gaze. Melt-engraved armor, damaged version. The defense is not as good as the intact 6-ring armor, and the damage of this mutual destruction is too great. There is also a huge damage on the chest, revealing the complex emblem on Lin's chest. The temperature began to rise, and the armor burned itself and ignited Lin into a fireman. The flames continued to burn, and the armor, which was still a little wide and ill-fitting, adhered to his muscles and skin, and adjusted quickly until it was intact. The surface is intact, but the inside has fallen off from the 6-ring armor. The other parts are not a big problem. The chest is actually just a fake armor, without any defensive effect. Lin picked up the long blade used by the melting armor, which was not handy, and there was no need to use it on the undead. Just now, he felt some information that the melting armor conveyed to him, including the location of the abandoned furnace. The relationship between the furnace master and the molten knight is definitely extraordinary. Continue to search for information related to the furnace master, and still be at the forefront. Lin, who had taken off his disguise, appeared in front of the undead, and everyone saw the strength of the NPC who was called their own son. Black Knight Old Noble, omitted, click to expand. Lind Armin, level 50. Life, 75,000, 196,000, /75,000 and. Omitted, click to expand. The undead need to concentrate to see it clearly. When it is expanded, it will be found that from the Lord of Star Dragon City, the Lord of Mountain Troll Castle, the Lord of Black Island, to the Duke of Land Kingdom, the Legion General, and the village chief of the Undead Novice Village, there are even Molten Gold Oathbearer, Story Broken God Skin Owner, Giant Broken God Skin Owner who the undead do not know at all. Wait. The undead instantly understood that these unknown titles were related to Lin's experience during the update period. What a fight! His armor is 196,000. It's higher than his health. What a fight! Fuck, he leveled up after a fight? Lin turned and left. If he was wearing an intact melt-carved armor, he would definitely kill all the gods of the Alliance today, and fill his dungeon with some boss materials. But he is not strong enough now. He needs to find the broken furnace, and make the legendary potion he needs first. Because of Lind Alman's sudden departure, the battlefield fell into a strange calm. The Alliance did not dare to take the initiative to attack, and the Black Knights did not intend to continue the attack. They had to sort out what to do next. A video conference of the top undeads began. They could not influence each other, they were all in a group, and no one would admit that they were not as good as others. Just like the earliest batch of surrenderers, the scattered people gathered a group of idle undeads in the Black Knight camp. Boss Lingxing, what should we do next? Boss Anal Lift coughed softly in response to everyone's questions. One thing is certain, Lind Alman is controlled by the Abyss. In fact, there are traces of this. Do you remember the Black Knight's previous appearances? Some people nodded, and some people directly connected. He must have fought against the Abyss many times. This time he finally got the chance to get rid of the restraints, but with the terrible erosion strength of the Abyss, it is only a matter of time before he falls again. The Anal Tut boss said seriously. So, our main task is to follow the Black Knight Lind and destroy the Abyss together. What level is the Abyss? I don't know, but from the fact that Lind used the power of the Abyss to kill the melting armor, it is conservatively estimated to be above level 71. Everyone was silent. The gap was too big. They couldn't even touch the edge of the melting armor. The area damage released by the opponent could make the undead stare blankly. Someone suddenly asked a question. Should we go to the Demon Land next? How do we get there? Should we go find the White Wolf Swordsman? The Black Knight's underground tomb. The White Wolf Swordsman William has been very busy lately. He suspected that he had been exposed, because the number of undeads coming to challenge his dungeon was increasing, and they always mentioned Dorothy, William, etc. in front of him. But as a qualified swordsman, William had a strong sense of actor's conviction. As long as he didn't nod and admit it, it didn't exist. Today, he had a headache. How did the general expose himself? Linda Armin is the Black Knight, and everyone knows it. What should I do? Meow. A cat's cry came from the side, and William looked at the Beast Master. What should I do? The Beast Master looked at William with disdain, and said, he is ordered to select undead people to go to the Devil's Land. No wonder Linda gave the task of passing the message to me. This white dog is too stupid. That worm is not here either. William does not have the ability to travel freely in the material plane, and only Linda knows how to summon the only underground tunnel worm. The Beast Master gently shook his cat tail and rolled his eyes. Prince of the Twin Swords, Anna, the Skinny Ghost, the Queen of Snakes. After his reminder, William realized that there were many people in his camp who could leave the material plane at will. The Black Knight underground tomb suddenly announced that it would open a teleportation array to the demonic land. In an instant, a large number of undead people rushed towards the direction of the tomb. The flow of people once again reached an unimaginable peak. The other gods were incredulous, and could not understand why the Black Knight did this. Having undead believers in the material plane could slowly strengthen himself. Send the undead to the more powerful demonic land, which is beyond the reach of the others. The temptation to go to the new map is too great, which also caused most of the undead on the Alliance side to rush to the Great Tomb. Stop, no one dared to stop. In the end, The gods decided to pretend not to see it, but at the same time, they were worried in their hearts, afraid that the Black Knight would come back again. Magdalena, who is considered to be the last princess of the demonic land, and has a blood relationship with the corruption King Grace, has successfully sent a team as a guide by contacting the Mage Tower in the Beast Land. Cerulean Continent. This team from the demonic land arrived late. They were not strong and there were not many people. The leading guide was named Amon. He had a very big nose, but he had severe rhinitis. He would snore every night, and therefore he could always occupy the whole room by himself. Standing on the flat floor tiles, Amon took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and felt the fresh air after the war. His somewhat anxious thoughts gradually calmed down. Are you also guides from the demonic land? Undeads are coming. That's right. Amon nodded, trying to show off his power as a high-ranking force in a powerful plane in front of the undeads. But considering his weak strength, he still suppressed the idea of seeking death. Which force are you from? North, south, central, or west? Are you following Grand Duke Hein or the Lord of Beasts? What benefits can we get from following you? Amon's mind was a little confused by the other party's series of questions. Why did he feel that the undead's understanding of the demonic land might be better than his own? Moreover, he was not charging any fees for guiding the weak from the lower material plane to the demonic land, but they actually wanted to ask for benefits. This was a chance for ordinary people to rise to heaven in one step. However, thinking of Her Highness Magdalena's desire for the undead, Amon decided to answer the question seriously. We come from a city-state that was built not long ago. Although it is located on the edge of the Wild Ash Ruins and the wild beast's nest, it is strong enough and very suitable for, well, the undead to come. There is nothing much to say, because no matter how you look at it, the undead reception novice village feels like a waste of resources to build an empty city, unless you can really stuff tens of millions of people into it. Amon does not have such strong self-confidence. Unexpectedly, the other party asked directly, is it the undead reception novice village? Why did the other party know? The undead reception novice village was just built about a year ago. Amon could not imagine how the news was transmitted. If he had come a little earlier, he might have been able to look through the two books and find the answer from them. Undead people can exchange information with each other without deviation. Except for some special situations, special plots, special copies, etc., when the connection has to be interrupted, most of the time, they can communicate without delay. Yes, it is the undead people led by Her Highness Magdalena to guide the novice village. Amon deliberately emphasized the existence of Magdalena. If this group of undead people join, they will directly become a force unique to Magdalena, and be imprinted with her traces. Lind Armin can't steal people. The undead immediately nodded, we join. Let's go to the demon land first. As for the fact that Magdalena is the head of the novice village, no one cares at all, just like Rania is the queen of the land kingdom. But when people mention the land kingdom, they always think of Linda. How can the undead, who are not loyal to begin with, follow the so-called mark and follow them wholeheartedly? It can only be said that Amon and Magdalena and others think too much. Amon couldn't believe it. It's so easy to join? The undead were even more excited and surprised. This is the easiest way to go to the Devil's Land, and it's an official novice village. Almost all gods will not allow the undead to leave them. So the guides who come to pick people up and have the support of the strong are very popular. With the internal publicity of the undead, knowing that Amon is the guide of the novice village built by Linda, the undead began to quickly gather around. That is the official novice village, who can't be curious. The number of undead coming is increasing, and increasing, to the point that Amon thinks he must contact the Mage Tower, and ask them to open a few more doors, otherwise he can't settle these people. Passing through the magic portal, a dry, sandy world appeared in the eyes of the undead. Finally, we are here, the magic land. New map, new exploration. Many undead have already set foot here one after another. Some chose to explore the corners, while others immediately took action and prepared to accept the task. Magdalena was very happy to hear the report from her subordinates. Linda still didn't come back. Good opportunity, as long as she wins the hearts of the people, these undead will be hers. She thought so, and planned to do so. Welcome to the novice village, undead people. Magdalena's heart jumped. You will regret not coming back in time, Linda. Chapter 500. Take my money, and give it to Linda? At dawn, the undead reception novice village finally welcomed another batch of new customers. They were wearing equipment from different countries and cultures. Some wore black crow feather cloaks, exuding a dark aura, and some made hunting-style shorts with animal skins and tusks, and some directly made huge helmets with the heads of monsters. How many undead are there now? As the leader of the Undead Reception Novice Village, Magdalena herself thought so. She was gathering the undead and giving them tasks. When she had contact with the 3,000 undead before, she already knew their style of doing things. As long as they wanted to investigate, the stupid and clear undead could hardly hide secrets. There were even NPC natives who were good at guiding with words, who learned about the earth from the undead, but the undead treated it as a game Easter egg and did not hide anything when answering, and even took the initiative to answer 10 questions for every one question. The reason was fun. The knight under him replied, 36,000, and the number is still increasing. A large number of undead were transported here, and Magdalena had already felt the huge potential behind the undead. Magdalena said excitedly, if there are millions of undead, we may be able to attack Wuyu City again. The knight said, Your Highness, their strongest strength is only second ring, or even first ring, and most of them can't even reach the first ring level. Even if there are really a million undead, they can't participate in the Battle of Wuyu City, and they don't even have the qualifications to step onto the battlefield. Magdalena certainly knew what he meant. The gap in strength makes the weak like dust. No matter how hard they struggle, they can only shake off their clothes. Even though many undead have chosen to use the power of the Mechanicus to improve themselves, mechanization also depends on the talent of mental power, otherwise the consciousness will only be controlled by the machine and even collapse. This is the only power we can get now. If she had a choice, she would of course want stronger power, but she had no choice. Returning to the City of Mist and Rain is the goal she is willing to sacrifice her life for. What about Lind Alman? Hasn't he come back yet? Did Solaris' ancient echo say anything? The round-faced princess is now only worried that Lind will come back to seize control of the undead. The knight shook his head and answered, his head muffled by the helmet that covered him, making a muffled sound. No, but the blessing ceremony of the High Priest of the Beast is performed every day. The blessing of the High Priest of the Beast is a trick that Lind created before the undead left last time, allowing the undead to have a cat with little combat power. The characteristics are that they have different appearances, can wear different clothes, and can help fight, but the real strength is not even one ring. Evaluation. Not a big deal. The round-faced princess thought for a while, and said, Learn from Lind, we also need to issue tasks to the outside world. Undead people are like mercenaries, chasing tasks fanatically, and you can also issue some tasks and give some rewards. The final ownership of this city-state will inevitably fall into her hands. She has no ill will towards Lind, but if she wants to achieve her goal, she must have a strong army. It all started with an invitation. She moved very quickly, and she had a good relationship with the mages in the Mage Tower recently, so it was not difficult to produce a large number of text letters. She even brought magic effects, because she knew that the undead liked these. Invitation from Her Highness Magdalena, undead from other material planes, welcome to the Undead Reception Novice Village. A long self-introduction, including the identity of Miss Magdalena, the situation of nearby forces, a map, and the situation of Misty Rain City, etc. It can be said that the information attached to this invitation alone is enough to save the undead a lot of exploration time. In this regard, she has indeed gained a lot of goodwill from the undead. But unfortunately, the name of this version is Black Knight Rebellion, and it happens that the Undead Reception Village was also advocated by the Black Knight Lind Arman. Even if she does better than Lind in all aspects, Magdalena will never be able to surpass Lind, at least it is impossible in the current version. If she did this before Lind got the qualification to show his face on the official website, she would definitely be able to easily grab the position and easily kick Lind out to become the main NPC of the 2.0 version. Unfortunately, the information gap can never be smoothed out. A large number of undead people poured into the Undead Reception Novice Village. A few people may care about the unfinished tasks on the old map, but the vast majority of undead people must be looking forward to the new world. The city-state specially built for the undead stands in the desert. The undead people who responded to the call of the Black Knight and went to the Devil's Land are now observing everything around them with high spirits. Oh, there's a map! When you enter this huge city, you can see the map at first glance, and there is a map at every intersection, just like in an amusement park. There are also road signs, etc. In terms of game experience, Linda has already reached the highest level. He knows too well what the players are like when playing games. Most people don't remember the route, which is also related to the fact that many games now like to give small maps. Mark a point, and then regardless of whether there is a road ahead, just stupidly remember that the straight line between the 2 points is the shortest, and rush over the mountains and ridges. The scorching heat of the desert was blocked by the tall city walls, and the cool air swept across the city. There were not many NPCs in the undead reception novice village. There were only mechanical servants in some key positions. These magical mechanical creations rigidly executed orders and answered fixed questions. They could be smarter, but Lord Lind only needed them to speak fixed lines. There was no need to bargain or sell. As long as the price was given, the undead would convince themselves to spend money. Leopard King Xiao Gu felt the chill in the air and straightened his clothes. He wore a red coat and matching boots, a hat made of a red-maned puma head pressed against his short blue hair, and the armor inside the coat was made of magic forging materials picked up in the last battle between the giant wolf and the colossus. The undead played a small role in that battle, but everyone was excited to pick up garbage after the war. It was a great harvest. He was a close combat warrior who only used a long-handled sword because of his second-year syndrome. So many tasks right away? Looking at the various tasks sent, Leopard King Xiao Ji's mouth twitched. Go to the corrupt territory and help tame wild beasts. Reward 100 beast teeth. Escort the caravan to Stone Beast Castle. Reward 80 beast teeth. Join the guard team of Her Highness Magdalena. Reward 500 beast teeth. Join Magdalena's army. Swear allegiance. Recapture Wuyu City. Reward 3,000 beast teeth. There are all kinds of tasks. He curled his lips. Not interested. And many tasks seem inexplicable. But not interested doesn't mean he won't take them. What if he can complete a task along the way? Even if he fails, there will be no loss, so he plans to take them all. Leopard King Xiao Ji's goal here is very clear. He needs a cat. After looking at the map on the side of the road for a while, Leopard King Xiao Gu finally determined a road. When he arrived at the location of the beast girl Solaris, he was shocked by the huge number of undead in front of him. Damn, so many people? When he was strolling in the novice village just now, although he saw a lot of undead people, the density was definitely not as terrible as it is now, and those people all had a cat on their shoulders or beside them. So, those people started to run quests after getting cats. Although it is very annoying to have to queue up in the game, considering the consistent characteristics of this game, participation and queuing are the norm, so Leopard King Xiao Gu can only complain while queuing up honestly. Occasionally, he would chat with the undead next to him. Someone asked, "Hey, you are cosplaying as the god of death, right?" The face I made looks exactly like him. Ha ha ha, yes, I am cosplaying as the Espada. Leopard King Xiao Gu was in a good mood, posing and grinning evilly. The most important thing is the sense of belief. The most common characters seen in the game are not original characters, but various cosplays, such as the God of Death versus Naruto, which has been realized long ago. He was also glad that his characters have always been unpopular characters, and have never had the same face as him. The most popular characters must be those related to magic, the Middle Ages, etc., such as Saber, Gilgamesh, etc. Needless to say, even One Punch Man is at the top of the list because his bald head is the easiest to cosplay. Time passed slowly, while chatting with a few people around me. Leopard King Xiao Gu finally got to the front, and got a cat of his own under the guidance. Ordinary undead people only have one chance to get a cat, and they have to choose one of three. The attributes are very poor, and the appearance is mainly considered. There is no choice, so it won't waste too much time. Just when we were chatting, Leopard King Xiao Gu heard that a team was being formed in the next square, so he went over. Is there anyone who wants to brush the title together? This melee team, for is equal to 1, mainly brushing the sword master. This is a group of warriors huddling together for warmth, but with the title, equipment and skills, the melee profession actually has the possibility of breaking the monopoly of the ranged wizard profession. After the strength is improved, the gap in the early stage will be gradually smoothed out. Mage title, grind ++++, veterans guide new players, preferential prices. This is charged. Life occupation title, grind ++++, mainly leisure life, farm entertainment, farming and breeding, business simulation. The majority of players are life leisure entertainment type. Fighting in other games is refreshing, but fighting here is too bloody. Instead, it is more relaxing to be able to eat delicious food directly, and have a sweet but tight love with NPC. Leopard King Xiao Gu turned around, and finally walked to the team that was brushing the Sword Saint title. The other party allowed him to join the team without hesitation. Melee, a rare profession. Even though there are many people in the square, 9 out of 10 people who are thrown a brick are wizard-type professions. The captain asked, "Have you accepted all those tasks?" Leopard King Xiao Gu nodded. "I accepted them all. Wait a little longer, and we will set off." Isn't it 4 = 1? He suddenly realized that this team only has himself and the captain, so it becomes 2 = 3. Leopard King Xiaogu chatted with the captain casually, and then he found out that the other party was an undead who came earlier than him, and was the first batch after the magic land was open to the public. The captain said, to get the title of Sword Saint, you have to go to the desert on the edge of the wilderness. It is possible to complete the task on the way, so I asked you to accept all the tasks first. Hey, you haven't changed your prosthesis yet? The captain just found out that something was wrong with Leopard King Xiaogu, and asked hurriedly. Prosthesis? I don't have any money. Join Magdalena's army, and there are guards and so on. You can make a lot of money. Sign up on the spot, and pay on the spot. Ah, will I be forced to do missions after joining? Yes, but it doesn't matter to us. At most, they will kick us out of the army. Leopard King Xiaogu nodded, and then left the team to complete the mission. It was really nice to give money. After searching the internet for a while, he didn't find any useful information. Time was too tight, and there was no detailed guide for novices. He had to take the money back to the captain, and after asking, he learned that there was a Mechanicus transformation shop that could help remove body organs and replace them. It was like replacing an arm, just like removing parts. Soon, Leopard King Xiaogu, who had 2 magic prosthetic limbs, tiptoed back to the team. He felt that he was now terribly strong. The team finally had all the members. Everyone was a melee profession, but their styles were different. Some of them were holding a circular saw and looked more like a murderer than a warrior. Can you be called a swordsman if you hold a circular saw? Never mind, it's not important. The captain looked at Leopard King Xiaogu, nodded slowly, and said, We're all here, let's go. Magdalena was in a state of excitement at this time. How many people are joining? All. The knight under his command said seriously, Every undead has sworn to join us. If they dare to betray us, they will be punished, but your highness, please forgive me for saying that their loyalty is very cheap. When the round-faced princess said that she would pay money as long as they joined, the knight was reluctant to agree. Such a loose team composed entirely of interests might collapse directly at the beginning of the expedition, and could not reach a place as far as Misty Rain City. He admitted that the 3,000 undead were very powerful, but that didn't mean every undead was powerful. What he had seen in the past few days had completely confirmed his inner thoughts. This group of people had no bottom line at all, and their strength was mediocre. No, you don't understand. The round-faced princess said confidently, It takes a certain amount of time to tame them. We also have punishments, don't we? The knight hesitated, but there are punishments, but those undead are not afraid of death at all, so how could they be afraid of pain and curses? If they are pushed to the limit, they may commit suicide directly. The round-faced princess continued to ask, Besides joining us, what other things have they done? Nothing. What? I have a group of soldiers loyal to me, but they refuse to complete the mission. Besides joining us, what else have they done recently? Go to Solaris to adopt a cat, and go to the store of the Mechanicus to replace mechanical prosthesis. Magdalena was stunned. Wait a minute, does it mean that this group of undead joined me, took my money, and went to Lin to spend it? Chapter 501 Palm-Sized Armor. On the top of a mountain somewhere. The mountaintop was covered with snow. Looking from a height, it was all white. An eagle-shaped monster spread its wings, and flew over the head, splitting the white sea of clouds. Roar! The monster raised its head and roared, swearing that this sky belonged to it. It saw a burning figure, floating up quickly, surrounded by mist stirred up by the heat of ice and snow. Prey! The eagle-shaped monster swooped down with its wings together, regardless of whether the opponent was prey or enemy. The distance was closing quickly, and it rushed like a long shuttle, full of murderous intent. However, just as it approached, golden skeleton arms stretched out from the cloak behind it, forming a strange golden sword, slashing from top to bottom, splitting the monster in half. A large amount of blood was splashed from the eagle-shaped monster's corpse, which quickly condensed after being cooled, causing the land to usher in a sharp red hail, and the monster's corpse was also stuck on the top of the mountain in a weird posture. Lin did not go to see the monster. After obtaining the melting armor, he immediately came to find the furnace to obtain his own legendary potion. It may not be difficult to promote the rabbit tooth witch to a legendary wizard, but it is unlikely that she can easily refine legendary potions. The materials are not easy to obtain. It is good news that the undead cannot reach legend in a short time. As long as the strength of the undead can reach the 4th ring, with tens of millions of them, even the abyss in its heyday will only be chopped to its knees. If all members are 5th rings, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse will probably die if they return. If all members are 6th rings, the 3 gods will reappear, and it is estimated that they will have to re-elect the person in charge. Thinking of this, Linda suddenly felt very happy. He imagined that one day, when he met the three gods, the undead would stand up and slam the table. Linda said that he could give us endless materials, endless dungeons, and endless daily grind. We must choose Linda to be the boss. Well, first take out the little notebook and write down that Magdalena and the nephew of the corrupt King Grace are trying to steal his girlfriend. In the future, I will send a task to the undead to harass them. Linda was thinking wildly in his mind, and his feet had already landed on the top of the mountain. He was just an inconspicuous little ant in the vast expanse of white snow and ice. The hot air exhaled would freeze into ice in an instant. This was a desperate place that ordinary life could not reach. The thin air was cold, even colder than when he was in Star Dragon City. The frozen mountain that he had thought about climbing many times, but never climbed, was probably not this high. He took a step and walked up. His right foot fell, and the snow melted. With the sole of his foot as the origin, the surrounding white snow was burned into white mist, and then turned into a burst of frost and drifted away from Lind. Ahead was a ruined fortification, and the broken fortress and rubble proved that a war had taken place here. This was also the place where the molten armor awoke. Lind suppressed his doubts. What was the relationship between the molten knight and the forge master? Were they brothers and sisters, or were they using a vest, or were they evil? It didn't matter to him at the moment. Fortunately, there were no enemies in this war that had been going on for who knows how long. Otherwise, the enemy encountered by a strong man like one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, no matter how weak, would definitely be able to kill Lind in an instant, and it would be useless even if he had thousands of lives. Before the undead come, I pick up some junk. All junk. Broken blades, armor, boots, shields, etc. As time passed, they had lost their original power and became rotten things that would break at the touch. Linda raised his hand and lifted a stone. A huge stone that was bigger than him, and it fell into his hands. He actually felt a sense of disobedience. He turned around and gently put the stone down. Boom! The ground shook violently. The weight of the stone was indeed not light, but he was not a human. Lind raised his hand and fanned the air gently, then frowned and entered the ruins. This was a downward fortress staircase, built very spaciously. Judging from the size of the people moving around here, they were at least 3 to 5 times taller than Lind. How tall is the god? He stretched out his hand and gestured. His current height was gradually surpassing that of ordinary humans, and every god he had come into contact with, regardless of his strength, was tall. He quickly scanned the area. He walked down and went deeper into the fortress. Having too much experience in exploring ancient ruins, Lind picks up trash differently from the undead. He knows where the real stuff is, and where you can't find the good stuff even if you turn everything upside down. What is this? It's so unique. Lind picked up a palm-sized piece of armor. This thing existed hundreds or thousands of years ago. There's a saying, the less you wear, the higher your armor. He pulled out a golden ghost from the ghost cloak, and let it wear the palm-sized armor while the other party was confused. It's still a breastplate TSK. Then he raised his fist and punched down. Boom! The golden ghost staggered and fell to the ground. How is it? The golden ghost stood up and scratched his skull with his finger bones. He accidentally scratched into the crack of the skull, which made people feel sick. The ghost shook his head, then pointed at the armor and nodded. It's really useful. Even the Mechanicus has not invented the technology to protect the whole body with only a palm-sized area of armor. It may be possible to do it with active magic or shields, but it needs to be activated as an additional skill, and this palm-sized armor is real armor. Even if it only protects the left chest, it can still protect the buttocks when it is cut. This technology must have been lost now. Linda could already imagine what the undead would do when they got such an armor. Dressing up, Magic Land summer swimsuit season, Lord Linda, who really likes to watch outfits, does not reject an interesting visual feast. Saving the world is so tiring, and he needs to relax occasionally. Putting away the palm-sized armor, he continued his journey of exploration. The door in front was stuck. Linda thought about it, and did not kick it. Instead, he raised his finger, and a flame condensed from his fingertips, and quickly drew a circle on the door like electric welding. Boom! A round hole was burned in the door. Entering inside, it was indeed the collapsed house that blocked the door. One end of the beam collapsed and stuck to the ground, breaking the barrier between the underground and upper floors. A ball of warm light emanated from his body, illuminating the space inside. This seemed to be a special study room. Half of the space was lost due to the collapse, but there was a table in the remaining half, on which were 3 unfolded parchments. Time had eroded this place, as if the parchment had become fragile. Lin gently raised his hand to fan away the dust. Fortunately, it was not like some Indiana Jones-type movies, where just the airflow would cause the entire room to collapse. What is this? Secret code recipe? Linda looked at the things recorded on it, all of which were special materials. Considering that the furnace was related to the mysterious alchemy, he had reason to believe that this was the recipe for using the furnace. Unfortunately, many of the things recorded on it were unfamiliar to him. It was likely that their names had changed with the changes of the times, or they had completely disappeared from the world. It was more likely that Lord Linda really didn't know them. As powerful as he was, it was impossible for him to understand every creature and material in the 3 continents, plus the demon land, a total of 4 worlds, and these materials also included mutations before and after the Doomsday. It's better to give such a great task to the undead. Linda didn't plan to taste hundreds of herbs and record them, but it was still feasible to open a collection book and let the undead search and record the information themselves, and then find someone to verify and organize it. At this stage, the role of the undead is to be a tool. You can't really rely on them to fight. The gap in strength is too big, and these guys turn against us too quickly. After writing down the formula, Linda turned around again, but only found a bottle of strange potion. The potion had dried up, and the things inside seemed to be mold, and it was likely that it could not be taken. The potion will also expire. After leaving this room, Lin continued to search and finally saw a small platform with a strange shape and cracks. Can spiders leave spider webs anywhere? It only takes a short time for ordinary living people to turn into ice cubes here, and the night will also enter a state of continuous blood loss and die. Flames cannot provide temperature, but are more convenient for lighting. Lin walked to the strange small platform with doubts. He was very sure that this was the furnace he had been looking for. Unfortunately, it was not a complete furnace, but a broken one. He raised his right hand, and the gauntlet spread its wings like a moth with burning wings, revealing Lin's right hand. After searching in his ghost cloak, Lin found the fox he had hunted and skinned at some point. At that time, they said that the fox was pretty, and could be made into a scarf. He used the fox's tail to clean the furnace, dusting off the dust and cobwebs. He was not sure if this thing could work successfully. After all the hard work, he finally found the hope of drinking the new potion, so it was never too careful. Lin's control over his body has reached an extreme. Otherwise, he would not treat the injury as a trivial matter like cutting nails. He could stab the opponent with a sword for more than 10 times, and still judge that the opponent was only slightly injured. Everything was ready. Lin tried to use the furnace, using spiritual power as attraction to make the soul contact with the furnace. He was not a wizard, he did not know magic and had never thought about learning magic, but when it came to contacting with the soul, he knew a lot. A blue light emerged from the palm of his hand. The right hand with a blue light gently pressed on the small platform of the furnace, and the next moment the light bloomed. Boom boom. Instant continent, noisy snowy mountains. A beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky. At first, the beam was very thin, but in just 2 or 3 breaths, the beam suddenly expanded, like a suddenly enlarged stick that poked the clouds in the sky. The clouds in the sky rotated clockwise. The storm roared, the earth shook, and the ocean surged. Something in this mountain range was affected by the sudden appearance of the beam of light. Crack! An eagle-shaped monster spread its wings and flew to the top of the mountain, looking in the direction of the beam of light. Gaw! More and more eagle-shaped monsters flew out, and they were a black mass. As time went by, there were more and more of them, and even a snowy mountain peak turned into a dark bird peak. The light column suddenly disappeared. The eagle-shaped monster's eyes flashed with fierce light, and they rushed towards the snowy mountain peak. Linda looked up at the top of his head, and the light column penetrated the ruined fortress building above his head, ignoring the collision of objects, and flew to the outside world like a signal. At present, he couldn't care about those things. He looked at what he got in his hand. A bottle of strange potion. He had a detailed potion formula, a precise potion ratio, and arranged it in order like a plate. He didn't expect the furnace to mix everything together in an instant, and then this bottle of strange potion appeared that he couldn't tell what it was. Black bubbles were bubbling. A legendary heart of the abyss is wasted like this? It was different from the potion in the record, so Lin didn't dare to drink it. He was afraid that he would die directly after drinking it, or even worse, become some kind of disaster monster. I don't have many legendary abyss disaster hearts on me. If all of them are wasted, do I have to go back to lick the abyss again? He didn't care much about licking the abyss. As long as the benefits were sufficient, He would endure any humiliation. The only problem was that the Abyss probably couldn't produce more legendary Abyss disaster hearts. It was a luxury to use them to make the Abyss Monarch. Each one was a cut of flesh from the Abyss. When making the Abyss Monarch, the Abyss could still recover blood when the Monarch died, but the disaster hearts that were cut out were really wasted. Lin packed the black potion and prepared to find something with strong vitality to drink it after a while, and then he started to use the furnace for the second time. After all, he was directly using the power of the gods, not boiling the potion, so it was normal to have some problems. Put all the materials in place. This time he did not boil the legendary Molten Night Path potion. Just now he thought of boiling this one first. After all, he already had the Molten Night armor, and there was no power that was more suitable for the Molten Night. Since it went wrong, we should stop the loss in time and try something else first. Storm Knight, Undead Knight, and Dragon Knight. All four should be tested. He put down the legendary Storm Night Path potion and pressed his right hand on the furnace again. It can be controlled. This broken furnace has a malfunction, so we have to gamble. The light flickered, and the light column shot up into the sky again. More and more eagle-shaped monsters gathered in the outside world, and Lin had successfully harvested a Storm Night Path potion that was difficult to determine whether it was successful. The good news is that it doesn't look that bad. Unlike Molten Night, maybe it's non-toxic. The furnace has been shaking since just now. It's going to break. Lin made a quick decision. He must brew the potion of the Undead Night Path. If nothing else, being invincible is very suitable for him. How can he be a ranger with a short health bar? If you want to be agile and have output, a thick health bar is the most basic. This theory also applies to the mage profession. Stand up, then you can output. The third potion is no different from the second. While the furnace was still intact, Lin immediately made another Molten Night Path potion, and this time, the effect was quite good. Crack. It started to crack. We couldn't do without one of the three. The Dragon Night Path potion was also made. In total, 4 Legend Path potions of uncertain efficacy, and 1 scrap were harvested. Chapter 502 Legend. The vast flock of eagle-shaped monsters spread their wings, blocking the blue sky above their heads, and the layers of them were like a black blanket spread out. The omnipresent flock of birds floated in the sky like a dark cloud. Sharp beaks, sharp eagle claws, and a terrifying number that was enough to bury a person completely. Then, they seemed to have received some kind of signal, and began to rush towards the ruined fortress where Lind was. Their feathers cut the cold wind, like ice knives scraping on the ice, leaving a series of harsh and sharp sounds. There was a rumbling sound, and Lind looked up and found that the dust inside the fortress began to shake. He took the potion, not caring whether there were any unexplored corners inside the fortress, and rushed out through the stone wall. The chilly wind hit his face. Lind suddenly found that he really liked a warmer environment than the cold. The molten armor quickly wrapped his body, including his head. At this time, he also found the difference in the surrounding environment. The light became very dim, which was impossible to happen on the top of the snow-capped mountain with an extremely high altitude. Occasionally, dark clouds would flow around the mountainside of the snow-capped mountain. He looked up and saw the terrifying number of huge eagle-shaped monsters. They were like blood-sucking insects chasing after the smell of blood, crowded and mad. The manic eagle-shaped monsters began to rush over one after another, as crazy as they came out of the cave to find food. Linda retreated, and a long blade appeared in his hand. The long blade from the melt-carved armor was nothing special. It just fused a small piece of magic ring fragment, which made it stronger and seemed to have some effect on fire. With his wrist turned, the flame appeared on the top of the snowy mountain like a single wing stretched out, starting from the long blade in Lin's right hand. If you look far away, you should be able to see a blade wing spread out high up in a rugged snowy mountain range, sweeping across, cutting a huge hole in the black blanket of the sky. He chopped it vertically again, and the hole became even bigger. The attacked eagle-shaped monster fell in a charred state. But the difference in numbers was still too great, and it was the first time that Lin truly felt the mood of those bosses, who were besieged to death by the undead. The razor-sharp eagle beak stabbed at him, like a killer waiting for a chance to strike, falling from the sky, leaving no way for him to avoid and face it head-on. Fighting in an environment that was not favorable to him, Linda was somewhat stretched. The melt-carved armor helped him provide flame support, but after all, this was a snowy mountain with extremely low temperatures that could freeze people to death in a short period of time. Linda fought and retreated, trying to find a place where he could hide. Can't kill them all? Where did these things come from? He is quite strong. He must swing his sword once to die. If he continues to fight, he will be exhausted. While Linda was distracted, he was looking for an escape route. He only needed to wait a little, and take some time to try to take the potion to advance. There is a cave. The excellent sight helped Linda find an escape route. He turned around and rushed over. When he flew into the air, golden skeleton arms stretched out from his cloak pulled straight by the wind. The ghost crawled out and looked up at the flock of birds swooping down like knives in the sky. Stop them! The ghosts who are not vulnerable to physical damage are the perfect helpers to deal with the flock of birds. They roared ghostly and rushed towards the flock of eagle-shaped monsters in the sky. They used their rotten ghost arms, broken swords, broken skull hammers, etc. to smash the heads of the eagle-shaped monsters and use the force to jump up just before the corpses fell out of control. The golden figure was slowly submerged by the dark flock of birds and could no longer be seen, barely delaying Lin for a certain period of time. He crashed into the cave. Crackling, the monsters rushed in frantically, or rather, forced their way in. Slowly, the entire mountain was surrounded by the eagle-shaped monsters, and the snowy mountain turned into a dark monster mountain. The impact became more and more intense. Lin did not expect these things to be so crazy. We must not start a formal war with the undead. He chopped the charging monsters with one hand, watching them crush the bodies of his companions into rotten meat, and push them towards him. The cave had been completely stained with beast blood, and the smell of feces and blood was not pleasant. Lin took out a potion. He seemed to be in a hurry, but in fact, he could easily fight and focus on his promotion. Storm Knight passed by the potion and drank it in one gulp. This move was a bit risky. He did not prepare, pray, or feel the throbbing of his soul in advance, but Lin still drank the potion. There was a moment when Lin felt that he suddenly stepped into the mud after drinking the potion, and the worst thing was that the mud actually got into the boot. He moved his toes slightly, and the mud began to surge between his fingers. What was even worse was that this sticky, creeping feeling crept up along his ankles, to his knees, thighs, and waist, until it completely engulfed him. In the snow-capped, noisy snow-capped mountains, the creeping eagle-shaped monster mountain that seemed to breathe had been struggling like this for a long time. Finally, no more reinforcements could be seen in the distant sky, but the price was that several nearby snow-capped mountains were also occupied by monsters and turned into a dark place. Among the towering peaks, a blue figure suddenly rushed out. Standing with a bow step and a sword in hand, the blue light of the soul was a burning high-temperature armor. After this figure appeared, he did not use any range attack, but moved forward with the simplest slashing posture, one knife at a time, and did not even use the diffusion effect. The sun and the moon rotated in the sky, and the slashing continued. From the outside, you could only see the group of monsters wrapped into a moving giant ball, which is so big that it can connect the ground and the clouds in the sky. Lin stepped on the corpse of the eagle-shaped monster and moved forward slowly, and the pressure in his mind was faintly released. After drinking the potion of Storm Knight's Path, Lin felt the changes in his soul, as if his soul was growing and trying to transcend the constraints of his body. This was definitely not good news. His consciousness was several times faster than before, but his body was very slow, and he felt that he could not keep up at all. This was the body of an old noble in the internal beta test, and it was considered a small boss level until the public beta test. I didn't expect that it couldn't even bear the power of the legendary Storm Knight's Path. Lin had no choice but to let his soul try to adapt to his body. He had no intention of becoming a ghost. Continuous hacking could barely satisfy his needs, and he could stabilize himself through consumption. At this moment, Lin felt as if he had the power condensed from the vast ocean, turning into a fierce weapon, confident enough to hack away at any enemy, everything in front of him, even space and time. All this was an illusion, he knew, but it was difficult to guarantee that he would not fall into it. Slowly, the feeling of exhaustion came over him. The soul finally squeezed into the body. Both sides need to adapt to each other. The legendary Storm Knight is also the highest level that Lin can reach by drinking potions. According to the level of the undead, it is in the range of 51 to 60, which is also the mainstay level in the magic land. The light on his body quickly shrank, and the fused armor was close to his body. He looked much thinner than before. He turned gracefully, his wrist turned quickly, and the blade harvested life. The speed was faster. Linda looked down at the countless eagle-shaped monster corpses below, and grabbed the hilt with both hands. The simplest way to deal with it. Vertical chop. The monster ball was split in half. Unlike before, he is now a legend. Without the basic strength that can drag him down, Linda's combat explosive power directly entered the 5th to 6th ring range. Even if he directly encounters the King of Corruption, he dares to fight, provided that the other party does not let the dog go. Azure Soul Cutting. Horizontal sweep, vertical chop. The invisible air waves swept across the mountains, and those sharp claws of the monsters, and the dark eagle eyes dimmed in the horizontal attack that tried to change the terrain, and a rain of corpses fell under the mountains. It's like they poured me a glass of blood-red wine to celebrate my journey to legend. Linda stood on a sea of blood and corpses, looking up at the endless group of monsters that covered the sky. The armor mask shattered, and he took out the second bottle of potion and drank it. If the body can still bear it, then wait for the day. This time he drank the Molten Night Path potion. Rationally speaking, drinking the Undead Night Path potion is the best choice, just like when Raven, who will not die even if his head is blown up, and can recover even if his heart is pierced. He is a completely unkillable monster, and is most suitable for a protracted battle. But taking more and more advanced potions is not like the earliest potions. For example, if something goes wrong when drinking the Great Night Potion, the body will mutate, just like the Dragonskin Armor Master Bard, who will grow an extra arm. There is also the Frost Archer Lance, who has antlers growing on his head. Their path to promotion is blocked, but their lives are not in danger. Later, if one step goes wrong, it will directly turn into sticky pus. Lin can even feel that if he makes a mistake when drinking the Molten Night Path potion this time, he will most likely be absorbed by the molten armor in reverse. After all, the other party was once called a god, which is a kind of strange god's skin. The potion tasted cold and good. He was distracted, dealing with the suicidal beasts, while observing the changes in his body. No new fruit appeared on the professional tree, but a fruit that had appeared a long time ago suddenly began to tremble and burn. The furnace dominates the path, the Fire Knight. Is it a direct fusion, the path from the Fire Knight to the Molten Flame Knight, or is it to separate the two? Of course, it is to combine the two. He has long realized the limit of drinking potions. Even if he finds a higher level potion formula of the Master of the Furnace in the future, he will not drink it again. And the probability is very low. Nothing seems to have changed. The Fire Knight has become the Molten Knight, and has also been upgraded to the legendary level. Lin can feel his strong affinity with flames. Unlike the Fire Knight, who passively uses flames, but cannot ignite them, and can only rely on the flames of the Sun Knight, he can now also ignite flames. The flames brewed in his heart, and then exploded under his absolute control. Large groups of monsters died, and the magma on the ground surged. The sky, which had long been occupied by black, rose with thick smoke again, blocking the view. When Lin looked down, he found that he had successfully affected the terrain. The third bottle, Dragon Rider, I don't seem to have a dragon. Lin raised his head, and drank the potion, and threw the bottle aside. It doesn't matter whether there is a dragon or not. Instant consonant. I am Thor, the god of thunder, wearing a wolfskin coat and holding a hammer, moving forward cautiously. Animal skins are the characteristic clothing of this ice and snow country. The function of the hammer is to look good. After all, I have named myself Thor. Using the staff feels like climbing the wall to Loki's side. Awooh! A wolf howled in the distance. I, Thor, looked up and imitated the wolf howl. Soon, 2 wild wolves with shoulder heights of 2 meters ran over. One of the 2 wolves had silver-white hair like snow, which was very beautiful, and the other had black hair, which was cool and cold. In order to raise these 2 wolves, I, Thor, rejected another wizard profession and chose the current auxiliary profession. However, he did not regret it at all. Being awesome or not is a matter of one version, but being handsome or not is a matter of a lifetime. When others were jealous of getting pet cats in the magic land, I, Thor, already had 2 handsome and powerful wolves as helpers, so he usually acted alone when doing tasks, unless his friends were online and forced him to do tasks together. What's going on ahead? I, Thor, can understand what the 2 wolves he raised are saying, and sometimes he has to guess. What he likes most is the peculiar realistic style of this game. Just like raising 2 black and white wolves now, he really raised them from childhood to adulthood, and when the wolf cubs were still young, he took the 2 wolves out to hunt weak beasts. When they become stronger, they will take me, Thor, to hunt powerful enemies. The feelings between the 2 sides can no longer be summarized by games and players. When a person enters another world during sleep every day, and the time and things he experiences here are far more than those in the human world, can he still distinguish between reality and games? He doesn't know about others, but I, Thor, am sure that the feelings between me and the 2 wolves are real. Fuck. Without the black and white wolves explaining the situation, I, Thor, saw the changes in the far distance. The dark sky was suffocating. Wait, why do I look so familiar? He took out the telescope. Some props that are helpful for undead to act alone, such as compass, telescope, papermaking, etc., have tutorials on the forum. The compass is helpful for most undead, and it is difficult for everyone to determine the direction they are facing. Not to mention papermaking and printing, it is their successful creation that allows undead people to write books and draw pictures at will in this world. Many comics written and drawn by undead themselves have terrifying sales. Finally, the telescope can quickly detect the enemy situation. Isn't that a ball bird of more than 20 levels? How many? Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, millions? Thor, took a deep breath. Judging from the size, he guessed the distance. It was still very far away. He thought about it and turned to leave. The front is too dangerous, so I slipped away. Chapter 503 Key Plot Props. I am Thor, the god of thunder, and I turned and left with the black and white wolves. Maybe it was some special plot, or a special air wall that cannot be touched. It is best not to touch it for the time being. There is a small village nearby. It is interesting to say that a few days ago, there were a few undead people who occasionally did tasks here, but now I am the only one left. The game world is too big, and there are too many things to do. Most people like to follow the main line, and the other half like to enjoy the free life here, which is a general casual social player. No matter what game it is, as long as there is a certain degree of freedom, there will definitely be the most casual social players. Even competitive games can have romance, right? Office animals who usually have no money or time to travel. Now, as long as they work hard to kill monsters and make some money, they can go traveling and experience a new life that they have never experienced before. No one can refuse this kind of life. I am Thor, and I also know a friend with high paraplegia. He said that he loves this world more than the real world. For him, eating and going to the toilet in the real world are sleeping, and lying in bed and falling asleep is his waking up. Because I have always been alone, I am Thor, the god of thunder. I did not leave with the undead, who were chasing the main line, because he accepted a hidden mission here. If he earned enough money, he could buy that special equipment. The war after the awakening of the gods is hanging overhead, and the threat of the abyss is still lurking around, but the undead can still enjoy life in this world leisurely. I'm back, he shouted. It's Thor. How did you get today? He knows every NPC in the village, and they have a good relationship. It seems that there are refugees moving around recently, alas. I always feel that there is something hidden under the pond. I am Thor, the god of thunder, walked by calmly without saying a word, because he knew that this group of people were making fun of him again. Damn NPC, too many tricks. Don't try to trick me into working. I am Thor, the god of thunder, shouted loudly. I won't be fooled again. Ha ha ha. The NPCs around laughed. At first, the NPCs issued tasks, and the undead took them. Everyone got along quite well. Moreover, the ice and snow in the north of Instar continent is a totem culture with tough folk customs, so it is easy to blend in. But slowly the situation changed. It was the undead who started to destroy this harmony. Because there were many undead but few NPCs, the undead began to roll in shamelessly and bargain among themselves. When there were not enough tasks, some undead chose to leave. But during this time, NPCs also learned to give out tasks. People are not fools, but the undead are pure fools. As long as there is a task, they will come over happily. Therefore, many undead are deceived into doing hard work. I am Thor, and came to the village shop. The girl guarding the shop is a blonde girl with a standard American sweetheart appearance, orange-red hair, a sweet smile, and freckles. Long time no see. Xiao Bai and Xiue. I am Thor and corrected. They are called Elucidator and Dark Repulsor. The girl was helpless. Okay, what did you hunt this time? Some ores. I am Thor, the god of thunder, took a bag from the Black Wolf, which contains several brightly colored ores. It's actually magic material. The blonde girl looked at it for a while, and suddenly frowned. You entered the noisy snow mountain. That is the life forbidden zone. Thinking of what I saw today, I am Thor, the god of thunder, asked, why do you say that it is a life forbidden zone? Isn't it just a little lower temperature? The girl explained seriously. It is said that a terrible sky fire once broke out there, and the fire in the mountain was extinguished, so the heavy snow occupied our country. Because this is the north. I am Thor said. The compass can be used, which means that this world also has two poles. From the cutscenes of other undead people who went to the Devil's Land, we can see that they left the bubble-like world and went to another bubble. It is most likely a spherical planet. The girl looked at me Thor seriously and said, I know you are not afraid of death, and it is difficult for you to die, but it is very cold there, and the temperature can freeze people into ice in an instant. I am Thor, god of thunder. I nodded. Don't worry, I won't go over there. I'm just curious. If you want to know more, maybe you can ask the old village chief. He has lived for many years and must know something. Thank you for your reminder. Here, your money. The blonde girl handed over the purse. When are you leaving? The undead left one by one, and he was destined to leave. After I buy the thing I want. I am not the Riddler, because I am Thor, God of Thunder, and I don't know what that thing is called. He just heard by chance that there is a priceless treasure in the village, and you can buy it as long as you pay enough money. He hid the mission and didn't tell anyone. He was about to make enough money to buy it. With such a big harvest like today, will it last for a year? Actually, I can leave first and come back after I make enough money. Thinking like this, I am Thor, the God of Thunder, and walked out of the shop. After feeding the two wolves, he grabbed his head with both hands, made a gesture of taking off his helmet, and muttered, "It's time to sleep." The next moment, his figure disappeared. The two wolves, who were used to this scene, lay on the ground. Occasionally, when someone passed by, they would only shake their ears. After a long time, I am Thor, the God of Thunder, appeared. He twisted his hands and feet, rubbed his two wolves, and complained, "I'm awake. Let's go make money." For 2 consecutive days, I am Thor, the God of Thunder, making money, hunting, mining, without other undead people to divide resources. His money-making speed has greatly increased. Do you want to go and see again? He looked towards the snow mountain again. I am an undead. How could I be afraid? How could I be afraid? Before this, many undead people went to the noisy snow mountain. The reason why they did not continue to explore was similar to what the blonde girl said: it was too cold. The undead people tacitly believed that it was a special air wall designed by the game. But this time, he could actually see a large number of monsters. Maybe there really is a hidden mission or special event. He climbed over mountains and ridges, and his body became more and more stiff. Finally, he saw the scene that covered the sky. So many dead? I am Thor. I vaguely seemed to see a figure killing people. He tried to get closer, but found that his health dropped sharply. If he walked a few steps forward, he could return to the safe zone in a second. Wait, it seems that we were not so close last time, so it was not an animation CG, nor an air wall, but a real war? He suddenly felt his blood boiling, but after waiting for a while, his body was frozen, and those things did not come close. Retreat. A few days later, I was Thor and came back again. This time I was closer. And there was fire in the sky, and the death was still not over. Retreat. A few days later, the war seemed to be coming to an end. The oppressive feeling in the sky had disappeared, and the black cloud composed entirely of monsters was burned to ashes by the blazing red clouds. Ah! A roar came from the sky. A giant dragon with golden wings spread out and flew towards him. Fuck dragon. I am Thor, the God of Thunder. I never thought of running away. Seeing a dragon, why would I run away? Of course, I hurried to take a picture. It would be even better if we could communicate and take a photo together. He raised the telescope, turned on the screen recording, and locked his sight on the golden dragon at the first time. What kind of dragon is this? An undead dragon. It was indeed a dragon, but it was made entirely of skeletons. It was not the broken body of a dead dragon after decay, but a human-shaped skeleton, which was entangled with each other to form a strange golden ghost bone dragon. The ghost skull heads that flickered with soul fire looked very strange. From a distance, it looked like a golden dragon wearing tattered armor, and from a closer look, it was a strange ghost bone dragon. He slowly raised the telescope upwards, and saw the figure riding the strange dragon. A figure that was a little too tall and strong, and its size had surpassed that of a human. Linda Alman, level 60? How much? 170,000 HP. He immediately looked up the information and found that in the NPC data strategy related to Linda, his health value was still recorded as 75,000. What happened in such a short time? Why did the other party's health value suddenly increase by nearly 100,000, and the level also went directly from level 50 to level 60? Is he cheating? The whistling wind blew over my head. I am Thor, the God of Thunder. I watched him fly away and subconsciously chased him. The NPC with the most plots in the game so far, I can't let him go. When he saw that the other party actually landed in the village, he breathed a sigh of relief. He should not leave in a short time, which would be convenient for him to contact. Linda landed on the ground. He did not hide his arrival. Everyone in the village saw Linda riding a strange undead dragon, and watched the undead dragon's body explode after he landed and drill into his cloak. Master, don't be nervous, I just want to eat something. Linda smiled. His bright smile was his ultimate move. Don't worry, I will pay, but my appetite may be a bit big. We have enough food here. The whole village stopped immediately, and everyone began to prepare food for Linda. The benefits of the apocalypse are many, such as the emergence of a large number of mutant creatures, which have increased in size, and can feed many people, except that they are difficult to hunt. The roast is good. Linda gave a thumbs up. Did you learn it from the undead? Yes, they can always come up with new tricks. When the undead integrate into this world, the indigenous residents will also be influenced by the undead, and learn a lot from them, both good and bad. The wine is not bad either. Linda drank with big gulps. He was in a good mood. The Storm Knight successfully promoted to legend, and his control over the Soul Blade reached a new level. In the future, he will have greater confidence in facing the erosion of the abyss, and will no longer be easily entangled and unable to get rid of. While Molten Knight succeeded, he unified the path with Fire Knight, and with the Molten Armor, he is now the main output that he deserves. Undead Knight brought him a huge increase. He can feel the strong vitality of his body. After cutting off an arm, he can choose to replace the arm, and wait for the wound to heal by itself, or he can completely abandon the arm, and grow a new one. Not only that, he lost his conventional weaknesses. The heart, brain, etc. will not be critically hit. Lynn now understood why when Raven was immortal. She had strong self-healing ability, and no weaknesses. There was no difference between blowing her head off and cutting off one of her fingers. She was exactly like a boss. If you wanted to kill her now, you had to have absolute crushing power to make her health zero. If it was a protracted battle, there would only be one outcome. Let her stack her swords to a terrifying degree, tens of millions of swords, and then burst out with one sword to kill instantly. The Dragon Knight was the most bizarre. He needed a giant dragon to exert his full strength. Many of his combat skills were related to dragons. Control the dragon and use magic-like combat skills with the dragon, such as the Wizard of Double Chanting. He has a dragon for melee combat, and is also the ranged knight, who is best at magic. The only problem now is that Lind has no dragon, and he may have to venture into several more material planes to find the trace of the dragon. He can also cultivate it from scratch, breed it with his own power, and then hatch it for hundreds of years. Needless to say, he will never do this. Lin tried to combine ghosts into a dragon, and found that some combined combat skills related to dragons could barely be used. It is better to use it this way first than to have no use at all. As for the main trunk of the career tree, after understanding which path to take to move up, Lin wisely chose to switch from the Sun's Proof to the Giant's Proof. The Sun's Proof was only dormant, not dead, so he had no chance of getting the other party's divine skin. On the contrary, he now had the divine skin of the Giant Avesta, and was closer to success. Many gods have multiple priesthoods, and it seems that I can take on more. He was not going to let go of the story master, who made up a story beginning and then let the story move towards rationalization. The ability to develop in the direction of the scroll can help him avoid a lot of trouble. So his next goal is to take back the power from the old man. Just as he was thinking, someone called him. Lord Black Knight. Lord Lind. Lind turned his head, and found a strong Spartan rushing over. Looking at the other person's appearance, Lind muttered in his heart, "Is there a hair version of Kratos? Or a makeup version of Thor? Why is he equipped with a meow hammer?" It can be seen that the other party is not good at making people, and it is a bit weird. "Is there anything I can do for you?" He approached Lind enthusiastically. "Are you here for that thing?" Lind was puzzled. That thing? He didn't feel the scent of any treasure nearby. Maybe there was, but it might not be a treasure for him. That thing. The other party suddenly clapped his hands. "Why did I forget? I didn't bring the key props to the mission. I can't trigger the plot here." He began to feel annoyed again. Damn, did I miss it just like that? Lind, He knew that the undead's mental life was a bit crazy, but he didn't expect it to be so abnormal. "I have a solution. Wait for me." Watching the other party talking nonsense for a while, and then turning away, Lind didn't care, and continued to eat. After a while, the undead ran back happily. "I got it, the key plot props." Chapter 504 Role-Playing Function Test 1.0. The bone-chilling wind penetrated into Lind's clothes, and then was warmed by the high temperature radiating from his body all the time, turning into hot wind and dispersing. After the black and white wolves confirmed that Lind was not a threat, they quietly came to his side, and enjoyed the caress of the warm wind. "This is it. I am Thor, the god of thunder, and I brought a strange gem, not a magic or," because Lind did not feel any magic power from it, and he is now very sensitive to magic. The dragon is a natural magician, and it has become Lin's instinct to sense the traces of magic around him. However, the power of the four horsemen of the apocalypse is no longer regarded as the mainstream power by him. Except for the Molten Knight, the other powers can only be regarded as little life tricks in the magic world, which are dazzling and beautiful, but have more practical effects. Key props. His sense of belief is very strong, so Lind, who once identified it as a waste, couldn't help but take another look. Careful identification waste. Lord Black Knight, leave it to me. I am Thor, the god of thunder. I looked at Lind very seriously, my eyes sparkling. Mission? How the undead evolved to this extent by using a broken stone that I didn't know where to get to cheat for a mission? Where did you get it from? I bought it. The next sentence of Lind was suddenly stuck in his throat. But the undead opened up. He thought that he must have missed a part that caused the mission to be stuck and unable to proceed. Don't expect the undead to act with normal people's logic. No matter how real this world is, the fact that everyone can go online and offline means that this is a game. Since it is a game, it must be played with game logic. If an NPC does not engage in dialogue, it may be because of insufficient favorability or a certain task is stuck. In short, it is absolutely impossible that the key prop in your hand is fake. In the game mindset, the key prop bought at a high price must be of some use. In order to complete this task, I sold all the inventory in the warehouse and the equipment on my body, sir. I have no weapons left, and only a set of cotton armor is left. Linda took the waste stone in the surprised eyes of the undead. It's not that he is kind-hearted. The undead are cheap people. Exploitation is part of the fun of the game. Don't listen to their nonsense, otherwise you will be fooled. He just thought of another possibility. The undead will buy trash with a lot of money. If he can make up a story for this kind of trash, can he make a lot of money? Lord Linda's thoughts have changed. He used to think about providing equipment with better attributes, but now he wants to exchange trash for money directly. After all, his identity is changing. In the past, he had no identity, and he was self-proclaimed as a wild monster or the village chief of the novice village. Now he has the qualifications to influence whether the game will immediately launch a new version. As long as his strength continues to improve, it is not difficult to get the identity of a non-staff NPC on the official website. Why is the Black Knight dead before the 2.0 version is finished? Or did the official get some benefits during this period and want to let everything go on as usual? My lord. I am Thor, the god of thunder, scratching my head anxiously. He began to recall whether there was any CG plot, why he couldn't see the animation. Linda confirmed again, this stone is useless, a piece of waste stone. You should go back and ask the person who sold it to you instead of looking for its meaning here. Fuck, these NPCs are too shady. Listening to the undead swearing, Linda smiled. There are many cunning and deceitful NPCs. Most of the people who can survive in this world are very cunning. It is too naive to believe everything others say. Undeads are stupid enough and easy to deceive. Linda is definitely not the only one who knows this. Maybe all the local natives who have come into contact with undeads have known this for a long time. He still did not give up. Sir, why are you here? Is the war in the Roaring Snow Mountain range for something? The mission was discussed. Linda ate in silence. Don't look at me, I am just an NPC, and I can't react because the lines are not written. It can also be understood that you did not do the key pre-task, so the plot cannot be triggered. In short, Lin can act in any unreasonable way, and the undead will give him a reasonable reason. The undead, who didn't get the information they wanted, took off their helmets and disappeared, going to the toilet, eating, or simply being looked for. Everyone has become accustomed to the disappearance of undead. Lind asked the locals in front, what country is this? The Holy Kingdom of Herman, under the rule of the Snowdrop cult. The residents of the village knew that with Lind's powerful strength, they must not offend him. The Snowdrop cult? The Holy Herman Kingdom has a small land area and is cold all year round, but it is rich in fishery resources and has many mutated new species that have perfectly adapted to this country. The Snowdrop cult is the ruler of this small country with a total population of less than 3,000 people. The Crucible Master worshipped by the Snowdrop cult, the most powerful pope, is a powerful hero-level knight. The hero-level knight is about level 31 to 40, which is already a very powerful master on this continent. If the opponent does not have the blood of the old nobles, the skin of the gods, and more than a dozen emblems on his body like Lind, his strength will definitely not exceed 3 rings. The man who spoke had admiration in his eyes. He did not foolishly think that Linda was not as strong as the Pope of the Snowdrop cult. Instead, he knew that if he worked hard, he might have a chance to become a hero, But it was meaningless to rely on hard work to reach Linda's level. You actually believe in the Lord of the Furnace, but that's right. In this icy and snowy place, it must be warmer to believe in fire. Then, without Linda asking, the other party spilled out all the news he knew, including unofficial history, stories and legends, and gossip. Like the legendary story of the Ice Queen fighting the Fire Demon. In fact, the story of the Fire Demon and the old wizard with a white beard and a two-handed sword is more interesting. Lynn doesn't care about the locals cheating the undead out of their money. Anyone can cut leeks, but the locals' knife skills are a bit weird. No wonder only one undead was seen here. They were probably all scared away. There are many local unruly people, greedy by nature. By the way, he searched the forum and found that there are many undead people complaining about this place. Many people have been cheated. Some people even gave comments that this place is a scenic spot restaurant. It's okay to cheat money, but the food is not delicious. Without Lynn's control, the NPCs would of course let themselves go, do good business to make money, cheat fools to make more money, and if they don't cheat, they will be cheated by others. What a waste. Lynn still has the waste stone in his hand. He originally wanted to return it to the undead. After all, the other party spent a lot of money to buy it, but he didn't expect the other party to go offline in a hurry. He suddenly had an idea in his mind, a way to sell the waste, garbage at a high price. Use the ability of the story master to make a story for the undead. Let them carry out activities in a way that integrates into this world, that is, role-playing, rather than the undead staying out of it. Role-playing can restrain the actions of the undead to a certain extent. In terms of belief, no one is stronger than the undead. If we go one step further, there will be more things to sell. The more Lynn thought about it, the more he felt that this business could be continued. By turning on the role-playing function, the undead can become princes, princesses, thieves, etc., and then naturally integrate into the world to play the game. If you want to obtain these identities, you can buy them with money or wait for a limited time to redeem them. Even some special professions and special equipment require special identities. This is not difficult. For example, making a prince. A sword that can only be used by a princess, or a pair of palm-sized invincible armor that only a princess can wear. The bikini princess is also a princess, and the wine-selling princess is also a princess. Lynn's mind was opened up, and he thought more and more, maybe the undead can successfully disguise themselves as NPCs. You can design more templates. The magic potion path brings power, and the gods can use various rules. The rules allow him to formulate the gameplay. As an ordinary novice village chief, how can he not make rules? It is tentatively scheduled to be the 1.0 version of the role-playing function test. If it can avoid being brainwashed by the official, it will be great if it can be advertised on the official website. Lynn thought greedily, and considered the feasibility. The reason why he was able to appear on the official version update title this time was because of the Abyss, unless this function also becomes a hostile force that cannot be ignored. It's too difficult, let's do it step by step. But promotion must be there, the game experience must be thoughtful, and the rewards must also be thoughtful. The game experience is simple and innovative. Although the undead in the game are all playing the role of undead, everyone is out of tune with this world. But it would be interesting to play a role that everyone subconsciously believes in, such as a prince. For example, the prince naturally comes with loyal old party members, a white horse, or a main task. He took out the feather pen and wrote quickly on the paper. Undead, I am Thor, holding that strange stone. It turns out that the stone is the identity certificate of the prince of the Holy Herman Kingdom. Linda grinned. He really had a bad taste. Other princes used all kinds of treasures as proof of identity, but he actually used this rotten stone, but it was this that proved the horror of this ability. A lot of the content written next was full of bad taste, only when the undead completed something, could things continue. It was tiring to make up a story. Linda had a headache even with references. He would rather go out and kill people. Whether it was the undead or the Holy Herman City, they were not strong enough, far weaker than the Kingdom of the Moon. So Linda wrote very fluently, and wrote a simple story based on what the locals said. The Holy Herman City was ruled by the oppression of the Snowdrop cult. The Queen's last child escaped with a crazy red ice stone, which could prove his identity, and could be called a token. The prince had to embark on a journey back to the throne, going through hardships, until he finally won, and was greeted with cheers. It is true that the Snowdrop cult ruled the Holy Herman Kingdom, but the people who were ruled did not think there was any problem, because the cult did not have strong control over this land of ice and snow. He said to the man in front of him, "When the undead comes back, tell him not to forget to take this stone." The other party nodded repeatedly, Of course, he did not dare to refuse, and kept saying, "Yes." Lind, who had eaten and drunk enough, turned around and left. He wanted to go to the Snowdrop cult to take a look. Since the other party believed in the Lord of the Forge, and the Pope of the Snowdrop cult was a heroic knight, the reward for this role-playing function test 1.0 would be on the other party. Soon. The undead I Am Thor is online. He didn't take this stone with him. He picked up the stone, and didn't need anyone to remind him. The undead never suffer a loss. If you buy something with your own money, you will never lose it as long as it does not affect the weight. What if there is a hidden task? Just when he picked up the stone, a message appeared in Thor's mind. "I am a prince? Damn, roleplay." He was excited. Hey, I am a prince." Very arrogant. Thor took the stone and left. He was going to embark on a journey back to the Holy Herman City. I rode on the wolf and went forward. Not long after I went, I encountered my first encounter. A group of winter bandits wrapped in thick bear skins. Their skin was ice blue as if made of solid ice. Their bodies were wild and tall. White bear skins covered their heavy shoulders. Under the bear skins was a gray metal armor. Because of the wars over the years, the armor was covered with scars. Each scar represented the tragic wars they had experienced. Mission, isn't it here? I am Thor, the god of thunder, and I rushed forward excitedly. Your Highness. Who knew that the bandits suddenly knelt down? You are finally back. Damn, is being a prince so cool? Because the other party recognized my prince identity as soon as they met, I, Thor, stopped immediately and chose not to continue. Are you my people? We once served the queen, and of course we continue to serve you now. When the leading bandit spoke, the hot air from his mouth turned into a white mist that covered his entire face, also blocking his appearance. Even if I show my face, it's useless because these people all have beards. Even their mothers wouldn't know what they look like. Their beards are like masks woven from bear hair. I'm going back to Holy Herman. This will be a very difficult journey. Are you ready to do the next thing first? We have to do it step by step. That's right, a chain of tasks. Okay, what should we do next? Go catch mice in the fields. We need food. I am Thor, Damn, the mission is so cheap, just like sending a message to an NPC in some games, or asking someone to send a message when the person is standing not far away. He originally planned to take out his inventory directly, or use the money to buy food in the Holy Herman City, if the city did not have a wanted notice for him. After all, he is not an undead now, but a fugitive prince. But when he took out his pocket, he remembered that all his money was used to buy the key mission prop. Who dares to say that it is not a key mission prop? He may be the first undead role-playing in the world so far. He had to follow the robbers, who were good at robbing and robbing to catch mice. Snow mice, which were not afraid of the cold, had very long and thick fur, and were slippery. In order to catch it, the undead had to stick their butts out. It took an entire afternoon to complete the task. We have a second task, right? The answer was already answered. Yes, attack the Holy Herman City and defeat the Snowdrop cult. Huh? Are you alright? It was agreed to proceed step by step. Chapter 505 God has his own nights. Autism? Single player? Eating alone? Linda flipped through it and found that I was Thor, the god of thunder, and I didn't post my experience online. Single-player players who don't like socializing are actually a very large group. Even if they experience something interesting in the game, they will only sigh to themselves or chat with friends at most. People who post everything on the internet are a minority, and the majority are silent. But this also has some disadvantages, which is very unfriendly to Linda. The opening of the role-playing function is a signpost for the undead to become more and more obedient. If it can be exposed a little this time, it can save him a lot of effort in future publicity. Now, it really serves players one-on-one. It's a bit of a loss. In the future, I will add a few more undead to try this function and do more publicity. Select an area. It is best to select some actors who are good at acting, and then set special plots for the undead to play small theater games. The Kingdom of the Moon is good. There are many strange monsters there, and there is an air wall that makes it difficult to leave or enter. Anything can happen inside. Why don't I just start a werewolf game, or let the undead play with themselves? If you train an actor yourself and die, the cost is too high. If you want to use the enemy as an actor, the enemy who is too strong is uncontrollable, and the enemy who is too weak is unnecessary. The Holy Herman City is just around the corner. The low city wall, the snow on the ground was not cleaned up, and was trampled by pedestrians, pressing it into a slippery ice surface that was difficult to stand on. There were 2 soldiers wrapped in thick bear skins standing guard. Their gloves were too thick, making people doubt whether they could hold the hilt of the sword. I'm afraid they couldn't even hold their fingers. The scenery in the city was worse than Lind imagined. This was a gathering place for survivors rebuilt on the ruins. The houses were low, and only a dirt road was cleared on the road. The snow on both sides was piled up thickly. There were not many pedestrians. It was freezing cold, so most people would choose to hide at home. Fortunately, there was no shortage of wood in this land. As long as enough dry firewood was collected and stored before the snow, the winter would not be difficult. Coincidentally, the undead had stayed here before and helped collect a lot of firewood, so much that they could not put it away. Snowdrop Cult. Located in the only intact building in the city, it stood out like a signal tower. You could see its existence by looking up. Lind stepped into the Snowdrop Cult. The stealth of the secret pattern messenger had not been used for a long time. At this time, he easily bypassed all the members of the cult. He walked forward leisurely, but the patrol outside did not notice his presence at all. What is this? Lind looked up at the object worshipped by the Snow Peak cult. It was not a molten knight or a forge master, but a dwarf with a brazier on his head. He had short arms and legs, wore a heavy armor, and held a big hammer in his hand. Dong dong dong, footsteps came. A burly figure came and saw Lind. His face changed. He felt an invincible aura from Lind. The brave power of a wild beast came with Lind's eyes, which shook his spirit violently. The hot aura gushing out of his body was full of indescribable colors, burning like a walking human volcano. The man blinked hard to free himself from the horrible illusion. The difference in strength was too great, so he was affected the moment he saw the other person. His ears were buzzing, and his heart was beating wildly, and he felt dizzy. He knelt on one knee. Great Lord. It started with great so-and-so, a very common situation for believers. You know me? Lind didn't need to perform. His momentum as a legendary knight was enough to satisfy all the other party's imagination. Of course, great master of the forge, I have seen your statue and your armor before. The man's voice was fanatical. He felt that the figure in front of him became more majestic. The armor on Lind's body seemed to slowly overlap with the armor worn by the master of the forge in his memory. At first, there was a little similarity, but as the brain's faith strengthened and supplemented, the details quickly approached. Exactly the same. His knees knelt on the ground involuntarily. The other party walked step by step, and as he approached, the high temperature gradually approached his face. You may have recognized the wrong person. The other party's voice was deep, and his accent didn't sound like someone from Instant. Obviously, the other party was powerful, and he didn't bother to replace anyone or pretend to be anyone. That was the pride of a strong man. But he keenly caught a hint of something wrong in the other party's voice. Could it be that the other party didn't know the master? It was impossible, or he wanted to hide something, pretending to be a passerby who passed by accidentally and left after getting something he wanted. He became more and more certain of this idea. Only this possibility, then the other party must know the strength of the master and do not want to provoke him, but it doesn't matter. The difference in strength makes him dare not think too much. I am the Pope of the Snow Peak cult, Azek Snow, a great existence. We are honored by your coming. No matter who the other party is, the strong sense of oppression will not be fake. Lind didn't care about the other party's performance, but pointed to the stone statue. Who is that? The Crucible Knight. Azek Snow answered very obediently. His knees seemed to be nailed to the ground. The knight who serves the master. Real? Linda walked towards the stone statue. What is the faith of your Snowdrop cult? His two questions were a bit messy, and seemed to have nothing to do with the previous conversation. Azek Snow understood it immediately. We have seen him before, the powerful Crucible Knight. If you want to see more about him, there are some records in the cult. Record? Lind's eyes shifted to Azek. He didn't care about the life and death of the Snow Peak cult. Enough people had died in his hands, and his mercy would only be reserved for his own people. His eyes jumped on Azek's body, as if he could find the best place to cut in an instant. He was seen very clearly by those eyes. Azek slowly stood up, and after making sure that his actions did not arouse the other party's anger, he quickly left and brought back a thick sheepskin book. Taking the book, each page of the paper cover is very thick. It looks like a book as thick as a palm, but in fact, there is not much content written. Lind flipped through some of the records on it, all of which were related to the so-called Furnace Knight. When he first heard this name just now, he thought that the Furnace Knight was some kind of magic potion. Now he is sure that the other party appeared earlier than magic potions, and is a force that protects and serves the gods. Before the end of the world, magic potions were heresy. Just like the angels of the Everfrost land, the giant knights, and even the kings of the abyss. Gods must have their own knights. Lind closed the parchment book. He had completely understood that after becoming a god, he would be given a part of his power and create knights that belonged to him completely, so that they could spread faith for him, participate in the war of gods, etc. How could a god not have angels? It was not easy to become a god. It was very difficult for the broken story master and the broken giant skin to completely collect and combine the power into a new one and then replace it. Lind has a clear understanding of his own strength development. His power is half stolen and half robbed, which is completely different from those natural gods. It is like building a house, which requires him to rely on himself from scratch. So why must he follow the old path of others? He is interested in having powerful power, but not in completely replacing anyone. Patching may also work. Lind can feel the difficulty of collecting god skins. Great. Azek Snow wanted to say something else. Snow. Lind said, his eyes on the other person, staring at the other person's thick fur coat. Yes, sir. You should fight for the Snow Peak cult. What? Azek was a little confused. He didn't understand what Lind meant. He didn't object to fighting for the strong, but the announcement of this war came a little too quickly. Your Excellency the Pope! There was a shout outside. What's wrong? The prince brought his men back to fight. Prince? Azek frowned. His brain felt something was wrong, but he soon realized it was him. Does this small country in the snow have a prince? There should be one in my memory. When he turned his head again, the existence had disappeared. A siege war was launched very hastily. As a prince, I am Thor, the god of thunder, leading a group of strong men with short-handled axes to attack the Holy Herman's city. No one in the city resisted, and no one was excited. In fact, whether it was a prince or a cult, it was the same for them. If they had that time, they might as well add a piece of firewood to the stove to make the room warmer, and ensure that they would not be frozen to death. I am Thor, the god of thunder, commanding 2 wolves to occupy the city wall, and then he wisely did not continue to attack. Everyone stay here. He is very clear about his advantages, and also understands his disadvantages. Your Highness. Everyone looked at him excitedly, as if as long as he said a word, everyone would rush forward again without fear of life and death. I will lead you to victory, and take back this country. The voice of the undead was excited. Although the mission came a little inexplicably, as an old hand who hangs out in the game circle every day, he knows some hidden game features. If a war is won, the score may not be high. This role-playing game may have a scoring mechanism. Then what aspects will the score be evaluated from? It is inseparable from the 3 aspects of the clearance time, the loss of the own side during the clearance, and the loss of the enemy. So letting these weak NPCs rush forward with me will do nothing except lower the score. Gather all warriors, we are about to start the final war. After giving the order, I, Thor, took the initiative to move alone and headed to the Snowdop cult. Hammers and shields collided, and then the flames dyed the streets red, leaving pits in the snow. The flaming flying shield fragments shot towards the wall, and after the collision, they easily got stuck on it. The flames were still burning, and then turned into a big fire that engulfed the house. The people hiding in the house screamed and ran out. Swish! I am Thor, the god of thunder, holding my neck, coughing up blood and falling to the ground. The moment my chin hit the ground, my body turned into ashes. Then, he appeared on the wall of the Holy Herman's city. I'm resurrected. If there are others here, it will be much easier to conquer this place. As a single player, he thought about it, and decided to rush forward by himself. Collision, death, collision, death. Is there any big man who can help me? Azek Snow looked at the prince dying again and again, with a strange expression, and always felt that something was wrong. Kill! A roar came. The undead are back, Your Excellency the Pope. Hold on. The prince of a small country in the snow. I am Thor. Standing on the city wall wrapped in animal skins. Behind him stood the 20 or so undeads, who hurried over. They moved southward to try to find the underground cemetery of the Black Knights, and then took a direct train to the demonic land. Just because he was a step late, he received the help signal from Thor, the god of thunder, and immediately killed back. The difference is that each of them is extraordinary, and the armor and weapons on their bodies are the best standard weapons that can be obtained by the undead in the current version. Especially after some undeads uploaded various strategies, as long as they worked hard to learn, they could rely on their hard-working hands to make some usable props. It was no problem to brew simple potions. They took out bottles of potions, and poured them on themselves. Some took out their staffs and chanted. A circle of light was cast on everyone. Then another circle of light. Sprinkle the powder. sword oil. At this moment, I was Thor, the god of thunder, and felt the fun that single-player players would never experience. My strength increased by at least 2 times, and my height was raised by magic. Everyone was as sturdy as a little giant. Kill! His Royal Highness roared and attacked the Snowtop cult. Just go to simple mode. I am Thor, the god of thunder, said this. It turns out that this is what it feels like to team up with others. His previous experience made him not want to have too much communication with others, even in the game. The attack in his hands did not slow down. The more suffering he suffered before, the more fun it was in simple mode now. Soon they were defeated by Azek Snow of the Snowtop cult. But the bitter fruit of failure will not be tasted for too long. For His Royal Highness. The ground trembled. The undeads are back. Winning by numbers is what they are best at. Lin stayed out of it, and helped himself complete an experiment at the cost of the destruction of a religion. What is the reward after completing the task? No reward. This country is the reward. If the undead are willing to stay, they can use it as they please. Even without the title of prince, the undead can also recruit local natives to work for them. But almost everyone has given up doing so. Because the gap in strength is too big, the natives can't keep up with their development. At most they can keep a few good-looking NPCs at home. He witnessed the destruction of a religion with his own eyes. It was as messy as a street fight. Although the magic flames were everywhere, it was not beautiful at all. Chapter 506. An NPC is pretending to be undead. We won. I am Thor, the prince of the Holy Herman Kingdom, holding up my fist. Don't worry about how many tasks the Snowtop cult has issued to the undead, and don't worry about how good their relationship was before. Just know that during this role-playing game, they completed the task with 0 casualties. The NPCs who followed the prince to fight looked at each other. They followed the prince to reclaim the country, and then the prince asked them to gather, saying that there would be a fierce battle next. When they were ready to charge, the prince stopped them again. Then we saw the prince launching suicide attacks again and again, until the undead people arrived, and with their help, His Royal Highness successfully destroyed the Snowtop cult and took back the kingdom. However, I always felt that something was wrong. We have never charged once. We didn't even shout slogans. However, no one paid attention to the NPC's doubts. The prince was in high spirits at this time, thanking the soldiers for their hard work and dedication, even though they were motionless. We played an irreplaceable role in this war? When? Our sacrifice? Wasn't it always the prince who sacrificed? Don't look at me, I don't know. The prince raised his arms and shouted. The NPCs chose to raise their fists. Roar! Why bother with so much? It was enough to satisfy the impulse that suddenly arose in my heart to follow the prince to take back the kingdom. Other things were not important. The undead gathered together, looking at me, Thor, eagerly. What reward did you get? Most people are enthusiastic when playing games. Although helping others to kill monsters in the game may be suspected of being cool, well, if you don't play games to show off and satisfy your own second-year desires, why bother to participate in it? They are still very curious about what reward I, Thor, got. No reward, maybe this country is my reward. I, Thor, said. Everyone was quiet, and then suddenly a discussion broke out. Fuck, the first king? You have your own territory. Can you also infect nobles? Fuck, let's just attack other countries directly. The undead, who were just joining in the fun, suddenly became excited. Although the identity of the king seemed to have no effect, there were even a lot of unowned lands in the instant continent, and it was not a problem to occupy the mountains and develop yourself. But what you built yourself, and what the NPC recognized were 2 different things. Sometimes a beautiful title can make people stay up for days and nights to brush it. Thor is not used to social gameplay yet. He is very open when chatting with NPCs, and dares to say anything because he knows they are all fake. But it is difficult to open his mouth when facing the undead. Amid the urging of a group of people, Thor had to ask his subordinates. Can we start a war? Your Highness, I don't recommend you do this. After the sudden impulse in his heart disappeared, the NPC has regained his calm. Why? The world has changed. War is no longer limited to humans. The gods have awakened, and each country has its own beliefs. Under such circumstances, a small country in the snow without the protection of gods will be wiped out by others with a flick of the tail. The undead people present frowned and thought. After all this time, the king's power is still granted by God. Nonsense. If there are gods in this world, of course the king's power is granted by God. Look at the gods on the instant continent. Haven't they been beaten to death long ago? What god did the Snow Peak cult believe in before? Why don't we continue to follow the old routine? It's useless. If the god believed in by the Snow Peak cult is really useful, how can we easily wipe it out? Everyone talked about it, but no one could come up with a suitable method. The reason was simple. They had been wandering around the Holy Herman Kingdom before. Although they barely became experts based on the strategies on the forum, they were actually just following others' advice, and following the real bosses. They had never even seen a god in person. In simple terms, they are speedrunning experts, who have memorized a set of all-purpose gameplay. They can barely get by in the current version, but they are many times worse than the real T1 team. I am Thor. He opened his mouth and said, I have a very suitable candidate, maybe it can work. Who? Everyone looked at him. He said, Lind Alman. Ah, the Black Knight? Is he a god? Yes, although he has killed gods, he is at most a legendary hero, or a god slayer, not a god. Some people disagree. They seek gods in order to cling to their thighs, and get feedback. Gods can give feedback to their believers. It is difficult for him to explain why. Perhaps it is a very lonely single-player player's unique feelings for the NPC with a deep memory, hoping that the other party will become a god. It doesn't matter whether there is a thigh to cling to. I am Thor, the god of thunder, and asked, are you really going to develop here? There are no monsters to fight in this small country in the snow, no magic material resources, no cool equipment, and even the low temperature has been giving negative status to the body. Staying here is no different from being exiled to guard a fish pond. The Black Knight cult. I am Thor, the god of thunder said, then those who join the cult can get the title of knight. Fuck, I join. I join too. No matter whether the Black Knight will recognize them in the future, they will take one first. A group of undead people stood up and worked together. Soon, according to the photo provided by I am Thor, they carved out a stone statue of Lind Alman wearing a fused armor and riding a golden undead bone dragon. From then on, the Snowdog cult disappeared, and the Black Knight cult appeared. For the people of the kingdom, nothing changed. It didn't matter who they believed in or who was the king. For the undead, believing in an NPC with a brazier on his head was not as good as believing in the Black Knight, who at least looked handsome. The focus of the battle on the instant continent, the 12 Gods Alliance was almost falling apart, and could only maintain superficial harmony. Because of the rapid loss of the undead, they had to do everything they could to stop them, and wanted to keep these warriors, who were not afraid of death. Unfortunately, no matter what benefits they gave, they seemed to be unable to keep the hearts of the undead. A brand new game map. You can't keep me here even if you give me a set of divine equipment, and you don't want to give me divine equipment. Only some undead farmers, who like a stable life didn't leave immediately because they missed their land, cows on the farm, eggs in the chicken coop, etc., but everyone knew that it was only a matter of time before the undead left. The old man in the scroll was no longer interested in the meeting. From the undead, who couldn't keep any secrets, he knew some of the situation in the magic land, including the so-called story god skin owned by Lind. The struggle for divine power is the most intense, and only one person can laugh at the end. Losing the Prince of the Two Swords and Anna, the skinny ghost, is nothing to him. As long as he completely controls divine power, he can create more powerful fighters in the future. Just like he wants to obtain the power of the master of the story, the Black Knight will definitely not let him go easily. When the other party's injuries are fully recovered, how can he hide? He can't trust any of those allies. Fear filled his mind, and the old man in the scroll thought very quickly in this situation, just like a flame in the wild facing the heavy rain that is about to fall, stubbornly trying to find a way to keep himself from extinguishing, so as not to suffocate so quickly. Escape to the Devil's Land, the plane known as the border between the mortal world and the divine realm. If he could find another guy who had the ability to dominate the story, that bastard who loved to tell stories, he might be able to turn the tables, get rid of the Black Knight, and take away some of the divine power in his hands. The head of the old man in the scroll seemed to be split by a ray of light, and the light slowly spread and wrapped his entire head. The whole person's appearance changed rapidly, and he became a person with some strange clothes. This is the conclusion drawn by the old man in the scroll after observing many undead people. Undead people have very distinctive looks. Some of them are extremely beautiful while others are extremely ugly, and their speech and behavior are very exaggerated. In addition to their looks, they wear very exaggerated and complicated clothes, and like to make all kinds of fancy decorations on their armor. Plane travel is not that simple, and coordinates are required. The old man in the scroll cannot travel aimlessly, so following the undead people in the underground cemetery of the Black Knight to the Magic Land is the best choice. The appearance is camouflaged, and it will never be discovered, because the picture is also part of the story. The identity he drew for himself was not easily seen through even by the undead. Everything was part of the story. The Black Knight Underground Cemetery. It was the first time for the old man in the painting to walk into this huge fortress building. Looking at the densely packed undead, the whole area seemed to be occupied by flies, and the buzzing voices drilled into his ears. It seems that my disguise is very successful. The old man in the painting was very satisfied with himself. He painted himself as a wizard with a strength of about 1 ring, which was the largest group of undead. He chose a set of iron barrel armor, with a blue cloak on the outside, and there were strange runes on it. Next is the selection to go to the Demon Land. Even if the direct train to the Demon Land is opened, the number of people who can be teleported there every day is not much. At present, the Black Knight camp can only rely on the gods with 6 rings of strength to help open the portal. The number of people who can open the portal purely by manpower is limited. The old man in the scroll does not need to ask. As long as he stands there for a while, all kinds of information will come into his ears. Can I get a ticket to the Demon Land by drawing a lottery in the store? Is there a chance of getting a ticket to the Demon Land by eating snacks? Maybe there is a ticket to the Demon Land in the treasure chest when playing in the dungeon? I heard the information, but I didn't understand it. Because the undead have a habit of speaking, that is, I send you a link. What is a link? Or say, look at this strategy. What is a strategy? The old man in the scroll, who had long known that the undead had similar mental network abilities, was not surprised, but felt that the time he spent eavesdropping here was a complete waste of time. He planned to clear the so-called dungeon, but he didn't know which dungeon had a ticket, because when the undead talked about it, they were all speaking obscure words. The old man in the scroll was going to give himself. Bring a ticket to the Magic Land, precious materials or equipment, parking space 1, plus 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 plus. A big man was shouting at the top of his voice. After eavesdropping for a while, and watching many people. Plus plus plus. After that, the old man in the scroll came over. Can you get a ticket to the Magic Land? Yes. The other party did not suspect the identity of the old man in the painting. He looked him up and down, and then asked, will you come? Pay first. The meaning is not difficult to guess. The old man in the painting took out a few necklaces. Fuck, necklaces blessed by gods can actually increase charm. Although it is a limited time item, it can last for 2.5 years. Brother, where did you get it from? It is not that there is no equipment that increases charm. Some gods are more inclined to succubus, so they will give out magic potions or clothes that increase charm as rewards. Is it enough? The old man in the scroll was not used to the other party's way of speaking. The necklace blessed by the gods, that's because he himself is a god, he can have as many as he wants. Enough, definitely enough, as long as you don't mind losing out. It was just a 2-ring gadget that he took out casually, and the old man in the scroll stuffed the thing to the other party. Take me to get the ticket. Okay, let's go. The undead nodded. By the way, brother, add me as a friend? Otherwise, what if you think I ran away and cheated you of your things? As he spoke, he opened his right hand. The old man in the scroll was unmoved. He knew that was the way the undead could connect with each other, but his identity was fake, and he couldn't add friends at all. No need, they are all bad guys. I'm not afraid of you running away, just don't be afraid. The undead raised his thumb. Your words are the most pretentious I've heard in recent days. We run our business with integrity, you can rest assured. Soon, several more people came over and formed a team together. After distributing the necklaces, several people set off, and the old man followed them. They went to a dungeon, which looked like an underground castle. I'm not afraid to tell you that we actually figured out how to get tickets to the Magic Land here. The undead talked freely, but all they said was nonsense. After all, they would not easily tell the business secrets of making money. They quickly entered the battle state. The enemy they faced was not strong, only at the level of 1 ring. The old man thought that he had to hide his identity, so he suppressed the urge to attack. Watching the undead people nervously directing the actions. They are indeed a team that is very good at fighting. Although their coordination is a bit messy, and their joint attack skills are very awkward, they trust each other very much. There are really people who can take the initiative to resist the knife for their companions. A figure wearing a flaming crown appeared, burning with a powerful momentum comparable to the 3rd ring. This official dungeon copy has a fixed refresh of the small boss. If it weren't for the limit of only 5 people, we would have flattened it long ago. The leader of the undead said. The old man in the scroll savored the war, and watched several undeads die to protect themselves. Brother Pepsi, come on, we will help you attract attention. Go in and get the ticket. Brother Pepsi? Who are you talking about? The old man in the scroll turned his head left and right. Fuck, Brother Pepsi, come on, my brother can't stand it anymore. Me? The old man in the scroll pointed at his nose. Of course it's you, wearing the cloak of Pepsi. I, a Coke fan, am embarrassed to say anything to you. Chapter 507, A New Era. Entrance ticket to the demonic land. The old man in the painting successfully obtained this ticket to other material planes, and turned away under the urging of the Coca-Cola party, who changed his face urgently. Fools have good fortune. The undead leader looked at the old man in the painting wearing a Pepsi cloak and left, and curled his lips. He didn't even know to grab things at the critical moment, and he needed someone to remind him. He really thought he was 100% hand in hand. Drink Pepsi. The old man in the painting scroll tried several times to explore the secrets of Pepsi and Kiki, and even thought that it contained some special information about the War of Faith, and the War of Faith among the undead. He had observed that the undead had no faith in religion, would not turn against each other, and even often changed their allegiance, but it was different when they met Pepsi and Kiki. He stepped on the last time, and came to the gathering place. The high tower in the distance was covered with the golden light of the sunset, and the buildings spread around were shining in the sun, and there was no difference from the great tomb. Any relationship. A wide long road is sandwiched between tall buildings on both sides, extending to the end of the site, whereas the end of the way to the Devil's Land. The closer you get, the more guards there are on both sides, and they strictly monitor and guard the main road. But in the eyes of the old man in the painting, this is not like preventing the undead from leaving this continent, but more like making the undead understand how precious the tickets are. Queue up here. Someone shouted in front. The old man in the painting queued up consciously, and when he didn't know what to do, he followed others. The tall figure of the Prince of Twin Swords appeared in his sight. His eyes flickered slightly, and then he quickly lowered his head. With the strength of the old man in the painting scroll, he was not worried that the Prince of Twin Swords would see through his identity. However, those who went to the Devil's Land were all undead. The Prince of Twin Swords did not need to recognize who he was, as long as he was sure that he was not an undead. If a conflict really occurred, the old man in the painting scroll did not have enough confidence to defeat the Prince of Twin Swords in a short time. If the Black Knight returned, he would be the most foolish person to fall into the trap. Many conjectures came to his mind, and he tried to eliminate them one by one. To prove that he was an immortal, there was no more convenient way than to find the same topic as the immortal, such as talking about the immortal's beliefs. What do you believe in, Coke or Pepsi? The immortal was stunned by the sudden question from the old man in the painting, and then his eyes were fixed on the cloak of the old man in the painting, which was very shameful. This was different from the one in front of him wearing. Urea. What's the difference between the buddies of the taxi and the taxi drivers? Abstract. The immortal shook his head. I don't drink Coke or Pepsi. What do you drink? The old man in the scroll didn't expect that the fierce battle of faith could lead to new problems. The faith of the immortals was so chaotic. It was just a small theocracy, but it would involve multiple. See you again. The other party blinked, with an expression of you understand, right? The old man in the scroll also blinked. Someone on the side joined the conversation. Kid, this is not funny. The old man in the painting couldn't keep up with the conversation, but he found that when he joined their conversation, no one felt it was abrupt or wrong. This meant that he had successfully disguised himself as an undead. If he listened more, he would be able to mistake the fake for the real. The man said, I don't drink Coke, Pepsi, or iced tea. What do you drink? Jing, liquid. The other party held his head high, and I only drink the genuine version without Jing. The old man in the painting scroll widened his eyes. The taste of the undead was so strange. He was just a pure god from a fairy tale country. How much advertising fee did Deo give you? It's broken. I don't understand. Before this, the believers said that the faith of the undead was not pure. At this moment, in the eyes of the old man in the painting scroll, they were the fanatics, who not only understood their own faith, but also understood the faith of their opponents. At the same time, the old man in the painting scroll also adhered to his identity. Brother Pepsi, if someone doubts him, he only needs to refute with one sentence. Even XX dogs don't drink, and he can perfectly protect his identity. This long war of faith has finally ended, not because they have decided the winner, but because they can finally go to the Devil's Land. The torrent across the plain does not make people feel comfortable. They are like being shot into the sky by a cannonball, hoping that they will not be blown to pieces and can arrive safely. This kind of teleportation is not absolutely safe, and death is always with them. But because the target is the undead, no one cares. The teleportation is not 100% successful, as long as it is not the one who has the problem. This journey across the plain is not smooth, and the Prince of the Two Swords will also make mistakes. This mistake cannot be avoided unless his strength can be stronger and reach the 7th ring. The air is turbulent, and the undead have no awareness of being annihilated. Some people even start talking to themselves excitedly because of the chance of 1 in 100. Brothers, we finally meet, lost in the turbulence of time and space. The old man in the painting made a move quietly, trying his best to stabilize it while ensuring that he would not be exposed. Fuck, Brother Pepsi, did you trigger any task? The iced tea faith undead asked beside him. Huh? The old man in the painting did not expect that he was noticed just by doing some small movements. No. He shook his head decisively. The iced tea undead blinked at the Jingya undead, and the two immediately started a private chat. He should be an NPC. I didn't expect the game to have progressed to this extent. How did you figure that out? We just received a message about the space-time turbulence, and we are about to get lost in it. Yes, but it was fixed in a blink of an eye, so I was so happy for nothing. Everyone reacted, except Brother Pepsi. It's a big event with a very low probability. Entering the space-time turbulence is equivalent to getting stuck in a bug. Entering an unexplorable area, that is, a new map, among the undead, who are heading to the Devil's Land now. 100 out of 100 have a strong desire to explore. New maps, new forces, new powers, new enemies, new equipment, etc., each of which will attract them. Otherwise, staying in the more stable novice village continent is more suitable for social types. He is eager to go to the new map, but he has no interest in the new map with the strongest sense of mystery. It cannot be said that he has no interest, but he seems to be unaware of it. Abnormal. Never doubt the Immortal's frame watching ability. It is normal to use a few minutes of trailers to directly expose the pants of a game. Maybe he was distracted? Simple, if you don't believe it, ask him another question. Okay. The two of them ended the private chat as if nothing had happened. Brother Pepsi. What's wrong? The old man in the painting scroll has already integrated into his own identity. What's your ID? Add me as a friend. I'm used to being a lone wolf. The Jingya undead, who just asked the question, looked at the Binghanka undead and asked in private chat, isn't this one of us? Ask him something he doesn't know. What are you asking? If you're asking about some cliches on the internet, he might not know if he doesn't surf the internet in time. Not everyone surfs the internet intensively. Ask him a free question. The tone can be imitated, the appearance can be disguised, but some common sense cannot be covered up by magic. I saw the world when I went to Pallet Town last time. It is worthy of being the capital. Ice-T blinked. This is not a free question. Since the other party is an intelligent AI, he must be able to distinguish the basic knowledge of the Earth. Brother Pepsi, have you been to the capital? I tell you, it's so authentic. The old man in the scroll wrote down the key information, then shook his head. I'm a dead otaku, and I've never had the chance to go. He already knew the special chat vocabulary, and his words would not make people feel wrong. But the expressions of the two undead were very strange. I didn't expect it to be so easy to try it out. There have been many cases of NPCs disguised as undead, but those NPCs would be specially marked and easy to identify. But this time the NPC in front of him actually had no sense of disobedience. He learned the undead's words and grew quickly, and he was dressed in a standard logo style. No matter who saw him, they would not doubt his identity. Chat again. This game is very intelligent, and the model is very well tuned, and it has its own personality. I think it can pass the Turing test. Is there a hidden mission? Keep your eyes on it. Landing smoothly. The noisy chatter before has ended, and the undead have arrived at the Devil's Land. The undead led the novice village, and the huge and towering city-state came into view. Finally here. The old man in the scroll, who had no idea that he had been exposed, wanted to move freely, but was pulled by the arms of two undead on the left and right. Let's go, brother, get the cat. What? He really didn't know, but when the old man in the scroll saw a group of undead people getting cats one by one through prayer, he knew that he must not accept the blessing ceremony. If the gods accept the blessing of the gods, he will be exposed immediately. That's not right. Brother Pepsi doesn't seem to dare to go. What should I do? Then let him go quietly, but we have to tie him to our warship. Think about it, there must be a hidden mission. The two of them quickly finished their private chat again and made the next action plan. I won't take the cat for now. There's no rush. The hidden mission must not be missed. Brother, where do you want to go next? Me? The old man in the scroll didn't expect that the two people with different religious beliefs would take the initiative to ask him. I want to know the information about the Demon Land first. Information? It's really a fake immortal. In the eyes of the immortal, As long as there are footprints of the immortal in this world, there will be absolutely no secrets. The map of the entire demon land has been open for more than half. If one person knows, then everyone knows. Information, I heard there is a place called Stone Beast Castle. It seems to be well informed. We can go there to investigate. The old man in the scroll nodded. Then go to Stone Beast Castle. We don't know the way. But we can take an escort mission. We can earn some money and go to Stone Beast Castle. What do you think? Okay. The old man in the scroll did not refuse. Compared with the undead, who are well informed, including the range of some magical beasts, he is absolutely ignorant and broke into this place. Without the undead, he is likely to be in the dark. My strength is nothing in Instant Continent, and the danger will be even higher in the demonic land, where the Black Knights have to keep their tails between their legs. So exposing my identity and forcing my way in was not in the plan of the old man in the scroll. Time and space turbulence, explore unfamiliar maps through bugs. Brothers, this time when I took the express to the demonic land, there was a little trouble on the road. I accidentally got stuck in the time and space cracks, and then came to a sunny material plane. The following video is my exploration experience. It's a pity that I died and returned to the safe zone to revive. Linda watched the undead's adventure video. He didn't expect that the undead's brain was so adaptive that they could find a suitable reason when there was a bug. However, the reason they found seemed to be correct. Most of the time, the turbulence of time and space would make people lost in the void, and only a few times would they go to a certain material plane. The undead in the video was one of the lucky ones. You undead, you always come up with something new for me. Linda retracted his gaze. He raised his hand and tore it, but the air was not torn apart. It's bad. He almost forgot that he was no longer a Black Knight blessed by the power of the abyss. He could no longer perform the cross-dimensional execution that required 6 rings. Fortunately, he had an underground tunnel worm. But before that, he had to take down the old man in the scroll. Lin turned into a cannonball and quickly crossed the sky, and appeared in the most intensively fought place in the Instant Continent. The alliance of gods had already been shattered. The Deep Angel, considered to be a god on the path of Undead Knight, is said to have the ability that no one can kill it, and the strength is 6 rings. But when Lin saw him, he did not sense the aura of the Undead Knight from him, which was completely different. When he saw himself, the Deep Angel was also a little panicked. Every time Lin appeared, he shocked the gods present. He killed as soon as he appeared. Ordinary gods did not dare to look for him at all. Where is the old man in the scroll? He has left. Left? Lin raised his eyebrows. He could guess why the other party left. In the battle of divine power, there is no right or wrong, only war. At least the old man in the scroll showed his determination to fight to the death. He knew he couldn't win, so he ran away, but he didn't plan to hand over the divine skin. How is the alliance now? It's falling apart. The Deep Angel answered concisely. The 12 Gods Alliance, 2 were kidnapped by Linda, and the melt armor was worn by Linda after being killed. The old man in the scroll left, and the rest were no longer united. Especially seeing Linda coming back wearing the melt armor, they knew that everyone would be in danger if they faced Linda. Pledge allegiance to me. Linda said, join a new era. Chapter 508. Who asked you to play Gal game? Linda's voice was like an explosion, deafening and hitting the head of the Deep Angel, if the thing on his neck could be called a head. Entering a new era, is it time to establish a new alliance of gods? It seems that he is not planning to establish an alliance, but more like he is planning to conquer himself. Join me, I can bring you believers. Undead people are all pan-believers. If we really want to see who is more attracting fans, Linda is very confident that no one in the world knows how to win over the undead better than himself. Not because of his former identity on Earth, but because he can access the internet. Old information is not very useful. The local natives are not fools. They can easily imitate the behavior, logic, and speaking habits of the undead. The few who can distinguish the true from the false probably only use methods such as offline, add friends, and resurrection. Just like the methods used by Lind at the beginning, even if he did not spread them, the undead would spread them, and teach the natives how to be a qualified NPC. Don't underestimate their enthusiasm. It will make them feel very interesting. Make the flexible NPC become a dull task-issuing machine, or make the dull NPC become flexible. The fun of life is to toss. Linda continued, you can't beat me either. This is the crux of the problem. The Deep Angel happily chose to pledge allegiance. Just as Linda said, if you can't beat me, don't resist. Look at the Prince of the Two Swords following him. Isn't he living comfortably? Including Anna's skinny ghost, that crazy guy. Linda then raised another question: how to get the remaining gods of the alliance to join him voluntarily. It is very difficult to train powerful subordinates. The deep angel replied, they want different things, and they never reveal what they want. The alliance is very easy to break. Every god has his own ideas. They don't want to conflict with Lin just because they don't want to die for no reason. It doesn't mean that they really fear death and choose to compromise. They are not afraid of death because they will not die. The idea is that the worst that can happen is that they will fall into sleep again. Just like the deep angel, even if he verbally agrees to be loyal to Lin, he will not tell his story. Gods don't have loyalty. Lin's strength doesn't allow him to have too many unfaithful loyalists. Speaking of which, he is a little overwhelmed now. More and more undeads are coming to the Devil Land, making more and more noise. He needs to go back and catch up with the main storyline. There are too many things waiting for him to do: the secrets of the Ring Knights, the progress of the Mechanicus, the speed of the Abyss strategy, the search for the God's skin, etc. Of course, these can be summarized as to improve strength. So much so that he didn't care about the little tricks played by the Corruption King and the Round-Faced Princess. More than a year ago, he was afraid of the Corruption King. But now, the Lady of the Night 5th Ring, the Queen of the Snake 5th Ring, the Prince of the Double Sword 6th Ring, the Anna Skinny Go 6th Ring, the Deep Angel 6th Ring, including himself, who is the strongest. There are many bosses gathered around him, and it is easy to kill the Corruption King in his territory. The last Cloudtop Giant, the Speeding Chariot, the Great Shield, the Weeping Princess, the Praise of the Holy Wall, the Rotten Sin Dragon, the Witch Sheila. This is not an opponent who is unwilling to cooperate, but a side story boss to be conquered. Although their strengths vary, the lowest is 5 rings. The Deep Angel saw Lin suddenly smiling, and felt panic in his heart. Perhaps for the sake of past friendship, it is better to remind those friends and surrender. The scene of killing 2 gods with 1 sword is still vivid in my mind. Great Shield Rodvid, fully armored, stood on a low hill. The armor was covered with golden light by the setting sun, dazzling and eye-catching. Some time ago, the battlefield was in sight, but now it is empty. All the undead went to the Black Knight, eager to go to the Devil's Land. The strength of the Great Shield is only 5 rings, which ranks last in the alliance. It is also possible that he is used to being silent, just like a shield. His disappearance did not attract anyone's attention. Deep Angel. His voice was dull, like the thunder that finally flashed under the dull clouds in summer. As the voice fell, a figure appeared. I come on behalf of the Black Knights, join us. The Great Shield stared at the Deep Angel quietly, then, heh, laughed out loud. As expected of you, the immortal Deep Angel, the Deep Angel who fears death the most. They may not be gods of the same era, and they have different reasons for becoming gods, but after a long time of contact, they more or less know some jokes about each other. The one who surrenders the fastest in a war must be him, the Deep Angel. This monster that is said to be unkillable. The Deep Angel did not overreact. He was probably used to sarcasm, or did these guys really think of themselves as gods? He just knew his own identity better. After seeing with his own eyes that the Black Knight was indeed not a strong man that he could deal with, he surrendered, and surrendered very easily. Even the armor of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse can become a god. The gap between the so-called god and the real god is not ordinary. The Black Knight said that if you don't agree, he will kill you one by one. Lin didn't say this, but it didn't stop the Deep Angel from saying it. Then let him come and kill us. The voice of the Great Shield was as dull as before, and he kept his previous posture and looked into the distance. His body was motionless, like a stone statue. When the Deep Angel began to persuade the members of the Broken Alliance to join the Black Knight camp, Lin stepped on the underground tunnel worm and returned to the Magic Land. He was thinking about whether to feed the underground tunnel worm vigorously, and then rent it out. From now on, the undead can also take a taxi, going back and forth between the material planes of the Novice Village. There are always some undead who love home. There are mountains of materials, endless labor, and endless troubles. Lin felt that he was only one step away from unifying the Land of Beasts, and all he needed was high-end combat power to make the final decision, although at this stage it seemed that the undead only followed the lead of the round-faced princess. A large number of undead people poured into the undead reception Novice Village, bringing a lot of wealth, especially the round-faced Princess Magdalena's big money-spending behavior. As long as you join her, she will give you money, so that all the undead people who have no loyalty at all come to make money. Almost 80% of this money was sent to Lind. The natives will never understand how tempting it is for the undead to get a cat with good looks, good skills, and good personality. Some undeads also play tricks to make money. Join today, quit, and then join again, trying to make money in this way. Although this behavior was quickly discovered and banned, there is no doubt that this bug has opened the minds of the undead. The round-faced Princess Magdalena can be said to be the first person to update. She constantly repairs and improves various loopholes to avoid being taken advantage of by the undead. She did gain many advantages when fighting wits and courage with the undead. Taking the initiative to attack? She wants to push the front line to the Fog Rain City little by little. The false prosperity made Magdalena make a wrong judgment. Linda did not care about the cooperation between Magdalena and the King of Corruption. The aunt and nephew spent a lot of money to attack other forces to eliminate dissidents, conquer cities, and expand their influence. They even thought they had successfully excluded Lind, and the entire novice village was under their control, with a steady stream of undead as cannon fodder. It seemed that everything was going in the direction they imagined. Mercenaries, who were not afraid of death, would indeed give people the illusion that they were powerful just because they had money, especially since the round-faced princess was being hunted down before and had weak strength. Now that she had the power to support herself, she would definitely be very arrogant. As long as the current version is still called Black Knight Rebellion, Lind can take back the undead anytime and anywhere. He is the strongest in this version, and no one can replace Lind at present. He is constantly improving his strength and influence, so that he can still be related to the next version, and become stronger and stronger, until the official can no longer ignore him, and even open or close the new version according to his ideas. I hope she won't cry. It is definitely not a good feeling to be a wedding dress for others. Looking up at the blue sky, there is no cloud. A team of undead is struggling to move forward. Starting from the undead reception novice village, they rode on scorpion fleas at first, but encountered an unexpected incident on the road, causing their mounts to be killed, and some were even sent back to the birth point. I'm dying of thirst. Is there any water to help me recover? Is this side quest of the trough reliable? I think it's better to shut up. After stopping to rest for a while, several people set out again, but they changed from chatting with their mouths open to chatting privately and typing. Talking less can save some saliva and avoid dying of thirst. I found another inconvenience of not being able to take off my underwear. You want to learn the Flame Mountain, right? I have diabetes, but it's a pity that you can't enjoy the sweetness. After all, it's just a game. The sense of crisis of death is only in the gradual reduction of the blood bar. Apart from being irritable, everyone's mentality is very stable. The Bard in the Beast's Lair. It is said that a bard who likes to tell stories very much appeared in the Beast's Lair. If you can find him and hear his story, he can give you a dreamlike experience. Miss Donna Donna, a wolf girl in the border town of Wilderness Grey Ruins, heard this rumor. She was extremely eager to listen to the bard's story. Reward: a very special wolf hairbrush. I don't know where it was obtained from, but it retains the girl's body fragrance. The reward is nothing special. Countless undead people have received this task. After all, accepting quests doesn't cost money, and whether you complete them or not is not important, but if you encounter a quest and don't accept it, it's your fault. An undead couldn't help but sigh. When will the map be opened? I missed the time when the map was full of question marks. At least we can let others mark them, and make it easier for us to act. There is no chance, unless Lind promotes the Crystal Tower. The premise for promoting the Crystal Tower is that Lind becomes a lord. Now many undead have inferred from fragmented information that Lind is in a critical period, and will definitely attack the Abyss next. Even the person could not be found. After showing up, no one knew what the hidden plot was, and he disappeared quickly. The undead, who could not upgrade, could only find fun on their own, and exploring the map was fun. As for why their team was so stubborn to complete this useless task, it can't be said that they were all Fury fans. Of course not all of them, although everyone's XP was different, they were still very restrained. The real reason was that many people had already completed this task. Look at Miss Donna Donna's almost bald tail. It's hard to guess where the wolf hair comes from. They are actually plot lovers, who like to search for and experience various immersive plots. The bard always opens a special small copy for the undead to enter. For plot lovers, it is irresistible. It's like completing an adventure through role-playing. It's a pity that role-playing is just an experience, and you can't get permanent rewards. Isn't that guy on the forum already a king? Everyone can't envy it, but it's okay to experience it for a short time. After going through a lot of hardships, they finally found the bard, who stayed here temporarily based on the nearby landforms. He was very handsome, holding a harp in his hand and smiling. It seemed that the other party was about to leave. Wait, we want to hear a story. The undead rushed forward. The other party immediately smiled, of course. Mist Rain City, also known as the Sunless City. It is the largest fortress city of humans in the demonic land. Now it has completely fallen, and the madness has completely occupied it. The combination of the old nobles and the fragments of the magic ring can be called Ring Knight. Lin will certainly not let this place go, but madness is not within his choice. He just wants to try it first. Lin stood in front of the gate that the undead had tried to break into many times, but in the end they failed. The towering and dilapidated city walls used their remains to cry to Lin about how undead people used all means in that war. The topic of the bard that suddenly became popular in the forum caught Lin's attention. He showed up so soon? The old man in the scroll was not found, but the owner of another part of the divine skin of the story master actually showed up on his own initiative. He was still a long way away from him. I like to tell stories and let people play role-playing games. The other party probably knew that other people with divine skins would come to him on their own initiative, so he kept moving, but because of the impulse to tell stories, or instinct, when someone went to listen to the story, he would wait in place. Lin knew that if he rushed over now, the other party would definitely run away. It would be more convenient to let the undead act as eyes to monitor the other party. If he could get the divine skin in a gentler way, well, his gentlest way would also be to snatch it. After all, no one would give up power. He stepped into the city gate, and the huge figure in front of him took the initiative to rush over. The silent castle suddenly became noisy at this moment, and the huge iron boots stepped on the ground and made a loud thumping sound. He was distracted, drawing out the long blade to contact the gatekeeper while watching the undead role-playing video. Isn't this my experience in the Kingdom of the Moon? This bard storytelling ability seems a bit unusual. After watching further, Lin's face darkened. Well, you are worthy of it. In an episode where he fought wits and courage, he made the story flawed by forcibly meeting 4 women, and even made the undead play a gal game. You can fall in love in any game, right? Well, you bard, you have a way to die. Chapter 509. Please use the romantic way to conquer the boss. The love-hate warrior Camilla opened her eyes. Come in? He was lying in a swaying strange carriage. He sat up and looked around. Luckily, no one was sitting opposite him and said, "You woke up," otherwise he suspected that the next moment would be the time for him to chop off his head, and then a dragon would fall from the sky. He checked the things on his body. He was no longer in his original body, but wearing a suit of armor and carrying a big sword. There was still a lot of candy on his body. Isn't this the candy made by the undead themselves? This thing is very popular in the 3 novice villages, but it has not appeared in the demon land yet. The first few batches of undead who came to the demon land prefer to explore, and there are few life-oriented players. In addition, the human resources in the demon land are not cheap, and now everyone has no stable way to make money. After thanking the person who sent her away, the love-hate warrior Camilla went along the path and came to a village. A few children ran over. Love-hate warrior Camilla chatted with them casually and roughly understood the background setting of the story. A village where everyone lives happily together. Fairy tales are good. I like fairy tales the most. He went into the hotel and checked in obediently, without much communication with the NPCs, because he was very curious about what he looked like now. He went to the room and poured a basin of water to take a look. Damn, Linda? The protagonist turned out to be Linda. What happened? Is this story the personal experience of Linda Arman? You yellow-haired fellow, you don't save the world, but you travel. His butt was on the bed, and then the love-hate warrior Camilla fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dawn the next day. He slept until the next day, and just when he got up and wanted to eat, he heard someone outside shouting that someone was kidnapped by a witch. Oh no! Sister Sina was taken away by the terrible witch in the forest. Here comes the mission. I want to save Sina. An NPC has already stepped forward. The love-hate warrior Camilla chose to follow the other person to save people. The whole process was not very thrilling because the witch was average. And Linda was a little too strong. Damn, this is too cool. Looking at the huge crack that was directly split dozens of meters in front of him, when he swung the sword with both hands, he thought he had found the real way to play the bard mode. Cool. He was alone, violently kicked the witch over, and then used several moves with great satisfaction, but unfortunately, there was not much power to use, and the Linda experience card was not enough. The last scene freezes at the moment, when the man who saved people kissed Miss Sina. Why do I feel so bad? The experience ended, and he opened his eyes. He found that time didn't seem to change much. Can I experience it again? The love-hate warrior Camilla asked. Listen to the story again. The bard who wanted to leave could only nod when he saw this. He seemed to have a very strong urge to tell stories, and he couldn't help nodding when someone wanted to listen to the story. So, the love-hate warrior Camilla entered this story again. It was still the familiar rocking carriage. This time he planned to stay up all night, rush over to kill the witch, and force the plot to be completed. Seeing the children surrounding him again, he thought about it, and shared the candy with a few children. Invite me to dinner? Looking at the woman in patched clothes, he thought he had heard it wrong. So you can play like this? Then he started to take the initiative. Unexpectedly, he got an invitation to the bonfire party again. Just sit on the bed, and you will fall asleep. Then when you open your eyes, the waiting time will be skipped, and you will go directly to the bonfire party. The love-hate warrior Camilla tried to invite Messina to dance, but she didn't expect that she would agree. Damn, Lind is so versatile, he can dance? Yeah, he seems to be a noble, it's normal for him to dance. While dancing, he found that the woman in front of him was looking at him with a different look. It's great to be handsome. With such strength and this face, he felt the difference in picking up girls. Although the undead is very handsome, it is difficult to pursue NPCs. Unlike Lind, he can easily capture the other party with a dance. I was so envious. Wait, Linda is me now, that's fine. Linda must not have pants, right? The bonfire party was over, and before I could think of any evil thoughts, my eyes went dark. When I opened my eyes again, I heard a familiar voice. Oh no! Sister Sina was taken away by the scary witch in the forest. Without waiting for others to step forward, the undead rushed out. Defeating the witch, saving Messina, and holding the beauty in his arms, at that moment he felt that he should be in love. Wait, why is it over? I haven't kissed yet. Ah! The love-hate warrior Camilla looked at the bard. I want to experience it again. This time at the dance, he chose to invite a woman named Rila to dance. Then, oh no! Sister Rila was taken away by the terrible witch in the forest. The process is the same. I want to experience it again. Since the people who can be conquered are not fixed, he wants to conquer them all, regardless of gender. Rila, Ginny, Shelley, Sina. After that, the scope became wider and wider, so he didn't let go of women. In fact, he also wanted to try men. Anyway, he could do whatever he wanted with Lin's face, but the NPCs of this era were still too conservative. How can we assume that love can only be between different genders? The screen went black again, and time passed quickly. It was dawn. Oh no! The love-hate warrior Camilla looked at the village that was already mostly empty, with a smile on her face. This is how the game should be played. Linda watched as his previous experiences in the Kingdom of the Moon were cut out and formed into stories for the undead to experience. This is indeed role-playing, but it is still much worse than directly influencing reality and making up identities, and not many undead are willing to participate in it. There is no actual benefit, unless a stunningly beautiful female NPC appears to mobilize the enthusiasm of the undead. In fact, when someone was messing around with this plot, someone was already shouting below. Please tell me about the story of Linda and Rania. I don't care about my face, do you? Put out the love story quickly. I'm different. I want to see the love story of Linda and Miss Isa. Why so little? Linda swung the long blade in his hand. Boom, the huge body fell beside him, raising a thick cloud of dust. The fact that his experience in the Kingdom of the Moon was known to the other party also meant that the part of the divine skin that the other party possessed was above his own, and his power was higher, but it did not mean that he was more capable. At least the other party could not modify reality or write stories. He wanted to rush over and catch the other party right now, but he also knew it was not that easy. The other party also had the divine skin, and might even have been transformed into divine power. It would be difficult for him to catch him if he wanted to escape. Just like the gods he had met before, if they were not determined to fight, but were planning to escape, Linda would not be able to catch up and kill them. While thinking about it, Linda had unknowingly killed his way through the front gate of Wuyu City, and came to the ring knight stationed here. Is this the ring knight? Lind looked at the silver-haired knight in front of him. A thin diamond-shaped magic ring fragment was inserted diagonally on his left face, running from the cheekbone to the chin, making his handsome face look weird. With a pale whole body and scarlet cloak, he looked like a vampire dipped in blood. The hall was tall and empty. The silver-haired knight, holding a short-handled hammer in one hand, was watching Lind quietly. Buzz! The diamond-shaped magic ring fragment on his cheek burst into light, and several meteors emerged and merged into the short-handled hammer. With a shake of his wrist, it hit Lind. Lind grabbed the long blade with one hand to meet the attack. He also wanted to try out how many rings of power the so-called Ring Knight could generate, when his basic strength was not as good as that of a legend. Boom! The collision caused the air wave to flip the roof over. So you can't grow a mushroom cloud. His fiancée could easily grow a mushroom cloud, so the difference was immediately clear. The silver-haired Ring Knight quickly retreated, grabbing the diamond-shaped magic ring fragment on his face with one hand, and clicked. And the mouth that was pierced and sealed suddenly opened. Energy quickly condensed from his mouth. Lin could feel the changes in the air around him. It was obvious that the Ring Knight had a stronger advantage in element utilization due to the favor of the magic ring fragment. The energy in the air seemed to be suddenly drained, making him feel a slight difficulty breathing. Golden Ghost arms stretched out from the cloak behind him, quickly combined and condensed into a Golden Ghost dragon, lying behind Lin with its mouth open, trying to compete for the dominance of the elements in the air. Dragon Knight, a magician among knights. The two sides quickly divided the power. Lin raised the long blade with both hands and chopped from top to bottom. The light bloomed. The Ring Knight fell. He picked up the largest magic ring fragment he had ever seen, like a small icicle under the eaves in winter, crystal clear, and the power was continuously integrated into his body. He even had an impulse to stick this thing into his head and become a new Ring Knight. His strength is at most epic, 3 or 4 rings, and using this magic ring fragment can actually increase it to 5 rings. Not only that, even Lin was surprised by the aura produced when he burst out with all his strength to stir the elements. If he hadn't released the ghost dragon to disrupt and share the burden, and if he hadn't acted quickly, he might have really been injured. Although being injured is like yawning to Lin, it's nothing at all. As long as he is not dead, he is unharmed. Huh? Linda, who was still paying attention to the bard, found a title about an undead. Wait, the Great Shield? Isn't that the god of instant continent? Why is there one here too? But Linda soon figured out the key. The old man in the scroll had contact with the other party. It's really an enviable ability. Linda admitted that he was very envious of this ability, which could constantly weave various illusions for the undead to enter and experience. Fuck, what is this? The undead Twilight Princess looked down at her body. Although his ID was Twilight Princess, those who knew that he must be a man. Twilight Princess, a classic in the Zelda series. I am now a soldier, wearing a set of magic plate armor, and the spear in my hand is too long, like a slender tree. Looking up, there is a red ribbon tied to the tip of the spear. The overall environment seems to be coated with a gray filter, and only the red ribbon is dazzling in the air. Where's the plot introduction? Where's my teammate? We're not online. The scene change made him a little unresponsive. Twilight Princess turned around to look for him. Then a voice came. A long time ago. Twilight Princess couldn't help but want to complain. It really started with a fairy tale. Can the text plot setting be a little more thoughtful? He listened to the story in a trance. The voice was very familiar. It was the bard outside. My luck is really bad. According to him, everyone hears different stories. Of course, it is inevitable that the stories are too repetitive. There are too many undead people. Even if they fill their stomachs with stories, they can't fill them with many. The more popular stories at present are: the traveler saves the girl. The undead will play the role of a traveler who comes to the village from another place, and then will be warmly invited by the poor but enthusiastic villagers to participate in a lively dance party. At the dance party, the traveler will dance with a beautiful girl. You can choose multiple people, but it is difficult to brush the favorability line. Then, the beautiful girl was captured by the evil witch in the forest. The traveler bravely rushed to solve the witch for love, rescue the girl, and lived happily with the girl from then on. It looks like a very simple fairy tale, but what if this beautiful girl is really very beautiful? There is a bonfire party, food, a hero saving the beauty, and a kiss. You can always trust LSP. Strict selection of color batches will definitely not feel at a disadvantage. I don't think I've seen this plot before. Twilight Princess suddenly realized that she seemed to have joined a brand new role-playing dungeon. The sky was gray, and the light was dim. He turned his head and looked around. He was standing on a castle wall. The complex and towering walls and layered buildings reminded him of a certain unfriendly game series. It seemed that people could hide in every corner. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from behind, and Twilight Princess was shocked. This feeling was very strange, just like the ears that had been covered were suddenly released, and the roar hit his abdomen hard, and he felt nauseous. Fuck, why is my perception option invalid? The mental shock knocked him down. He fell to the ground. Clang. The helmet fell to the ground. He shook his head to clear his mind, and found that the helmet that fell off his forehead was full of pits, like invisible craters caused by strafing. Luckily, he had it, otherwise his head would have exploded. I didn't expect the helmet to be a magic item. This is a copy with a high mana value. Twilight Princess stood up. He had never opened 100% of his senses in such a long time playing games, and he maxed out everything. At this moment, he felt his body was completely alive, and even had goosebumps. But he soon realized that the goosebumps were not because he lamented the aliveness of life, but because there was really something dirty. Fuck, why is it a horror copy? A ghost figure in tattered clothes rushed towards him quickly. At the same time, the voice of the bard came again. You feel the danger, you must find a way to defeat the ghost. I don't want to play anymore. Twilight Princess shouted loudly, but there was no response. He got up and fled in a hurry. Others are sweet love fairy tales, but why did it become a horror game here? Chapter 510 sighing NPC exclamation mark hee hee. The strange laughter stuck to her heels, accompanying Twilight Princess as she ran away, from the wide avenue to the narrower and narrower road, until she was blocked by a dead end in front. Twilight Princess leaned against the wall with her back. This was definitely the worst gaming experience. He could hear his ears filled with the sound of his heartbeat, and could feel the dry and itchy throat, and the discomfort of constant saliva and phlegm from long-distance training in the past, as well as the chest that couldn't breathe no matter what. The ghost part has always been something that the undead have had little contact with. Most people are more accepting of monsters than ghosts, and the number of ghosts that have appeared so far is not large. The weapon was accidentally discarded when escaping, leaving only a sword at the waist. For the undead, who are not familiar with close combat, the figure of holding the sword with both hands and slashing the ugly ghost forward is definitely not graceful. 100% full-depth experience of the horror atmosphere, not many people can support it. A sword slashed into the air, and then the body was wrapped by the ghost. It's over. A strong airflow suddenly came down from above, almost pressing the weak-legged Dust Princess to the ground. A tall figure appeared out of thin air in front of her. Because of its large body, it was like a house, causing the narrow alley to be violently crushed. The ground rumbled and vibrated, and the flying brick and stone debris, under the guidance of the strong wind and airflow, wove a pattern called violence. The crackling blows hit her face. Twilight Princess reacted and hugged her head to protect herself, but her eyes were always on the other person. Isn't this great shield? Rodvid, one of the 12 gods, whose strength is unknown but should be ranked last, taciturn and has little interaction with the undead, not mysterious but often staring at the sunset in a daze. The undead and the Great Shield have almost no language communication, and I didn't expect to see each other in the story. Can the bard open the role of different boss to experience the plot? Then why can I only play an ordinary little soldier, but they can directly play Lind and Lind's plot? If I could play as the Great Shield, I would be killing people in this map, and I wouldn't have to stand by awkwardly and watch the Great Shield killing people. Are you still awake? The Great Shield's voice was muffled. Yes, sir. Twilight Princess answered loudly. Is it difficult? No, how can you tell that I am having a hard time? I am very energetic, okay. Fixed plot dialogue, NPC does not listen to the answer, it is really a headache. Sir, what happened? He still tried to ask, hoping to dig out some conversations to understand his current environment and what exactly happened. A terrible disaster, run away. The Great Shield pointed in a direction. It's too dangerous for you here, run faster before the country is completely swallowed up. What about you, sir? Me? I am a knight protecting the king. His voice was sonorous and powerful, with strong confidence. But you are different. This battle is not something you can intervene in, live well. No, sir, I want to stay by your side. The Dust Princess was very sure that even a fool would know what to do when faced with a choice at this time. She must hold on to the Great Shield's thighs to have the next exciting plot. The Great Shield looked at him twice, without any expression, and walked forward alone. The Dust Princess did not hesitate to chase him immediately. They crossed the avenue and walked up the stairs. Hee. The ghost's strange laughter came, and a green ocean suddenly broke into the sight. What? Twilight Princess looked at the green. Ghosts, all of them. They rushed over with empty chests, wearing armor that was rotten by the strange ghost power, holding rusty weapons, and instantly submerged Twilight Princess. Opened his eyes. The hot temperature wrapped around his body, and the familiar feeling reminded him that he had woken up. Looking up again, it was almost evening. The red glow burned by the setting sun hung on the horizon. Turning around and looking behind him, the distance had dimmed into the night. Two friends were chatting in low voices. It was obvious that they had finished the experience and felt bored with this action, so they didn't plan to waste time anymore. Huh? The plot was different from what I imagined. It turned out that choosing to follow the Great Shield was a wrong option, and you would die and exit directly. What's the name of your story? The friend asked. Twilight Princess replied, I only know that there is a Great Shield, and there are ghosts in it. It's very dangerous and exciting. It's dangerous and exciting, and there is no romance option at all. You must have played the wrong steps. Several people came to the bard. Can we enter the story he just heard? The bard nodded, of course. As long as someone wants to hear the story, he will continue to tell it, although everyone present can see that he seems to have the idea of leaving. Roleplay again. Twilight Princess waited for the ghost to chase her according to the plot development, and ran to a dead end. Boom! The Great Shield fell to the ground. A terrible disaster. Run away. After tearing the ghost apart, the Great Shield told the Twilight Princess to run away again. Okay. Thinking of the plot she experienced last time, the Twilight Princess ran in the direction pointed by the Great Shield without any hesitation this time. The road was winding down, and ghosts would occasionally appear on the road to block her steps. For this reason, the Twilight Princess died several times. I really want to experience Lin's plot. Having said that, it is not important to experience Lin's invincible plot and his skills. On the contrary, the current plot gave her a feeling that there might be some special rewards. Finally, this time he managed to escape, standing on a huge rock and looking at the nameless castle, watching the green ghost ocean completely swallowing up the building. But the Great Shield did not leave. The green wriggling ghost ocean completely swallowed up all the life in the castle, and the towering huge figure never appeared again. He opened his eyes again. No, it seems that the correct procedure is to rescue the Great Shield as well. After trying again and again, if it weren't for the fact that the undead could communicate with each other, they might have given up. Finally, Twilight Princess progresses the plot step by step, and learns that everything is still related to the king. She must do everything she can to make the loyal Great Shield obey the king's orders and escape. Lengthy advancement, fragmented plot collection, hidden plot conflicts between the king and the princess, props to prove identity, etc. There are also key lines that seem very important. Clinging to the cold and hard armor, Twilight Princess is clamped under the armpit of the Great Shield, carrying the unique and violent wind roar that a huge heavy object will make when it passes through the sky, rising from a point, jumping out of the castle in a perfect parabola, and landing on the ground. Twilight Princess was put down and turned to look at the castle. The green ghost sea swallowed up the castle again. They were like ants, occupying every place they could stand, and rushing out of the castle like a sticky flood. Let's leave, said the Great Shield. He pulled Twilight Princess and ran away, leaving the ghosts behind. Those ghosts tried to stick to them with strange laughter. A few powerful ghosts succeeded in catching up, but without the advantage of numbers, they could only lose to the Great Shield. The scattered ghosts kept chasing them, harassing them all the time, and they could not be killed. Lord Rodvid? Twilight Princess had to remind them that there were more and more of them. Don't be afraid. Great Shield suddenly stomped on the ground, and his tall and heavy body turned with his left foot as the fulcrum, turning around and facing the back. Clenched his right fist. At this moment, Twilight Princess finally understood what Great Shield meant. The weapons in the hands of the rapidly rushing green ghosts suddenly shattered, and they looked at their empty hands blankly. Fuck? Although she knew that at the level of gods, there were all some weird settings and rules, but when she saw that the Great Shield actually destroyed all the enemy's weapons, Twilight Princess couldn't help but swear, directly prohibiting attacks, so this is the strongest defense. But the ghosts' attack will not stop just because they have lost their weapons. They continue to rush over. The Great Shield raised his palm again, and opened it, and clenched his fist again. The entire green sea of ghosts stopped again. Lord Rodvid? Twilight Princess had to remind him not to fight to the death, otherwise. Great. The king's sacrifice seemed stupid, but he certainly couldn't say that. He asked very seriously, do we still have a way to come back and save the castle? Come back, meaning they have to leave now. Give the other party a hope to avoid the Great Shield from getting stuck in a dead end and fighting to the death. Maybe? Doom is coming, ghosts devour everything, civilization will be destroyed, and what we can do may not be to save this place, but to protect it as a knight. The answer of the Great Shield was very calm, and he did not sound like a knight who would die countless times for the king. It is also possible that before this, the undead had never made the right choice once, and the role played by the undead in the real history made the right choice. The Dust Princess turned her head and looked at the great figure beside her. She admitted that she saw the divinity in the other person at this moment. He was strong and tall. His face was completely covered by a helmet and a visor, so no expression could be seen, but her firmness could be heard from his calm tone. How to protect it? The question was raised naturally. Great shield. Let it be forgotten forever. What? He thought he had heard wrong. Let this country be forgotten forever in the ancient and long green nightmare. Great Shield's voice became more and more firm. Only by protecting this secret can we protect other lives. Okay, you have the final say. The Twilight Princess, who wanted to say a few nice words before, chose to obey when she saw the endless ghosts pouring in. It was not easy to advance the plot to this point. There was really no need for Great Shield to go back and fight desperately. The Twilight Princess followed the tall shield and looked forward. A rugged mountain road stretched to the end of her sight, and it seemed to point to the sky. Looking closely, it seemed that as long as she ran in that direction, she could rush to the horizon and leave here. Wait for me. He took a step to catch up. It's a cliff? It's a cliff. After opening her eyes, the Twilight Princess was still a little confused. Did she complete the plot experience? If so, did she trigger any plot? It would be nice to go back to Instant. If I can open the Great Shield plot, it will be a great achievement. I can get some materials and some special costumes. Wouldn't it be great? Scourge? Linda felt that it was a bit tricky. He hadn't solved the problem of the abyss yet, and the Scourge was about to show up again. Unlike the necromancers of the Death Path, controlling corpses is a laborious job, but the Scourge is different. When this thing sweeps the world, even the Force Scourge may not win. Both sides are unscrupulous and unkillable. If this world is really a game, the victory of the undead can be said to be inevitable. There will always be a hero or a protagonist who will lead tens of millions of footmen to a happy ending, and everyone will go hand in hand to enter the next version of the big update, and then deal with new enemies together. But the reality is that Lin can intervene calmly, and increase his influence to guide the official. If he can solve the abyss or whitewash the abyss into a partner of justice, he can directly end the 2.0 version, and the undead will be happy to get the offline update. It is uncertain when we will meet again. It may be a few years later, or it may be decades later. Because this is the real world, when the real fight begins, the undead may not be able to deal with a fourth disaster. The undead need to rest and go to the bathroom, and consider whether they will have mental illness if they keep killing. But the dead do not need it. Each god can involve a long branch line. If Lind intervenes and pays attention to every branch line, it is not enough to be divided into two, at least 10. Maybe I can chat with myself to relieve my boredom. Chatting with myself? Then I am a spider spirit. It is obviously better to let the undead do these things than to pay attention to them by myself. Let them sort out the strategy, or directly let the undead max out the favorability of those gods, and bring them into their own camp as a task, and then give them rewards, which is the most appropriate way to use them. Just when Lin was thinking about whether to let the gods of Instant Continent issue tasks, or let Sister Tyne help to mention it, there was a noise outside. What the hell is going on? Why is the roadblock dead? Did someone come in earlier than us? I suggest we withdraw now. There must be a big boss. You are pretending to be your mother. Aren't you the same as me? You saw that the roofs were blown off by the battle here, so you want to come over and pick up some benefits? Everyone who sees it gets a share. The two undead slowly moved over, and saw the gate decorated with special eagle and lion emblems, as well as the building that was destroyed in the terrorist attack, and was now engulfed in flames. And a familiar figure standing in front of a corpse in the ruins. Lind Armin in the melt-carved armor. Since Lind was controlled by the abyss, and turned into a black knight, he has left his lord status, and become a free NPC wandering around. But all the undead know that Lind's power is too great, and his power can be found in almost every corner. He seems to have handed over everything, and become a hands-off boss. Wait, why does he have an exclamation mark on his head? Sighing NPC exclamation mark, I haven't seen an exclamation mark in the game until now, if the exclamation mark badges worn by the NPCs in Star Dragon City are not counted. Chapter 511, Lauda, I want to learn this. A golden exclamation mark hangs on Lin's head, shining brightly, and everyone can see it. This power comes from the divine skin of the story master. It is just a surface change, and it will not have any effect. If Lind has other needs, if it is just a simple change in appearance, it will not consume much power. It is just a change of skin for yourself or others, a real fashion. The natives will not react to this. But in the eyes of the two immortals, the golden exclamation mark represents a task. The basic knowledge of the game, after who knows how many years, has become a habit cultivated by the whole world. Exclamation mark represents a task. Question mark represents a completed and deliverable task. Does the game really have this thing? It should be, haven't you seen it? It feels a bit like an online game. It's worthy of being called Lauda. As the most famous NPC in the game, Lind Armin has been given too many titles, the most famous of which must be Official Son. No matter what function it is, it will be put on him first for experiment. The most outrageous thing is that it is an experiment, but after the test, it was not promoted and only became popular in a small range. But in the past, at least a wooden sign would be inserted to announce it, but now, a golden exclamation mark is directly placed on the top of the head. No one will think that it affects their experience at this time. Only those who have really played this game know how free this world is. But the freedom that the undead pursue is definitely not to do it by themselves. Just like the undead who likes cooking will never like to cook, and the undead who likes business games will never like to open a restaurant and deal with people. Click once, then brush Lala, the income is tight, everything is simple, and the experience is full. That's why the game is gradually divided into different levels. The undead, who take improving combat effectiveness as their main goal, occupy the upper position. This group of people is also the smallest. Most of the undead still focus on leisurely developing their second life. It's so tiring to work during the day, and 90% of the tens of millions of people just want to enjoy themselves after falling asleep at night. It's possible to brush materials, but it's absolutely impossible to work hard in the game. Especially now that the level is stuck at level 20. Since there is no way to increase the level, there is no point in trying to rush up. Sir, is there anything we can do to help you? The two asked in unison, fearing that the other party would take over the single-player mission. The corpses on the ground, the ruins after the war, and all these buildings that the undead could not conquer for a long time not long ago. They knew that this game world had its own development direction, and never cared whether the undead could help, but they still felt a little regretful when they saw the ring knight lying on the ground. It must have been a big explosion. Lin looked at the two people and shook his head. You are not the one I am looking for. Instead of being disappointed, the two undead looked at each other in surprise. As veterans in the gaming industry, they knew what this meant. The pre-task was not completed. In other words, this was a chain task, and they also knew Lin's location in advance. But considering that Lin was not an NPC who would stay in one place for a long time, it was not an exaggeration to call him the most difficult NPC to catch so far. Sir, what kind of person do you need? Yes, sir, we may be able to help you. Is it because we don't have enough HP, magic, or agility? Yes, do you need a profession to help you, or do you need special costumes? Linda, you guys have played the game thoroughly. He believed that if he pointed it out at this time, the two would directly change their equipment and take potions to improve their attributes in front of him. But unfortunately, he was not a digital NPC, and it was impossible for him to change his face on the spot. I heard there is a bard who is good at getting people into stories. If you collect enough stories from him, maybe he is the person I need. Lin thought about it, but still didn't say catch the owner of the divine skin for me. If the other party wants to run, the undead will definitely not be able to catch up. But you can play the long game. Wait until more and more undead surround the other party, sneak over and snatch it directly. The two looked at each other, and saw confusion in each other's eyes. It was obvious that they were not paying attention to the bard. If you clear all 10 stories perfectly, I can give you a new path potion. New path potion? Not very attractive. You can't just give up everything you have now, and start over. In fact, it's not a big problem. You don't need to delete your account and rebuild it. Just go to the Land Kingdom, and find Voldemort. He will help you reset your points. And it's easy to quickly reach level 20 at this stage. Roar! The roar caused the ground to shake violently. After defeating the ring knight, the seal he guarded had loosened, and the things buried underground began to struggle. What is it? Oh my god, I'm not going to catch up with the plot. The ground under their feet suddenly softened, and the three of them fell rapidly downwards. The pitch-black darkness completely engulfed their vision, and the whistling wind blew upwards from below, becoming more and more violent. The two had a strong intuition that they would definitely fall to their death. But suddenly, a golden skeleton arm stretched out from the air, combining into a huge skeleton wing, and branching out into countless branches with fangs and claws, lifting the two undead. The momentum of descent suddenly stagnated. Landed easily. Roar! Roars came one after another. The air was filled with the smell of mold that had never seen the sun, and the damp air soon covered them with a layer of dew. The two undead raised their hands to light up the magic prop lights they carried with them, and the bright white light flickered, illuminating the surrounding area of several square meters. But because the light was too narrow, the scene outside the light was completely plunged into darkness. The sound of footsteps approached quickly. There was also a rumbling and heavy sound. The two looked at Lind, but saw that Lind's right boot tapped the ground lightly. Crack, sparks flew. Boom! The fierce fire column spread outward uncontrollably, radiating rapidly around the three people, completely igniting the area of several hundred meters, and the fire columns that shot up into the sky also lit up the underground environment. The dazzling flames made the hunched humanoid creatures appear. Damn, we're surrounded. At this time, the undead people could see how rugged the underground environment was. The figures were driven out from the cracks in the rocks by the flames, and those who could not dodge were directly swallowed and burned by the flames. A fire massacre had already begun before the two undeads could react. This was the place where the ring knights were guarding. Times had changed, and the sealed monsters seemed to be unprepared to face the powerful forces outside. Lind stood in place, and the molten flames enveloped him. The terrifying high temperature made the two undeads retreat continuously. They looked at Lind, who had completely transformed into a fireman, and opened his arms slightly, like a fire king controlling a crazy wriggling fire snake. When the flames returned again, a flaming lion had formed behind him. The lion raised its head and roared, and the surroundings were cleared. Fuck, what kind of ability is this so awesome? I remember that Lauda is a melee profession. How come he suddenly became a fire mage? Don't talk, I'm recording. I want you to record. Linda looked at the second wave of enemies. His actions just now obviously attracted the attention of the real sealed person in the underground. However, the opponent couldn't even break free from the seal of the Chain Knight, so how could he be his opponent? The fire pillar continued to burn, providing light, but the flame on Lin suddenly disappeared. Tat-ak. The sound of hurried footsteps rushed over. Vampire? The pale skin and slender canine teeth are very similar to vampires. Could it be a close relative of the Blood Clan? The long scarlet nails turned into a sharp knife as the 5 fingers came together and cut towards Lin's neck. The speed was very fast, at least 3 rings of strength. That would be fine. The real problem was that there was a group of equally agile enemies behind. Lin clenched his fist, ignoring the knife that was about to hit him, and hit the opponent's cheek with a heavy fist. After pressing him to the ground, he stepped on his chest with his left foot, and then clenched his right fist. Once, twice, 3 times. He smashed his head into a pulp. Changed fighting style. The undead reacted very quickly. Lind was a fire mage just now, but now, he suddenly became a pure physical melee profession that relied on physical strength to fight hard. He used the enemy's body as a killing tool with a means comparable to torture, picked it up and chopped it, smashed it, and smashed the monsters that seemed to be vampires, and the bodies flew backwards, breaking bones and tendons. The two did not feel brutal, but felt very happy. The enemies swarmed over Lind, trying to leave fatal wounds on him, but those wounds healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some of the blood-red marks healed as soon as their nails left Lin's body. After a breath, they were completely healed and nothing could be seen. What a violent fighting style, but why do I feel a little familiar? Many NPCs have this fighting style. I mean, I seem to have seen this kind of self-recovery speed somewhere. Too many times, I can't remember. They also can't remember when they saw a female NPC who seemed to have no fatal weaknesses in her body, and could be repaired and healed even if her head was blown up. It seems that she is one of Lin's former subordinates. His fighting style has changed again, and it seems that there is an invisible sword in his hand. Lin's fighting style immediately changed from big and fierce to chic and elegant. With his right hand clenched and his wrist lightly raised, the swooping enemy was immediately decomposed by the invisible blade. The airstrike was extremely swift and bloody, like a terrifying blood-red storm, and Lin was dancing in the storm. Dozens of enemies completely enveloped Lin's head. The invisible blade finally revealed its traces at this moment, and the azure sword light drew dozens of lines in an instant. The speed was too fast, as if it had burst out in an instant. Crash! Dozens of enemies all exploded, turning into scattered pieces of flesh and blood that flew around in a radiating state. Boom! The last enemy, Lin raised his foot and kicked, and the opponent ran away uncontrollably. I understand. What do you understand? The sudden shout of the undead next to him made the other person subconsciously cover his ears with his hands. He was afraid of missing the key plot, so he didn't adjust the volume. Unexpectedly, he almost got the deafness effect. Dying once or drinking a potion can heal, but now someone cut the headphone cable, which is definitely bad. The ground shook again. Roar! First there was a roar. Under the light of the fire, a giant bird fluttered its dark wings and climbed up. A strange black light was wrapped around its body. Its neck was slender with only mottled feathers, and its head was bald and red, just like a red-crowned crane. A standard Mediterranean bird. Its loud cry had a strange penetrating power. The surrounding air was cooling rapidly, the momentum of the flames was suppressed, and the lighting light dimmed. The orange-yellow flames and black mixed together, turning into a fear that seemed to be real, and turned into energy suction that rushed towards the huge bird. The two undeads had already started drinking medicine frantically. The situation was worse than they had imagined. They had not expected that the other party could release a ranged skill aura, adding several layers of buffs. Their bodies began to lose blood uncontrollably. Not only that, they had also entered the injured state, and their upper limit of life was also decreasing. This was not a good sign. When their upper limit of life was also deducted to 0, they would not be able to recover by taking medicine, and they would definitely die. At this moment, a roar of a giant dragon was heard. The deafening roar rumbled in the empty underground world, colliding with the scream of the strange bird and bouncing it away. A giant undead dragon made of golden ghosts, which could be considered a dragon, appeared behind Lind and roared against the strange bird. He was demonstrating a profession just now. Profession? Flame, melee, agility, and dragon knight. Fuck, brother, that's definitely true. Considering what Lind said before, as long as you complete the tasks he gave you, you can get new path potions. There's no need to think about it. This experience is definitely a plot arrangement of the game. It seems that our level is still too low. I didn't expect to lose blood while watching the plot. The strange bird has spread its wings and pounced towards Lind. The sharp claws of the flying killer are like a spear wrapped in the breath of death, grabbing Lind fiercely. The undead dragon follows behind Lind and slashes with the sword in both hands. The attack comes with magic damage. The Dragon Knight is the wizard among the knights. The flame of the Molten Knight, the soul blade of the Storm Knight, etc. The power is superimposed. At that moment, looking at the dazzling sword light in Lind's hand, the two couldn't help but squint. Oh my god, what is this trick? Light pollution sword? The slashing light disappeared in an instant. The strange bird was almost split in half, and its wings were still moving with difficulty. Its strong vitality prevented it from stopping. Linda thrust out the soul blade in his hand and nailed the strange bird's head, which was almost as big as his body, to the ground. He panted slightly, and his body was a little tired. The body of the strange bird was very strong. Without using the soul blade to break the defense attack, it would definitely not be able to defeat the opponent in a short time. The people of the Demon Land really sealed some strange things. But why seal, instead of destroying directly? Looking at the strange bird that was still twitching its claws, it seemed that it was only moving because its muscles had not completely died. Linda guessed roughly. This thing can't be unkillable. Lauda, I want to learn this. Chapter 512. Read less comics about undead people. The undead people still covered their ears with their hands, staring at the strange bird that was howling at the top of its lungs. Can't be killed? They also found the problem. This strange bird can't be killed. Fungus mechanism. I don't know how many times I've complained about the poor balance of this game, the mess of data, the game being played with feet, and the undead people being just like passers-by. The wizard is stronger than the knight profession, which has become a classic complaint. Now there is a boss whose health bar is emptied but can instantly recover health. Why? I'm holding your thighs, you're a jerk. Linda had already discovered the characteristics of the strange bird, and quickly grabbed the bird's beak like a cone, and exerted force with both hands and arms. The huge size difference could not stop the difference in strength between the two sides. After a loud bang, the strange bird fell sideways, and the airflow generated by its body hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The Soulless Knight's chain had not been used for a long time, and it was only at the level of an upper-level knight. Even with his current powerful strength as a blessing, he could not control it. The burning chains bound the strange bird, and then quickly broke when the strange bird struggled. Fortunately, Lind had plenty of energy, and he was least afraid of a war of attrition. In order to prevent the other party from resisting and struggling, Lind could only hit the strange bird's head again and again, turning its head into paste in exchange for the other party's obedience. Lind sighed in his heart at the stubborn and powerful vitality of this thing, and at the same time felt that if this thing could be obedient, it would become an unsolvable helper, whether it was used as a meat target for the undead to try their skills, or to charge into battle. Just as he was thinking, the strange bird suddenly raised its head, and pierced his heart with its beak. He saw a wild smile in the pure black eyes of the strange bird. Lin clenched his right fist and hit the bird's beak. Crack! The bird's beak had a few cracks. After he obtained the power of the undead knight, his body's recovery speed had reached a level that made the enemy despair, and his body had lost the so-called weakness. Whether it was directly pierced through the heart or a knife cut on his neck, it would not cause fatal injuries. He has lost his fatal wound. In the game, it should be considered one of the dung monsters without weaknesses. Seeing the panic in the bird's expression, Linda was shocked and punched the bird's beak again. This time, the crack sound was a little louder, and there were fragments falling. Materials exploded. The exclamation of the undead came from behind. Damn, legendary materials. Get some? Legendary monster. So legendary materials exploded, right? Linda suddenly remembered the corpse of the ring knight above. If someone used it to make an undead. He had a little undead mage, who was not very proficient in the business. It was his normal instinct to do two things at once. He could concentrate on calmly thinking about how to deal with the enemy, while browsing posts and watching live broadcasts online. Who could make him separate the two? After the CG is over, do something. I guess this is our mission reward. Lind, The undead know how to take advantage, and are very good at finding excuses for stealing. The strange bird struggled more and more. Crack! After Lind hit it hard with his elbow, the bird's beak finally broke, and a huge piece of the beak was inserted diagonally into the ground, making the strange bird look very pitiful. As if it had been treated humiliatingly, the strange bird shrank back and distanced itself from Linda. Two undead men had already run over and asked as they bent down to pick up materials. Lauda, you see there are still furs on its body and its claws. Can we get some? Strange bird, I'm not a human, but you are really dogs. Yes, they are all materials. Linda's eyes lit up. Unlike the undead men who took a quick look, he could clearly see that the strange bird's beak was growing and would grow back soon. If the opponent is really unkillable, it means that every ring knight suppresses something, which is a treasure trove of materials. He was still wondering how to cut the leaks without killing people, and now he has found it. The strange bird suddenly shuddered. Looking at the human who was striding towards it, it retreated again and again, until it could retreat. Another burst and violent beating. Feathers are also legendary materials. Claws are also legendary materials. Eyes are also legendary materials. Bird shit is also. Bird shit is actually a potion material. When you are strong enough, your whole body is full of treasures. Linda also fought happily. He unconsciously stacked up the layers again. Although he only stacked a few hundred layers now, his strength is different from before. The fifth ring of hundreds of layers burst out with full force. The Beast King will turn around and run away after being hit. Just when Linda was about to raise his fist again, the strange bird that had turned into a bald chicken curled up on the ground. It was convinced. As long as the video is posted with Linda Alman and Black Knight. Related entries are hot topics. The two met Lin by chance, saw a golden exclamation mark on Lin's head, received the story listening task from the bard, and unexpectedly set off to see the side story that Magdalena had always mentioned, the Fog Rain City. In the eyes of the undead, the abyss that the Black Knight wants to fight is the main storyline, and the Fog Rain City, and the entire central region, the out-of-control ring knights in various places, and the monsters they sealed are unimportant side stories. The undead led the novice village, and Lingxing, known as the Anal Tuck Boss, began to analyze again. His analysis drama has been recognized by many people. The process may sound nonsense, but in the end, it is always inexplicably connected with Lin's behavior. It should be an important side story. After all, Lind is the main character, and it is normal for Magdalena, as a side character, to have a connection with him. I guess the Fog Rain City is probably like a small road at a fork in the road. On the left is the main line abyss, and on the right are the ring knights of Fog Rain City. However, I suggest that you first fight the ring knights to accumulate resources, and then fight the abyss. It is reasonable to fight the side quests to accumulate wealth, and then push the main quest. So what should we do first? Find the bard. The four professions that Linda deliberately displayed have been revealed by the undead. They just correspond to the four horsemen of the apocalypse, and they are advanced paths. Although everyone's level is restricted and cannot be upgraded at this stage, it does not mean that they do not want to. Complete the task first. I am sure that the professions of the four horsemen of the apocalypse will definitely be the main direction after the level breakthrough in the future. Lingxing suddenly smiled like a fortune teller, but I have another guess. Have you found the problem? What's the problem? Linda has too many professions. Linda has more than just too many professions, it's ridiculous. Who else but his own son can get such a high salary? I guess there may be a secondary profession in the future update. Holding multiple positions? Everyone was excited. Holding multiple positions is the real freedom. There were many people who had similar ideas as Lingxing and others. It turned out that they had no interest in the plot experience of the bard. Except for the bloggers who were really nearby and focused on plot exploration, and the party who loved to play. Some of the resource scavenging people who were rolling up the undead in the inner circle gave up the opportunity to go after finding that there was no reward. It's time-consuming and laborious. If you have that time, you might as well do more tasks, make more money, and get resources. But when Lind entered the scene and offered rewards, a large number of undead changed their destinations. Those undead, who had no way to get here except those who appeared in the land of beasts, would definitely rush over as long as they were nearby and could get there. Legendary materials. The occupations of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. These were all parts that they had never been able to touch before. The undead began to migrate. In the novice village, Magdalena, who had been completely emptied, watched the undead leave anxiously. She issued a task order for the undead not to leave, but the undead ignored her. They have no sense of contract at all. Magdalena gritted her teeth, and the corrupt King Grace, who was leaning against the wolf, lion and bear, whispered, "Maybe everything is in Lind Almond's calculations. He didn't do anything." During this period of contact, Magdalena had already determined the character of the undead. She believed that the undead were profit-seeking, but at least they should retain some sense of contract. However, she didn't expect that they would turn around and leave after taking the money, without any nostalgia at all. The Corruption King shook his head slightly. She didn't think so. Did Lind really do nothing? He asked every undead who came to the city-state to get a cat that was almost useless except for its good looks, and the fee was very high. He put a production line of the Mechanicus in the city-state, and let those magic mechanical servants keep making all kinds of strange weapons, both good and bad, but attracted the undead to buy them crazily in the end no matter what they did. Without the support of local forces, it is difficult to establish a production line of weapons and equipment, so he also opened a material recycling shop. Especially for shops, Magdalena also tried to compete with Lind for business at the beginning. She wanted to stop Lind's development and completely control the undead. So it is very important to weaken its influence in all aspects. However, the simple and easy method of spending a lot of money to attract the undead to be loyal made the round-faced princess dazzled. She thought she had controlled the undead. But what she didn't expect was that the undead had an indescribable strong obsession with brushing equipment. If everything was to their liking, they would also embellish their appearance. So, the undead, who were short of money, began to do quests like crazy to make money and sell various materials. It was the undead who dug materials to supply the weapons and equipment production line. What's worse is that she has no money now. Why do we do exactly the same thing as Linda Arman, but the undead have a completely different reaction when facing us? Because Tyne has been ranked first in the most popular female NPC rankings for many consecutive periods. The beautiful and 3-0 sister Ring has a close connection with the Ring Knight. She has been active in the side of the undead since the novice continent period, and she is also Linda's official match. The emotional value is full, and the appearance is full. People are visual animals. As long as the appearance is handsome enough, even the evil villain will gain a group of fanatical fans. As the representative of the chaotic camp, the undead, the fourth disaster, does things according to their preferences, and good-looking is their first choice. Lind has always taken snatching and collecting poster girls, and looking for beautiful NPCs as his main goal. He saw Tyne again, his fiancée. There was no eye contact between the two sides, and then there was a strange atmosphere of burning flames. "Nur, what can you research?" Linda handed the legendary materials he obtained from the strange bird to Nur of the Mechanicus. They have been collecting precious materials, but not all of them can be used. I have to do some experiments. Nur hesitated. What's wrong? Linda's eyes stayed on Nur's face. This magical mechanical cyborg of the Plover School, who was once responsible for combat work in the Mechanicus, now had an embarrassment on his face. "Sir, I may not be able to support higher-level research. My strength is only 3 rings. A bad situation. When he helped Lin make those armors and weapons before, they were all forcibly upgraded by simply piling up materials, and the effect was unsatisfactory. But now, using precious legendary materials to develop new weapons and equipment, his strength no longer allows it. It is necessary to have a stronger member of the Mechanicus. If you want to make some more powerful weapons, you can consider finding some other strong people. Then continue to make those below 3 rings. Linda patted Noor's shoulder gently. Don't consider whether the cost of using it is too high, just make it first. The undead will find a way to overcome the problem. He is full of confidence in this. As long as there is a possibility of continuing to improve the strength, the undead can find the part that can be used, and then quickly use it on himself, even if the cost of using it is that he will die in the next moment. The legendary materials cannot be fully utilized, and what he needs to do is to continue to collect members of the Mechanicus, but he has too many things to do next, so he can only send it out as a task, and let the undead help him keep an eye out. When it comes to finding people, no one should be stronger than the undead. The strange bird was left in the underground world by Lind. He came back with a new plan this time, mainly to understand the situation of the undead reception novice village, and whether the legendary materials can be used to make equipment. Before he left, he didn't have a god skin and didn't gather a group of gods as his subordinates. The crazy growth of power is inevitably accompanied by the growth of ambition. Lind didn't pursue too much power, but he wanted more say. So becoming a king means having the right to speak in the eyes of the undead. What better choice is there to take back the Fog Rain City, and become the king of humans in the Demon Land? There is no rush. He wants to try to contact the king of corruption Grace first. At first, he wanted to hide from her. After all, she is not only a beast king with 6 rings, but also has 3 6 rings of beasts around her. But now, Linda is stronger than the others. Back in the room, Linda casually asked about Tioni's recent situation. What is this? Linda found a book on the table. Something was wrong. Comics? Tioni closed the door. Do you want to take a shower first, eat first, or eat first? Wait! Linda looked at Tioni, who was reciting the lines expressionlessly, and stretched out his hand to stop her. He opened the comic and took another look. Read less comics about immortals. He had a serious expression. Don't do it again. Tioni walked in front of Linda and let Linda grab her hand. No reaction, still nothing. Put it on the bed. Still no reaction. Undress. Boom! The fragment of the magic ring turned into a spear and stabbed at Lind's head, but he quickly raised his hand to catch it, and the muffled sound almost overturned the roof. Lind turned his wrist slightly and looked at Tyan. She seemed to blush slightly, not because of his body touching her, but because he was intimate with her when he pinched the fragment of the magic ring. Is this the way to increase favorability? Chapter 513, I want to surrender. The mushroom cloud exploded in Lind's palm. Lind, who was physically strong, chose to use his body to withstand the impact. To increase the favorability, you need to hold the fragments of the magic ring connected to the head. How is this different from the old novels where you grab the tail of the female beast, and she will give herself to you? Lind grabbed the fragments of Tyan, and felt the other party's emotional feedback. This feeling is very magical. After he had many fragments of the magic ring, he had thought about using this power, but the conclusion was to use it to forge weapons or armor. He himself did not master such skills. All the cursed or blessed weapons circulating in the world were formed naturally. Occasionally, some were related to religious beliefs, but the gods that Linda knew nothing about it. Picking up a divine weapon, and then claiming that it was the embodiment of their own power was their normal operation. Binding all miracles to themselves. He used the fragments of the explosion as a bond, and then held a purely emotional friendly match, without any special emotions, friendship. Sister Huan, who had never shown any emotion, stretched out her legs. Her legs under the long skirt were definitely not as slender as they looked. Her thighs were fleshy enough, and the stockings that squeezed into her thighs proved this. When she clamped her waist, Lind admitted that his specialty was not close combat. His thick health bar was just because he had a good foundation. What he was really good at was skills. The hot and high temperature magic potion blasted out in the first battle penetrated the path, making Tyan, whose mood began to fluctuate violently, want to retreat involuntarily, but Lind's second pursuit was like a beast that pounced on people and hit them hard with its head. Sister Ring flew into the sky and was hit in the heart. She choked and struggled, especially because her body's instinct and the fierce counterattack of the magic ring fragments were all carried out when she was unconscious. Linda's knees blocked her leg's subconscious counterattack, and the magic ring was firmly suppressed by his palm, until the body's instinctive resistance was buried under Linda's precise bombardment. Tyan hugged Linda's neck and looked up at the man who was face to face with her. Linda pulled himself out of Tyan's mouth. At this moment, Sister Huan's armor had been torn. It was obvious that the violent physical confrontation just now had caused her serious injuries, which could be seen from the blood on some of Linda's limbs. Can you continue to fight? Of course, I feel that my wounds are healing. Linda marveled at the magic of the magic physique. But thinking about himself again, he couldn't even be considered a human being, and he thought of those familiar people far away in another continent. It's just not time to go back yet. As NPCs of the novice continent, they will be very safe. Rania and others are also occupying the entire continent, and they shouldn't bring their eyes back. At least before finding a way to allow the old nobles to improve their strength safely, he didn't plan to involve too much. Fragments and old nobles, ring knights. Linda had to admit that his brain became extremely clear after the fierce battle, allowing him to think in an absolutely calm manner, just like now. Linda? Tioni's voice was still cold. It sounded emotionless, cold and sacred, saying, I can fight again. Nothing is more exciting than this. My fiancé has an emotional antenna, which is an unexpected and surprising discovery. Didn't you say that I can't read comics drawn by undead people anymore? But I remember that the one called Train Bino was drawn by undead people. I mean in the future. The bloodline of the Alman family needs to be continued, and my fiancé has an obligation to do so. Even the great Lord Lind Alman has thought of more, but now he must first understand how much his fiancé has learned. Can we hold hands? Of course. He's dead, it's all your fault. The undead are noisy every day. If this is a novel about traveling to another world, a soul from Earth can mess up the whole world, then tens of millions of souls from Earth will definitely not let this world be peaceful. Recently, the undead are madly attacking the role-playing plot of the Bard. There are fewer and fewer optional stories, but the number of undead has not decreased, but is increasing. Everyone is attracted by the rewards given by Lind. Especially after Lind defeated the strange bird in the CG, and let the undead pick up some legendary materials. Many parts of those legendary materials have been found to be usable at this stage. The simplest way to use it is to force it to be combined with weapons, and use the claws to tie to the sword to cut people, which is very sharp. There are many similar ways to use the silly and stupid. Everyone also believes that there are definitely other ways to use it, but they have not been updated and unlocked yet. The old man in the scroll is a little anxious recently. He disguised himself as an undead and completed many tasks, but he still didn't find what he wanted. Recently, he often heard the word private chat. What is private chat, and how to do it? No one helped the old man in the painting to interpret it. Moreover, he found that the undead often said some words that he didn't understand but could understand slowly. For example, send a link, private message, what hanging picture and so on. They represent a kind of video, an image, a string of words, and a pattern. Even gods would never know these contents, so even though he had the ability to communicate with other people, the old man in the scroll was very obedient and did not dare to project his voice into the minds of the undead. Where are you going? To do a mission. The two undead, who had been cooperating with the old man in the scroll, were also very anxious. The NPC disguised as an undead had not made any movement, completing the mission and grinding materials every day, and looked no different from everyone else. And this guy's favorability can't be improved at all. Then, there is no need to waste time with him. The attitudes of the two undeads also took a sharp turn for the worse. Recently, they were getting impatient. In order to keep this seemingly extremely important hidden mission, they have not teamed up with others. At this stage, whether it is material accumulation or wealth accumulation, they are completely behind other undeads, and map development is even worse. Others have already used brand new magic prosthesis, but they only cut off one arm, and use the old model retired by other undeads. The sunk cost is a bit high, and they are a bit reluctant to give up the NPC in front of them. Forget it, take him with you to do the task. What task? The old man in the scroll explained, I've been a bit busy since I went offline recently. Although I usually have a lot of materials, I watch videos when I have time, man, you know? The two undead looked at each other. Even though they have been with each other for a long time, they still find it incredible. Perfectly mastering the chat method between undeads and proficient in all kinds of popular online memes recently, if this is AI intelligence, it is too smart, and it often makes them feel chilling. I really can't tell if the other person is real or not. Is that so? Actually, it's nothing. There's just a bard who allows us to experience the plot of role-playing. What's the reward for the mission? The mission issued by the Black Knight, the reward is the path potion of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The old man in the scroll nodded excitedly. Good stuff. Let's go, we go there immediately. He ran away because the Black Knight was very likely to find him. He didn't expect to meet him again now, but as a qualified undead, it would be a problem if he heard the mission given by the Black Knight and didn't accept it. Regardless of whether the mission can be completed or not, the undead's work style is to accept the mission as soon as it is available, and it doesn't matter if it can be completed or not. The two undead chatted quietly. Sure enough, the NPC is still not perfect. It's normal. If he is exactly like us, it would be too scary. But how does he know so many internet memes? Is it possible that we can't talk without memes, so he learned them secretly? I accidentally trained an artificial idiot who is good at bad jokes? I feel so accomplished all of a sudden. What's going on? As long as you are an undead, you will definitely not be able to escape the bombardment of information related to the Black Knight recently. Especially after he appeared in front of the Fog Rain City, killed a strange bird and demonstrated 4 advanced professions, he has been regarded by the undead as a skill instructor for the Night Path. There is only one possibility that can make the undead, who have no fighting spirit, seize the time to start taking action, and that is job change. No undead can refuse to change jobs. More cool professional skills, stronger output, and cooler appearance. Maybe there will be more social life. The most important thing is that there may be a new version update. Everyone wants to upgrade to level 30. Let's go! Seeing that the two did not speak, the old man in the scroll had to ask himself. The 3 went to the store and spent money to buy scorpion fleas for transportation, including water and food needed for long-distance travel, and a map. The map has become very important at this stage, because before this, Magdalena had used the power of the undead to help the King of Corruption occupy a lot of territory. Her plan was to use this to attack all the way to the front gate of the Fog Rain City. However, man proposes, God disposes. Linda has withdrawn most of the undead for one mission. The undead, who have no feelings for the magic land, just sit and watch the land that was conquered being taken away. There is no ripple in my heart. As long as it does not delay the main plot, it will be fine. And the main plot is to defeat the Abyss, isn't it? Retaking Fog Rain City is just side plot. The side quest can fail, it doesn't matter at all. The route to find the key plot character, the Bard, is full of undead, and from a distance it looks like a camel caravan migrating in the desert. I'm so jealous. The undead on the left of the old man in the painting side. Facing his confused gaze, the other party explained, Look, they are all mechanically ascended, and from now on they don't need to eat to replenish their physical energy, and they are also immune to many negative effects. What kind of good thing is this? The old man in the painting scroll didn't understand. Maybe the gods of the Mechanicus had something special, but in his opinion, transforming the body undoubtedly abandoned many possibilities. This way of improving strength was extremely incompatible with the life growing on the land illuminated by the magic ring. Undead, a group of crazy people who were eager for quick success. After making an evaluation in his heart, the old man in the painting scroll continued on his way, but as he walked, he slowly felt that something was wrong, and some things in his mind were being pulled away. The owner of the divine skin. The old man in the scroll was shocked. Could it be that the Black Knight came to visit him, like Repel's like? He would never feel wrong about the feeling of power. At the same time, the handsome face of the Bard, who was telling the story, also changed. He could feel that an uncomfortable existence was approaching him. The 3 layers of undead surrounded him completely. He gained a lot from telling stories, but it was obvious that now was definitely not a good time to tell stories. It's time to go. The Bard glanced at a warrior in front of him, who was immersed in the story of the battle between the Black Knight and the underground bird. After coming into contact with enough undead, the Bard found out who had the other 2 pieces of divine skin. One was the Black Knight, whom he could not match. Just from the terrifying strength shown by the other party, he could be sure that he was no match. The other old man in the scroll, his old acquaintance, although the other party might not know his existence, because the other party was a god who existed because of the power of the story master, but the story master existed because of him. If the person who came was Lin, he would definitely lose, but he might not die, because from the other party's story, he could understand that Lin was not a person who wanted to kill everyone, and he was more willing to subdue. If it was the old man in the scroll, the situation would be even worse. The old man in the scroll, who escaped from the mutated Moon Kingdom, had a paranoid pursuit of the integrity of the story. The old man in the scroll would tear himself to pieces, peel off his skin alive, and then become more complete. I should have listened to them earlier, at least not expose the divine skin on me, but who can refuse to tell a story? Telling stories is everything to him. When can I finish all 10 stories? The tasks given by Linda are too difficult. Does anyone know how to unlock them? No new stories have appeared so far. Listening to the complaints of the undead, the Bard felt sorry because his strength was not enough to support him to tell more stories. Every time he cut a story, he needed to consume a lot of strength. But now the situation seems to have reversed a little. The bard asked the undead in front of him, "Can you find Linda Alman, that Black Knight? I know where he is, but I can't invite him." The other party didn't even think about it. As long as Lind appeared in the sight of the undead, he could lock the other party's position without any obstacles. "I want to see him." The bard hesitated, then said, "As a reward, I can tell you 10 stories." There was a wailing sound on the spot. "Damn, so this is how 10 tasks are completed. No wonder I can't get it." The bard? What do you mean? He didn't understand. Only the undead in front of him nodded quickly. "Okay, I take you there. No, I bring him here." Chapter 514 Demigods are also gods. The undead took the initiative to find Lind. As mentioned before, as long as he appears in the sight of the undead, he will have nowhere to hide in the eyes of the undead. As time goes by, Lind's identity has changed imperceptibly. He is not only related to major events, but can even be seen in many places. If you can find him, you can get some special tasks. In short, every time Lind appears, he will become an Easter egg or a treasure box in the eyes of the undead, and he will definitely open something. This is also a habit that Lind wants to cultivate. Specialization, not being replaced, important identity, etc. In short, he must always be related to the main line, but he can never stand on the opposite side of the vast majority of undead. He really wants to be a neutral NPC, but this option is disappearing now. "My lord, there is someone who wants to see you." When the undead found Lind, they were a little worried, afraid that he would ignore them. Wait, why is Lind holding hands with Tyan? The tall Sister Huan looked like a little bird in front of Lind, who was more than 2 meters tall. He has changed back to a full body of heavy gold armor, and has generously decorated his body with all the treasures he has, which makes Lind look like a big boss waiting for the undead to explode. Some undead are indeed jealous. Although everyone regards Lind as the main NPC at this stage, there are also many people who are bent on destroying other people's game experience. They have been planning how to kill Lind quietly. Even if it is not quiet, it is fine. It's just that the plan has not been completed so far. The reason still appeared in the role-playing plot of the bard. After briefly experiencing some of Lind's power, the undead not only exclaimed that it was great, but also found a problem. He really couldn't get close to Lind, and there was no advantage in numbers. Lind was thinking about how to attack the abyss at this time. The opponent was slowly waking up and getting stronger. Without Lind's loyalty, the abyss would definitely find other traitors to cooperate with. With the vengeful character of the abyss, if he really found a new partner and found that Lind was not dead, he would definitely attack him. Who is it? Did the undead bring another task to another NPC to request a dialogue? It's not that he looked down on those NPCs. There are many strong people in the entire beast land at this stage, but Linda's strength is no longer what it used to be. Even if he can't kill those beast kings, the other party can't kill him. After the battle rhythm falls into a protracted war, it will become Linda's advantage. A bard. The undead gestured to describe him. He looks like this, very handsome, a little bit feminine. By the way, didn't you issue a task before? That's the bard. As he said that, the undead suddenly slapped himself on the head. He actually forgot such crucial information. Since Linda gave this task, he must know the bard. No, it is not necessary for NPCs to know each other when issuing tasks. It's all because this game is too real. It almost makes me inseparable from reality. Where is he? I take you there, but it may take a long time. No need. Boom, boom, the ground shook. The sand jumped in a loud noise, like beans being fried in a frying pan, crackling and jumping. In the distance, dust was flying, and a very unfamiliar underground tunnel worm rushed over. The undead along the way were stunned. I remember it didn't look like this when I watched the video last time. Maybe it has evolved? It is more ferocious, with a carapace on its body. The sandworm did not stop, and even when facing the station, it did not mean to stop, but accelerated again and again. Lind grabbed the undead and jumped up, landing on the back of the sandworm. Damn, express train! The undead reacted quickly, and immediately after kneeling on the ground, he reached out to grab the cuticle. It might be just a piece of dead skin to the sandworm, but it was a very large handle that could help him stabilize his body. There is no shortage of undead who are looking for death here. When they saw Lind jump on the back of the sandworm, they jumped up one by one with loud shouts. I'm coming! The undead, who collided head-on with the sandworm, was smashed to pieces, turned into ashes on the spot, and then was blown over by the storm generated by the sandworm when it moved at high speed, and disappeared without a trace. A large number of undead knew that they couldn't ride from the front, so they decided to find a way from the side. An undead had a burning wing on his back. He was a rare great knight of the snake catcher path. He was one of the first 3,000 people to follow Lind here. When most people changed their jobs to wizard roles, he still insisted on close combat. The wing of fire faced the wind and suddenly pulled his figure up. On the back of the sandworm, the wing of fire folded, and then a beautiful forward roll half squatted on the ground. With the first-person success, more and more people climbed up. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people stood on the sandworm's back. The remaining undead, who couldn't get on, could only watch the sandworm swim past the station and quickly disappear from their sight. Oh wow, wow, wow! The undead opened their mouths and shouted at the fan in the summer. Others searched on the sandworm, trying to find materials. Lind stood on the sandworm, quietly watching the cities passing by him. Those city-states knew whose mouth the sandworm was, and had no intention of coming out to obstruct it. Just when Lind was looking for videos on the forum, wanting to see why the bard wanted to find him, the undead complained, "We should have used this kind of transportation earlier. Alas, we don't have to walk like fools. Don't you think it's a bit fake?" Someone else raised his own doubts. What's fake? In the past, when we rode the scorpion fleas through those cities, the soldiers guarding the city would become red names, and only after paying the toll would the red name status be cancelled, but we didn't encounter anything this time. So? What does this mean? You want to pay? No, this means that we are now in a cutscene, and there are textures all around. Although I also agree that this method of using textures and CG transitions may be to save computing power, I still think it affects the immersion and is a bit out of place. Linda, who was listening quietly on the side, This is the real world, and you can even talk about textures. You will find fault. Although no hostile forces appeared, it does not mean that they did not discover Linda and the undead. On the contrary, they were discovered before they got close. The reason why those people did not come out to intercept was because they did not want to conflict with Linda. Knowing that he was just passing by, they turned a blind eye. An undead oasis soon appeared in front of them. The densely packed undead were crowded together. They were very good at crowding together when a mission was very popular. In other words, it was a good thing. Otherwise, if the undead were really dispersed, it would ensure that no one could find another undead within a radius of hundreds of miles. Everyone was still a social creature and liked to play together. The team in front of them split open a gap and slowly retreated to both sides until the handsome figure appeared in Lind's sight. The owner of the divine skin. When the other party appeared, Lind felt the breath of the same kind. At the first time. The difference was that Lind only controlled the divine skin and never merged it with his body. The handsome man in front of him had completely merged with the divine skin. I want to be loyal to you. The other party bent down. Lind looked at the other party quietly. Before, he was still thinking about how to find the remaining story master divine skin and giant divine skin. Unexpectedly, the other party actually offered it to him. Why? Because the other owner of the divine skin ran away when you appeared. Ran away? This means that the other party is nearby. He is really good at hiding. Perhaps the owners of the divine skin, who have truly merged, can easily detect each other. When competitors meet, there is only one way to die. My power is very weak and not enough to participate in this war, so I hope to be loyal to you. The bard's expression was serious, and his eyes looked directly at Lind, expressing his determination. Even if I need you to hand over the divine skin? If you can guarantee that I will not die after getting the divine skin, yes, the divine skin is yours. So are you a god? I only have third ring strength, as you can see I am. I promise you. Even if he is not a god, Lind has a way to make him live. The continuous improvement of strength has brought him more and more insights and broadened his horizons. If he could not escape from death, Lind would definitely not show up like this. The bard's expression was visibly relieved, and he was also gambling. If you surrender to one side, you still have a chance to survive and retain your consciousness, but if you don't surrender, no matter who catches you, you will die. The method of taking the god's skin is very simple. You can easily peel off the skin by killing the person, and then use fox heart to breed the bard. With the opponent's third ring strength, it is easy to revive the opponent. But I don't plan to spend this resource myself. It has become a habit to cut leaks, and he doesn't carry that much energy. The animal teeth used as currency can replenish energy. The undead are his money bags. When he needs them, he can get them by issuing a task. Lind turned around and issued a new task, and a golden exclamation mark appeared on his head. The ability of the story master was used to the extreme at this moment. It's a pity that I don't have the ability to draw. Pattern painting is also part of the story, but he only has the ability to write. Task: accumulate energy and help. The Bard. Accumulate energy to gain a new life. Reward: open the background story experience of the side story boss, special copy with a chance to unlock and get the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse legend. Pathway potion recipe. Current energy accumulation progress 0%. The undead was a little confused at first. Then they tried to throw the beast fong in. When they saw the progress bar quickly reach 5%, they breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the energy required was not much. But looking at the reward this time, the legendary path potion recipe, isn't it the same whether it is given or not? The undead was restricted by the server and could not be upgraded at all. The background story experience of the open side story boss is actually quite interesting. Many people still remember the undead green sea castle with a great shield. It is a copy with a terrifying atmosphere. Some people are afraid of it, and some people want to experience it. In the eyes of the undead, the Bard seemed to have not moved at all. In fact, the Bard had experienced resurrection from the dead once. He looked at Lind with a complicated expression. Just now, he even thought that Lind wanted to kill him and take him by force. Although the result was almost the same, he killed him and took him by force. At least, he was resurrected in the end. Lind grabbed the Bard, soared into the sky, and gradually flew away from everyone's sight. Only the confused undead and the sandworm in the distance were left. Wait, we've completed the mission, where's the reward? An undead asked after realizing it. Another undead had a more unique idea. Is the sandworm now a free express train? If there is such an express train, I won't have to spend 10 days or half a month running around in the future. On the other side, Lind landed on the top of a high mountain with the Bard. Then, regardless of the other party, he took out the piece of divine skin he had, and the Bard's divine skin. After the 2 pieces of divine skin met, they merged and emitted divine light. In the name of the story, Linda looked at the Bard. How can I absorb this power? The Bard asked, become a god? If possible, I hope to add it. Linda took out the giant skin. In his eyes, the giant skin is even more important than the story's skin, because it greatly improves the strength. The Bard shook his head. To have more power is definitely not a rational behavior. Linda said, in fact, if you can master the power, it doesn't matter if you don't become a god. After becoming a god, one's existence will become a symbol, and no matter whether it is the dawn of the gods or the Ragnarok of the gods are like dogs on a chain, and can only act around their own divine power. Lind did not form a religion and let others follow his ideas. He also did not like to revolve around the weak, and his actions tended to be profitable. His inner thoughts and behavioral motivations are actually the same as those of the undead, all of which are player thinking, sense of urgency, and numerical beauty. It makes him more convinced that power is his reliance. It is difficult to spread the doctrine and make people worship and believe in oneself. Maybe he already has a religion called undead, and the doctrine is betrayal and interests. Demigod? The Bard said. Demigod? A god with divine power, but no divine authority. Maybe if you want to use divine power in the future, you must rely on the divine skin. Good suggestion. Linda asked, Demigod, will you not be bound by power and divine authority? What? The Bard asked subconsciously, as if he didn't understand. Linda pointed at the 2 pieces of divine skin and said, just like this, I now have 2 pieces of divine skin. So can I have 20 different pieces of divine skin and use different abilities? This? Of course, but I don't recommend you to do this. The Bard understood what Linda meant, which meant that he had to kill 20 different gods. Yes, I don't recommend myself to do this either. Linda nodded. It was useless to ask for a divine skin that was too weak, so it was better to just accept it and be a dog. So, which is better, the divine skin or the fragment of the magic ring? The Bard, they are not a common entity, but I think maybe the fragment of the magic ring? It's reassuring, although I know it's unreasonable to compare strength without comparing weight. Finally, how to become a demigod. Chapter 515, Reinforcements from Waystone Mountain Range. South of the demonic land. Waystone Mountain Range. G. Now Quake led his team to join the reinforcements immediately, and the warriors who shouted, the flames will never go out. We're ready for battle. Reinforcements from all sides were gathering here, but it was a drop in the bucket. A mercenary team called Strong Beast Legion joined the war forcefully and tried to replace G. Now Quake's leadership position on the battlefield. The leader of the Legion was Owen Strong Beast, a former defector. Escaping from the Waystone Mountains is not an exception. Many people will stay here for the future of their race and guard this place with their lives, but there are also people who choose to go north after their strength improves in order to have a more stable future. The territory of Grand Duke Hein is more suitable for them, where everyone can get the life they want. At this time, Owen Qiangshu was standing where Jin Zhao Quake was standing. There was a sand table in front of him, on which some information was simply recorded. There are several wizards, who are good at reconnaissance in his team. They can use their magical eagle eyes to observe the enemy and anticipate the enemy's moves. Relying on their leisurely fighting style, the Strong Beast Legion has gained a lot of fame. It's a mess. Owen Strong Beast clenched his fists and raised his hand to overturn the table. With a crash, the food on the table was scattered all over the floor. Several mercenaries, who were about to eat, looked at Owen in amazement. "What are you doing? Goldclaw Quick is not suitable here. Now we need to save and deal with the mess here. The beast's nest is coming, and a fan-shaped encirclement from southwest to southeast has trapped them. The 8,000 soldiers brought by the Strong Beast army have been ready at important positions." But when he saw the almost endless beast tide, and the giant beasts that covered the sky and the sun behind the beast tide, Owen still felt his scalp tingling. He remembered that the situation was not so bad when he left. The battle has begun, and magic artillery and magic beasts are shooting at each other. Some flying monsters rushed into the front line at the first time and fought with the soldiers in the air. The dazzling rays of light danced and occasionally swept the ground, splashing dust. They often even affected their own soldiers. Floating battles are definitely not something that ordinary soldiers can do. Only elite soldiers can jump up. And those enemy air magic weapons are not as flexible and accurate as imagined. Owen was given a splitting headache by the messy information. He came back this time to prove that he was not a traitor, and to help the King of Kings take a piece of territory that the other party might not care about at all. But no matter what the reason was, he came back to participate in the battle. Owen himself thought so. He came back to fight with great power, so his hometown people should be grateful to him. However, he didn't have the chance to be a hero. The situation was worse than he imagined. The Beast Tide's offensive was unprecedented. "We should retreat," the mercenary leaders beside him said to Owen. This was a rational choice. The Beast Tide was unmatched, endless and powerful. The truly rational behavior should be to turn around and run away. Owen gritted his teeth. He didn't want to do this, especially when he saw a familiar figure rushing up. He didn't want to admit that he was inferior to the other party. Escape in the eyes of the opponent. Again, Goldclaw Quick slowly moved forward with his weapon in hand. He quickly swung the blade in his hand, and when the blade broke or rolled, he replaced it with a knife. Anyway, he chopped and chopped non-stop. He was like a swordsman who faced the waves alone, fearless. Above the noisy and lively mountains, the flames roared. A giant beast sensed the existence of Goldclaw Quick, and did not hesitate to throw out its anger, and the heat wave of the explosion overturned Goldclaw Quick. The weapon was melted directly, including his arm. The situation of the people and monsters around was even worse. They were torn into pieces by the explosion, thrown high into the air, and then scattered everywhere. The Beast Tide absolutely did not understand surrender, but fortunately they did not intend to do so. Behind is the eternal summer nest. Goldclaw Quick held a one-handed sword in his left hand, like raising a flag of faith. However, the Beast Tide had already turned into a torrent that was devastating, rushing down, using teeth, claws, magic or body impact to tear open the defense line. No one can hold on. Wherever they pass, there is only death. The ground is quickly dyed red in the attack. The target of the Beast Tide may not be the eternal summer nest. They just want to move forward. Can you catch up? At the beginning of the Beast Tide, Jin Zhao Quake noticed something was wrong and contacted Scar, who worked with the Black Knight, but time was too tight and too anxious, so he did not wait for a reply. Lin felt the power in his body. There is no substantial connection between demigods and the number of rings of strength. It can be seen from the weak magical age that they can't even beat the undead, who have made careful preparations for the war. But the transition of life level made Lin feel that his power has become broader. For example, gods have their own knights. He can also have his own powerful knights, and let them fight for him. The first thing Lin thought of was the undead. Although the undead had no loyalty, if the undead fought for him as a knight, the effect would be at least several times stronger. The only problem was that it was too despicable. Despicable is very embarrassing, and not conducive to the spread of image. Lin could even imagine that if his knight, when all of them are undead, other people's impression of him will definitely become aggressive corn, cutting cinch, destructive Nurgle, and unlimited Slaanesh. The behavior of the knights will also reflect the image of the so-called god to a certain extent. Lind has great trust in the undead and believes that as long as he has such a group of loyal knights, his image will definitely not be improved. Especially the image of Slaanesh. No one can surpass it. Fortunately, I am not a real god. I just want to use some of the divine power. There are also beings that really meet his needs. It is too difficult to create from scratch. Lind thinks that the old nobles are more suitable for his needs. If they are ring knights, who can control their reason, Lind will gain a group of boss-level knights. In the same level battle, the nearly invincible ring knights can also arm wrestle with gods. There are other benefits after becoming a demigod. Lind found that his skill tree began to change. The trunk of the tree was developing towards a human shape. The different branches of power that hung on the branches like fruits were also slowly gathered under the guidance of power, and formed a ball. Finally, the giant carried the huge ball on his shoulders, as if he really carried the magic ring on his body. This reminded Lind of a story he had heard about Avesta. Legend has it that there are actually 4 of the 3 gods. They forged the magic ring, and the giant Avesta, the twin brother of the sun's witness, carried the magic ring on his shoulders, and finally hung it in the sky. This may be exaggerated, but they may also be true. The magic ring was broken, and the moon in the sky was also broken long ago. It seems that everyone's source of power has been closely related to the moon, since they did not know when. If the story is true, Avesta most likely carried the moon on his shoulders and hung it in the sky, but you know, stories are always stories. Lind had a strange feeling at this moment. He realized that his body seemed to be trying to believe the story, and then urged him to quickly entangle with Avesta's giant power, completely accept the divine skin, abandon the power of other gods, and then embark on the path of collecting divine skins, and finally become another giant Avesta. The magic ring is fake, it is just the various different channels of power in Lind's body. The giant is also fake, not the giant Avesta in the story. Not only that, he felt that his body was getting taller and taller. Compared with drinking the giant potion, his body was becoming familiar with turning into a giant directly. When one of his consciousness began to go crazy, his other consciousness was always calm. Lind persuaded himself to be more sober. He already had 2/3 of the story master skin, so there was no need to sacrifice it. Even if he was given the power of 3 gods, he would not be willing. Well, he might consider it. Finally, Lind came to his senses, and gave part of the power of the story skin to the bard, who would be his first knight or angel. The ability is to tell stories to the undead, so that the undead will go crazy to attack the bosses, and maybe they can take down the bosses, and turn enemies into friends. Lind is looking forward to the day, when the undead will take down the Great Shield. There is another owner of the god skin, the old man in the scroll, who is hiding in the dark. Lind said, "Find him?" "Me?" The bard pointed at himself. Unless Lind directly handed over the story master god skin to him, the bard had no strength to fight against the old man in the scroll. "I should teach you how to be a qualified NPC." A bounty wanted mission for the old man in the scroll was issued and spread to every corner of the undead in a short time. Mission rewards, unlock a new role-playing system, a large number of animal teeth, etc. The undead looked at each other in bewilderment. They did not expect that the old man in the scroll would also come. At this time, the old man in the scroll had a complicated expression. He did not expect that he would still be rewarded, and it was pointed out that the old man in the scroll was very good at hiding. In this regard, the old man in the scroll was very confident. He had a very thorough understanding of the undead. He often quietly integrated into the undead's chat topics, and easily obtained useful information with colloquial and ambiguous speech. Like now, when he entered the area where the undead gathered, he could easily blend in and achieve invisibility, and even the undead themselves could not see the problem at all. This mission is not easy to do. The old man complained to his 2 teammates. His reaction was no different from other undead. After all, asking undead to capture a 6-ring god is no different from sending them to death. However, the 2 teammates looked at each other. "Fuck, it's a fortune. Isn't this a benefit that comes directly to the door?" Good at hiding, coming from Instant Continent, no matter how you look at it, he is related to the old man. Even if he is not related, this guy is an NPC disguised as an undead, there must be something wrong. You hold him back, and tell him not to get suspicious. I go find the bard to hand in the quest. Okay. The 2 hit it off immediately. What? Found it. Linda had just issued the quest through the bard. As a god, he could communicate with his knights in a spiritual way, just like when he had taken refuge in the Abyss often chatted privately. An undead man said that he was wearing a blue cloak with the word Pepsi on it. He was the old man in the scroll in disguise. He had disguised himself as an undead to the point where it was difficult to tell the real from the fake. It's hard to tell the real from the fake? Linda really didn't expect that there would be NPCs disguised as undead people. The main thing is that undead people can pretend to be monkeys by sticking hair on them. Do you want to deceive them? Wishful thinking? The old man in the scroll didn't deceive the undead people at all. It's just that the undead people mistakenly thought there was a hidden task, so they pretended not to find it. They deceived each other, but it was obvious that the undead people were better. Now that there is a benefit, they will definitely sell it out at the first time. The loyalty of the undead people is always trustworthy, because they have no loyalty at all and can turn against us at any time. But it is not so easy to catch the old man in the painting scroll. He is a 6-ring strongman who is very good at disguise and hiding. If he really wants to run, he will definitely not be able to catch him. It seems to be a good choice to keep him under your eyes for the time being and let him work for you. As long as you can delay him, there will always be a chance to solve him in a way of boiling a frog in warm water. Just when Linda was thinking about how to deal with the old man in the painting scroll, Scar came to him unexpectedly. My lord, a beast tide has appeared in the gravel mountains again. Linda's eyes lit up. Those beasts were not easy to deal with. They came from other material planes and kept migrating as if following some kind of law. They were endless. Just threw the old man with the scroll over to get hit by the cannon. Okay, hurry up and rush all the undead to the gravel mountains. What? Scar was stunned. He thought Linda would hesitate, consider, and finally refuse after hearing the news. After all, it was no secret that the round-faced Princess Magdalena was going to attack the Fog Rain City, and Linda was going to attack the Abyss in the Fog Rain City. Military power could not be abused, let alone in completely opposite directions. Being able to get a relatively reliable team of mechanical servants is the best result Scar can imagine. You heard it right. Lynn patted Scar's shoulder, call all the undead, and go to the gravel mountains. Lind appeared in the sight of the undead, with a golden exclamation mark on his head. Our friend Scar's hometown is being attacked by the beast tide. As friends, we should fight side by side with him. Mission: join the Gravel Mountains Expeditionary Team and follow Lynn to join the battle. Reward: open the Gravel Mountains map, and the Gravel Mountains special costumes are opened. All the undead here or not receive this task. A large number of undeads are ready to join. Following Lynn to join the battle means that he will participate in person, so he must not be absent. In the Gravel Mountains, the violent attack was blocked by the corpses. Goldclaw quick stared with bloodshot eyes. Then the sky suddenly darkened. Kill! A group of reinforcements fell from the sky. There was also a familiar and annoying voice that made Goldclaw quick laugh out loud. The hero is back. Damn Scar, you are finally back. Chapter 516 Ambush. Undeads rode on undeads, undeads dragged undeads, and the noisy and chaotic team filled the battlefield as soon as possible. Goldclaw quick looked at Scar. Where is that lord? He didn't think this group of people could defeat the beast tide. Their strength was too weak. Only when Lind appeared could he use his absolute power to give everyone a brief respite. Otherwise, no matter how many helpers came, they would only fill the beast tide with bait, let the beast tide eat more, and then attack more vigorously. The Lord is watching this war. This level of small fight doesn't require him to take action. Ska disagreed. The strength of the undead may not be strong enough, but they are not afraid of death. They are endless, and their numbers are huge, which is very suitable for a protracted war. The bloody clash will be decided in the first time, and the number of undead will drop sharply. This is just a meaningless massacre. Goldclaw Quick's fiery heart quickly cooled down. He was ready to rush forward with a weapon in hand, at least not to let his helpers die meaninglessly in front of him. You're not in a hurry at all. They don't know how to deal with the beast tide at all, and they don't know what characteristic the enemy they are facing is. They are just rushing forward meaninglessly. The upper-level strongman doesn't care about the lives of his subordinates, but he believes that Scar is definitely not such a person. But the large number of deaths still makes Jinjua Kwai feel heavy. There are too many meaningless sacrifices. He saw with his own eyes that group of people stupidly rushing forward, and then being burned to death by a hot breath. From this position, you can see the beast tide rolling with black smoke and blood mist and advancing rapidly, as if the black and red war is spreading wantonly, and the situation can't be worse. Hit the key parts, destroy the joints. I've released a tutorial, brothers, to teach you how to kill monsters quickly. The sound of fast running footsteps and noisy shouts and discussions rang out, and Jin Jiao Quake turned his head and looked back. The gate of the Eternal Summer Nest had been opened, and a group of people were rushing out frantically. Some people thought the gate was too small to squeeze out, so they chose to climb over the wall to run out, and some stepped on the huge flying monsters and crossed the sky. The space beside him was filled with undead, and Jin Zhao Quake felt like he was a tree standing in place, watching them rush forward frantically. Yo-ho! The big one is mine. They are still rushing forward. They are undead. You should update your intelligence. Scott pointed to his head and said, this world is developing very fast. Undead? Them? That sounds terrible. You mean, it's like a curse? No, I mean, we are in such a bad situation. I envy them for not being able to die. The fighting style of the undead in front has changed. One of the undead holds the staff with both hands and raises it upwards. The magic shield protects him, and forcibly blocks the tail of a beast from swinging. Although the magic shield was violently shattered immediately afterwards, and the undead in the shield turned into ashes, he successfully attracted the attention of the two beasts. Then, the other undead attacked frantically. The fire of magic began to burn, and at one point, the air was burned to the point of lack of oxygen. Goldclaw quick wiped the blood from his cheek. I see the hope of victory. The battle line was finally pulled together, and the undead bodies were used as the flesh and blood defense line, and the stalemate was in place in a life-for-life manner. Roar! Owen Strong Beast stepped on the back of a beast with his right foot, violently tore off the opponent's thigh, and grabbed the beast's thigh with both hands like a sledgehammer, smashing all the enemies who tried to approach. Come on! Let's see who is the real beast! A beast that looked like a wolf pounced on Owen and bit his shoulder, tearing his armor apart, and also tore off a large piece of meat with its barbed claws. Owen raised his hand and punched the beast's eye socket, grabbed the beast's upper jaw and lifted it up, and slammed it to the ground. Being on the verge of death not only did not make him feel fear, he even felt no pain. Grab, smash to the ground, grab again and smash again. The crash continued. However, more and more wild beasts pounced on him, surrounded him, and the soldiers around him were almost dead. Brothers, a wild NPC was found. Someone's voice came from above. Damn, it's pretty handsome, but it's a pity that it's the Mediterranean. Owen Xiangsho looked up and found several figures riding strange flying mounts holding up their swords, as if they were accumulating strength, but their expressions were very relaxed, not like they were participating in a life and death battle. The ones who spoke were not the warriors carrying the great swords, but the mounts. Ace pilots, apply for battle. Figures holding great swords jumped down one by one. Boom! The first person used the free fall and the weight of the chop to accurately land the great sword on the beast's head, making its chin have a close contact with the ground. Boom, 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 boom. They fell quickly, using the same method to burst out offensive moves that Owen couldn't understand. It's not that these methods are too powerful, nor that they can't be learned, but that this offensive method of abandoning everything just to pursue a single blow is incomprehensible to him. Seeing them standing beside the beast's corpse, panting and holding their swords, losing all their fighting power, Owen had more and more questions in his mind. Who taught these warriors? The next moment, the beasts that caught up with them wiped them all out with a sweep of their tails. Owen's strong beast panted heavily, and was about to launch another attack. Ah! The shouts came again, and more than the last time. Again? Owen greedily breathed in the air, with the smell of beast blood. He had already discovered that this group of people was unusual. Undead? He had also heard of the undead in the north, but not because of their strength, but because of the ridiculous things they did. No bottom line, no rules, no fear. It turns out that when the number of undead reaches a certain scale, it will be more terrifying than the beast tide. If their number can be even greater, will it surpass the beast tide and increase to tens of millions? Even Grand Duke Hein will have a headache. He gave up the attack. Since there were undead to help, there was no need to fight hard on his own. Leading at the right time, and not fighting as hard as possible is the way of survival for Owen's strong beast. He will fight when he cannot survive, but as long as he has a chance to survive, he will definitely protect himself well. Owen saw Goldclaw Quick, whose situation was as miserable as his own, and even had an arm broken, but fortunately it was not a fatal injury. There was a boy next to him, who was installing a strange magic prosthesis on him. He asked, "The helper you found? Have you heard of Lind Alman?" It was Scar who spoke. His words forced Owen to turn his gaze to the weaker guy. "Never heard of it. You will remember it from today on." Owen's strong beast had no interest in continuing the conversation. He had never been kind to religious fanatics, and as far as he knew, the undead represented chaos. Watching Owen's departure, Goldclaw Quick said, "You should introduce the Black Knight. I think even if Owen is hiding in the north, He must have heard of the name of the Black Knight. The Black Knight is just one of Lind Almond's identities. You look like a fanatic. Goldclaw Quick said with a smile. You have a paranoid and crazy worship of him. What about you? Do you think we will win? I can only say it's difficult, maybe. Ska, you are more of a fanatic than me. I don't believe that the undead can win this war. Their limit is to stop them here. Really? Goldclaw Quick was stunned, then nodded. You are right. I trust him much more than you do. I even think that as long as he appears, the enemy will be defeated. The beast tide will never stop, at least not this time. They attacked frantically, and even if their advance was barely stopped by the undead, all their advantages were destroyed immediately when the giant beasts appeared behind them, slowly moving their bodies like mountains. We have lost too many people. There is no way to retreat. It seemed that there was no other way except to ask Lind for help, and when they found Lind, he was just holding a few pieces of magic ring fragments in a daze, as if thinking about the feasibility of something. The cat at his feet caught the attention of Jean, Claw, and Owen. They saw similar creatures on the undead. Everyone had a cat by their side, and some even put skirts on their cats. He had become stronger since the last time they met. When his eyes fell on the other person, he could even feel a burning pain. The armor that looked like magma made it impossible for people to control their body temperature when approaching, and even forced the blood flow rate to speed up. The uncontrollable fire power overflowed from Lind's body. Under the armor, it was unknown how much powerful energy was suppressed. Moreover, his size seemed to be getting bigger. Is he that tall? It was like a 3-story building, and you had to look up to see it. Sir, the defense line can't be held, and those undead can't hold on. We must find a way as soon as possible. Yes, I know. Linda took a step forward, and they noticed that there was a group of people following behind Linda. No, it should be said that there was a group of gods. I was thinking about not letting it develop to this point. He had a lot of plans, but with all of them overturned in this war, the only good news was that the old man with the scroll was also here, and there was an undead spy passing on information to him. One undead followed the old man with the scroll, and the other undead stood beside Lind. Zero delay tracking camera, hard to guard against. It's a pity that there's no time now. Lind's eyes crossed the battlefield, as if he saw the old man with the scroll paddling on the battlefield. With his strength, it was not difficult to hide his identity and not get hurt. The opponent was more wretched than he thought. The golden exclamation mark appeared above his head again, and the undead following Lind immediately understood that it was coming again, a serial task exclusive to the old man with the scroll. Help Lord Lind catch the old man with the scroll? If you all rush at him, where can he run? No, he can indeed escape, but there is really no way to turn around and run into the gravel mountains. This is easy. Just as the undead conveyed the task content to his friend, Lind had already ordered the gods behind him to enter the battlefield. Before the old man with the scroll is hit by the artillery, let them take over first. The gravel mountains is a good resource for a fresh point. Leaving it to the undead can not only satisfy their desire to fight and collect, but also meet Lind's demand for materials. Occasionally, when a magic ring fragment appears, it can be regarded as an unexpected gain. The team formed a wedge shape, with the Prince of Two Swords leading the way. He held 2 swords, his eyes were cold, and he was ready to rush forward and start fighting. Anna, the skinny ghost, was like a beast that had just been released from a cage, drooling and lying on the ground, eager to use his claws to penetrate the body of the beast. This was destined to be a war between beasts. Attack! The undead were suppressed. No advantage in war. The endless tide of beasts made the undead vaguely recall the scene of their first battle with the Abyss, and then wondered if their enemies would be the same when facing them. The sense of substitution was very strong, and I was already annoyed. Until the gods' team appeared, their charge was a bit like a mythological picture book, with a prince wielding a dazzling sword and a daughter of the night driving a mighty force, a fusion of powerful destructive power and a strong sense of epic beauty. You don't have to grit your teeth to the point of bulging veins to use all your strength. Dancing-like attacks are also feasible. The beast tied in the front was torn apart in an instant, and the sword storm easily tore the hard scales on the beast's skin. The continuous beating and slashing mixed with the corpses that were swept up by the storm and spun in the air mixed into a blood tide. The beast tide knew no fear and still bared its fangs to attack. But the offense and defense switched, and now it was the beast tide that was hit back. Go give his mother a lesson. The undead standing next to the old man in the scroll raised his fist. He was more cunning and stayed close to the old man in the scroll, so he didn't suffer any fatal injuries. It was magical. The beast tide's attack was fierce, but as long as he got close to the NPC pretending to be an undead, he could save his life, and he didn't even know how he saved it. He only remembered that the battlefield was very chaotic, and he was always embarrassed but just happened to avoid every attack. Another new task. He suddenly looked at the old man with the scroll in surprise. The old man with the scroll did not doubt him and nodded. I saw it. In fact, he didn't see anything at all. But he trusted his disguise very much, and the undead's previous chatting style was like this, and he couldn't find any problems at all. Over there is an occupation mission, and an outpost should be built. Let's go first. Looking at the direction pointed by the undead. Although it was behind the gods, the old man in the scroll still nodded. No one could see his disguise. This was his confidence. The two of them went over and stood behind the gods who were fighting. The gods who were fighting suddenly stopped and turned around in unison. Can I say a line? Fire at me. The attack fell on the old man in the scroll and the undead together. Chapter 517, Taking Advantage of the Opportunity. The old man in the painting scroll tasted the pain of being besieged by the gods. Their strength was not stronger than his own. The prince of the two swords, who could be regarded as a representative figure, once followed behind the old man in the painting scroll. But when the leaping magic network and the surging magic power were ignited, the old man in the painting scroll screamed immediately in the mountains. The disguise of his body was like a human skin being torn off. Anna, the skinny ghost, pounced on him, bit the old man in the painting scroll's arm, and began to roll and twist by instinct, trying to drag the other party into his crazy fighting style. The attack was swift and tricky, completely tearing the old man's elegance apart, dragging him into the quagmire of fighting, and with the help of the people around him, the old man fell into a disadvantage for a while. The nearby beasts were frightened by the sudden outbreak of the War of Gods, and hurriedly turned around and fled, but not all of them. Those huge monsters, like mountains, still moved forward tenaciously, as if they could easily crush even gods. What's going on? Lingxing was confused. There's a hidden plot, and someone is hiding it. It's said that the undead won't lie to the undead. Listen, the one being beaten seems to be asking for help. The undead, who dared to approach, heard the old man's cry. Save me, undead, save me. He knows the undead too well, and even thinks he knows the undead best in the world. I can give you rewards, give you skills, give you powerful equipment, issuing tasks, giving rewards that the undead will never refuse. The old man in the scroll looks really miserable now. It's true that he has the strength of 6 rings, but there are also 6 rings among the besiegers. The intensive attack is already destroying the terrain crazily. In fact, even if the undead rush forward desperately, they might not be able to help much, and they couldn't even touch the edge. However, this time the old man in the scroll was disappointed. Because a giant with a golden exclamation mark on his head appeared. Lynn Almond stood there quietly, and the huge shadow covered the ground like a black carpet. Now it is probably a plot CG, because the gods are fighting. The old man in the scroll, who is good at deception, is our enemy. Lynn's voice came out. You NPC versions are still too different. Now, it's the era of golden exclamation marks. Whoever has this thing on his forehead has the right to speak, and it is a completely unreasonable right to speak. Maybe many people enjoy killing NPCs, and some people will choose to resist tasks because of their values or facial features, but when it comes to a critical choice, one side is empty talk, and the other side has a golden exclamation mark on his head. Don't think about it. 99% of the undead will choose to accept the task and believe in the development of the plot. The golden exclamation mark automatically expanded and turned into text. Mission: defeat the old man in the painting scroll. Reward: may unlock a certain function may be unlocked, because Lind himself is not sure what he can unlock this time. Everything will have to wait until he gets the divine skin on the old man in the painting scroll. Looking at the old man in the painting scroll, who was surrounded, Lind had an idea in his mind. Even if he doesn't become a god, as long as he is strong, it's the same. In the game version update, the monsters that appear later are stronger. Although he thinks this is not a game world, the current development is completely in line with his guess. From the earliest old nobles to the current gods, does it mean to be stuck in a certain identity? If he chose to completely liberate his old noble power and transform into a monster like Dragon King Kurt, he might be very strong at that time, but now his strength is only 3 to 4 rings at most, not even qualified to become a boss. At least his perspective is exactly the same as that of the undead. Since even the sleeping gods can wake up, there is no reason why the 3 gods will not wake up. Now the gods are not cared about by many powerful people in the demon land, but the enemies from outer space decades later are already determined. Trailer. In this world, prophecy is a very mysterious ability. Everyone's future has infinite possibilities, But when you accidentally catch a ray of the infinite future, the future will unconsciously move towards that direction. The undead people crossed the wall of fire. Some of them were burned directly on the spot because their health bars were too short, and some of them rushed over with their physical strength, and then drank potions on the spot to recover their health. Boom! The old man in the painting was smashed to the ground, and his body exploded into a ball of watercolor, wriggling in the wall of fire. The undead tried to get closer, but the watercolor rushed towards him quickly. Tentacles stretched out to grab the undead, and pulled him into the squirming watercolor. The health bar quickly cleared, but the watercolor was slowly getting bigger. This thing can kill people and restore health. Don't give it to the irons. Use long-range artillery. Are there any tanks? Help resist. Now you know that our Night Father is fine. The Father is here. The knights with various magical lights burning on their armor strode forward, and inserted large shields of various shapes into the ground. The shields were close to each other, merged and connected to form a steel wall. Long blades stretched out from the gaps. Undeads can be crazy forever, but they can also be calm forever. The wizards in the back cast spells crazily, rubbing fireballs with their hands to cover the sky. Drive them back, never let them recover, control them. Protect the beast, don't let it be eaten. The survivors of the Eternal Summer Nest looked at the battlefield, watched the undead go from chaos to order, watched them fight without fear of death, and respect rose in their hearts. A natural warrior who can remain calm in times of danger. And what these warriors believe in now is him, that tall figure. The collision of watercolor and shield finally came. Just like the collision of fire and ice, the deafening sharp friction sound makes people feel how crazy this war is. A crazy contest between gods and undead, about will, but more than that. No one retreated. The undead knew about this war very well. They were not the main players in the battle, and holding on without dragging their feet was what they could do. And the victory of the war should be given to Lind Alman. The battle line was tightly locked together, and the situation was not optimistic. Some of the undead were fighting against the watercolor army of the old man, while others were dealing with the beast tide. It was already difficult to hold on. If the gods had not intentionally moved the battlefield to the front of the beast tide during the battle, and blocked their crazy advance with the terrifying destructive power of the terrain, the Eternal Summer Nest in the rear would have long been turned into ruins. The undead were pushed back inch by inch. Lin thought to himself, there are still too few people who can be used. Although his power seemed very strong, he controlled a lot of discourse power, and many gods followed him. He would still fall into a difficult battle when facing a truly large number of powerful enemies. Having a group of angels and knights is extremely important. Of course, the most important thing is to improve your strength and reach the 6th ring, 7th ring, or even higher. There is no end. Leave it to me, Lin said in a commanding tone. He walked forward in the burning heavy armor, and the fierce fighting spirit seemed to become the fuel for the combustion, making the flames expand more wildly. The gods retreated. Lin took a step and rushed to the old man in the scroll with a high temperature. The soul blade gathered in his palm. With both hands, he held the azure sword, which looked like a bridge to normal people, and stabbed it at the head of the old man in the scroll. Swish! The sword pierced the flesh, evading the body's defense and reaching the soul. Magic damage, soul damage, two-handed sword blessing, flames from melting armor, etc. Among all the undead watching this scene, some couldn't help but say, here it comes again, the sword of hanging status. The most enviable thing about Lind is that he has so many passive skills that make people's scalps numb. If he is hit by other boss, he will hang 1 or 2 negative statuses at most. If you know who you are going to face, you can take resistance medicine in advance. But it is not possible to face Lind, unless the undead eats you into a potion jar, and it takes too long to take the potion, which is a bit of a waste of time, and it will lose its effect when the fight starts. The sword pierced the head of the old man in the painting, and the effect was significant. He was very experienced in killing gods. Unless he was immortal like himself, there must be a weakness in his body. The old man in the painting was severely injured, his body twisted and struggled uncontrollably, and he completely broke free from control, just like a puppeteer whose fingers suddenly became uncontrollable, and the old man in the painting was the puppet that the other party used a string to pull and began to shake wildly. Linda twisted the soul blade horizontally. He saw the old man in the painting clench his teeth, and his divine blood gushed out. Swish! The watercolors on the ground were splattered and collapsed, like a bubble that was popped, and the battle line holding the undead was instantly empty. What will happen at the end of the story? The old man in the painting looked at Linda. Linda loosened his left hand holding the sword, and then another soul blade appeared and pierced the opponent's throat, nailing him to the ground. Now is not the time to give a victory speech, and if you remember correctly, as a god, he usually has a trick that is almost suicidal, just like he once used the power of the abyss to self-destruct. As expected, a terrifying energy began to surge rapidly under his feet. Linda turned his head to look at his gods, and they also noticed it. The frenzied energy cannot deceive people. There are many people on the scene who are suitable for dealing with the next scene, because it will only be a big explosion, or perhaps a small probability of a not-so-glorious mutation. Mutation? Linda remembered the last time he felt something here. Private chat, he didn't want the bad situation to happen again. But the situation really began to develop in a direction he didn't want to see. The old man in the scroll no longer spit out blood, but spit out squirming and boiling energy. The abyss will seize every opportunity. Its body squirmed, twisting and growing in an unnatural way, and the flesh and bones of its head had their own crazy ambitions to grow, twisting and twisting to drill out. It shouldn't be like this. The old man in the scroll's eyes were full of horror. But the red light of the abyss had begun to occupy his mind, burning people's souls with heat. Black Knight. Back off. Even if he is a god, he is only a sixth ring after all. This strength is just the highest level that can be discussed for cooperation with the abyss. It can be seen that Lin's continuous attacks just now gave the abyss an opportunity to take advantage of the situation, and instilled a very powerful force. The body of the old man in the scroll deformed, and the loose coat wrapped around his body swelled, and then was quickly torn apart, and more terrible twisted tumors and tentacles drilled out from it. Endless body changes. The abyss recognized who was in front of him. The abyss could never forget the bastard who had cheated him of his power. Now the abyss wanted to swallow Lind again, and this time he would never let him escape. Complete enslavement, but when those sticky and squirming things touched Lind's body, they were blocked by his molten armor. Molten Knight? Although the roar was vague, Lind heard it, and heard it clearly. He was in a good mood. The full flames began to burn along the gaps of the armor, forming an energy network, layer by layer, making the flames burning on the armor very neat, until Lind took a deep breath. The flames disappeared, leaving only the high-temperature chips spreading high temperatures, attached to the armor. The chest of the armor was empty, revealing the dense emblems on Lind's chest. The old man in the scroll began to scream. His strength began to increase, and his swollen body knocked Lind away. Lind turned in the air, and adjusted his direction. The giant fell to the ground, and the ground shook. I feel like we are just a background board. An undead whispered to his companion. Stop talking and watch the plot. I don't know what level of power Lauder has. I really want to get a set of the same type. I also want to become a giant. Do you think the giant looks familiar? Giant Sakopis, to be honest, looks a bit like him. Linda looked at the outline of the limbs that were difficult to distinguish, and accelerated the energy of the divine skin. Must he take over the giant to fully use the power of the giant? Demigods are indeed a little bit behind. One is to get the authority to use the surface divine power, and the other is to completely integrate the divine power, and use it completely. The swollen body in the distance is already accumulating energy. The old man in the painting is definitely not a character who is good at fighting. He can only draw a picture and write some story scripts. Maybe he is not even good at writing stories, because the part of the divine skin that is good at writing stories is in Lind's hands. It should be a very interesting scene for a painter whose brain is occupied by madness to use brute force to deal with him. But Lind is not at ease at all, because he noticed that the other party was bursting with 6 rings of energy, screaming, and accumulating energy. The screams became unclear. Perhaps there was also crazy laughter in them. The undead had already felt the taste of full-screen slaughter, and began to retreat quickly. The beast-tide also retreated according to instinct, and only those giant guys were still madly moving forward. The terrifying power was released. The familiar yet unfamiliar abyss power of terror hit Lind fiercely, with a nauseating feeling, causing his internal organs to twist and his brain to become a mess. But the good news is that he has no real weaknesses, so this attack will not be fatal. His body was shaking wildly. The golden ghost tried to appear and combined into a ghost dragon, trying to roar against it. Roar! Like the power of the tide coming from the top of his head, Lind turned his head and saw nothing. But there was indeed a dragon roar. The dragon roar that only he could hear came from the sharp intuition of the Dragon Knight. How many NPCs are hidden in my undead team? Chapter 518. The Lord preempts registration, no need for face. The body of the old man in the abyss scroll that gave the undead a headache suddenly stagnated and disintegrated, but soon gathered again. The attack that could probably make the gods fall asleep disappeared. Linda breathed a sigh of relief. Although for him, as long as he killed with one strike, There was absolutely no such thing as severe injury, and all injuries could be recovered in the shortest time, but it was a blessing to be able to save his subordinates, which could save a lot of trouble. Putting aside the possibility that there might be more NPCs hidden among the undead, Lin stepped on the old man in the scroll and swung his arms quickly amid the terrible sound of flesh and bones breaking. One after another, soul blades penetrated the heavy body that seemed to ignore physical attacks and resist most magical attacks. Unrestrained power swung from the wriggling flesh tendrils on his body, pulling out pieces of energy networks. At this time, the old man in the scroll could no longer be seen in his original shape. His body and hands and feet were fused together, and the real damage caused by Lin's soul blades. Under the attack, it began to split. The whole body cracked, and a mouth like a crack grew out. The sharp abyss squeezed out from it, like black bubbles sticking to the body, wrapping around the body, and drilling into the depths of the soul. Linda is not the only one who knows how to attack the soul. The abyss is also an expert. To be more precise, Storm Nightmane and the abyss were once rivals. The soul blade and the fallen smile of the abyss have fought countless times. It turned out to be just a crack. Mouth. Suddenly, teeth began to grow, and dozens of eyeballs emerged from each mouth. It was like a mouth full of fish roe. But soon, those slippery, squirming eyeballs crackled and exploded. Out of control. A face rose from the squirming and trembling monster, and the old man in the scroll looked at Lind. How do you think the story ends? Puff. The soul blade great sword pierced through the old man's head and nailed him to the ground. Lind ignored the old man in the scroll, but pulled out the divine skin from him, and then the molten armor on his body burned faster, and the flame spewed out and turned into a flaming cloak that pushed forward, pushing him to fly over the old man in the scroll and crash into the giant beast that had already crushed him in the distance. He didn't have a curse heart now, so minimizing contact with the abyss was the right choice. Just now, his body had been invaded by the power of the abyss. The serpent emblem was feasting. Crossing the sky, Lin's huge body fell on the giant beast like a giant peak, and still looked small. He opened his arms, as if to embrace the behemoth under his feet. The flames condensed, followed by a terrifying loud noise and raging flames, igniting part of the giant beast. The body was as solid as a rock. No matter how many attacks it suffered, the huge figure did not stop, but it was shaken by Lin's bombardment. Silence covered the battlefield. No matter how far away, anyone who could see the scene with their own eyes seemed to hear the sound of Linda jumping off the giant beast and his boots hitting the ground heavily. Everyone's eyes subconsciously cast on the figure, who was fighting with the old man in the painting who was eroded by the abyss a moment ago. After stabbing the other party to death with a chaotic sword, he turned and flew towards the giant beast, and shook the other party with absolute power. The track in the sky burned red by the flames has not yet dissipated, like a fiery red bridge, connecting the battlefield of the gods in front of the eternal summer nest, and the giant beast trench in the distance. The figure wearing the melt-carved armor, and walking back with heavy steps left calmly. The flame on the armor went out. The powerful fighting power of the Black Knight was displayed at this moment. In the distance, Owen Strong Beast, who was watching the scene, suddenly remembered a song. He couldn't remember what the lyrics were. A rough man like him didn't like to remember those things. But he still remembered the scene of the person singing in the roaring choir. At that time, as a defector who had just left the gravel mountains, he went as a mercenary to assist a city that was about to be breached. He was the one who attacked. Just like this scene. The monk in the choir, who was left with only one person, sang crazily. The city burning under the flames of war, the flags planted on the corpses, the war that was doomed to fail, the crazy faith, and the god of war that fell from the sky. Boom, the mountain fell down. When Lind walked forward calmly, he finally couldn't bear the serious injuries after shaking several times and fell to the ground. The storm caused by the collapse of a mountain swept over and blew away the dust on the battlefield. The mountain went from standing to falling, and Owen Strong Beast's heart surged with it, and his blood flowed faster with the sound of his accelerated heartbeat. Kill! The undead swarmed up, filling the battlefield with a sea of people again. Gods of various shapes occupied an area each. Among the undead warriors covered with various magical lights, Owen Strong Beast also roared forward, admitting that Linda had won his admiration. Born to worship the strong. The beast tide did not fade away, and they continued to fight with the undead, but with the gods under Linda joining the battlefield, it was impossible for them to win an absolute victory. Linda swept his eyes among the undead, and finally retracted them. Although he didn't know who the NPC who roared the dragon was, he was definitely stronger than himself, and he was a friend, not an enemy, at least an enemy of the abyss. Do dragons and dragon riders have a good relationship? I guess not. If someone wants to ride him, he will definitely turn against them. The war has really entered a stalemate. Leave someone who can represent you to give some blessings to the undead, and give them power as long as they pray. Linda is teaching the gods. They have had contact with the undead before, and have been with Linda for a long time. They are familiar with the basic rules. They have their own logic for blessing the undead, charging, etc. The gods are still too weak. Each of them is balanced in all aspects, and has no characteristics. As a boss, it must be difficult to deal with. The almighty boss plus the absolute crushing attributes are the absolute nightmare of the undead. In the battle of the same level, being balanced means that no aspect is good. Only Anna the skinny ghost is good, but the IQ is not enough. Above the nest of eternal summer, the light of the gods flickered wildly. Perhaps only here can it be like this, able to accommodate so many complex beliefs. If the gods met in such a narrow range in other places, they would have fought long ago. Linda quickly combined the divine skins. With 3 pieces of divine skins, the power of the story master has been completely obtained. As long as Linda chooses to completely possess this power, and obtain the divine power, he can become the real story master. 7th ring? And he is not good at fighting. He must have a problem with his brain to choose to bind himself with this identity, although I have heard that some gods have multiple divine powers and hold multiple positions. Lin's attention was focused on the ability of the old man in the scroll. Ability, drawing. Ability to completely disguise one's appearance, making it difficult to be discovered. Is this the way to imitate the undead? He had already experienced writing stories with words. As long as the direction and requirements were given, the story could be written by itself, but it was hard to say whether it would be readable. There were often some headaches. When it came to the picture, Lin thought of William, who was thrown far away by him. Now that guy was still working in the underground tomb of the Black Knight, that is, Skin. The target this time is not the undead. Although the undead like to wear different clothes, at this stage, most people will pursue both beauty and value. Good-looking clothes have poor attributes, good-looking clothes have good attributes, ugly clothes have good attributes, etc., so that the undead can never easily get what they want, which is the necessary prerequisite for the leaks. If you can give the undead good-looking skins at will, they all choose the ugliest but best attributed clothes, and then put on a layer of skin. What if they all come to serve Cyber Corvée? Linda's target is his NPC. First, be the first to register and make the golden exclamation mark and question mark his own exclusive seal. This is not difficult. Whether it is a god or an ordinary lord, they all have their own seals to show their identities. Lord Linda is shameless. He decided that exclamation mark and question mark will be his exclusive seals in the future, and he will also use the power of the story master to grant each NPC under his command the ability to light up exclamation mark and question mark. When everyone is pursuing an immersive experience, an NPC that stands out will stand out. Other NPCs will only think that the undead trust Lin more. After all, seeing the exclamation mark and question mark is equivalent to seeing the Lord himself. And no one will choose to give up their seal. Lord Lin happened to be one of them. He was in a good mood. With Lin regaining all the divine power of the story master, the war in the Stone Mountain has come to an end. Like any battle, the war will not end directly, and those crazy beasts, small-scale beast tides, or some cunning people who like to sneak attacks will still have to survive. The gravel mountains have almost completely fallen into the hands of wild beasts, and they build nests in them. Just like the giant beast that was seriously injured and defeated by Linda, its body has become the best choice for many wild beasts to build nests, as well as those abnormally huge ancient tree branches, caves, lakes, cracks in rocks, etc. I am afraid that even if the number of undead reaches 1 million, it will be difficult to collect them all, and the beasts reproduce very quickly. There is no doubt that the war is still going on, and the undead have a fixed copy. My lord, I don't think this makes any sense. Nur, a Mechanicus believer, tried to persuade Lind. He had been following Lin for a while, but his lack of strength allowed him to only produce things below level 3. It's not impossible to produce higher levels, but to be honest, it's not difficult to pile up materials. It's like breaking off the horn of a 7-ring dragon, and then making it into a staff or a great sword. That can only be regarded as beautification work, and it's essentially using the ability of the material itself. Real forging is not like this. Like this. Nur held a huge wolf-like corpse, like a horse, but now the corpse was soft. Lin said, its skin can be used to make cloaks, its teeth can be used to forge weapons, and the hardest skull can be used to make helmets. Nur nodded, yes, but there is no objection, it is no different from the things we forged. It's just a different appearance, but there is almost no change in defensive performance. Why spend effort to forge it? It's a waste from any aspect. Time, manpower, material resources, etc. No, this is the biggest difference. Linda looked at the corpse, thought for a while, and said, "Oh, add some random things on it." Random? Yes, for example, it will be cheaper to buy things after wearing it, or it will increase your charm and make people like you more. So choose the ugliest one to increase your charm. Linda has a very bad taste. Some of them can get more rewards after completing the task after wearing it. Ah! All this was beyond Nur's cognition, and he didn't understand. Calculation should not be a problem for you. Set some formulas, and then make each piece of produced equipment fixed and better. For example, the last digits of seats 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 are cheaper to buy. He had to teach slowly. The equipment is useless, but Lin can make them useful. If the undead don't frantically build weapons and equipment, and don't kill monsters and dig materials, what can they earn? What about those charms? I am the Lord, Lin said. It might be difficult for others to make NPC like someone, but it was very easy for Lin. For example, a certain piece of clothing he wore was praised by the Lord. The battle that just ended made Lin's popularity in the Eternal Summer Nest reach the highest point, and almost all NPCs worshipped him crazily. I need a recorder. He admitted that he missed Miss Doris, the recorder who always accidentally left the notebook behind. At this time, the other party would be very smart to help him convey his meaning. Lord Lin's fashion magazine or appreciation of almond armor, there are always more solutions than problems. I understand. Remember, don't make too many weapons with special functions. If the undead ask how to get special effects, tell them that it is random. Yes. If you do this, won't the undead go crazy? As believers of the Mechanicus, mechanical ascension, absolute rigor, reproducible data, etc. are all their advantages, except that they need a little bit of luck when researching. Except for this, they can be very stable most of the time. Just like this, the blacksmith shop with various signs such as unique to the Eternal Summer's Nest. Some bonuses are only useful in the Gravel Mountains and the Eternal Summer's Nest. Finally opened. It was similar to what Nur thought. Most of the undead would come to forge a weapon once, and after finding that there was no difference between it and the one they had, they would choose to leave. At most, they would forge a weapon with a good appearance and keep it on their body for replacement. Uzumaki went to the blacksmith shop with a friend he had just met. I'm here to pick up the custom-made weapon. Wait a minute. A big knife was placed in front of him. Wait, what is this? Swift-tooth big knife. 80% off for shopping in the Eternal Summer's Nest Dam. A discount knife? Chapter 519, The King of Black Phosphorus delivered to the door. Round-faced Princess Magdalena has been very confused recently. Most of her subordinates have left. Those undead people who have no loyalty at all took away everything they could cheat and deceive without any lingering feelings. Even when she issued a bounty order and put up punitive titles such as lustful person, greedy person, and faithless person, the undead people did not compromise, but instead had a collecting habit and deliberately did a few more bad things. Is this a reward? The corrupt King Grace, who had a beast crawling beside her, was stroking her pet gently. Seeing Magdalena's angry look, she didn't know how to comfort her. None of her imitations of Linda's tricks worked, and she didn't know how the other party did it. They were both giving weapons and equipment, so could there be a difference in quality, but Linda was destined not to answer her questions. Maybe we should renegotiate with Linda Armin now. Magdalena suddenly controlled her restlessness and turned to the corrupt king. We are not as good as him in controlling the undead. If we can reach a cooperation, we can return to Wuyu City. This may be the right choice. The King of Corruption nodded. If they can temporarily put aside their obsession with power and cooperate with Lind, perhaps they can work together to deal with the disaster that will come from the sky in a few decades. I will write a letter now. Do you know how to contact him? Of course, we have a special messenger. Why should I cooperate? Lind rejected the so-called cooperation proposal without a second thought, and waved his hand to send away the undead, who had taken on the message mission, without giving him the expected reward. Of course, he did not deny that the other party's name was a little too curious, which made him not want to talk to him at all. Whether it was his own name or the other party's, he would feel it was very perverted. In the past, he wanted to cooperate with the other party because his strength was too weak. Even the beast girl Solaris, who picked up the bee's sacrifice field, would feel that she had picked up a treasure, but at this stage, he has many gods, and he thinks that the boss of ordinary strength is too weak to be his NPC. If it was the King of Corruption, it would be fine. With 6 rings of strength and a hot and mature queen, it would be enough to be a poster girl. But Magdalena, to be frank, has no strength and not enough beauty. These alone can sentence her to death as an NPC. Moreover, the wonderful main line of her is now in Linda's hands. Isn't it the Fog Rain City? That is the direction Linda will attack next. Not only did he not help her in times of need, but he also wanted to dig into his own corner. If he wanted to add icing on the cake at this time, Linda would not give him this opportunity. He sat leisurely on the chair and quietly watched the video. There are new outfits to look at. The Magic Bull completed his messenger mission and left the City Lord Hall where Lind was. It's still full of vitality here. The Undead Reception Novice Village can only be regarded as a novice village at most. Get some basic equipment of the new version, sell some materials, and then immediately take the task to go to the new map. This is the strategy summarized by the big guys recently. As the first batch of undead to go to the Magic Land, the Magic Bull is still alone. He was lucky enough to get a ticket when he opened the blind box and was teleported here. His luck has always been good, and he actually got an exclusive messenger mission from Magdalena, and the rewards are very rich. The mission is also very simple to complete. Just deliver the letter to Lind, which is not difficult at all. The location of NPCs is almost transparent to the eyes of the undead. There is also a group of undead who will choose to live broadcast the day of NPCs when they are bored. Almost all NPCs hate being stared at, but the undead can still spy on them through chatting, disguise, and other methods. But after completing the mission of delivering the letter, Magic Bull was a little confused. He spent a lot of time and energy to come to the Eternal Summer Nest. Could he just turn around and go back to complete the mission? The mission rewards are indeed quite a lot, but look at the undead people who are busy. The team is brushing materials, brushing small beasts, ++++. Mining on the giant beasts, ++++. New team, perfecting the new map, cats are cautious, ++++. There are 30% off shopping discount knives. Looking for a purchasing agent, please chat privately, ++++. The various shouts were completely different from the undead's hasty reception of everyone in the novice village. This was why Lind confidently rejected Magdalena. The new map would definitely take away most people, and this was not a real game world, so there was no resource refresh. The positions that were occupied in advance would be occupied forever, and the ores that were dug out might take countless years to grow again. In the wild beast land of the West, where the power map had already approached harmony, if there was no large-scale power war, the undead would be very short of tasks and resources. Conduct an expedition to Fog Rain City? The undead were too weak to enter the gate. Even if they used human wave tactics to barely push the gatekeepers away, the resources that were released were not enough to be divided, and Magdalena obviously had not thought about how to make up for the loss of the undead. The classic logic of the superiors is that there will be rewards after completing a task, and there will be punishments if it is not completed. But Lind's logic of doing things is to put himself in the service industry. If he succeeds, there will be many rewards, and if he fails, there will be no punishment. Only in this way can he attract people. As for the undead's theft, sneak photography, and other bad behaviors, it's not surprising, because what is presented to them is a completely free world where they are not allowed to do anything. If there are no monsters to kill, then they will destroy it. The magic cow only wants to go back to hand in the task, then rush back with great difficulty, and then watch the other undead's happy life of frantically brushing materials. It is clear what to choose. It's okay to delay the task for 1 or 2 months, right? Isn't it like this in all games? For an urgent task, as long as you don't talk, it's the same even if you go back a few months later. Unlike now, he can just hitchhike to brush materials and get a good set of equipment. It's much easier to get a set of equipment here than in the Undead Reception Novice Village. Heartbeat. It doesn't matter when the task is delivered. Magic Bull made up his mind to get a good set of equipment for himself first, and then join the team. The configuration of this team is very interesting. 5 wizards. This configuration made the Magic Bull, who had little experience in surviving in the Magic Land, just want to turn around and leave. Don't worry, our captain is awesome, the undead man immediately said, noticing his worried expression. Captain? Old Black, the strongest magic tank in our Magic Land, and there is absolutely no one else. The Magic Bull looked around, and finally fixed his eyes on a man wearing a handsome black magic armor. His face was very ordinary, his hair was black, and his skin was a little dark. He also has a pair of vertical pupils, and his teeth are a bit sharp. His weapon seems to be a pair of claws. There is nothing wrong with this outfit. There are people who look weirder than Lao Hei. The undead man called Lao Hei. Nodded. Since we have enough people, let's go. Lao Hei, I haven't introduced myself yet. You are pretending to be cool again, right? My. Lao Hei raised his hands helplessly. What's your name? Magic Bull. As the voice of Magic Bull fell, the other people were stunned, as if the mute button was pressed. Some people quietly gave thumbs up, but there were also many people who gave similar names, and they got used to it. Let's go! Lao Hei urged again. Are you in a hurry to log off? Yes, I am in a hurry to log off. When rushing to the beast area of the gravel mountains, the companion next to him said to Magic Bull, Don't look at Lao Hei's arrogant appearance, he is actually a sultry man. Magic Bull nodded slightly. As a newbie, he needed to be led by the boss, so he talked less and did more. If he was lucky enough to get a lot of materials, he could save a lot of effort in the future game. There's a group of beasts ahead. Wait, it looks like a hump wolf, don't attack. The hump on its back can be eaten, but it tastes disgusting. Let's go! The group kept turning and searching, and finally found a beast with a dragon's head. It looks like a ground dragon. It's not a ground dragon, I guess it's not even a sub-dragon. Old Black said, It just looks a bit like a ground dragon, let's go. Several people started chanting magic at the same time, covering themselves with various magic-blessed halos. Some magic can only be used on themselves, while others can be used on teammates. Others took out bottles of magic potions and poured them on their swords, or took out something of blessing nature and kissed it on their lips and pressed it on their foreheads, muttering to themselves. Magic Bull joined in, but unfortunately his equipment was ordinary, all brought from the novice village continent, without any special features, and he didn't even have the money to buy a magic prosthesis. Thinking of the magic prosthesis, he suddenly looked at Lao Hei. Unlike his teammates who ascended mechanically to improve their strength, Lao Hei didn't show any signs of transformation. Oh my god, how did he do that? The strength of the undead is only level 20, and the level cap has not been unlocked. Why can Lao Hei gain powerful strength with his simple undead body? Everyone rushed up, and the Magic Bull just watched Lao Hei killing wildly. The claws of his hands were like sharp daggers, easily cutting holes on the scales of the beast on the surface of the earth dragon. Damn, it's so fast! He rushed up to help, but his eyes suddenly went black. When he reacted, his body had already flown into the air, and his health was in danger. If he fell from this height, his few remaining drops of blood would be instantly emptied. At the critical moment, a breeze lifted him up and slowly put him on the ground. The cat came to help the Magic Bull recover, and soon he was able to stand up again. After the experience of almost being hit by the cat car, looking at Lao Hei, who was in the center of the battle, the Magic Bull felt how terrifying the opponent's strength was. With full agility, full damage, and full dodge. After his body recovered, he immediately rushed up again, and chose not to fight hard, but to take a roundabout route, so that he could avoid the attack and cause a little damage. Although it was a bit of a slacking, it was safe. Others did not blame him. Except for Lao Hei, others were also slacking off to some extent. They were all fragile and had no tricks, so they had to let the boss lead them. After a loud bang, the earth dragon beast fell to the ground. Beautiful. Let's divide the spoils. Magic Bull just watched from the side. He thought Lao Hei had made the greatest contribution and should get the benefits first, but he didn't expect the other people to take the initiative to dissect the body. Which one do you want? Aw, doesn't Lao Hei want materials? He's a professional guide, no money, just for fun. I see. So he's a big guy who likes to guide newbies. What a good guy. With Lao Hei's help, everyone returned with a full load of materials this time. I'm going to open a new weapon. Do you want to go and see it together? The undead A, who likes to talk, very much asked. The Magic Bull nodded, and Lao Hei, who was evaluated as sour but actually didn't like to talk, also nodded. It seems that he is indeed quiet. After the influx of undead, the atmosphere of the Eternal Summer Nest is slowly changing. Just like now, Jean Zhao Quake and others have given up asking the beasts for advice, and instead took the initiative to work for Lin's men, including processing materials, sorting, building houses, cooking, or helping different gods to establish their own religious sites, so that each undead can come to get temporary blessings. The largest one is the blacksmith shop, or the blacksmith factory. Open! Open! Undead rubbed his hands, and found his weapon, with the number plate. Damn, why does this weapon look different? Teammates immediately gathered around. What are the attributes? Let's take a look. Attributes: Linda Armin's favorability plus 10, fuck, succubus blade. Everyone knows that Linda's favorability is the most difficult to increase. Not only is it difficult to increase, but it is also easy to drop. Now there is a succubus blade. What can you do with a high favorability? Confess, exchange items for a lower price or even for free, and let the other party become your thug, and this rule applies to all NPCs, including some boss-level NPCs. If I could improve Lin's favorability and help him fight, I couldn't imagine how it would feel. Magic Bull only looked at them with envy, but he didn't have enough materials. If this team could last for a while, maybe they could quickly collect all the materials. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly found that Lao He seemed to have disappeared. Where did Lao He go? Don't worry about him. I chat with him privately later. Lin looked at the man dressed as an undead in front of him with a serious expression. 7th ring? 8th ring? He was not sure how strong he was. The only thing he was sure of was that his opponent was much stronger than him. The hidden NPC who roared the dragon last time must be him. Because Lin also felt the restlessness of the dragon rider, which meant that the opponent was likely a giant dragon. Who are you? The king of Black Phosphorus. Lin was no longer a stranger who had just entered the demonic land. Many secret knowledge had already been opened to him, and he did not need to collect fragmented information like an undead and then classify and summarize it himself. The king of Black Phosphorus, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, dragon rider, the dragon of Hastings. What did you come to me for? I want the co-branded version of the king of Black Phosphorus. What? Co-branded weapons, equipment, and character cards. Lind, What a sultry old dragon. Chapter 520, The End of the Abyss. Linda is a pragmatic person, although the outside world may have some paranoid views on him, such as being too loyal. Although he is already very powerful, he still clings to Rania as his legitimate monarch. And too persistent? In the demon land, the distinction between good and evil power is not so obvious. Many people are willing to let themselves fall into a certain state in order to gain more powerful power, even if doing so may never wake up again. I am not the me of the last moment. In short, in the eyes of many undead people, Lin must be a person who is good at sacrificing himself, with a lot of tragic colors, no interest in money, etc. It is only limited to the undead. The one who wants money is the NPC, Queen Rania. What does it have to do with Lind? At this moment, facing the active request of the king of Black Phosphorus, Lind immediately showed his highest respect. It's difficult, I can't do it. Lind shook his head. Just kidding, if you casually help the other party out of the surrounding area, it will be of no benefit to Lind himself. Precious magic materials, ores, weapons, those things are not important at all. If Lind wants them, he only needs to issue a main quest to the undead, and the undead will definitely do everything they can to help him get them. Even if the undead can't get them, he doesn't have to sacrifice his own interests for a little bit of resources. The king of Black Phosphorus, Dragon Rider Hastings Mount, is extremely powerful. Just helping to produce a set of cards can't make the opponent bleed a lot. Everyone knows how valuable the cards are. What do you want? I don't need anything. Linda expressed his attitude. He wanted the remaining skins of the Giant of Vesta, the skins of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and even the skins of the 3 gods. The king of Black Phosphorus couldn't get them. The king of Black Phosphorus didn't care. He thought Linda just didn't want to help. What's so difficult about just giving out some weapons and character cards? Have you ever given out one yourself? Have you ever given one? After coming into contact with the undead, the king of Black Phosphorus discovered the characteristics of the undead and found that this group of people had very strong bard attributes. It's not just one person, but almost every undead is like this. They are not afraid at all, and are keen to promote various stories. Especially when they take out those character cards and talk about them. The king of Black Phosphorus is really envious. Just want to be in the limelight. So the king of Black Phosphorus first learned to make equipment and weapons related to himself. Needless to say, the dragon scale weapon really became the most popular weapon in a short period of time, with excellent effects and strong power, but he underestimated the number of undead, and he didn't expect that the undead had no idea of promoting themselves after getting the weapons, and some people couldn't even remember the names of their weapons. The character cards were even worse. The first batch was produced, but they were not good-looking enough, and no undead were interested in them. The second batch was very good-looking and many undead were willing to buy them, but the circulation was very poor. In order to find out the situation, the king of Black Phosphorus disguised himself as an undead and sneaked into them. He found out that all the character cards were circulated in the world, not only in the demon land, but also in other continents. They would appear on the shelves of bookstores, or be won by lottery when eating, and there would be official promotional channels, Unrecognized cards are naturally considered fake. This is very difficult. The King of Black Phosphorus can vigorously promote his character cards, but after being considered as pirated cards, no matter how good they are, only people will collect them, and no one will be willing to promote them. The King of Black Phosphorus lurked among the undead, looking for his own opportunities, and then he found that the undead were quite interesting. This time, Lind Alman, who was of average strength, easily aroused the craze of the undead, allowing the King of Black Phosphorus to keenly capture key information. In the past exchanges between the undead, he also found Lind Alman. The name of the NPC is often mentioned. The popularity is high. This is the name of the natives by the undead. The King of Black Phosphorus finds it easy to understand why a person is often mentioned. The King of Black Phosphorus does not understand, but he believes that Lind himself must know. After Lind asked, the King of Black Phosphorus briefly recounted everything he had done. I still have the roll cards I designed here. He took out a stack of roll cards and handed them to Lind. Lind flipped through them briefly. It's really good in terms of style, the materials are also very good, and the production process is also very skilled. It is very collectible, and some cards even have magic effects. No wonder the undead collect them. Or the circulation is too small. If the King of Black Phosphorus makes a lot of money to produce them, it can meet the needs of tens of millions of undead people. Even if they are not officially produced, the cards will definitely be in great demand. I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry. Lind advised, cards are not important, and equipment is not important. What is important? Stories. Stories? All the stories about you are from a long time ago. If you want to be the object of their pursuit, you need to participate in this war. Lind raised his hands. Fight side by side with the warriors. Show your absolute strength and charm. I go now. The King of Black Phosphorus turned and left. Wait. If you leave now, I will lose. The Lord will lose if he doesn't make a profit, and if the King of Black Phosphorus, such a powerful fighter, is not used properly, he will feel that it is a waste. Even if you break through the north and defeat Grand Duke Hein now, it will be useless. There are also undead people in that place. Why is it useless? This dragon has intelligence and can even think. It's not easy to fool. Because you need to occupy absolute justice and fight for justice. Linda said very seriously, as a Knight of the Sun's witness, I will not worship a strong man who kills indiscriminately. He will only become the object of my defeat. I will worship the knight who fights for justice and the knight who fights for faith. Even if he is weak, he dares to raise his sword to injustice. If you just want to make a name for yourself, you have come to the wrong place. I won't help you. Linda's attitude is very tough. Of course I fight for justice, but which side is justice? Help me. Linda pointed at himself and said, I represent justice now. He has been showing his face since the game's internal test, and until now, he has become the most important NPC in the eyes of the undead, without a doubt. Different game forces have different perspectives, but Linda believes that about 100% of the undead will look at the problem from their own perspective and believe that they are the real justice. It's not just because his appearance, his story, etc. are the most suitable for humans. And his mission style, and, look very orthodox. 100% of the undead will believe him, but it doesn't mean that all the undead will choose him. It is estimated that it is difficult for 10% of the undead to firmly choose him. There are too many forces to choose in this world, and there are too many people that the undead can follow. As long as the benefits are enough, it doesn't matter who to follow. Because existence is reasonable, being able to vote for one side shows that. Game. This part has been produced. What are you going to do next? Destroy the abyss. The King of Black Phosphorus calmed down and asked, What did you say? Destroy the abyss. I am responsible for guarding the abyss. Lind asked, Does that mean that if you want to kill the abyss, you must also defeat you? If this is the case, with the current strength of the undead, there is a high probability that there is no chance. At least 2 more major stages will be upgraded, otherwise you will not be qualified to approach the battlefield. The King of Black Phosphorus shook his head. I can help you destroy the abyss. I don't know what happened to the abyss some time ago. You hit it hard before, and now it is seriously injured. Uh-huh. Linda thought to himself, he knew the reason too well. Coincidentally, both times were related to him. With the pettiness of the abyss, it was impossible for him not to attack him. Then do it. Linda said, I can guarantee that after this battle, you will be popular, and then I can also launch weapons, equipment, and character cards related to you. He himself is also a petty person. Good. The King of Black Phosphorus was very satisfied. As long as Linda can help him satisfy his thoughts. As a powerful dragon, he can't stand humans forgetting him. Wait, did you forget something? What? Isn't it good for me to help you? You said I want to help justice, so I help you. The king of black phosphorus asked in confusion, am I not helping you? Linda shook his head seriously. For me, as long as you are guarding the abyss, there is no need to rush to destroy it. I'm not in a hurry. The king of black phosphorus nodded without thinking. You are right, with me guarding the abyss, you will never escape. Mastering the skills of dialogue, he is indeed a sultry dragon. Lin said directly, I want you to make a joint roll card with me. He pointed at himself. Lind Alman and the king of black phosphorus. Of course. The king of black phosphorus was overjoyed. Now the price of Lin's cards on the market is very high, even without attribute bonuses. Of course, it would be great to get a free pass. I will form a coalition to attack the abyss, and the undead will definitely join in. Lin's tone was very sure. We plan to bypass the Fog Rain City. The king of black phosphorus nodded in agreement. Wuyu City is indeed a bit troublesome. Even the dragons find it troublesome. The central region is indeed difficult to deal with. The abyss may only be regarded as a younger brother among those seals. The coalition forces attack the abyss and destroy the abyss. Then what? That's it. When will I appear? When I am about to lose the hard battle with the abyss, you come to save me. This is a good idea. The king of black phosphorus was very happy, and immediately agreed with Lin's proposal. The hero always appears last, which is very suitable for the powerful and sultry black phosphorus king. When all the undead see the powerful black knight Lin defeated, he will appear again. Just thinking of that scene, the black phosphorus king began to get excited. Looking at the black phosphorus king who has fallen into the fantasy of a better future, Lin's mind is much simpler, and he will not think about riding on the popularity. Lin has a title called Dragon Knight, and the Black Phosphorus King is a dragon. Although the two sides will not have a riding relationship, they will have a bond relationship. When the knight and the dragon appear together, everyone will assume that the dragon is part of their power. If the knight is seriously injured, and the dragon spreads its wings and flies to save him, no one will think that the dragon is the savior. Everyone will only think that the knight has finally begun to show all his strength. Lin made a final disclaimer. I can guarantee that the undead will definitely accept your character card, and even like the weapons and equipment related to you, but I can't guarantee anything else. Then do more righteous deeds. Under the expectant gaze of the king of black phosphorus, Lin left with a golden exclamation mark on his head and issued a task. Once again transformed into an undead named Old Black, the king of black phosphorus looked at Lin with envy. Once upon a time, even the four horsemen of the apocalypse could not make all the believers and warriors crazy for themselves just by showing their faces, but Lin could do it. The only thing that made Old Black feel weird was that exclamation mark. It was really weird and had no momentum at all. Such a weak symbol can also cause the undead to go crazy. Doesn't it prove that Lin is extraordinary? Main quest: destroy the abyss. Form an undead coalition and gather enough powerful forces to go to the abyss. The army will set out in 3 days. All undead who want to sign up can sign up now. Mission goal: defeat and destroy the abyss, and put an end to this matter. Rewards: new character cards, new weapons and equipment, new quests, new maps unlocked, new forces formed, new functions opened. That's it. The undead looked at the quest rewards. If it wasn't marked as main quest, they really wouldn't care. Go ahead, maybe you could upgrade your level after you finish it. I've been stuck at this level for too long. I haven't finished brushing the materials yet. So anxious? Although the undead were running around like a madman, no one brought anything when they signed up, and even some undead from other areas wanted to rush over. Until they saw Linda sent a new quest, they could join on the way, and everyone was welcome. The main quest must be pushed, no need to think you must join. The team moves forward. Very loose. Lao He watched the undead hurrying on their way, and listened to their chat. His expression was a little strange. It seems that the area ahead is the area of Wuyu City. Do you want to go in and do the side quests? What the Tibia boss said is right. The strength of the abyss must be very strong. We may not be able to defeat it. If we can go to a small dungeon map, like Wuyu City to brush materials, maybe we can improve our strength. It would be great to get some awesome equipment or weapons. Yeah, then fight once. More and more undead decided to join in, and launched a charge under Lao He's complicated gaze. They felt that they were very good. Just brush it along the way. The existence of the side quest is to improve strength to do the main quest. Chapter 521: The Coolest Mount. The scholar's ancient ruins are located in the middle of the central area. To reach them successfully, you must go through many obstacles. Crossing the stinking den of fallen beasts, these monsters with gray, scaly skin are the first to change after the magic ring is broken. The key joints are full of bone spurs. The lower body is slightly slender, but the upper limbs are sturdy. They occupy most of the main roads, and will block all enemies who try to approach. Sometimes they may not be able to distinguish between enemies and friends. Further back is the dirty camp. Not only does the sealed city guarded by the Ring Knight have soldiers, but there are also many soldiers wandering around in other areas. The difference is that the Ring Knight's men will remember their mission. Even if their brains are crazy, they will still regard guarding the seal as their main job. And those wandering soldiers, they wear Sunless City armor, retain the abominable habits of their previous lives, and wander around. Fortunately, all this can be avoided. Moonblade and his two friends are a standard fixed team, and other teammates are often replaced. When following the troops to the middle, Moonblade stopped. Black Tortoise Shield, Dragon Scale Sword, should we go directly to the main line, or do the side quests? The main quest is the Destruction Abyss released by Lind. Black Knight Rebellion 2.0 will definitely come to an end. The side quest is to attack the Fog Rain City. The quest comes from Magdalena, who is leading the undead to the novice village. I'm sorry that the undead are about to forget her, because she always hides in the novice village, and every time she will issue a fixed task of attacking the Fog Rain City to the undead, so that many undead regard it as a side quest that can be completed by the way. Completed by the way, Dragon Scale Sword said, since we are here. The three were silent. But Lind and his group's rapid march seemed to be heading straight for the scholar's ancient ruins. They didn't know what the scholar's ancient ruins were, and no NPC explained it directly, but it was probably related to the abyss. Will we miss the key plot? Probably not. If all the undead don't do the main quest, and go to the side quest, maybe they won't miss it. If some people don't like to do the side quest. It is true that many people hate the endless question marks when playing games, so they will not answer any of them, concentrate on completing the main line, and then brush their own equipment. This kind of people accounts for a large proportion. Some people are very good at calculations, and like to improve their values. They can complete the side quests at any time. It is more in their interest to complete the side quests after completing the main line and upgrading their levels. Maybe they will give up the side quests at that time and look for a copy that is more convenient for brushing materials and experience. No one can guarantee it, but there are obviously quite a few who are willing to try the side quest. Zhang Yudao watched the figure of the NPC guy disappear on a path as thin as a blade, and after deciding to search for strategies online, he and his teammates went to the nearest camp. The Wuyu City, transformed by magic and manpower, was built on this broken wasteland. This place used to be the territory of the humans in the Demon Land. The vast continent was once garrisoned by countless powerful knights until the end of the world, when this land became a stage for war. Without high walls, every building is part of Wuyu City, but they are forced to disperse into countless points. After avoiding the fallen beasts and the armored soldiers of the wandering Sunless City, they flexibly entered the castle in front of them that had lost its walls. The war once swept here. The nameless castle had heavy clouds on its head, blocking the light. When you get close, you will feel heavy in your heart. The soles of your feet stepped on the floor. The moon-chopping sword looked up and saw the gray sky. He looked around. This should have been a hall, and it should be a very important building in the castle. The tilted bonfire brazier in the distance seemed to answer his question. Light a lamp. A ray of fire flew out, and the brazier was lit. The jumping flames turned the abandoned ruins with low visibility red. Boom! There was a huge noise. No heavy object hit the ground, just a golden light fell, but the strong wind made the three people stagger. It was a man wearing a golden and gorgeous magic armor, and a helmet that completely covered his head, making it impossible to see his appearance. There were rings of energy flashing on his left and right shoulders. A monster is coming. The moon blade quickly entered combat mode, and his eyes were fixed on the enemy, who dared to show his health bar to him. Ring Knight Dusk Lord, LV70. Life, 95,000/95,000. The life bar is not long. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the enemy's health value was not too long. If he had 170,000 health points, like Linda, and 190,000 shields, there would be no need to fight. If he could not be killed in one blow, there would be no point in being his enemy. The three of us are definitely no match for this. This is a boss level. The moon-slashing blade could detect a hint of uneasiness in the air. The opponent looked like an enemy who was good at speed or magic, and his health bar was so long, so he must be very strong. But considering that this was a boss in the side story, the strength should be relaxed a little. Call someone. Attacking us. The next moment, the three of them were resurrected. The news of the boss could not be hidden, and the undead immediately organized a temporary crusade. Anyway, Lin's team was not moving fast, so there was enough time for them to kill a side boss at random, and then decide on the future arrangements after dividing the spoils. The only problem is that it is difficult to divide the enemy with too many people, and it is difficult to defeat the enemy with too few people. But soon they will not have to worry about this. The Dusk Knight released a terrifying fire, and the pits and bumps on the ground were filled with flames, and even flames overflowed from them. The billowing black smoke flew into the sky, and then woven together, enriching the black clouds above the castle. A terrifying avenue that was hundreds of meters wide and kilometers long was created abruptly, and there was no end in sight. The undead people immediately became honest. Let alone destroying the boss, they couldn't even see the boss. They're all gone. The king of Black Phosphorus was a little anxious. In all these years, he had never seen such lazy soldiers. They were not in a hurry to go to the battlefield, and sometimes they would urinate, and they would not fight if they said they would not fight. Now seeing all the undeads leave, as if they had agreed, the king of Black Phosphorus was really about to lose his temper. The audience had all left, so who would he fight for? How would he make himself famous in the future? Fortunately, Lin was still there. The king of Black Phosphorus had never thought of asking the undeads for help before. Their role was just to be a witness. "I'll be back, don't worry." Just as Lin said, not long after, the undead began to return in large numbers, and they all said the same thing. That fucking person is not someone we can defeat at this stage. The stats are supermodel, the health bar is less than 100,000, and it can attack in an unlimited range. The undead cursed and denounced the game for using feet to balance, and didn't care about their gaming experience at all. "I want to quit the game." "Lind, it's a deal, double happiness, what a pity." After the experiment, the undeads were more certain that they couldn't even defeat the side quests with their current strength. So Magdalena was sick when she issued the task, without any transition? It was time to scold the NPC again. Lind led a group of undeads, who had just been killed by the boss, and had no intention of fighting, to the Scholar's ancient ruins. "I will sell a special map here, which is the map of the Scholar's ancient ruins, including the Scholar's Cave, Scholar's Ruins, and Scholar's Farm, and it can provide real-time feedback on the location, and the price is cheap." The old black man at the side, It's already the time when the war is about to start, and he is still doing business. But it's good to be good at business. The more he does this, the more he can help himself promote his reputation. While the old black man was still thinking, the map in Len's hand had already been swept away. Real-time positioning is not a technical support of the Mechanicus. Although it can be done now, in order to ensure the authority of his ability, Lind used the ability of the Story Master to create a combination of painting, a map with text. It can reflect the location of the undead, and even update the location of the enemy, and the location of the NPC with tasks. It is much more mature than the map he made in the early days. It is not difficult for the power of the Master to do all this. An information cocoon woven by Lind himself. If the undead rely more on the map in the future, it will be easier for Lind to influence the game content of the undead. "We are waiting here?" Old Black asked. Not all the undead were present. There were only 50,000 or 60,000 undead here at this time. Of course not. Lind walked towards the Dragon's Nest cliff, and saw the dark mountain that was also very eye-catching among the mountains. He could clearly feel the breath of the King of Black Phosphorus in it. That should be the body of the old black dragon, with the top combat power of 7 rings, and the Mount of Hastings, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. With the opponent's strength, if he doesn't want to be discovered, the undead should not be able to feel it, including Bright Blood Bar, which is so free when the strength is strong. Lind looked at the undead wearing various equipment, and shining with different magic lights. It was like a rainbow-colored ocean. The undead were waiting for the battle to begin without fear. "Oh my god, we can't beat the side boss. Can we beat the main boss?" I guess it should be the trigger of the key plot, and it has to be a plot kill. The undead have long been accustomed to the game experience of not being the protagonist. From the opening of the server to now, they have always been footmen, and no one has become the savior. The undeads, who were still struggling with the side story in the distance, quickly gave up the motionless invasion war, and chose to show up at this critical moment. The undeads in other areas were approaching at an accelerated speed, hoping to catch up with this war. The battlefield was as hot as a burning furnace. The abyss didn't know what was going on outside, and a familiar breath was approaching. It was the person who betrayed him, and he brought a team of undead whose strength was barely acceptable. The war started very abruptly. Lin took the lead in the attack, and the gods under his command followed Lin's orders, and would never move forward even one step without permission, as they might be turned against him if they were not careful. The flame moth transformed by the melt armor spread its wings, and completely wrapped Lin's body. His body grew wildly under the gaze of the undead, and finally turned into a giant. The ghost cloak also unfolded, like tearing off a corner of a dark cloud from the sky. He stepped on the ground with his feet, rumbling. The body quickly moved forward. Everyone present had more or less seen Lin's strength, and had a very clear understanding of his strength. At this stage, he should have few opponents, but he could not be said to be invincible. After all, he had been affected by the abyss. A figure appeared in the darkness ahead. Compared with Lin, who had transformed into a giant, he was like a necromancer hiding in the darkness, with a sinister aura. Where's the health bar of the abyss? Abyss, LV89. Life? It is exactly 2 levels higher than Lin's strength. Unlike the undead, the moment he saw the abyss, Lin felt a strong sense of oppression. He tried to speed up his running speed, and then throw out all his strength. A heavy cavalryman in black armor appeared out of thin air. His body was about the same size as Lin, holding a wide-bladed 2-handed sword in his hand. The two rushed together and collided. But the abyss obviously underestimated Lin. His speed was far better than his strength. His exquisite swordsmanship blew up a whirring storm, and gently lifted the heavy cavalryman's 2-handed sword. The opponent's sword accidentally stabbed the ground. The ground began to shake again. Linda raised the sword and hit his chest with the hilt, causing him to stagger and fall backwards. The power increased again, and the flames burned. The flames of the explosion made the temperature of the entire battlefield rise continuously. Ordinary 5 rings were no match for Linda at all. As for the 6 rings, the abyss, who was now seriously injured, was reluctant to make it, as it would bleed heavily. The big sword slashed at the tiny ant on the ground. But a black shadow flashed by, and Lin fell to the ground. He was seriously injured, but his body was recovering quickly. The abyss had obviously discovered this, and the war between him and the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse continued. He knew the characteristics of each enemy. Ugh! Lin stepped back, holding his chest, panting heavily. Undead? He fell down so fast. Did I skip some plot? Should I kill him? Someone was still asking. It depends on the plot. It was obvious that he was going to recite the lines. Lin opened his eyes, raised his head and roared, and a dragon roar came out of his throat. At the same time, everyone saw the phantom of the Dragon Knight appear behind Lin. There was no need to analyze it. Many undead knew what was going on. Lin was the mentor of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The ground began to shake. Receiving Lin's reminder, the king of Black Phosphorus thought that it was finally his chance to appear, and twisted his body hard. The mountain collapsed, and the sleeping black dragon awakened. Ah! Come on, worship the great king of Black Phosphorus. The king of Black Phosphorus flapped his wings, and landed behind Lin. Just twisting, the black phosphorus on his body rubbed against each other, and emitted flames. Fuck, this is definitely the coolest mount. The king of Black Phosphorus, the coolest mount? Chapter 522 Hot Update, Level 30. The king of Black Phosphorus, shaking his wings that covered the sky, tried his best to show his terrifying aura. Lind Alman, who was already called a giant, still looked small in front of the huge body like a mountain. The old dragon moved his body, and the black debris that fell off collided with the ground and rose up clusters of fire. The wings fluttered, and the scales of the jagged rocks stood up. The debris fell more and more, and the debris collided with the body, and sparks flew. In people's eyes, it was as if an unprecedented huge volcano was shaking and spewing meteor showers, and the sky was full of sparks that engulfed their sight. Looking up and forward, there was only a sea of fire as far as the eye could see. Just moving the body slightly was a natural disaster. Flapping the wings and flying up, the storm generated collided with the sparks, and immediately blew up a storm that was enough to baptize the entire land. A line of bullet screens floated by, followed by colorful bullet screens. Handsome, handsome, handsome. Handsome in front, everyone pay attention. It is recommended to block the wish. It is recommended to turn off the barrage directly. Is it not okay for me to buy it? I will buy it. I have drawn the king of Black Phosphorus, and I will fulfill my wish. Make a wish to land. Wish for the health of my family. The battle is still going on. The seriously injured Lind Alman struggled to stand up after the flames swept across the land, and the epic background music sounded. The sound of the drums, and the action of Lind Almond slowly lifting the molten armor, and the flaming iron boots landing on the ground fell on the same point. One kick, two kicks, like heavy hammers, stepped on the 4/4 drum beat of the background music, and also stepped on the hearts of the viewers. Silently taking steps, the giant ran on the ground, and the little people who shouted, "Kill!" were like ants in his sight. The king of black phosphorus spread his wings, and rushed into the sky, keeping pace with the giant Lind. When black and red completely occupied the site, the real collision began. A mountain disappeared in the impact of the energy collision, and the fire pillar burned through the sky, forcing the sky to be covered with red clouds. The battle was completely one-sided. The king of black phosphorus completely crushed the abyss. The dragon claw had a huge power that was completely irresistible. The red flames and the black flames intertwined and gathered on Lind, illuminating the ghost cloak on his shoulders, and the many treasures on his body were shining with golden light. The abyss fell completely. The moment the king of black phosphorus appeared, the battle was no longer equal. In the last scene, on the shattered ruins of the rocks, the huge black dragon raised its head and roared, showing its strength, and letting the darkness completely cover the entire camera. But the camera tilted slightly, and finally fell on the figure standing quietly in the corner of the gravel with his hands folded in front of his chest like a statue. The powerful black phosphorus king in front of him has completely turned into a black background. Lind turned off the video. He dared to guarantee that he had never done anything tricky, and the video was not made by himself, but it was also true that he became the protagonist by accident. Click on the second popular science video of miscellaneous nature. Welcome to my channel. Today I will talk about history, Hastings among the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Listening to the Undead's popular science introduction, especially the emphasis on the mount attribute of the black phosphorus king, Lind secretly said, "You really can't blame me this time." As long as the undead are given a little information, they can dig out all kinds of information in unimaginable ways. Even if they can't dig it out, they can make up their own stories. It just so happens that the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse under the sun's evidence are very famous. There is too much information, just look for it. Before this, the black phosphorus king had spread stories about himself several times, nursery rhymes, Bard's Yellow Way stories, various images and paintings, etc. The mount of the dragon rider Hastings, the black phosphorus king, is completely labeled at this point in the story. Mount. There is also a good side. The CG of this battle was evaluated by the undead as the most exaggerated scene. All the undead who experienced it on the spot claimed that they felt as if they had really come to the scene of the end of the world. Many people hoped to play the role-playing plot related to the black phosphorus king to recall the previous plot. Lind immediately satisfied them. As long as they bought a ticket at a very cheap price, they could enter the role-playing memory outlined by the story master and play the role of an undead bystander. Want to play the king of black phosphorus? You have to pay extra. After playing the king of black phosphorus, few undead will refuse to collect a set of equipment and weapons related to him, especially cards. The first batch of forging drawings of the king of black phosphorus related equipment has also been released. Taking advantage of the popularity, there will definitely be many undead who will scramble to build equipment. In a round of equipment updates, as long as the attribute difference is not too big, there will always be people who want to change to new equipment to experience it. In terms of equipment appearance design, the king of black phosphorus is better than Linda, and Linda only wants to pay tribute. The costumes of other works are original designs that conform to the aesthetics of the times. This is the benefit of unofficial operation. No matter how hard you try, I am just a simple NPC. How can it be blamed on me? The game will bear the blame, and I just need to become the activity ambassador and special costume supplier in the eyes of the undead. Lind is planning to use the power of the story master to make the cards move like in Harry Potter, and use the uniqueness of theocracy to ensure that what he makes will not be imitated. He was never polite when plagiarizing, but he didn't want to be plagiarized by other lords. They were all old monsters who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. At this stage, Linda no longer had any advantages in terms of the mission function. Other forces have begun to imitate poster girls, mercenary unions, hiring, and even poster girls, and some have already been successfully operated, absorbing many undead people. The most famous among them is Grand Duke Hein, the king of the northern kings of the Demon Land. This time, the mainline mission. In the game, most of the undead in the Demon Land came to the Scholar Ancient Ruins to participate in the final battle, but there was a small group of undead, about 1 in 20, who chose to stay under Grand Duke Hein to do missions. Such situations will become more and more common. The demon land can easily accommodate tens of millions of undead, even if all the undead are in the land of beasts. Improve your competitiveness, and at the same time, improve your status in the hearts of the undead to ensure that you are absolutely irreplaceable, but the most important thing is to improve your strength, possessing a group of high-end combat forces that truly belong to him. The Abyss must be destroyed, even though Lin knows very well that the existence of the Abyss will never disappear, just like everything sealed under the Fog Rain City. Death is not a punishment for them, but may only be a short-term exile of consciousness, and then they can break free and regain their freedom. The destroyed Abyss will inevitably come back one day, but by then, the Abyss may only be an elite monster in the eyes of the undead. The game world is so cruel. Lin looked at the latest official announcement. Just as he guessed, after the Abyss was destroyed, the official website, which had been slow to move, was updated again. 2.1 update. The long-lasting battle ushered in a hard-won victory, and the level cap of all undead was unlocked to level 30. Hot update. No undead were forced to go offline. It is very likely that the destruction of the Abyss met certain conditions, so that the official did not need to accumulate for many years. He became more and more suspicious of the existence of the official. Perhaps the other party was not a certain consciousness, but something similar to divine power. Things. On the contrary, the protracted battle made Lin feel very interesting. The undead did not help at all in this battle. According to the original plan, if Lin had not forced the launch of version 2.0, the undead should still be waiting for the update on Earth. Maybe after waiting for them for a few years, or even more than 10 years. After this update, things will change. Most of the undead at level 20 cannot reach the first ring. With good enough equipment and skills, they can probably be upgraded to the first ring, and a few can reach the second ring. If they are a 5 or 3-person combat team that knows how to cooperate well, it is very likely that the overall combat effectiveness will be raised to the second ring level. Tens of millions of first ring undeads are enough to turn this land upside down. If the weapons and equipment of the 30th level undead are reasonable, they can definitely reach the strength of the second ring. This is still a conservative estimate. The undead can always come up with some new tricks that Linda can't imagine. Every time the upper limit is increased, their strength is not just an ordinary increase. One more drop of blood or one more drop of mana is a huge improvement in the fault tolerance rate. A slight increase in the fault tolerance rate gives the undead the opportunity to carry out a full set of output. Tens of millions of second ring undeads, whoever owns them will have the right to speak on this land. They really have the ability to kill gods, and even some 6th ring gods will definitely usher in Ragnarok early if they don't think about escaping but fight to the death. Even Lin will get a tingling sensation when he thinks about being chased by tens of millions of second ring undeads. The update is not over yet. After the 2.1 version update, the 2.2 version update information was immediately ushered in. Public Beta 2.2, Ring Knights conflict is here as expected. Lin understood immediately. The undead might not understand what this meant in a short time. Some people had seen the Ring Knights, but always regarded them as side quests, but Lin knew very well that this was the main quest. Magdalena's final goal was the Fog Rain City. There were many enemies sealed underground in the area of the Fog Rain City, which had collapsed and lost control. There were also the Ring Knights guarding the seals. Ha ha ha, Lind. The arrogant and complacent laughter interrupted Lin's thinking, and he looked helplessly at the figure who walked in. Lao He, the human form of the Black Phosphorus King, still maintains his identity as an undead man. He wears a set of Black Phosphorus King heavy armor, and carries a large shield on his back. What are you wearing? This guy must have used the dragon scales of the Black Phosphorus King to forge weapons. Those are the dragon scales of a huge ancient dragon with 7 rings. The blacksmiths under Lin don't even have the ability to use them as materials for forging. Do you think I'm awesome? No. Ah? Lao He was stunned, then cursed, hack you. He keeps saying a lot of little words. This world has been polluted by the undead. This is a set of equipment I made, the blazing hammer of the King of Black Phosphorus. It not only has a helmet and a shield, but also a 2-handed sword. Especially this shield has a piece of dragon scale. After collision, it will activate and release the rage. The power is at least 3 rings. Isn't it awesome? Yeah. Linda nodded and looked at Lao He quietly. He knew that the other party must have something else to say. Help me promote this set of equipment. Didn't I just help you promote it? Linda explained. The materials needed for the Black Phosphorus King suit are hard to gather. You have to give them some time. Leeks also need to grow. Old Black is not doing this for money. He just wants to be more popular and be worshipped crazily by the undead. Linda stopped talking. He was thinking about how to deal with ring knight dispute, whether to be an enemy or a friend, among which being an enemy is a normal operation, which is in line with the direction set by the official. With previous experience, he felt that there was more than one direction. As for being friends, it is even more difficult. Because the ring knights are a group of out-of-control lunatics, not every ring knight can remain calm like Tyan, and most of them will become more impulsive, so the best choice is to kill a group, and then create a group. Since the ring knights are made of magic ring fragments and old nobles, it is not impossible for him to make them himself. There are still some old nobles in the Shilu continent where his hometown, the Land Kingdom, is located. Seeing that Linda has been silent, the King of Black Phosphorus asked tentatively in a low voice, "Linda, are you jealous of me?" "What?" Linda looked up, looking at him in confusion. Old Black, however, proudly puffed out his chest and grinned. "I'm jealous that my Black Phosphorus King series equipment is more popular than yours. The rubbish you made is always criticized, but my armor is handsome and powerful, and is always praised. Where did you learn to laugh?" How could Linda care whether he was scolded or not? Besides, he deliberately made the equipment's attributes rubbish. If he let the undead forge the divine equipment that suited his heart every time, who would mine, collect herbs, fight, and be a cyber slave for him? Being able to sell one piece of equipment to one person is not a skill, but selling the same equipment to the same person dozens of times is a skill. The undead all laugh like this. Lao He shook his head and sighed. "You can't learn to be popular, just like my character card. Many people are rushing to buy it. As long as you are happy." Indeed, they are rushing to buy it, and Linda is also very happy because he made money. Linda looked up and down at Lao He's equipment and said, "If you can meet the needs of the undead, I can help you promote it and let the undead rush to buy your new series of equipment. Tens of millions of scales. Can you take them out? If you can, you will definitely be bald." "I have a suggestion," Linda said. "Give me your shield. I guarantee that the undead will pursue your equipment even more crazily, even if those things may not be useful." "No." Lao He shook his head. "My things must be useful, and they must feel powerful after using them." Linda, He was the first to refuse, and would never allow the other party to promote it. If all the undead changed their divine equipment in one go, what would he do? Lao He hesitated for a moment. "I will listen to you. Can you really make me more crazily sought after?" "Really?" Chapter 523 Delicious. Old Black came to the latest, gathering place with a lollipop in his mouth and a big sword on his back. The huge city built on the barren mountain, outside the scope of Wuyu City, was built by the gods. Together, the great king of Black Phosphorus provided a lot of help, including but not limited to the endless supply of magic power. The magic power provided by the dragon accounted for 70% of the total share, and the remaining 20% was made up by Lind Almond using the divine power, and the last 10% was made up by other gods. "What's this place called?" "The Throne of War." "Sounds cool. Who are you fighting?" "It must be the Ring Knight. Who else could it be?" "Do you have any clues about version 2.2? "A clue? A clue, you idiot. First, make potions and iron juice." "How do you make heroic potions?" I suddenly realized something very fucked up. My current profession does not have subsequent potion recipes. After the undead with nothing to do get enough resources, a group of undead who like to brew potions will naturally appear. The cost of trial and error is not high. Some people can't stand the loneliness, while others enjoy it. The potion formula was passed around and became part of the strategy, but there were not many potion formulas for breaking through to level 21 and the heroic level. The undead from different novice village continents were becoming more and more different. For example, the undead from Shilu continent, who followed Linda, were in a better situation. The three gods were the mainstream, while the other undead were completely wild. Recreate an account from scratch, or downgrade. I know there is a Voldemort in Shilu continent. That guy can help us clean up. Don't bother. If you are a race that believes in gods, you can ask the gods to help you clean up. I've been hanging out with Anna, the skinny ghost, recently. The undead, who spoke, was thin. Although Anna, the skinny ghost, looks crazy, his combat power is really high. The passive skills obtained after believing in Anna, the skinny ghost, give the undead an advantage in PvP. After a burst, only one person can stand, yourself or the enemy. Is it still possible? But I don't want to change my race. If the attributes and skills are not very different, there are still many people who like to play the human race. The human race does not have changes in skin color and body shape, and will not grow some extra parts inexplicably, which is very suitable for cosplaying some classic characters. Then go to Shilu continent. Don't you still need the help of gods to go to other planes? The portals from other planes to the Devil's Land are opened by gods, and they are all one-way tickets. No god is willing to let go of the undead that he has finally obtained. Listening to the chat of the undead, Lao He was very proud. If the undead wanted to go to other planes, they had to have his help. Lao He felt that Lind understood him very well, and the job assigned to him this time was very suitable. My cards sell better than his, and the undead are rushing to wear my equipment. My strength is recognized as the strongest, so I don't have to worry about being overshadowed by him. The undead wanted to leave the magic land, and Lind had expected it, and asked Lao He to catch the underground tunnel worm. This creature runs very fast, and its body size is not small when it is young. When it grows up, its body can even directly build a bridge between two planes. Even a dragon is just a small ant in front of it. They dare not catch the grown ones, but they can catch the immature ones at will. It is easy for the ancient dragon to catch the young underground tunnel worms. There were not many tunnel worms before, and it still took a lot of effort for the Black Phosphorus King to catch them. The growth of underground tunnel worms requires a terrifying amount of energy, which the Overlord cannot afford. Moreover, after reaching the 6th ring of strength, it is easy to move across the plane. Therefore, only some people who are already legends, but whose strength is far from the 6th ring will use underground tunnel worms to move. For this reason, the underground tunnel worms can be summoned to act. There are very few people who are at the legendary level, have less than 6 rings of strength, have the need to move planes, and have never joined any religion. To get involved, you have to rely on power. Lao He squeezed to the front. He bought a ticket to Shilu continent. Going to Shilu continent, the underground tunnel worms of the Black Swamp Kingdom are about to depart. Please line up in an orderly manner. The magic broadcast came over and over again. Lao He felt very fresh. Unlike the undead, who took the tunnel worm back to Shilu continent for the first time, his attention was all on the ticket. Peripherals, another peripheral of my old black haha. The king of Black Phosphorus is very handsome, with exquisite painting style, showing domineering. An undead man is talking on the side. Keep the receipts, you can reimburse. Got it, Vice President. This journey is expected to take a long time. Don't forget to log in after logging off, otherwise you may be sent back to the Devil's Land. The Vice President is still reminding, you may be punished for evading the ticket. Got it. Several people nodded. By the way, where are the President and others? We're going to Insted. Let's go to Shilu to refresh our points first, and then take the express train. The gods there have more resources. Compared with the Shilu continent, which is unifying at a faster speed, Insted is indeed more suitable for the undead. Those gods were defeated by Lind, and are very well behaved. Lao He put away the ticket until the sound of the train entering the station came. The underground tunnel worms pounced, and swallowed the undead, who were lined up. During the long journey, Lao He paid special attention to the undead. Many people went offline after entering. As long as you have contact with the undead for a while, you will understand what it means to be offline. With nothing to do, Old Black had to close his eyes. In the Magic Land, in the city-state called Throne of War. This city-state is a huge monster. All the gods loyal to Lind Alman can get their own positions here. They belong to different corners of the city-state, and have no direct contact with each other. The area with the most traffic is where the King of Black Phosphorus is located. Every day, undead people come to brush the King of Black Phosphorus's favor. After the Black Phosphorus King listened to Lind's advice, and gave a good thing to a random undead every few days, more and more undead came over. But it's not open today. The dragon opened his eyes, and looked at the figure wearing a heavy helmet. The dragon seemed to see the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse in a trance, but soon found that he was different from anyone else. He has the arrogance of a dragon knight, but in essence, he has no bottom line, and is greedy like a treacherous businessman. Undead people have to buy tickets to meet the great Black Phosphorus King. But this guy has a set of twisted logic, which makes the King of Black Phosphorus have to admit that he is right. Those who spend money on you may not love you, but those who don't spend money on you definitely don't love you. Look, how correct it is, especially after the number of undead who spend money increases every day. The King of Black Phosphorus feels that Lind is right. The 4 figures overlap, but Lind can't find the same qualities as them. Fortunately, the King of Black Phosphorus has never valued quality. Gently shaking the body, black scales fall off, and meteor fire points slide down cracklingly. Where are you? Lind asked. He was asking about Old Black, the King of Black Phosphorus, who was disguised as an undead. Only by interacting with the undead more can you understand their thoughts. The king of black phosphorus did not hide his love for the undead. This is not an isolated case. Many people have discovered that the undead are a recyclable resource that can be exploited in many ways. The more they are exploited, the more profitable it is. Even Lind himself did not dare to say that he could surpass all NPCs in the development and utilization of the undead. Knowing the nature and characteristics of the undead is his advantage, but in terms of scheming and wisdom, people in their teens are definitely not as good as monsters who are hundreds, thousands, or even thousands of years old. Lind looked at the huge beast in front of him. As long as he rode it, he could cross space and go directly to Tianqing Magic School. In fact, with the help of the gods, he could go. But Lind was worried about being intercepted by those ring knights. There were too many ring knights hiding in the Misty Rain city ahead. Even if Magdalena was hiding and unwilling to explain the situation directly, Lind guessed that the number of ring knights should be no less than 100. 100 ring knights is not a big problem, but 100 seals are a big problem. He did not ask the Black Phosphorus King to take him to the Star Magic School. The gap in strength was too big. Now Linda was able to keep the Black Phosphorus King in his camp and bind him together, but he took advantage of the other party's sultry personality of liking fame and excitement, otherwise the other party would not pay attention to him. Moreover, except for the furnace, the Star Magic School had almost no appeal to him. If he could cultivate a legendary pharmacist, the furnace would become dispensable. He wanted a lot of things from the Black Phosphorus King, such as the Ring Knight. Can he control himself? Unfortunately, the other party has given a decisive answer. He can fuse the magic ring fragments to become a Ring Knight, but he can't guarantee whether it can be normal. He needs good luck. So Linda wrote a story, trying to find luck, but the story has more than 8,000 lines, and it needs accidents, and accidents. Linda can only give up the plan. Are you interested in becoming more famous? He opened his mouth and hit the king of black phosphorus directly. More famous than now? Not as the king of black phosphorus. Not interested. Black Dragon refused without even thinking. If the name of the king of black phosphorus cannot be spread, he would rather lie around every day in boredom, since he is already very popular. Linda guided him and said, "Have you ever thought about what is a truly advanced publicity method?" Advanced publicity method? Do you remember the method I used to promote you? Of course, let me defeat the abyss. The dragon eyes of the Black Phosphorus King flashed. Defeating a strong enemy and having someone to set off will show how powerful I am. Is being strong enough? Linda said slowly. Don't you want to hear others praise your wisdom and leadership? Not really. Damn, this dragon is not only boastful and likes to show off, but also very short-sighted. Linda wanted to guide him from other aspects, but the Black Phosphorus King asked, "What are you going to do?" "What?" "Let old Black take action. Let him claim to be the Black Phosphorus King's guard knight, or the god's favored one. In short, no matter what, let him find the strong enemy and then defeat the strong enemy." Lin stared at the huge dragon eyes that were much taller than him. The undead will cheer for Lao He, but everyone knows that you are the one who relies on Lao He's power. Lao He's identity is an undead. There will always be mistakes if the undead act according to Lin's ideas, but it will be different if this undead is pretended by an NPC. Lin even plans to pretend to be an undead and blend in. He doesn't need to show his face often, as long as he triggers the plot. The identity can be changed frequently, and the undead can run in the direction you want. Sounds good, okay? Seeing the other party nod casually in agreement, Linda suddenly regretted it and decided to do it alone. Then it's settled. Where to start? When to start? Instant continent. Linda said, I found that the actions of the undead are becoming more and more rampant. We must take the initiative before the undead make a bigger fuss. More and more rampant? Yes, if we are not careful, it may be the undead disaster. Although Lin knew very well that the undead scourge might have lost the chance of victory when it met the fourth scourge, there were tens of millions of epic undead. Have the undead gone back? Why hasn't the news come yet? What did Lind Alman do? Magdalena was questioning, but no one could answer her. After Lind left the undead reception novice village, no one was bewitching or influencing her, and Magdalena's life seemed to be much better. She successfully won over a group of undead, and many undead often came to her to inquire about the news of Fog Rain City. Are the undead really planning to attack Wuyu City? This is definitely good news. Soon, news came back that Lind Alman and the Mount of the Dragon Knight, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the king of Black Phosphorus, killed the Abyss together. Magdalena's first thought was that he was crazy. Why did he kill the Abyss? The Abyss should be sealed. Otherwise, What awaits them will be an abyss disaster. Her thoughts changed quickly, and she immediately thought that it might be because Lin killed the abyss that the undead wanted to attack Wuyu City. If she could go back, some sacrifices would be acceptable. But the undead actually asked her to open a reverse portal and send them back. Where is my messenger? The undead, who was sent to deliver a message to Linda some time ago, has not sent any message back so far. The undead, who was supposed to deliver the letter even if they had to cross mountains and seas after receiving the task, where is my messenger? In a distant land, the messenger who was talked about by Magdalena for a long time, the undead magic bull, was serious. His pace was slow. He just brushed out a set of equipment, and then hurriedly followed the team to the instant continent. If you want to kill monsters and level up, it's impossible in Wuyu City, where there are super bosses everywhere, and you will be killed instantly. Instead, go to the novice village continent and brush gods to increase your level faster, and maybe you can get the potion formula for upgrading to the epic level. The potion formulas circulating in the forum are like cheat codes. A group of people are shouting that it ruins the game experience, but the rest are saying it's really good. Magic Bull has decided to continue to follow the wizard path. Chapter 524. The Gaga Killing Squad. The current situation of the Magic Bull is somewhat embarrassing. He has no fixed team. He can only watch when he returns to Instant Continent. Kicked out again, damn it. The team system does not exist in the game. Fighting alone seems to be the default mode of the game. Whoever gets the head in the end can take all the benefits, including the experience of killing the enemy, the passive emblem of killing the boss, etc. So as long as someone's hand speed is fast enough and the strength is strong, he can wait for others to kill the enemy and search the corpse, then strike with lightning, grab the head and run away. There are many similar situations. Many people have organized teams to snatch boss. The reason why there has not been a large-scale similar situation so far is that the strength of the undead is not strong enough. The 5-ring strength boss cannot be dealt with by the individual strength of the undead. Some people have also found a way to deal with it. There is magic in this world. Wizards and some gods who believe in gods can make magic contracts. The partners swear to bind and can bind their interests. This behavior is called teaming by the undead. Teaming costs money, and the cost is not low, so many people are in fixed teams. After signing the contract, everyone tries not to leave the team as much as possible. The most common situation is that people in the same time zone and dormitory form a team, and it is easy for everyone to get together. In addition, it is to bring a boss. The boss pays money to rent strong teammates to help him fight monsters, and many studios make a lot of money from this. Ring has become the second life of many people, and you can really make money here. The situation encountered by Magic Bull is relatively simple. He is weak, it is difficult to get together with others in time, and at the same time he has no friends to play with, so he is a single player. It was okay to join the group before, but now everyone is leveling up, so he seems redundant. Just when I was having a headache, I suddenly heard someone talking next to me. It's quite lively. A familiar figure came from the other side, a strong figure carrying a big sword. Fuck, Black Phosphorus King's Fury Hammer set? The Magic Bull was shocked. It is said to be the most expensive, coolest and best equipment in the current version, and it is strongly bound to the popular Mount Black Phosphorus King. If an ordinary undead can get a set, they can graduate directly. It was like seeing a big guy with glowing wings in the novice village, dazzling worship. Big guy, 666. Big guy, do you need a pendant? Big guy, can we take a photo together, you are so handsome. Some people have already started to worship. Old Black? Magic Bull recognized the other party. Old player Old Black. He was quite enthusiastic. I had seen him in the Gravel Mountains. His strength was beyond doubt. He was one of the best in melee combat, but he was low-key. Otherwise, those so-called number 1 melee fighter. Second melee? All have to step back a little. Speaking of the Gravel Mountains, if it weren't for the path potion to break through to the hero level, it would be necessary to find some gods. The best place for the undead to spawn monsters is the Gravel Mountains. The Magic Bull only noticed the man next to him. Anyone who can play with a big guy must also be a big guy. His long golden hair was casually draped over his shoulders. He was thin and handsome, wearing a set of light magic armor. Except for the small Pokemon ball ornament hanging around his waist, he looked like a local NPC. The sun shines on him, with a layer of soft light effects, making people dare not ignore him easily. From the appearance alone, there is no special feature, but when the Magic Bull's eyes fall on the big sword on the other side, he can't help but swear, "Damn, the Black Knight's great sword." The Black Knight's great sword is now owned by at most tens of thousands of people. It is a very rare weapon among tens of millions of undead people. To get this sword, you must have money, krypton, and luck, especially euro. If you don't have enough luck, then spend money to fill the prize pool. If you spend enough money, you will get it one day. Although it is not as rare as the Fury Hammer of the Black Phosphorus King, they can be stacked. The most important point is that the Black Knight Great Sword can be stacked with any equipment, and the transformation is a forced increase of status. Boss, do you still remember me? The Magic Bull decisively approached Lao He to show his face. You took me to brush materials before. Lao He, He hesitated. The Magic Bull did not retreat, and continued to ask, Boss, are you going to brush potions? Lao He, no. Does that mean you have already broken through? The Magic Bull was very envious. Does that mean you are going to level up? It is not very wise to go back to the novice village to level up. It is more appropriate to go to the gravel mountains, but it is not ruled out that the boss likes to go back to the novice village to show off. We accepted a mission. The person who spoke was the blonde man. Boss, what's your name? Lind Alman. Oh my god, the NPC has the same name. What a great ID. Awesome, bro. The other person's outfit does look like Lind, and they look almost exactly the same. Lind's face has been everywhere for a long time. Countless undead people have created characters based on his face, and there are even tutorials. The armor should deliberately imitate Lind Arman with the highest attributes possible, but the body shape is too different. Not only Lind, but other undead people with high reputation will receive similar treatment. Becoming the object of imitation and face pinching is only the first step. Next, there will be a book and a 3D zone. This is the key to whether the popularity is strong. Because of his high popularity and strong body shape, Lind has long been the designated actor in the 3D zone. I just think he's the most handsome. Linda waved his hand. Old Black on the side looked at Linda with a strange expression. Old Black, the clone of the King of Black Phosphorus, has a good fighting ability, and can summon the King of Black Phosphorus to help at any time. It is equivalent to a mobile nuclear bomb that can explode at any time. Linda, that is, Linda Alman himself, used the ability of the Story Master to draw a set of undead identities for himself. As long as he doesn't have friends, he will not be exposed at all. When the undead left the magic land in large numbers, he also urgently launched a new version of the response plan. He knew better than anyone that Black Knight Rebellion was a fake 2.0 version, and Ring Knight Dispute was the real 2.0, so gathering enough helpers as soon as possible and obtaining more high-end combat power of his own became one of Lind's goals. Nothing is more suitable than gods. Killing gods and rebreeding them can quickly pull them to the battlefield. Those gods avoid him, and he can't take them down, but the undead may not be able to take them down. As long as he becomes the first person, other undead will imitate his operations. Of course, the statement about the Black Phosphorus King is to boost his popularity. Being an NPC is not awesome, being the first in the server as an undead is really awesome. 2 bosses, can you ask what the task is? If it's a 2 secret task, you don't have to tell me. The Magic Bull rubbed his hands. He was not the first to ask, but Lin never responded. They are all full-strength teams. How can they be wasted on themselves? They should do their best to expand the territory for the Lord, dig materials, and mine or, instead of coming to win by lying here. Winning by doing nothing, as long as there is a waste, human resources cannot be wasted, otherwise more and more people will like to be waste. Playing games requires hard work. Linda knew this messenger, especially his name, which was very impressive. What's your name? Magic Bull. Just call me Bull. Magic Bull himself didn't think there was any problem at all, and in order to get closer, he made his name sound more subtle. Some people also called. She said that wearing it doesn't count as giving, Baji Big Wind. There are all kinds of names. The mission is not secret, it is related to the Great Shield, and it is a prerequisite for opening the Realm of the Dead dungeon. Fuck. The Magic Bull almost knelt down. Dad, take me. What's the point of calling someone dad on the internet? Anyway, no one knows each other after they go offline. Lao He was shocked. Someone wanted to take advantage of him. The undead were really greedy. He thought those who wanted to become the servants of the Great Dragon were already wishful thinking, but he didn't expect that someone would cross countless levels and directly become his son. Take you? That's fine. Linda was looking for a mobile camera to record the process. The most important thing was to guide the undead to attack the gods, and then sit back and reap the benefits. Whether in terms of comprehensive strength or interpersonal relationships, the Magic Bull is a stinking bottom. The trash among the undead, great. The high-tech undead team is easy to scare people away, but the bottom undead is different. It fits the idea of I can do it too very well, and can become the mainstream. Boss, tell me what you want. I can't take off my pants, otherwise I ask you to help measure my rectal temperature. Magic Bull patted his chest. As long as the two bosses were willing to take him on the mission, he would be willing to do it even if he was given the Black Phosphorus King suit and the Black Knight Great Sword. Linda said with a dark face, "Get out, come and pick up the materials. You don't have to go on the field." Is there such a good thing? In the game, any equipment you wear can be stripped off. What you see is what you get. The degree of freedom is very high, so you have to do it yourself after killing monsters to get the equipment. In this case, the person responsible for picking up the materials will not know even if he hides something secretly. But after thinking about it, Magic Bull decided to do his job obediently. It was so comfortable to cling to someone powerful. Only a fool would make enemies with a big boss for a little bit of benefit. Big bosses usually like to bring newbies. As long as he is a little sweet and shouts more, he will definitely get some benefits. I promise, leave all the dirty work to me, absolutely no problem. Old Black, Lind and Magic Bull, the three of them formed a temporary attack team, which was not noticeable at all among the huge number of undead people in Instant Continent. Two big guys, you guys are responsible for killing, I'm responsible for GGA. Where are we going next? Linda asked. Have you ever done the role-playing mission of the Bard, the one to the Kingdom of the Dead? Magic Bull nodded. Yes, find the Great Shield? Yes, find the Great Shield, open the plot, the mission reward is very high, and you may get special equipment rewards. Linda made a big promise. Blind boxes make people want to strive. Someone has found him before, but he has never been able to open the hidden plot. It turns out that there are really missions. Magic Bull sighed, but also felt that it was very reasonable. The two briefly discussed the next clearance process, and as for Lao Hei, he was posing. The rare Black Phosphorus King's Fury Hammer suit. No matter where you go, you are the coolest kid. Magic Bull lived up to expectations, and after asking Lind, he immediately started recording, intending to record the process of the hidden mission completely. Being able to follow the big guy, is also a kind of strength. Those undead, who have not been able to leave the novice village from the beginning to the end of the game version can only watch videos on the internet and listen to other people's analysis. The game really doesn't wait for anyone. If you miss the plot, you really miss it. The underground tunnel worms of the War Throne have been officially opened to traffic, making it easier for the undead to pass. But each worm has only a few thousand people, which is nothing compared to tens of millions of undead. The fortunate thing is that the unlocking of the level cap has allowed many people to temporarily put aside their plans to go to the Demon Land and upgrade their levels first. During this period of time, the undead devoured the resources of the three novice village continents like babies, and quickly absorbed various minerals, potion materials, monsters, and magic beasts. Countless temporary gathering points were established, and they traded in an orderly manner. Countless undead potion shops were established, and the smoke and dust of potions rolled up and entangled with the clouds. When an undead obtained a potion formula, almost all undead would obtain the same formula. A large number of undead tried to be promoted, but they still maintained the simplest division. For example, Shilu Continent, as the hometown of Linda Armin, the existence of the sun's proof, and the moon which is irreplaceable. Now a large number of undead will choose the sun's proof, which is related to the strength shown by Linda, and the king of Black Phosphorus. The spread of the undead is gradually coming to an end, and the continent is becoming more and more lively. One by one, the undead break through to level 21 and successfully enter the hero level. The bad situation begins to appear. When the strength of the undead is strong enough to crush the NPC, the previous order will be overturned. Shilu Continent, the southernmost part. Iron Sword Kingdom, late at night. The 500 undeads of the Proud Blood and Crazy Sand Guild have gathered. Everyone is smeared with animal feces to hide their figures and avoid magic detection. Magic detection is hard to prevent. The leader of the leading guild is sharpening the blade with a whetstone. Are you really going big? I always watched those T1 teams in the rankings conquer cities and territories before, but we directly massacred cities and destroyed countries, but I have never tried it. The guild leader, who was sharpening the blade, raised his head. After entering, just kill them, kill the king first, and then pull up the protective shield together. Remember to block the first wave of the sword demon. That dog thing is difficult to deal with. Got it, don't worry, there will be no problem this time. The Taijin Kingdom is a bunch of garbage. Someone suddenly said, How about we go to the Rand Kingdom? Everyone was silent. Rand Kingdom? They know how to go, but how to fight? As a group of low-level undead, who failed to go to the Magic Land and got stronger with the version upgrade, they naturally can't beat the undead of the Rand Kingdom and its affiliated forces. Those undead are all raised by their fathers, and their equipment, skills, etc. are much higher than ordinary undead. Moreover, they have become barons in the kingdom, and they are all upper-class people. They will be angry with anyone who attacks their nest. On the other hand, these small countries have no dead people, and have always been the objects of oppression and distrust. Since the appearance of the gods, their lives have become worse, and they have been severely exploited. It's not that life is impossible, but now everyone wants to turn against each other a little. Everyone is taking the sword demon path of the Taijin kingdom. If the sword demon is unwilling to give the path potion, if you don't want to start from scratch, the best choice is to kill the sword demon. I contacted a group of helpers from the Black Swamp Kingdom. When they arrive and send a signal, we will attack. President, how much will it cost this time? Not expensive, I know their president, and the foot-washing city will arrange the third floor. Hiss. Chapter 525 Ring. God. The stars were blurred in the dark night sky, like oil paint splashed with water. King Iron Sword, standing on the city wall, felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. He took off his armor, and wore only a pair of trousers. The muscles on his arms were firm, and his chest was as hard as a mountain ridge, rising and falling with his breathing. In fact, King Iron Sword, without armor, looked like he had already left the appearance of a human. His body shape was similar to that of a human, but the spine, which looked like thick scales layered on top of each other, looked very scary. The sword demon is the god believed in by this country. When the Rand Kingdom swept across the entire Shilu continent, the Iron Kingdom was able to firmly hold onto this land, which is enough to show how strong the sword demon is. The undead living in the Iron Sword Kingdom are also different from other undead. They are not valued and oppressed. Even if they try to resist, it is meaningless. The gap in top strength has already firmly controlled the undead. The sword demon generously created many heroic masters. He has heroic and even epic masters. On the other hand, the undead can only get higher, and they are also on the sword demon path, and can never get the subsequent heroic potion. Numbers are meaningless in the face of absolute power. Bang! The sight caught a beam of light swaying under the starlight, flying from the ground, and then stabbing diagonally into the sky, like a meteor rising in reverse. Boom! The exploding ball of light crackled, and the dazzling light seemed to dye the dark night, where it was in brilliant colors. The Iron Sword King's expression suddenly became serious. The undead attacked. Again? Enemy attack. The trumpet was blown, and the army guarding the royal city began to move. The undead had never really taken action on a large scale, but whenever they did, King Iron Sword felt it was very reasonable. But do you really think you can fight me? King Iron Sword quickly put on his armor. The war had begun, and someone should bleed for their own unwiseness. Immortality did not mean that there was nothing we could do about them. Someone should feel pain for their own immortality again. King Iron Sword led his powerful men to rush out, and there was a white light flashing in the sky, lighting the way for them. Failed sneak attack. He evaluated the irrationality of the undead in his heart. When there was a huge gap in strength, sneaking and attacking was the most rational choice, but the undead seemed to never understand this truth. The red flames came, one after another, scorching flames tore through the night, and in an instant they turned into gorgeous flaming meteors, like the embers of a volcanic eruption. Although the power was not enough to change the world, it was definitely not the magic that the superior wizard could release. Hundreds of undead wizards might be able to release mixed magic of this power, but the Iron Sword King was sure that it was definitely one magic, not the magic released by hundreds of wizards working together. Boom! A meteor as big as a human head came crashing down, and the Iron Sword King's face was lit up by the fire. He casually slapped the meteor away, and the explosion and fire engulfed his figure. The flying dust obscured his vision, and the next moment he strode out wearing damaged armor. A wizard of the heroic rank. The Iron Sword King had a serious expression. Boom! Boom! Continuous explosions sounded from the rear camp. Fortunately, except for a dozen men who didn't react and were knocked over by the explosion at the beginning, the rest of the hero-level warriors took action. The magic resistance barrier covered the top of the head, making the falling meteor seem to hit the fluctuating invisible mirror. There were also figures carrying swords leaping out, using their bodies to collide with the flames and detonating the meteors in the air in advance. The flying sparks were like a red rainstorm that engulfed the team below. On the other side of the battlefield, the people of the Proud Blood Crazy Sand Guild sharpened their knives, and they began to charge after receiving the signal. But they were stunned halfway through the charge. Fuck, what skill. Ordinary wizards. It takes a long time to make a fireball. High-level wizards. The speed of making fireballs is faster, and occasionally they can throw a not-so-high wall of fire. Heroic wizards. Meteor showers. One person is stronger than hundreds of undeads. Not only the chanting speed is fast, the spell damage is strong, but also the attack range is huge. The people who rushed halfway looked at the robed figure holding a staff and floating in the air, and their eyes were filled with uncontrollable strong desire. Someone couldn't help but say, "Master, the Eternal Version answer." The floating figure landed on the ground and took out a bottle of magic potion and poured it into his mouth. Beside him, there were 3 figures, one wearing heavy armor and shield, one carrying a big sword, and the other was no longer an ordinary person, with at least 70% of his body mechanized. We agreed before. The undead with 70% of his body mechanized said, "The boss belongs to us." President Aoshua Kwangsha couldn't help asking. The sword demons of the Iron Sword Kingdom are very powerful, and the length of their health bars exceeds 100,000. Are you going to fight? Then just forget about it. They, who were at the forefront of the version update, had nothing to say to the small guild members, who were still stuck at level 20. The other party reminded, after the melee, you can go in and pick the weak ones, or clean up the battlefield. Just like what I said before, the quicker the better. Sweep the spoils yourself, and leave the powerful ones to us. The elite monsters are coming. The undead holding the shield suddenly reminded. The brown lightning quickly attacked this side along the ground, and the undead carrying a big sword held the sword with both hands, jumped up, and took the initiative to meet it. The collision of 2 figures, one thunder and one fire, caused a shock wave that pressed on the ground and penetrated the surface and extended downward. Everyone felt the restless twisting of the ground, and the huge earthquake caused a thick cloud of dust to rise from the ground. The weaker undead had to try their best to stand firm in this impact. The sword wind swept, and the air began to whistle. The surrounding air seemed to be stirred into a sticky paste by countless invisible swords, twisting clockwise, and the chaotic energy fluctuations made the weaker undead unable to even use their own power. A group of heroes started fighting, and the upper ranks were not even the background. The people of the Proud Blood Crazy Sand Guild fought with the enemies of the Iron Sword Kingdom. It was a big melee, and it was a big melee with high-end combat power. No formation coordination was needed. The wizard holding the staff made a bow-drawing gesture, and the magic element arrow condensed in front of the staff with a fast rotation. As he let go, whoosh, he knocked down the warrior who was besieging his comrades in front. Some people also noticed him, and used magic to hit him seriously. Both sides were injured. The undead fought more fiercely, and were more seriously injured. Immortality was their capital. A beam of light suddenly shot from the ground to the sky, spreading in midair, and forming a semicircular cover that covered the battlefield. The undead in the battlefield suddenly found that their injuries were healing rapidly. After a few breaths, the blood bar was full. The injury just now was like a completely unimportant illusion. If it weren't for the equipment durability reduction, the fingers were destroyed, and the weapon blades were curled, they would have mistakenly thought they were under an illusion. Damn, this is too cool. With a nurse, you're invincible. Kill! The Iron Sword Kingdom was equally unwilling to be outdone. They didn't have a hero-level wizard who was good at large-scale healing magic, but the injuries they suffered in the war made them manic. One by one, the hero-level warriors tore off their armor, and the spines on their backs. Poochie. Poochie. Pierced through the skin with blood, like a spike-shaped dragon, with bone shaking turning into Little Sword Demon. They rushed into the undead, bringing with them pieces of blood and flying limbs. The proud and crazy Sand Dragon King felt dizzy, and his body spun out of control and flew out, and was knocked out of the battlefield. Fire, lightning, collisions, etc. passed by him rapidly. With a thud, his body fell to the ground. There are still 3 drops of blood, damn, paralysis, deafness, dying. There are too many negative states, the worst of which is that he can't die in a short time, but he can't move. He was thrown out of the battlefield, and it was difficult for his teammates to help him finish him off. The fight was still going on in front. The 4-man team was having a hard time against a group of humanoid sword demons from the Iron Sword Kingdom. Even if there was a nurse, who was recovering blood like crazy, they would be killed instantly if they were not careful. He could see clearly that they could not hold on any longer. The reinforcements were unreliable. Even if these people could really beat the enemies led by the Iron Sword King, they would not be able to win against the powerful sword demons. I don't know why they were so confident. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, as if something was about to come out from the ground. A magic circle appeared out of thin air on the ground, and the purple magic light flickered, as if an invisible big hand was quickly drawing a circular magic circle on the ground. The moment the magic circle was formed, a beam of light gushed out from the ground at a very fast speed. If you didn't pay attention, you might think it was just a meteor, but the proud and crazy Sand Dragon King saw clearly that the beam did not disappear directly, but hit the air. The air became hot, and there were clusters of condensed magic arcs flashing, as if something was moving through it. Then another beam of light appeared. This time the speed of the light column disappearing was a little slower, but in people's eyes, it was still just flickering. It flashed for a moment, then disappeared. The light flashed faster and faster, until it finally formed a stable beam of light. Is there anyone? Figures appeared one after another in the beam of light, and their number increased. They appeared out of thin air in the beam of light, and strode out. They were all undead heroes. This scene made the proud and crazy Sand Dragon King dry his mouth, and his heart beat wildly, just like a desperate warrior who welcomed his powerful foreign aid. His heart experienced violent ups and downs in an instant. We won. Although we only opened champagne at halftime, we won. A sure win. A large number of heroic undeads poured into the battlefield, and the battle became one-sided. The Iron Sword King, who was only wearing trousers, breathed rapidly, holding a one-handed sword with a curled blade in his right hand. His body was covered with wounds, some caused by magic, and some by slashing. Why did the undead suddenly become so powerful overnight? He didn't understand why the undead, who had always been thought to never be able to break through the heroic level, appeared in large numbers. The attack came again in the shriek of the storm. The undead were like hyenas that had been hungry for many days, and they besieged the little sword demons, who were still breathing. The Iron Sword King took a breath of air mixed with a strong smell of blood. They were all dead. Those damned undead were even chatting. Now the only one he could rely on was a powerful existence. The one who serves the sword is calling your name. The great sword demon Magnus. He called out loudly. Strangely, the undead, who were still attacking frantically just a moment ago, suddenly stopped at this moment. They were very quiet and looked at him with expectant eyes. Sweat broke out on his forehead because the powerful sword demon didn't respond. In this case, the only way waiting for him is death. No, buddy, you give up now? Seeing that the Iron Sword King was standing there waiting to die without saying a word, an undead couldn't help but remind him, why don't you shout a few more times, maybe he will come. Yes, buddy, try shouting again. Iron Sword King, ? What do these undead want to do? Do they think they can fight against the powerful sword demon? He admitted that this group of people were very strong, but when facing the sword demon known for killing, there was only death. He raised his head and shouted again. This time, there was finally a response. A huge figure appeared in the sky and fell heavily to the ground. It was a giant wearing only ragged trousers. With a bare upper body, his hands were locked in shackles, and his head was wrapped in a purple gold helmet that could be called graceful and luxurious. In the position of his spine, there were glowing thin swords. He was like a captive who was defeated and tied up, but he had a strong bloodthirsty aura. The Iron Sword King's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and the powerful sword demon finally appeared. He tried to shout at the other party, but as the other party appeared, the deafening rumble completely drowned out his voice. The undead shouted, the blood bar is showing, kill. The sword demon Magnus took the initiative to rush towards the undead, using his absolute powerful strength to sweep away the undead, and the irregular thin swords inserted in his spine flew out one by one, quickly stirring and slaughtering the approaching undead. Use your ultimate move. Several undead wizards gathered in the distance and began to chant. The gathering of elements attracted Magnus' attention. He was facing a group of undead who were pursuing extreme output. They had found out how to block the pre-swing, go back swing in the shortest possible time. The sword demons, including the Iron Sword King who was still alive, saw that the group of heroic wizards suddenly began to release fireballs, and then the syllables jumped, quickly skipping certain notes with similar syllables, and dancing with both hands at the same time. Boom, magic exploded. The mixed attribute light column condensed by the composite magic swept over, and the thin swords beside the sword demon quickly gathered and assembled into a sword shield. After touching the light column, it exploded and helped it block the attack. The scattered thin swords rushed towards the undead. Small mushroom clouds, with a height of only about 3 to 5 meters surged up, and the dense mushroom clouds made the ground bulge. The easily broken ground shook and struggled. The undead were forced to retreat. The attack method looks familiar to me. Isn't this the mushroom of the nuclear bomb sister Tioni? Ring Knight, that's not right. His name is clearly the sword demon Magnus, and it is also confirmed that his identity is a god. What's going on? Shouldn't he be called the Ring Knight? Should he be called the Ring God? The Circle God? Chapter 526 Trouble Siege. The first time the undead killed a god in the new version, from being powerless to defeating powerful opponents, their strength growth was beyond their expectations. A dozen heroic undead, who were good at close combat, rushed towards the sword demon, but were overturned by the storm blown up by the opponent's elbow. Man! We need to add more people, we can't beat them. There is no one for the time being, you are not eating alone. The crazy sword demon showed a fighting power that frightened the undead. Perhaps the opponent's weak defense was the only weakness that was not a weakness. The battle was at a stalemate. But slowly the situation began to shift, because the sword demon moved too fast, and had the rapier to resist long-range attacks, so the wizard and other spellcasting characters could not play a full role in the battle. On the contrary, the melee knight-type characters. Most of the hero-level knights at this stage came from the Kingdom of Rand. All of them were the Path of the Sun's proof, and their fighting style was very uniform. Balanced data, attack with fire, no obvious advantages but no shortcomings. The health value is long enough, and only by surviving can there be output. The fighting style changes, the long range is mainly for assistance and harassment, and the close combat is head-on. An undead wizard saw a knight throwing a small bucket out. He knew the small bucket, the space bucket, which was the first generation of space equipment in the Land Kingdom, but it was much smaller than he remembered. After coming into contact with more and more powerful people, the space equipment began to become more diverse, and the space bucket was naturally eliminated. So, he was a little confused when he saw the knight suddenly throwing out the small bucket. The fighting style of those muscle guys. What? The small barrel he threw collided with the sword demon, causing a violent explosion. Fuck, barrel explosion. I understand it this time. The Sun Knight's attack seems to be related to fire, so they invented the coin-scattering sword. It is not recommended. I heard that there seems to be a fire enchantment skill. Is there a skill to control fire? You think too much. It's just a simple bomb thrown close to the face. It is indeed not recommended. The burst of sword did not injure the sword demon, but his pocket was empty first. The explosive space barrel filled with alchemical items became a disposable item, giving the knights, who had no long-range offensive means, a chance to resist. Only the rich can afford it. A group of melee knights threw the space barrel at each other, and the sword demon, who was using the rapier to block the wizard's light cannon outside, was immediately covered with explosive mushroom clouds. The flames completely enveloped him. Back off. All the knights suddenly received the signal. Someone looked up and saw several undead bat-winged blood-ward demons, whose strength had not yet been upgraded to the hero level, circling in the air. Their strength is not enough to directly intervene in this battle, but they can provide a full view of the map, conduct real-time broadcasts, and conduct one-on-one camera tracking to ensure positioning. The seemingly chaotic boss battle is actually controlled by someone. Wizard, use skills to distract. The sword demon who just chased out ran into the magic bombardment head-on, and his body inexplicably withstood another wave of impact, and finally saw injuries on his body. The effect is obvious, pay attention to positioning, and it should be solved after another 100 or 200 times. The knights held the flaming swords, and took a deep breath. After the wizard's magic bombardment, it was their turn. Head. A unique skill for close combat. Raise the blade in your hand, and the enemy will come to you with your head. The operation is very simple, just memorize it. Whether it is the enemy who can read the command in the game, or the cuckold fist in reality, everyone has his own fighting style. The attack style of the sword demon, who has fallen into a bloodthirsty and crazy state, seems more single. If it weren't for those thin swords behind him, automatically protect the master, the battle may have ended long ago. Here it comes. Defend. Charge. They were confused, but they calmly dodged the attacks one by one, ensuring that they could exchange the least sacrifice for the greatest damage. In this situation, the sword demon was completely led by the nose. In the orderly alternating attacks, the health bar of the sword demon was quickly reduced. The sword demon, who was completely in a crazy state, had no idea of escaping, which also made the strategy team feel relieved. Fortunately, this boss seemed to be mentally ill, and the hatred could be stabilized. This time, the boss can be taken down by himself, without worrying about the other party escaping. The health bar of the sword demon was quickly compressed to 1/10 of its length. Until boom. The battlefield was covered with blood and corpses. The staggering sword demon shook his body, and finally knelt on one knee. The sky had already dawned, and the rising sun and the blood on the ground dyed the east red. The undead looked at the motionless figure, and watched the luxurious purple gold helmet on his head crack, revealing a thin face and eyes as sharp as a sword. "We won." Linda turned to look at the old black beside him. "What's wrong?" Old Black noticed his gaze, and asked in confusion. "I have to leave for something." "Oh!" Old Black nodded, not caring at all. His eyes always stayed on his own character card. The magic bull was offline, and didn't come back, so the two of them were free to move. Linda turned around and disappeared. After the sword demon was solved, it was confiscated by Melulin as a mission item, and a batch of rewards were issued. The undead were very happy to hand over everything. After defeating the sword demon, they can get some magic potion formulas and skills related to the sword demon, and even magic potions. The rewards are too generous, but the things that exploded from the sword demon himself are useless to them. I have never seen such a poor boss. When Lynn saw Melulin again, she was like a queen wearing a bloody dress, exuding the aura of a four-ring strongman. Maybe she could be stronger when she exploded? He doubted this. "Thank you very much for your help, Melulin," Linda said. His voice was gentle, and the absolute trust made Melulin couldn't help but curl up her lips. The relationship between the two parties had nothing to do with the body or interests, but their common experience when Linda helped her gain stronger power, which made them reach a state of absolute trust in each other. And they also intended to keep the trust going. The strength of the undead has become stronger. Melulin watched Linda examine the sword demons. Corpse. One by one. Then swords. Were indeed fragments of the magic ring. The improvement in strength is minimal. No wonder the undead looked down on it. Without the right way to use it, the fragments can't play much role. And even some blessed weapons and cursed weapons that have integrated the magic ring fragments are also very ordinary. He has set up tasks related to the recovery of magic ring fragments and weapons among his subordinates. As long as the undead hand them in, they will get a large amount of rewards, points, lottery stones, battle points, titles, potions, etc. Especially, unlock new equipment, which makes the undead more willing to search and unlock more game functions, rather than hiding them for their own use. There are also undead, who really keep the magic ring fragments for their own use. There are two types. One is sneaky, because each magic ring fragment represents a large reward, a wave of fat. Nowadays, the game is developing better and better. The value of a magic ring fragment can make a person really achieve financial freedom on Earth. Some people are greedy for generous task rewards, and some have a collection habit and are rich, but as long as there are fragments, they will be regarded as fat sheep by others, so they all hide them, and use them secretly. This brings us to the second type. The undead leaders of the big forces don't care about those things. Even a little attribute increase is very important to them. Especially weapons and equipment will have infinite durability as long as they are added with fragments. If they are used by some melee characters, the speed of pushing the map can be greatly improved. Yeah. Lynn collected the corpse and waited for it to hatch. Without the fragments, the sword demon's strength is only 5 rings. He will go crazy and have no brains when fighting. Lynn can kill him alone. Now the route to the demon land has been opened, and the hero-level undead will be the mainstream in the future. Linda knew Melulin's concerns. You also need to continue to improve your strength. Melulin absorbed the ancestor of the blood race, and the race is strong. She is proficient in teleportation and other skills that even Linda himself has not mastered, but her hard power is not strong enough. This is the helplessness of NPCs, compared with the undead, who can make unlimited trials and errors and quickly improve their strength. NPCs need years, decades, or even longer to improve their strength, and they will be left behind in the blink of an eye. I have found a way to help you improve your strength, Linda said. It just takes a while. The method is in the sword demon. How the other party, as a god, merged the fragments of the magic ring and became a ring god is worth studying. He believes that the sword demon will be happy to tell him all the secrets. What should I do? Find more old nobles. Those strong men abandoned by the version have now become elite monsters. Okay. Melulin nodded in agreement without asking why. As the iron hoof of the Rand Kingdom trampled every corner of the Shilu continent, some old nobles were always found. Some of them had been completely alienated into monsters and eliminated, but some, like William, Lind and others, still maintained their rationality. These people have a common characteristic. The protagonist of the public beta 1.0 version is like William. Remember to tell Rania what we talked about. Why don't you go by yourself? Melon's bright red lips curled up. Lind ignored her teasing look. It has only been a while since he was able to quickly travel between different planes. Before that, he would not waste time on the road. Looking at Melon's expression, he knew that she was thinking about something more inappropriate for children. She is really a vampire. She is so hot. Because the expedition is not over yet, I haven't even established a real territory. Regardless of strength, when he left, he was carrying the pioneering mission of Queen Rania. If he wants to come back to feed the queen bread, he must show results, otherwise it will not match his personality. Melun was very dissatisfied with his answer. She looked at him for a long time before saying, I know. Rand Kingdom. Rania Hedwyn sat on the throne, listening to the information reported below. The undead took the initiative to attack the north, wiped out those hateful mutants, and also clashed with Sea God. The sea god of the abandoned port has always been a big trouble. Before Lind left, he was not strong enough and did not want to conflict with the other party, so everyone kept to themselves. After Lind left, although his strength was strong enough, he never came back. Previously, Rania had given this job to the Red Knight, but the situation was not ideal. Those green-skinned mutants were driven all the way to the frozen continent. A high wall isolated those mutants, but it was just to isolate them. Except for occasionally making mistakes and actively contacting them to sell things, the undead still took killing greenskins as their main task most of the time. But the situation changed some time ago. The Rabbit Tooth, which has been brewing potions. She is the pharmacist that Lin values most. She has a legendary wizard Crystal Wizard as her mentor. She learns very quickly, and has successfully brewed many path potions. Those potions were all listed in the window, at extremely high prices. According to the decision of the Minister of Finance Dorothy, high-level potions can only be purchased by those who have the title of Baron, extremely high experience points, and wealth. The undead never took it seriously. They thought it was too expensive, and could not afford it, and did not want to buy it. Until a while ago, someone suddenly sold everything he had to buy a heroic potion. Then, the potions that the Rabbit Tooth, which had accumulated for many years, were quickly swept away, and heroic undead appeared one after another. The situation began to go beyond Rania's control. She had already started to respond as quickly as possible, but it was still too slow. The Rand Kingdom did not have top power. The strong men who had dealt with the undead before were now left behind by the undead, and could not beat them at all. Without the suppression of strength, the seemingly good situation of the Rand Kingdom might be destroyed in an instant. Rania was in a great headache now. What was even more troublesome was that the undead were very disobedient. They actually took the initiative to attack the sea god and tried to kill him. Only a very small number of people succeed in killing gods, and it is those very few that give many undead people the illusion that I can do it too. Many people have tried to attack gods, but the results are not ideal. Almost all gods will run away when their health drops to 2/3, completely ignoring the taunts of the undead, and will come back to take revenge after their health recovers. Similar situations are not only in the Iron Sword Kingdom, but other countries on the continent are also staging similar wars between mortals and gods. Now many main cities of the undead are surrounded by gods. The powerful gods that we could only look up to in the past have now become bosses with bright health bars. No undead can resist this temptation. The gods who have a good relationship with the undead may be able to escape the disaster temporarily, but it is only temporarily. The long red strip on the head is like the index finger of a vixen gently hooking, exuding infinite charm. The undead people broke the peace after their strength expanded. Now, almost all gods are red names. Shilu Continent. The border town in the north. The green-skinned mutants are roaring and shouting outside. A huge green god is wriggling outside and challenging. Bring the monsters in and let the NPC fight. Fuck, you are such a dog. If you can't beat it, you must let the NPC go. Chapter 527 Golden Queen Renija Hedwyn. Is it that simple? Linda held the rapier in his hand. He had mastered the skills of the sword demon and understood why the other party, as a god, could become a ring knight. The power of the magic ring can be used by anyone, but most people use the most superficial way to forge weapons, just like Linda himself. There is nothing wrong with this method of using external objects, but it is too limited and can only use finished products. The ring knight is undoubtedly a further method of using fragments. Tioni can transform into a nuclear explosion nun. Although the application of this power is not ideal, in the low-end game, Rania's mushroom planting is the attack with the largest attack range and the best effect. Because the mushroom cloud that bursts out every time she swings her sword is a normal attack, which is completely the same as the vertical slash used by Linda, and it will not waste extra power. The situation of other ring knights he has seen is similar, especially those ring knights in Wuyu City. They have mastered more advanced methods of applying power. Even Linda cannot take advantage in the battle, and will be killed if he is not careful. He is already a high-end fighter who can kill a 5-ring god. If he fights a protracted war of attrition, he is even confident that he can kill a 6-ring god. Using the magic ring fragment as raw material, after being polished by the sword demon, it is made into a magic ring fragment sword, which is inserted into the body to gain the power of the ring knight. Although it sounds simple, the production process is somewhat complicated. A simpler and more feasible method is to directly use the sword forged by the sword demon himself to try to create a ring knight. If it succeeds, Lin can quickly pull up a strong team. Moreover, this team will not be out of control like the gods, and can be mass-produced. News of undead people losing control has been heard frequently from all over the world, and he must respond. The cost of capturing old nobles for experiments is too high. If the old nobles really gain power, they may cause property losses in order to get out of control. In other words, the guinea pigs can only be found by their own people. Rand Kingdom. Queen Rania, who received the war information, was standing in front of the window. His sight seemed to have passed through the sky and flew to another continent. This feeling was very magical. Even though she hadn't seen the Lion Duke of her kingdom for a long time, and hadn't received a reply from him, she could clearly understand what happened to him. Those best-selling books. There were also pictures, comics, and some people had even adapted them into plays for performances. They had never communicated, but they could always hear each other's stories. When reading the stories, she seemed to follow Lin to fight against the gods, participate in battles, and get deeply involved. So, they were not strangers. A crow flew quickly, and Rania's spirit was shocked. She knew very well that Linda had a very trusted partner, my Lilin. They also tried to work together, but they could only say that they didn't get along with each other. My Lilin had the ambition to become stronger. Although Rania also had this idea, as an old noble, she would never dare to take the initiative to try to contact those powers. So far, she can only be a relatively strong ordinary person. After the crow landed, it turned into a woman in a dress. She had the unique elegance of the vampires, and a bloody smell that made people's noses suddenly become sensitive. Your Majesty, Miss Reina. This was not the first time they had communicated. Queen Melulin asked me to bring you a letter. She took out a letter, and Rania thanked her and took the letter, and was suddenly stunned. The wax sealing the letter was the familiar lion family emblem from the Almond family. Linda? She quickly opened the letter. Dear Queen Rania. It was a title that made people feel bad. Rania quickly read the short letter, which asked her to search for old nobles, and use them for her own benefit. Until the end. The knight who follows the prophecy and always protects you, Linda Armin. She couldn't help but curl her lips. Reina on the side was a little curious about the content of the letter. What made Her Majesty the Queen suddenly happy? Did Lord Linda say that there were new products on the market? While she was speculating, she heard Rania ask, when did he come back? Just a while ago, but he left again soon. Rania's raised mouth corners immediately drooped down. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. A reckless shout came. In the distance, a figure was flying towards this side quickly on a magic broom. She was petite, wearing a loose robe, holding the broom with both hands and flying very fast. But occasionally, she still had to reach out and grab the brim of her hat to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. Miko, what's wrong? Someone said something. I detected space fluctuations. At this stage, Miko occupies a pivotal position in the magic research of the Rand Kingdom. Rania suspects that all this is closely related to Linda. Including the country's book thief Domei, they hid it, but in fact they have obtained a lot of magic knowledge that absolutely does not exist on this continent. From the uncontrolled magic development of the Rand Kingdom, it can be seen that the defense tower is being optimized, magic armor, space storage equipment, and even various explosion barrels that use space storage. A beam of light fell. It was an angel, very handsome. The other party looked at Rania, then blinked at her. The corners of Rania's mouth curled up again. She understood. The heat of war was swirling and rising, and the fiery red light completely illuminated the sky above. The undead trapped in the city could not leave. The situation was worse than expected. After the undead became powerful, they unilaterally broke the peaceful status quo with the gods, and various towns were destroyed. The abandoned port sea god roared outside. The walls that could stop the Greenskins' army were easily broken before the gods, with rubble flying everywhere, houses collapsing, and the ground cracking. The statue that symbolizes power, Rania Hedwin, stands in the park square. This is the trading place chosen by the undead tacitly, and occasionally some undead, who like to play musical instruments, will sing and dance here during their rest time at night. A rotating boulder flew over and smashed the head of Rania's statue accurately. After the boulder landed, it rolled towards the shop in front. The NPC holding the shield tried to block it, but the shield instantly sank after it touched the stone, and then its body flew backwards completely out of control, smashing the shop. Smoke and dust were noisy. Kill! The roars of the undead were also heard. At the beginning, there were not many undead left here. After a series of flashes of light, a large number of undead began to appear, being abused by the fountain. I can't get out at all, damn it. Where's the NPC? Go up and give them a push. What the hell, they were all killed in 1 second. The abandoned port sea god is still attacking, and those greenskins crawl in from the cracks and corners and other tricky positions, launching rounds of fearless attacks, and the number of casualties is rising rapidly. The ground is full of green corpses. Crack. The arm of a green skin was cut off, and he actually forced himself to support the pain in his body and pierced the enemy in front of him with the bone spurs that pierced out of his arm. The witch doctors in the back were also very careless in their treatment. They used simple bandages to stop the bleeding and let the greenskins continue to move forward. With the abandoned port sea god present, they were like beasts that had completely abandoned thinking and pain. Boom! A lightning flash came, connecting with the ground in a winding way, and overturned the floor tiles and the corpses on the ground. The greenskins raised their heads and looked up. The huge crystal defense tower had been lifted into the air. Defend the tower, someone shouted. The defense tower not only helps them resist the enemy, but is also the most difficult place to break through in the entire city. The coordinates of the portal are usually placed here. If the defense tower was destroyed, they would completely lose contact with other main cities. No one thought they could outrun the abandoned port sea god and those greenskins with just their own legs. The abandoned port sea god also sensed the threat of the crystal defense tower and changed his attack target. The portal opened. Several figures appeared in the expectant eyes of the undead. Crystal Mage, Wenruiwen, finally some powerful helpers. The moment the crystal mage appeared, he unfolded the crystal barrier, and the ground rumbled and shook violently. The barrier reflecting the dazzling fire was like a gate knife, cutting off the airflow in and out. Legendary rank is not good at fighting. So at the moment of collision with the god, the barrier made a crackling sound. When Raven had quietly rushed up, she was very fast, and had developed many sets of offensive methods. She remembered Lin's fighting style in the past. Probably no one could be like Lin. It seemed that he was proficient in all techniques. The speed of style change made the enemy at a loss. Close-range assassination was more suitable for her. A desperate attack. Bang! When Raven was blown away by the abandoned port sea god, and her body turned into a straight cannon and shot towards the crystal barrier, and with a loud bang, the crystal barrier shattered. When Raven's body was completely twisted into a pile of mud after hitting the ground heavily, and the force penetrated her body and hit the ground, and it actually blew up a huge pit, as if the land with a diameter of dozens of meters where she was located was pressed down half a meter deep. The confidence that the undead had just risen was instantly shattered. The expected CG did not appear, and the NPC on his side was actually beaten and had no power to resist. The remaining crystal wizard was in a worse situation. He had to resist the bombing with his own strength. His forehead and neck were covered with sweat, and he even had the urge to turn around and run away. The undead standing in front of the crystal defense tower with the crystal wizard were the same. They were watching the greenskins rushing madly in front of them. But everyone's eyes passed the greenskins, past the battlefield full of limbs, and looked at the wall on the verge of collapse. Beyond the ruins that blocked the view, the footsteps of destruction were gradually approaching from the other end. The city walls began to shake. This meant that the main city had been lost, and that the undead were about to lose this peaceful resurrection point. The sea god of the abandoned port had already entered, and the crystal mage suppressed his urge to call on everyone to retreat. He absolutely could not retreat without a fight. When facing the gods, he actually felt his aging heart suddenly start to beat faster. Facing the gods. The crystal mage had no respect for the gods, and the gods were just more powerful creatures, and in his eyes, they did not have the dignity's characteristics. He just suddenly understood why Lin had been actively pursuing stronger power. The once powerful crystal mage had now become a weakling who could not stand up to the standard. The abandoned port sea god just threw another boulder. It hit the crystal defense tower. The hearts of the people twitched as the defense tower lost a corner. Then the second boulder flew over, and everyone tried their best to block it. The extra brightness came, and the roar of the Dragon King was heard in the golden light. Boom! A crystal barrier appeared out of thin air. Although it broke at the first touch, it greatly slowed down the attack of the boulder. When the boulder fell on the defense tower again, it was only shaken. The bright light just now represented the reopening of magic teleportation. A huge figure like a copper wall appeared, the Red Knight, but his presence did not take away the attention of the other two. The female knight with silver hair and golden armor was Queen Rania Hedwyn, holding a spear in her hand. Next to Rania, there was a petite figure wearing a wide wizard hat, the rabbit-toothed witch Miko. The short magic wand in her hand was spinning rapidly, and the tip of the wand quickly condensed into a spiral of flames. Miko raised her hand to press down the brim of her hat. The whirlwind caused by the spinning flames made her magic robe fly rapidly, and her silver hair was waving like mercury. Boom! The fireball blasted out and accurately hit the abandoned port sea god. The explosion smoke completely swallowed up his upper body. The sound of running grabbed everyone's attention. They watched Rania Hedwyn jump up and disappear from everyone's sight in an instant, disappearing into the clouds. There was a star flashing in the sky. Then the flash grew bigger and more dazzling. Everyone looked up and saw Queen Rania, who had just flown into the sky. She stepped on the spear with both feet, and turned into a meteor like a spinning golden electric drill. The clouds in the sky and the abandoned port sea god on the ground were connected by this meteor. Boom! The ground shook. The soil rolled. When the dust cleared, everyone saw that the arrogant abandoned port sea god was seriously injured and wailing. In front of the abandoned port sea god, Golden Queen Rania, who was holding a spear in one hand, looked up at the huge god with a calm expression, as if she was looking down on an insignificant enemy with her eyes. It was as if she was still sitting on the golden throne, judging the abandoned port sea god with absolute power. What happened? Why is Rania so strong all of a sudden? Behind Rania, the sword of the magic ring fragment loomed. Ring Knight Golden Queen Rania. The abandoned port sea god roared again, and the sword behind Rania suddenly turned into flowing gold, completely wrapping her head and forming a Dragon King helmet. The former dragon power of Dragon King Kota was still vivid in her eyes when she closed her eyes. She rose again and thunder surged. Chapter 528 The Queen's New Marriage Law. My wife is so amazing. The war in the north of the Rand Kingdom attracted the attention of many undead. Although most of the undead were besieged by the gods, who suddenly became red names and became helpless, they had no time to care about such a distant place. But there were still hundreds of thousands of undead who watched the relevant live broadcast at the first time. Most of them were undead from Shilu continent. Everyone was being killed, and only the Rand Kingdom turned defeat into victory. It was hard not to pay attention. I thought Rania was just an ordinary poster girl before, and it's so cool that she suddenly became a female knight. Golden electric drill, drill mine. Shrimp head man, that's my wife. I really envy that bastard Linda, the noble golden queen, the cute rabbit-toothed witch, the wild red knight, they are all his. Damn, did something weird sneak in? With this figure and this fighting power, you don't know until you see it. It turns out that Linda eats so well. Impossible, isn't Linda's fiancé Tioni? Anyway, I don't believe he's that powerful. Golden Queen. The appearance of Rania Hedwyn broke the cognition of the undead. Rania has always sat on the golden throne and rarely appeared beside the undead, but the undead also have their own ways to detect her strength. Ordinary people. But unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Rania's strength suddenly ushered in earth-shaking changes. In comparison, the strength growth of the rabbit tooth, which is in line with their psychological expectations. She is the one who cooks high-end potions. How can she cook high-end potions if she is not strong enough? Why was it suddenly strengthened? The new version is unreasonable, right? Some people also question the unreasonableness of the game. It is definitely not jealous because I saw that helpers appeared in other people's conquered cities, but I didn't. In the Ganges, everyone knows that she is Linda's mistress. Look at the high-tech products of the Rand Kingdom, and you will know that Linda has been silently supporting behind the scenes. How many girlfriends does Linda have? Do you think it's funny? I can't laugh. I said that my tears are in my stomach, and I can't laugh. Her Majesty Queen Rania, who has become the center of discussion among the undead, has killed the abandoned port sea god and put him into a deep sleep. He may never wake up again, or he may become a randomly refreshed wild boss, being pushed by the undead people. She looked at the rabbit tooth witch humming a song, and suddenly envied her carefreeness. She said that she'd boiled the potion just to help Lind, so she didn't have to be like herself, forcing herself to bear an inexplicable excuse and could only sneak around. Why should I be so sneaky? Rania suddenly woke up. I'm the queen. There is no problem with the marriage between the queen and the duke, but Linda already has a fiancé. Based on her understanding of Linda, he will definitely not let Tioni go. He can't help being with her, and their relationship is not that good. It would be strange if he let Tioni go. Marriage is sacred, and can only be monogamous. It's impossible for her to give up Linda. I'm the queen. She has become the most powerful person in Shilu continent, and 2/3 of the land has been conquered by her. The reason why it is conquered rather than subjugated is because the population is not enough. Needless to say, talents are ordinary residents, who are not talented, and can only sweep the floor and brew wine. Even if the population of the whole country is dispersed, the talent gap cannot be filled. The power mainly led by the Rand Kingdom has a population of only over 200,000, and there are only a few thousand talents that can be used. Establishing a sphere of influence centered on the Rand Kingdom, the further out, the weaker the control. I have no choice. I have been speeding up the birth of children, but children cannot grow up in 1 or 2 years. They need to be nurtured and taught, and at least 10 years before they can be useful. Now Rania is the uncrowned master of Shilu continent. After conquering many lands, she will select some local dignitaries, who are willing to surrender to help her control them, and let them declare their loyalty to Rania. No one knows how long this loyalty can last. But no matter what, it is absolutely true that Rania can influence the entire Shilu continent with just one word. Your Majesty? The Red Knight looked at Rania strangely. From just now, she has been saying, I am the queen. The rabbit tooth, which beside her also looked at her strangely. Rania suddenly came to her senses. With her control, no matter how shaken her heart was, she could keep her expression calm and her heart be calm. No one could see her change. A deeper level would require magic detection. No one would have the courage to detect Her Majesty the Queen. Let's go back. By the way, Miss Miko, what else did the angel say? Rania was furious when she mentioned this. She was sure that the handsome angel she had never seen was Lind Armin. He had not given any news for many years, and was hiding his true colors when he came back. He brought those swords that could make the old nobles fearless of blood and quickly improve their strength. She would not be so arrogant as to think that Lind would deliberately look for a way to break the old noble's blood curse in order to improve his strength. It must be a coincidence. At most, he chose to become a ring knight first, so he could be happy for a while. What made her unhappy was that the rabbit tooth, which had a secret way of contacting Linda. She knew everything he did, but she, as the queen, didn't know anything. She promised to be loyal to her and protect her. Miko shook her head. I don't know. Rania couldn't help but curl her lips, as long as it's fair. Then she felt that her smile was a little worthless, because Linda took Tioni away and brought her with him every day. But he said that he has made initial progress in the magic land. Yes, I know. All of Linda's situations in the demon land can be known through the undead, including Linda's defeat of the Abyss, and his cooperation with the legendary Dragon Knight Hastings Mount, the Black Phosphorus King. She has read the novel version, the comic version, and the drama version countless times. She feels happy every time she reads it, and is happy for Linda's rapid improvement in strength. I want to go to the demon land. The rabbit tooth which said, the teacher said I have learned almost everything. The smile froze. I really envy the rabbit-toothed witch who can express her thoughts directly. Her Majesty should stay in the Rand Kingdom from any angle. Now she is sure that the development of Shilu continent can really help Linda. She can win over the undead from here, lead the undead, and help him when the undead go to the Devil Land. Your Majesty, the portal is open. The Red Knight reminded quietly. Her Majesty's state today is very strange, sometimes good and sometimes bad. Adhering to the principle of saying more mistakes, saying less mistakes, and not saying anything good, the Red Knight tried to make himself look smaller. But with his tall stature comparable to that of a walking building, this was difficult. The undead people on the roadside saw a very strange scene. The Queen and the witch were followed by a tall man who shrank his neck and moved timidly. The scene looked quite funny. The portal flickered. She had returned to Goliath. After this period of reconstruction, the Golden City not only restored its former prosperity, but even went a step further, as if it was built entirely of treasures. When the sun went down, the whole city radiated dazzling golden light, like a golden divine realm. When Rania returned to the palace, she found that the Minister of Finance Dorothy was reading comics. Why are you reading it too? That bastard Lind. Dorothy clenched her fists. He threw William to another dimension. The news that William had become a white wolf swordsman, and was still in the underground tomb of the Black Knight, had long been drawn by the undead. Those who could make up stories had already imagined a series of experiences, including how William became a werewolf for you. Different races. Dorothy stamped her feet. How could her brother like non-human things? The beast priestess named Solaris Ancient Echo looked too strange, just like a very beautiful dog standing up. Not hearing the queen's response, Miss Dorothy turned her head to look. Didn't see clearly. Dorothy, ? Forgot to wear glasses. Dorothy, oh. Now I can see clearly. Rania frowned as if she was thinking about something, very entangled. What's wrong with you? Dorothy walked to Rania and asked. Linda won't return to the kingdom of Rand. Yes. Dorothy nodded, of course he can't come back. She took out a book that recorded many stories, including what Linda did. He built a city called Warthrone, which is connected to 3 continents. Each continent has hundreds of countries, and the undead were born on the 3 continents. Dorothy paused when she mentioned this. If the undead hadn't written these details, she wouldn't have imagined that the outside world was so vast. We all know the importance of the undead. Although they are greedy, they are easily driven. Although they are disloyal, they are very persistent in completing tasks. But, if I don't control the undead, others will control them. If the enemy has them, and I don't, I will definitely lose. If Lin decides to be just an ordinary NPC and only cares about himself, he can do whatever he wants freely, but it is impossible, because NPCs who lose their power will become wild monsters in the eyes of the undead, and there is a risk of being killed. He must always stand at the forefront. Even if Dorothy didn't like Lin, she knew how heavy the burden was on Lin now. From the contact with the undead, it is not difficult to conclude how important it is to appear on the front line of the battlefield frequently, so that the undead will remember it. Wait! Looking at Rania's expression, Dorothy's heart trembled. You won't, your majesty. What? Rania suddenly woke up and perfectly controlled her expression. She has a fiancé. A man can only have one legal wife, and illegitimate children do not have the right of inheritance. Now Linda already has a fiancé, so is Rania going to be his mistress? Law, I am the queen. What do you want to do? The queen's expression was firm. Abolish monogamy, the faith in the gods has collapsed, and now every one of us who has obtained extraordinary power is a thief who steals the power of the gods. The magic potion steals the power of the gods, not the grant from previous practice. Since she had betrayed God, there was no need to continue to abide by her faith. Would anyone still believe in God? She had just killed a god. Pa. Dorothy slapped her shiny forehead. She said in an annoyed tone, You are miserable. You have fallen in love. What? Renija didn't understand. I learned it from the undead. Your method should work. She changed her monogamy just to have a good reason to marry Linda Armin. Love-brained. I know that. Renija smiled. The undead said you are love-brained. Ah, me? Dorothy opened her mouth and pointed at herself with her index finger. Go to the bookstore and look around. I heard the sales are pretty good. With the blessing of magic, many online novel writers have found new jobs in this world. They can write automatically with their heads moving, saving time and effort. Popular NPCs all have their own fanfiction. Why am I love-brained? Wait, who am I with? Linda. Why him again? And me. Ah? No one understood Dorothy's mood at this moment. She remembered that she had ordered her subordinates to occasionally go to Xinhua bookstore to buy some popular books. It seemed that her subordinates had deliberately chosen to avoid her. Eat melons, and eat them on yourself. Eat melons. This word is also learned from the undead. Dorothy is no longer in the mood to stop Her Majesty the Queen from making a new marriage law. The strength of the undead has ushered in a huge improvement, and the hero level will become normal, so the laws of the entire country must be reenacted. Dorothy has trained many financial talents. As soon as the undead grew stronger, she began to have people reformulate the finances to ensure that the undead, with increased strength, would not bring down the economy. Imagine hundreds of thousands, or even millions of heroes coming to spend money in revenge. That scene. Millions. In the past, the Kingdom of Rand would be happy for a long time if there were extraordinary people. The hero level could be recorded, and its story could be passed down for dozens or hundreds of years. The love of the hero level strong could be written into songs and adapted into dramas. Even the food they loved would become a glory that only the nobles were allowed to eat. Even if the swords they used were no longer sharp, they could be passed down from generation to generation as treasures. If the collapse is unavoidable, we can only divide the system, and the state has all the right to interpret. Perhaps because there are too many similar situations, Dorothy is unusually calm. The promulgation of the new law did not attract anyone's attention. The undead are too long to read. It was not until several popular science bloggers made videos and mentioned the updated provisions of the law that a small number of undead people became interested. What really made the undead pay attention to this matter on a large scale was that an undead married 3 female NPCs after discovering this law. A new version has arrived. Not only can men marry multiple wives, but women can also marry multiple husbands, as long as the law allows. Propose? Linda looked at the undead men and women who rushed to him in groups. He shook his head and refused. I already have a fiancé. Her Majesty Rania has made a new law. An undead man shouted to Linda, husband, polygamy and polyandry are allowed. Marry me. I marry you. I marry you. Fuck. He understood that these undead people were all here to brush their titles with him. Rania, what are you doing? Chapter 529, Kingdom of the Dead. Capture NPCs, improve favorability, and marry NPCs. It has nothing to do with anything else. I just want to marry. In the real world, marriage is difficult. Both the old and the young force themselves to lower their desires and reduce consumption. An extravagant act like marriage is not something that ordinary people can afford. But in the game world, it is completely fine. Not only can you marry, but you can marry as many as you want. Marriage laws are open. Linda is transformed into an undead again. Linda Alman, because of the sudden siege of the red name of the god some time ago, his planned capture plan had to be shelved. Now, in order to avoid a group of men and women, he had to pretend to be one of them. Who could imagine thousands of undead people shouting to him, I am not here to destroy this family, I am here to join this family. That scene, even Linda, who has been fighting with gods for a long time, couldn't stand it. Boss, how are you handling offline things? The magic bull found Linda online and immediately sent a private message. The King of Black Phosphorus has the ability to communicate with the mind, allowing Linda to access the hearts of the undead. This is also the method of the undead. Old Black. That's why he has not been exposed. Otherwise, he would have been like the old man in the scroll, thinking that his disguise was perfect, but in fact, in the eyes of the undead, he was just a walking task reward. He could not achieve barrier-free and delay-free contact with the whole world, but within the range of Lin's ability, the undead friends could sense that he had been online. Almost. You have missed a lot of key plots recently. Magic Bull was determined to hug his thighs. What else is more exciting than teaming up with 2 high-end players at the T0 level? Really? Linda didn't want to know what key plot he had missed. The other party may have seen that Linda didn't want to talk about this, so he changed the subject easily. You can watch videos on the internet to learn about any key plot. A game can support many video bloggers. You can say that your game experience is poor, but you can never say that you don't have a guide and don't understand the plot. For a popular game, even if there is only one sentence or one shot, there will be countless people who will appreciate it over and over again and extend a lot of content. A game that no one cares about may not even be translated into Chinese. Traffic is reality. Magic Bull, I'm getting married. Lind Armin? He asked questions not because he had problems, but because he thought Magic Bull had problems. Magic Bull, there are too many wolves and too little meat. Pretty female NPCs are almost all gone, and pretty male NPCs are also about to be gone. Lind Armin? He knew that the undead played very fancy, a group of guys who couldn't even take off their pants. At most they were talkative, and those who were tough could get some sweetness, but those who were soft probably wouldn't have a good experience for their partners. Magic Bull, you don't understand. Before the marriage law was updated, there was a guy called Still Bite Hard. He married an NPC wife who was very powerful. Is that a wife we married? That's a big thigh. Lind Armin, you're right. But don't say it. It's not uncommon to marry an NPC. For example, the all-female night team was created by undeads a long time ago. It's normal for the small head to control the big head, but it can't be developed. The reason is simple. The natives are not undead. They can't live their lives again. They don't have the belief to fight for everything. They just want to live a better life. The canaries in captivity are enjoying their wonderful lives. The warriors supported by the undead are improving in strength, but their combat effectiveness is improving very little. Because the cost is too high, the undead are not willing to let the characters they have trained die. They will feel sad when they are injured. They are all trained with money. They are all strawberry knights, and they will kneel down with a poke. Magic Bull, but you don't need to hug your thighs like a big boss. Alas, the NPCs we can marry are the most ordinary ones. NPCs with a little ability don't look down on us. If the undead treat betrayal as a daily routine, People with a little bit of thinking ability will not choose them as partners. Linda Arman, you can't even take off your pants. What can you do if you marry them? Magic Bull, you don't understand. You can marry a wife, then borrow sperm, give birth to a son and raise it yourself. Think about raising a child from scratch. Isn't it interesting? Fuck, there are bulls. It is indeed unacceptable to normal people, but if it is rational, undead people are normal. It's all gameplay. This game has so many ways to play. Seeing that Linda didn't reply, Magic Bull continued to send messages. What's wrong? Damn, brother, you are not a pure love party. Magic Bull suddenly felt that Linda's image became very three-dimensional. A person who has been online for a short time, but can always rush to the first echelon of strength is probably a real person in life. How can I let you be clean? Get dirty, bastard. Let you taste the magic of Nyo-Nyo. Magic Bull continued to send messages. Raising a child is part of the game. Have you ever played Crusader Kings? It's fun, and isn't it normal to find an NPC with good attributes and genes to give birth to an heir? It's not normal at all. Lind Alman, from what you said, you have found a target for borrowing seeds? Magic Bull, of course it's Lind Alman, not you, I mean that NPC, but it's very difficult. I guess the probability of getting a seeds in the game is as low as catching a shiny Pokemon, so you can only think about it. Lind Alman, will you come and give me the story guide for the Great Shield? He no longer wanted to continue this topic. Old Black would of course come with Lind. At this stage, the story of the Ring Knight in 2.2 has become less important. Except for the Black Knight Underground Cemetery, which maintains basic safety, and no gods dare to provoke it, other areas are facing collapse. Lind needs more old nobles to make ring knights. He has a lot of magic ring fragments, but he can't help at this stage. If he wants to stop the gods of the 3 continents from going crazy, not to mention Lind, even the King of Kings of the Demon Land, Grand Duke Hein, can't do it. Look, what is this? Old Black was eager to show off his new cape as soon as he came over. Magic Bull was always enthusiastic. Damn, what kind of equipment is this, boss? It's so cool. Of course it is cool. The cape made by a top 7th ring master, with a piece of his own shed dragon skin, has the best defense effect and appearance. Even Lind's ghost cape can't compare. The Black Phosphorus King is of the same level as ordinary gods, or even stronger, and the dragon skin is quite precious. Rare equipment, exclusive to the King of Black Phosphorus. Old Black did not forget to advertise himself. Magic Bull rubbed his hands. I want to kill the King of Black Phosphorus. This dragon is simply the fattest I have ever seen. Old Black, ? Ha ha ha. Linda couldn't help laughing. Although the undead at this stage will never have a chance to kill the King of Black Phosphorus unless they obtain other means of attack, or their level is increased again. When Old Black's eyes swept over, Linda immediately stopped laughing. Let's go, continue the mission. He is the most handsome mount, so you can give him some face. The 7-ring old dragon is lying on his territory. Who knows if he will suddenly explode because of a bad mood? Safety is the priority. After the Magic Bull simply expressed his envy, he pulled the topic back to marriage. Linda has an official website. Now he can draw a set of undead skins and put them on. He can also chat privately. He is already an impeccable undead, but Lao Hei is not. The popular marriage only exists in many videos on the official website. For Lao Hei, he can only see that all the undead seem to be crazy. No matter whether they are human or not, they dare to rush up to propose marriage. Magic Bull, do you know how much my gift is? Gift, this is the magical Middle Ages. Who dares to ask for a gift? Old Black shook his head blankly. Linda asked, how much? He wanted to see how many stupid things the idiot, who brought the dregs into this world, had done, that made people want to strangle him to death. A set of secret pattern armor, a sword with enhanced fire attributes. Linda, Old Black, ? Very good, it fits his stereotype of the undead. Along the way, the Magic Bull was very good at talking, and Old Black also slowly figured out the situation. The old thing who had lived for so long had a mind that was not comparable to that of an undead living in a greenhouse. The two sides talked happily, although Linda felt that it was more like Old Black was unilaterally asking questions, guiding the Magic Bull to tell everything he knew, and the Magic Bull didn't care at all. He had a strong desire to talk, just wanted to say, "We're here." Linda interrupted the two people who were chatting. The Great Shield has been very quiet recently, maybe because of role-playing. The function attracted a group of undead who thought they had hidden plots, and everyone wanted to go to the kingdom of the dead. But now the undead couldn't spare any time, and the Great Shield who was chased and questioned also lost interest. He himself didn't care, and still looked into the distance. We are going to the kingdom of the dead. This was not the first time they came, but the Great Shield's teleportation technology was really not good, and even if they were allowed to go, they always went the wrong way. A few times, they really went to the plane where the undead were, fought in the narrow space, and then completed the main line that could not be called quests. After completing so many quests, why is there no increase in favorability? Magic Cow was very confused. Lind understood very well that those so-called quests were all miscellaneous. If you keep bothering others to do things, there will be only hatred and no gratitude. Wan Dashield only wanted to defend the kingdom of the dead. Maybe he had the idea of fighting back, but all of this had a premise, that is, the residents of the city of the dead could not come to this plane. Lind was very sure that the kingdom of the dead was a place that must be visited. Just because there was a new dungeon for the undead to open, it was worth a trip. Are you really going? The Great Shield suddenly spoke. There were only 3 ordinary undeads in front of him. In addition to the chattering undead, he felt a familiar dangerous aura from the other 2 undeads. But when he carefully sensed them, he found that they were just ordinary undeads. He came here several times before just to find a way to go to the kingdom of the dead. That kingdom has been completely occupied by the undead. There are endless undeads, it is very dangerous, and I can't pay you, but if you can meet the king there, I hope you can give him relief. Mission. The Magic Bull was surprised. After grinding for so long, I finally unlocked the correct option. So how did we trigger it? Of course, Lao Hei and Lind, who had come here several times and had no patience, released some murderous aura. One of them killed randomly among the 5th ring strongmen, and the other was the best among the 7th ring. It was easy to deal with the Great Shield with only 5th ring strength. The space gate opened, and the Great Shield seemed very difficult to do all this. The 5th ring strength had to use other abilities to barely open this door to the kingdom of the dead. When the 3 people stepped on the land with serious desertification, a deserted, empty, and dilapidated new map appeared in front of them. I've been here before. Lao Hei was chatting privately with Lind. They chatted privately more easily than the undead. The most direct communication of consciousness can make the other party receive the communication as soon as the thoughts are released in the mind. The undead also have to read text and emoticons, which is easily distracted. A deserted place. That's right. Ahead was a ruined city, lazily piled up in the dim and lightless world. Looking around, there were towers that had collapsed due to the corrosion of life, broken palaces, and walls covered with white corpses. No one knew what this country was called. There were countless countries that were completely buried in the long river of time because of an accident. Similar tragic fates were not unfamiliar to many countries and continents. Many countries were even experiencing destruction at this moment. If Lind hadn't appeared, the Rand Kingdom would have been the same. The destruction of the great civilization of the past made the undead sigh one after another. Lind and Lao Hei were much calmer. They would not sigh for others easily. In addition to enjoying life, they might be generous with their kindness, but in most cases, killing potential threats was their main goal. The number of undead was astonishing, and it seemed that there were no strong ones. No one alive? The 3 walked into the city of the dead, and nothing rushed over. Buildings shrouded in shadows, empty houses, no signs of life. Here they come! The Magic Bull rushed over and smashed a skeletal soldier who stood up shakily, and the bones were scattered all over the ground. That's it? He was a little dissatisfied. Rumble, there was a sound in front. Looking up, a green ocean came. Fuck! The Magic Bull couldn't help but swear. Run! Linda and Lao Hei reacted in time. If they wanted to fight hard, it wouldn't be a big problem, but it was not suitable. When they rushed up the cliff along the mountain, they turned around and looked back and found that the green ocean had filled the entire city and was watering unconsciously. The real kingdom of the dead. Chapter 530 NPCs also want to improve. When Magic Bull only posted the video of the Dead Kingdom dungeon, it did not attract much attention from the undead. The house was stolen, the tower was demolished, the wife was dead, and the armor was kicked off by the red-named gods. In this case, who would care about a mere dungeon? Most undead are keen to be mercenaries and help others deal with other gods. It is impossible to kill them. Gods are not fools. If they can't beat them, they will run away. Most people can only fight back. When will it end? Crawling on the ruined wall at the foot of the cliff, Baici scratched her head with the staff in her hand, watching the huge figure in front of her turn around and try to escape after losing half of her health, but there was nothing she could do. It's hard to pull hatred. Just run away after losing half of her health. The boss didn't use fast and slow swords, didn't read orders, and actually used military tactics. The undead, who couldn't beat the boss in the first place, are now even more troubled. In order to fight the gods, many undead have emptied their pockets, and can only go mining to collect materials, and do some tedious work. The merchants in the main cities of various places benefited the most. There were too many materials in the frontline battlefields, and inflation occurred. Trading became popular again. Let's recover. The one shouting loudly on the side was the old partner Sisterly. The favorite White Silk responded with a shout, "Here it comes!" He quickly rubbed his hands to restore magic, and the green energy ball jumped to his palm. He stepped back half a step, and made a throwing motion. The energy ball exploded in the air, turning into a green energy shield that covered the surrounding area of 100 meters. The undead people in the range immediately felt a strong sense of confidence rising in their hearts. The depressed feeling that the boss was going to escape disappeared, and a powerful force penetrated downwards and drilled into the skin, quickly activating the already exhausted and weak body. "It's getting exciting. Don't hide, hurry up." A mess of voices came, and the undead people began to release their strongest long-range skills. Some undead people were not good at long range, so they chose to throw magic bombs, as long as they could cause damage. The giant flying monster made of colorful stone spread its wings and tried to escape. The half-health bar on its head made it difficult for the undead to concentrate on fighting. After grinding for so long, everyone was only able to kill half of the opponent's health. The remaining half of the health bar could not be solved in a short time. Watching the giant flying away gracefully, no one said to give up. What if? It would be great if the hatred could be pulled back. The bombing made the number on the opponent's head jump, but the reduction in the health bar was minimal. Just when everyone thought there was no hope, something emitting the light of equipment fell. Something was shot down. Finally, the material was revealed. They watched the elegant giant stretched out its swan-like neck and flew away, but under the persistent bombardment of the undead, it had to leave something behind. The direction where the thing fell was the ruins of the main city that was almost completely lost. As the war stalemated, the gods attacked fiercely, and the undead could not stop their pace of destruction. The main city was already devastated, and everyone could only fight while retreating continuously to keep a safe distance. Otherwise, if they lose their safe position, it is hard to say where they will be resurrected from in the future. Boom! The meteor fell, and under the gaze of many undead people, it hit the ground and shattered into pieces. Everyone present seemed to hear the sound of heartbreak. The closest favorite Bicey rushed over at the first time, looking at the countless fragments lying in the big pit that was smashed, and her heart was even more sad. What's the use of this thing? The undead people who came over squatted down and picked up a piece of fragment. The fragments of different sizes scattered throughout the big pit were nothing special. It's not very strong, and I didn't see anything special after picking it up. After all, it's a piece of divine hair that fell from a god, so it must be useful, at least a little useful. Goddamn divine hair. Some people complained, but no one thought it was useless. Everyone simply collected a part of it, just in case it was really valuable. If it could be used to forge equipment, it would be a huge profit. The favorite White Silk observed the fragment for a long time, and others did the same, but soon lost interest. "I'm offline," Sisterly Wansway said, seeing that her favorite Bicey was still observing the fragments. She walked over and said, "Did you figure out what it was? Look, does it look like a puzzle?" There were more than a dozen colorful stones in front of her favorite Bicey. There was a small pile of scattered stones, but 5 of them were spliced along the lines, and it looked like there was some strange pattern. Puzzle? Sisterly Wansway was shocked. "Hey, do you think it could be a rune? Even if the specific principle of the strange magic pattern is unknown, as long as it is copied, it can play a role similar to a magic circle." During this period of contact with the Mechanicus, all the undead have several related equipment. The difference from stone is that the magic structure of the Mechanicus is inextricably linked to gears. Those delicate gears are the indispensable core, while the magic patterns are more like unimportant components used for stability. "I think it's possible." Favorite White Silk nodded quickly. "This is interesting. The big bird looks like a stone, but it can move, which must be related to these runes. We should get more fragments and try to piece them together." "Why?" Sisterly Wansway asked. "That bird is 3 stories high, and its wings are so big that we can't get so many fragments even if we die." Favorite White Silk shook her head decisively. "It's just a piece of information, and it's not sure whether it can be used. There's no need to go bankrupt. Release it? I think we can report it to the NPC." The NPCs in this world are very smart, and can always do things that surprise the undead. It's not uncommon for undead to be deceived by NPCs, to work hard and be seduced. Of course, this kind of NPC will be considered as a red-named wild monster by the undead, and they will be killed directly with a very upright image. All evil will eventually be brought to justice. NPCs that do not cheat and kill people, and occasionally get cheated, are good NPCs. Okay, no more chatting, I'm starving. Sisterly Wansway rubbed her stomach. I'm offline. Go, I'm not in a hurry. Favorite White Silk waved her hand to drive the other party away. He decided to find a few more undead to ask them for fragments to prove the authenticity of his assumptions. You must secretly take on secret missions. You know from playing games that many missions are unique and time-limited. Even a branch you push or an action you accidentally do may directly affect the mission. The game is easy to get started, but difficult to master. He did not rush to take action, but continued to search in the pit himself and found a lot of fragments. After confirming that the fragments were just ordinary fragments and not magic materials, the other undead were not so concerned about collecting them. That's right. Favored by C looked at the incomplete rune that she had pieced together with dozens of fragments, and became more and more certain of her previous guess. Hidden mission. Finally, there is new material. There are too many bastards who take photos under skirts now. As a video blogger, he has a lot of competition pressure, and he has to come up with some new tricks occasionally. After finally getting together with Sisterly Wansway to play together, they began to have a headache about who to report the information to. In the past, they could report it to Linda, but Linda was because of proposal. The incident has already gone into hiding. There is no need to think about the local NPCs. They are almost wiped out. If it weren't for the free help of the undead, this land would definitely not be able to keep the last life, although after the participation of the undead, the persecution of this land seems to be more. Hey, there are new NPC caravans in the market? The undead caravans are very popular, and some NPCs will take the initiative to run business and hire a large number of undead to protect themselves. The caravan not only undertakes the task of transportation, but also undertakes the task of sending letters. Of course, the biggest benefit for the undead is the task. The protected NPCs are like task-issuing machines, and they will give tasks from time to time. Therefore, many escort missions were rushed. There was no way, there were too few NPCs, too many undead, too many wolves, and little meat, and everyone had to compete. It seems to be a caravan from the Kingdom of Rand. Another mission? The two of them moved closer, and indeed found the familiar dragon flag of the Kingdom of Rand, and the flag of the Black Law vampire Queen Melon. It's the Scarlet Noble. The overall strength of the undead has completely surpassed the blood race. The hero rank allows them to walk sideways, and there is also an advantage in numbers. If it weren't for the mission, the undead vampires would definitely be chopped into meat sauce. The situation is not looking good now. Everyone looks at the vampire NPC with shining eyes, wishing to squeeze them dry. The transaction is going on very quickly, and the materials are overflowing. Some people also found the vampire NPC of the caravan with colorful shards. When Zuei by C and the others walked over, they heard an undead holding a piece of shard and boasting. This is taken from the body of a god. It is definitely worth a lot. The vampire NPC was unmoved. The undead, trust me, really, you can ask other people. The undead present also nodded. Yes, it really was dropped by the gods, absolutely rare material. We don't want much, but you know the value of treasures. If you don't have a good relationship, I really won't sell it. See if this thing is related to some story? Everyone picked up a little bit. If they can really sell it and make a lot of money, no one wants to miss it. Even if they can't make a lot of money, a little money is also fine. But the Blood Clan NPC just took a simple look at the colorful stones and lost interest. This is just a very ordinary glass gem. Before the end of the world, gems were very valuable. Now, only magic ores that can enhance strength are precious. Beautiful gems are just ordinary stones and worthless. The undead people who knew this kept pestering for a while, and finally chose to leave reluctantly. But there were only a few people who threw stones. What if? There are always people who hypnotize themselves. The boss is here again! The shouts from afar attracted the attention of the undead people, just like they were not going to let the colorful stone bird go, and the god who had already hit the real fire. I don't want to let them go. Only by completely destroying the whole country can I calm down the anger in their hearts. Zuei by C finally found an opportunity and approached the vampire NPC. I discovered a secret. Those stones are actually wonderful runes with special magical effects. We believe there must be a very important secret inside. Seeing that the other party remained unmoved, Zui Bai lowered her voice and said in a very serious tone, Linda Alman must be very interested. He has issued similar tasks to us before. This vampire NPC is actually one of the original Scarlet Nobles. He followed Redwald Hedwyn in the early years. Later, when the Black Knight came to eliminate Redwald, he naturally chose to be loyal to the Black Law vampire Queen Melulin. The undead were once very weak. They prayed to join the vampires, but they could only become the lowest blood wards. However, with the development, the strength of the Scarlet Nobles is still stagnant, while the undead are soaring into the sky one by one, and their strength is growing wildly. A hero-level undead is nothing. What about 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000? Want to be stronger? The vampires are used to enjoying themselves. If they could work hard to improve their strength, they would have done it long ago. But because they can't do it, many vampires hope to be valued by Melulin, or more precisely, by the Black Knight behind Melulin. The existence of the undead makes the story of Lind Alman deified. He is an absolute strongman, the strongman behind Melulin, the strongman behind Rania, and the butcher of the gods. When the Scarlet Noble heard that it was related to Lind, his expression finally changed. He wanted to improve so much. The undead always lied, and only part of what they said could be believed. What have you researched? The Scarlet Noble asked. Is it a feature to be able to make dead things move? It's a good thing to be able to communicate. I love Bicey to move people with emotion and reason. That thing must hide some secrets, and Linda must be interested in this secret. No one is sure whether it is true or false. I will tell Melulin about this. The Scarlet Noble said, follow her orders, and if there is a chance, I will also mention the Black Knight. You should continue to collect stones, and investigate the secrets hidden behind them. This is a tacit cooperation between the NPC and the undead. The undead used all their rhetoric to dig up tasks, and the Scarlet Nobles wanted to improve so much that they issued tasks even though there were none. If Lind was really interested in the secrets of the stone bird, they would all have a huge gain. Even if he was not really interested, the benefits of destroying a god would be enough to justify this mission. Of course, for sure. Lind didn't know where he was hiding, but if he could lure Melulin here, it would be fine. Even if Melulin couldn't beat the stone bird, it would definitely not be difficult to hold him back. Now the undeads can't beat the big thing, they can't catch up with it, and they don't even know where the other party's lair is, otherwise they wouldn't be so passive. He watched the Scarlet Nobles leave, and he breathed a sigh of relief. NPC is really not easy to fool. Favorite White Silk turned around and found that Sisterly Wan Sui had a serious expression. What's wrong? Why do I feel something is wrong? Sisterly Wan Sui said, let's continue investigating this task. Don't be fooled by their exaggerated words. In fact, they can't come up with anything useful. The colorful stone must not be a task prerequisite. If it was, other undeads would have completed it long ago. It's more like they used their eloquence to persuade the Blood Clan NPC to issue a task. It's so weird. Chapter 531. This is the feeling of hugging thighs, so cool. Black Swamp Kingdom, Thousand Faces City. The big red curtains fell freely from a height of more than 10 meters, like a blood river waterfall spilling on the ground. The bright red cashmere carpet covered the ground. Melulin, sitting sideways on the throne, held a small sword in her hand. This is something Lind gave her, a sword made of magic ring fragments. It was so delicate that it looked like a sword that had been shrunk by more than 10 times, only the size of a finger, and it would flicker when the fingers were slightly squeezed. Under the robe, the white calf was raised, and the slender ankle streamline made people dry their mouths. Without shoes, the round and smooth white feet were suspended in the air. Melulin gently touched the blade with her index finger. Hiss. She took a breath of cool air. The index finger was cut, and bright red blood slid out of the wound, but the wound healed in the blink of an eye, so that she only saw a wound on the fingertip. Because of the accidental injury, the raised foot curled up subconsciously. Recently, many people under her have been very strange, and Melulin, the Queen of Black Law, has discovered this. Those vampires, who only like to sleep, suddenly became nervous, and became very keen on work. The pressure came from the undead. After becoming powerful, the undead turned their faces faster than turning the pages of a book. Not only the vampires under her were nervous, but Melulin was also eager to improve her own strength. The sword in her hand was a choice Linda gave her to improve her strength. As an old noble, she carried the fragment of the magic ring and became a ring knight. However, after becoming a ring knight, she would be taken into Linda's war throne. Ring Knight is the angel that Lind created for himself, and he has never hidden his thoughts. Ring Sister Tioni, Golden Queen Rania, and Red Knight are now all members of Ring Knight. Melon did not resist helping Lind. The inexplicable synchronization at the beginning made her have absolute trust in Lind, and becoming a ring knight, Melon's strength that has been unable to improve for a long time will also usher in a new growth. But Lind also gave her another choice. Become a god. The once high-ranking gods have become commodities on the shelves. The divine power can be sold privately. My Lulin never thought that such a day would come. And you can choose whatever god you want to be. All the gods who follow Linda loyally can be selected. There are many gods under Linda, such as the current sword demon. Its divine power is very compatible with my Lulin. The more it fights, the more bloodthirsty and powerful it becomes. It is a perfect match for the Blood Clan. It was just that the frenzy of fighting would deprive her of her rationality, so Melulin refused the opportunity to become a new god. She had a thirst for power, but she valued herself more. Melulin believed in Lind's judgment. Why didn't he choose to become a god? Besides, the news that the undead defeated the gods and even killed the gods came one after another, and the gods were no longer high and mighty. The heavy sound of the door being pushed open struggled to catch up with the hurried footsteps. Melulin spread her hands, and the magic ring fragment sword in her hand penetrated into her neck, becoming a tiny bright light, which was blocked by her long hair. The people who came were Scarlet Ladies. Scarlet Ladies, who used to only do dirty work, have now completely become real maids. It is better to let Scarlet Ladies tell the undeads many things than to let them do them. The undeads do things themselves, which is more effective and less dangerous, and will never fail. In the dictionary of the undeads, as long as there is no time limit for the task, there is absolutely no failure. Any boss can be defeated as long as the health bar is bright. Scarlet Ladies bent down. Your Majesty, Ed said he brought back important news and asked for a meeting outside the door. Ed? Melulin still maintained a lazy posture, but she still had the aura of a queen. Unlike the aura of a king, she was the superior blood of the vampire clan leader, so the vampires had to bear more mental pressure when facing her. Isn't he busy in the caravan? Melulin and Dorothy had a simple business communication. One side. Fair and just. The goods can only appear in the official power store of the Rand Kingdom, including some out-of-print goods that are impossible to buy with money and points alone, limited purchase, rare quantity, pre-order, sold out in seconds, etc. At this time, Melulin can appear. With the Blood Clan as the leader, the Thousand Faces city of the Black Swamp Kingdom as the main body, and the secret markets of many other kingdoms as retail channels, the goods that the undead want can be bought at dozens of times the price. If you make a reservation in full, you can get it soon. It is said that the Blood Clan has a nickname of Scalper Clan recently. Some people say that Melulin does not drink wine, but the blood and sweat squeeze from the undead. She does not eat beef, but the meat of the undead. The overall strength of the Blood Clan is not as good as that of the Rand Kingdom, and Melulin has never thought of surpassing Rania and others. It is good to be an official scalper. Although the Blood Clan is not big, the income is very exaggerated, which can support 1/10 of Linda's income in the Sheila continent. Not only Melulin, but also Rania, Dorothy and others also value the caravan, and will never allow the caravan to have problems. Let it come over. The Blood Clan under his command is impatient. After many Scarlet nobles started to run businesses, they made a lot of money by relying on the absolute advantage of no competition. The Scarlet nobleman's steps were elegant even in his haste. His robes were torn apart by the airflow as he ran, like a bat spreading its wings to glide, allowing him to quickly glide in front of Melulin. Great Melulin, your most loyal child, Ed, I offer you eternal blessings. He lowered his head and spoke in a fast but not disgusting tone. The fact that the vampires could calmly deal with the undead without being attacked by swords and knives was definitely due to their ability to treat people with aristocratic elegance. The gentle way of speaking, the elegant but not disgusting chat style, and the unique high-value charm of the blood race that is popular with both men and women are a sure kill for the undead, who only like appearance. Melulin looked at Ed, who kept his head down, and said, Ed, you shouldn't be here. Yes, but I got a message about a god. The Sheila continent is full of gods, Melulin said. Regarding the situation in Sheila continent, although the NPCs don't know as much as the undead, they definitely don't know less. You can learn a thing or two from the many books published by the undead. Many NPCs are forced to expand their horizons, and the top leaders know more. 3 continents, the material plane, the magic land, etc., especially now that Lin can communicate with them relatively freely, Sheila continent has no secrets in my Lulin's eyes. Undead people are Lin's eyes and her eyes. This group of people are shameless paper people who are willing to do striptease on the spot after receiving the task. But then again, Shilu continent is full of gods, and each god represents a huge fortune. The undead have been entangled with the gods for a long time, but few have succeeded. She and Lind would not intervene easily. No one could be sure whether there would be a second alliance. If dozens of gods suddenly joined forces, even the king of Black Phosphorus would be scared. They did not want to provoke the gods that could not be easily killed, and they mainly drove them away. Scarlet Noble Ed said, "This is a solitary god. I suspect that he may not be a god, but a part of the gods. There is no point in being alone if you can't kill him. A strong man with 5th and 6th rings is trying his best to escape. Can anyone really stop him?" Instead, it was the words of part of a god that came later that made Melulin more concerned. It was a big bird made of colorful stones. After its body was destroyed, a piece of it fell off, and it could be pieced together to form a magic pattern. Ed talked about his analysis. It didn't matter whether there were other gods behind the stone bird, as long as he could facilitate the task of hunting gods this time. Maybe he is not a god. Maybe he is a puppet made by a stronger person. He is alone, and definitely has no helpers. He does things like crazy, not very smart, but has a very strong intuition about life threats. Ed sorted out his thoughts. It's not difficult to issue a task. He is an NPC. That's what the undead call them. Non-hostile, non-undead people can be called NPCs. NPCs can issue tasks as long as they give enough rewards. The difficulty lies in how to complete the task. The strength of the undead is not enough. His strength may not even be enough for Melulin. Only Lind can do it. No matter how bad the reward for killing a god is, it won't make Lind angry. The first step is to convince Melulin. If you want to make progress, you must create opportunities for the leader. If I don't make progress for the leader, who will? But before he finished speaking, Melulin suddenly spoke. Okay. I do it. You? Melulin, who suddenly had a new power, was looking forward to finding an opponent to experiment with. The huge stone bird, which was alone and had weak attack power, was the best target. Outside the kingdom of the dead, Great Shield Rodvig quietly watched the increasing number of undead in front of him. After Lind and the other two went there, more and more undead came and asked to enter the kingdom of the dead by name, and some shamelessly stretched out their hands to ask for rewards. Rodvig gave those undead, who had no sense a punch, making sure to send them back to the resurrection point. Just like cockroaches, once one appears, they will continue to come out from all unexpected corners. Let us go in, Lao Luo. Let's go in and get some stuff. Yeah, do you really have the heart to let others eat alone? Those 3 bastards are almost killing the boss. Boss, the undead people refer to the strong. Wayandaden, who doesn't communicate much with the undead, is not unfamiliar with this nickname. The 12 gods were called 12 boss. Damn, the 3 of them have already killed their lives in front of the undead king. It's so hot. No one knows what Wayandaden's expression is with his whole face hidden under the peeping eyes, but he still can't help asking, Undead King? What did you see? It is no secret that the undead have a terrifying mysterious communication ability. Once an undead knows something, all the undead in the world will know it. Otherwise, why did the gods hide like themselves after the alliance was broken? There are no secrets in the eyes of the undead. It's those 3 undead. An undead rolled his eyes. Lao Luo, why don't you give me a task and I explain it to you on the spot? Just give me a set of artifacts. The Great Shield wanted to nod in agreement. He kept his promise to protect the country devoured by the undead, but he was unable to go because of his lack of strength. If someone could really deal with the ghosts inside, it would be good. He was very curious about what happened inside. A set of artifacts was not precious. But he also had principles. He must not let the undead in. The undead were too weak and would collapse without discipline. If the undead were brought out, it would trigger a new undead disaster and all living things would be devastated. I can also explain, I just want a magic weapon. Me? I don't want a magic weapon. I don't want anything, I pay you to let me talk. Damn, why are there still people who are maliciously rolling inward, you bunch of scabs? Isn't the earth enough for you to harm? Get out of here. Damn, what a cool knife. An undead suddenly exclaimed. Then someone started the live commentary. Old Black Suit is really amazing. The resistance is full, damn. He stuck the shield into the ground. Boom. The undead king wielded the blade of the undead king in his hand, and the green energy wave cut the ground, blowing away the carefully laid tiles. The shock wave wrapped in slag arrived in an instant. Lao He suddenly untied the big shield on his back and stuck it into the ground. The bombardment came as expected, and the shield trembled violently. Lao He seemed to be about to be knocked over by the impact, but his body was shaking, always in a state of a tumbler that was about to fall, but didn't fall. When the bombardment stopped, the shield in Lao Hei's hand suddenly stopped. Boom! A strong bombardment broke out, knocking the undead king over. Fuck! The magic bull was stunned. He had seen the anti-damage shield. As long as the magic combination was good enough, it was not difficult to make himself unharmed and the opponent slightly injured. But what did he see? Old Black actually used the shield to completely absorb the attack of the undead king, and then used the release power to beat the undead king to a low health. A figure rushed towards the undead king. It was Lind. Fuck. The magic bull cursed again. How strong must this big guy's attributes be? The Black Knight's great sword can improve strength after transformation, but it is not endless. Judging from the burst speed of Brother Lind Alman, he is probably a fast man who only strengthens speed. So handsome. Looking at Lind Alman, who was madly outputting to the undead king, Magic Bull was envious and shouted 666. He is already a ruthless 666 machine. Especially seeing the health bar of the boss undead king quickly reduced, he felt a sense of pride. This is the feeling of hugging thighs, so cool. The health bar is emptied. Fuck, is there such a big difference between ordinary players and high-end players in the current version? Magic Bull couldn't help but sigh. No wonder ordinary players play games, and the game content of rich players is ordinary players. The game balance is really bad. I can't help but complain first, and I'm definitely not jealous. But Lind Alman hasn't stopped yet, and continues to attack. Still puzzled, does the big guy have a special hobby of whipping corpses? The fallen undead king began to twist and struggle violently, and stood up among all the undead, who were watching this unprecedented boss battle of 2-1 versus God. It's the second stage! The Magic Bull shouted. Lind Alman quickly turned around and fled, hiding behind the shield of Old Black. More violent bombardment came again. This time Old Black was still in a state of being about to fall. Old Black thought to himself that it was not good, and blinked at Lind beside him, trying to ask what to do. It was strange that he was holding on without falling just now. This was not the strength that an undead person could possess at this stage. Lind didn't even look at him. He was going to launch a second attack while the bombardment was over, so he quickly finished the job. Only the Magic Bull envied. A shield that becomes stronger when facing a stronger opponent, it's great. He didn't see any problem at all. The shield unconditionally resisted damage, 100% reduction, and then counterattack. They didn't think there was a problem, they were just jealous and wanted it. Chapter 532, Undead Version of Synthetic Watermelon. Old Black took out a big black and hard shield and bounced back all the attacks of the undead king. The undead danced in front of the majestic shield. Bye-bye. Bounce back. Several people were in a playful mood, gesticulating and laughing. The majestic shield remained silent. To this day, only a few undead insisted on going in to fight the boss. Most of the undead were just watching the fun. Anyway, they couldn't get the boss, so there was no need to fight. Undead people don't care when facing NPCs stronger than themselves. But when facing undead people stronger than themselves, they can only boast and offer their own waves of flattery. Damn, these two guys are too strong. Is there such a thing? It's not right, it's not the plot. The undead people who watched the live broadcast expressed their confusion. The health bar can't be faked, and the scale of destruction can't be faked. Then why can two level 30 undead people fly kites and fight each other? Judging from the situation, they are in control of the battle rhythm. Ah! The Magic Bull also saw this scene, and changed from the initial lack of confidence to strong confidence. I can do it too. There must be enhancements in this map copy. Watch me kill it with one sword. The wind blew. Lind hid behind Lao Hei's shield, and watched the Magic Bull being overturned by the storm, smashed to the ground and turned into ashes, and was killed instantly. Lind, ? Lao Hei, ? Great shield. A figure appeared at the resurrection point under the mountain, where Rodvid was. Magic Bull, ? I was killed in 1 second. It turned out that he was not strengthened. It was really those two big legs that were too strong. So strong that they could fight the boss head-on. Damn, my experience, my equipment, my... The Magic Bull immediately rushed to the location of the Great Shield, squeezed the undead around and rushed in front of it. Lao Luo, let me in. Do you still remember me? The Great Shield remained silent. He could tell that the strength of Linda and Lao Hei was not something he could provoke. He just opened a door. It was not important. They could find a way to enter without him. There is no need to pay attention to the weak immortals. The live broadcast is interrupted. There was a cry of grief at the scene. Some people looked at Magic Bull and hated him for not fighting. What a good time to increase fans. It would be so good to be a little jerk with a camera on his head and slowly get traffic. Why rush out to die? Now everyone has no fun to watch. Someone asked, will those two big guys start a live broadcast? Magic Bull. No, they are all lone wolves, and they are a bit socially anxious. Ask the big guys to start a live broadcast. Okay, I ask. The Kingdom of the Dead, the City of the Dead, whatever this place is called, this war is like an annoying child, jumping in the sand castle on the beach, destroying everything. The green ghost ocean surged, they piled up in one place. Their bodies rolled and entangled, tightly pressed against each other, and rushed towards Lind and Lao Hei from all directions. Without the undead on the scene, Lind didn't have to hide his strength. His original plan was to let the undead use the Kingdom of the Dead as a copy to improve their strength, and then stimulate the undead's subjective initiative, so that the undead would roleplay to investigate the plot first. After that, open up the side dungeon as the game process. Unfortunately, the undead, who had grown stronger, turned against the gods and attacked them directly, turning the era of the awakening of the gods into the era of red-named bosses in the whole map. This is not a real game world, so there is no absolute favorability system. In the eyes of the gods, 70 out of 100 undead are traitors, and the remaining 30 will also be classified as betrayers by default. Lin's dungeon development plan can only be temporarily shelved. Plans can't keep up with changes. He wanted to capture the gods for his own use, not to keep killing them. Even if Lin could wake the gods up again, when the number of gods with hatred increased, it would eventually get out of control. The green wave rolled into the sky, and the green snake formed by hundreds and thousands of ghosts opened its mouth in the air and pounced down at Lin's position. Lin held the sword with both hands, and the soul blade gathered in his hands. He raised his sword to meet the attack. The green ghost snake collapsed, and the azure soul blade cut it in half horizontally from the snake's mouth. The ghosts that came into direct contact turned into ashes on the spot, and the remaining ghosts turned into scattered dry bones, falling down with a crash, and a green rain fell on this dark sky. Left foot on the ground. Lunge. Lin stretched out his left hand and pointed at the undead king. His right hand grabbed the soul blade and pulled it back. It looked like he was bending a bow and shooting an arrow, but it also looked like he was accumulating strength to prepare for the next full-strength attack. Flames erupted from Lin's back, and the arrogant flame wings spread out like flowers, forcibly tearing a big hole in the green wave. Whoosh, the flame shrank, and Lin's figure turned into a beam of light with blue in front and red in the back. The undead king was still shaking his body, trying to lift the sword of the undead king in his hand to swing the next sword, but the sense of crisis in his soul reminded him that the enemy had rushed to his face. Linda stepped on the head of the undead king with both feet, and the fire column behind him, which was sprayed with powerful propulsion, rotated and changed its direction from horizontal to top to bottom, helping Linda to step on him. The soul blade pierced through the neck of the undead king. If there were undead people at the scene, they would have seen that the undead king was very difficult to kill, and at this moment, half of his health bar disappeared out of thin air. The undead king opened his mouth and tried to struggle, but could not move. Linda, who was carrying the sky-high flames, kept stepping on his head, making it impossible for him to turn over, and the soul blade kept weakening his soul power. Met the nemesis. What's wrong? Linda suddenly spoke. The magic bull actually privately chatted with him. Boss, do you want to start a live broadcast? Otherwise it would be a pity to miss the scene of fighting the boss. You have already killed the boss in seconds? Start a live broadcast? He is just a visitor now, without a login account, and is not qualified to start a live broadcast. How is it possible? The undead king is too strong. I have no power to fight back. Linda's tone is solemn. The two of us can only try, but I feel that we still can't beat him. The undead king, who was stepped on by Lind, wanted to move, but the azure soul blade reminded him to accept Lin's flattery. You and Lao Hei killed so handsomely, I thought we had one. Let's do it later. The monsters in this dungeon are too strong. We will go out later. Undead king, Lind ended the private chat and looked down at the enemy. The ghost wave behind was still rushing towards this side, but it was blocked by Lao Hei, and a gap appeared in the space. As Old Black waved forward with one hand, the dragon claw of the king of black phosphorus appeared and smashed on the ground. The green wave that seemed to be able to destroy everything was easily crushed by the dragon claw. Undead king, you are so strong. Why didn't you say it earlier? The undead are not brainless, they can also think. Let them all stop. Lin said. The undead king roared, and the green ghost stopped reluctantly. It can be seen that their IQ is not high. They still follow the instinctive pursuit of life of the dead, trying to get close to Old Black and tear something off him, no matter what it is. Roar! The undead king had no choice but to roar again, and this time he finally controlled the situation. Old Black walked to Lind. How is my shield? Old Black was very satisfied with this battle. He showed off his shield fiercely. It rebounded 100% and even increased its power. In the future, when he mentioned top equipment, he must think of the Black Phosphorus King. Lind didn't quite understand the Black Phosphorus King's idea. Is it a good thing to associate himself with the materials for forging equipment? Based on his understanding of the undead will definitely complete the task obediently at this stage, just to obtain the weapons and equipment of the Black Phosphorus King. But when their strength increases again, the Black Phosphorus King will become a must-kill enemy. No one has a problem with equipment materials. Even though they say you are my favorite NPC, they will not show mercy when they attack, and they may even poison this sword. It's just that Lao He can't see through this, or it may not be important to him. Now his strength is enough to suppress the undead. Yeah, great. Lind nodded. Your armor is not as good looking as mine. Lao He smiled innocently. Lind no longer paid attention to Lao He, and his eyes were completely on the undead king. Do you know the great shield Rodvid? Rodvid. The undead king's expression was dazed for a moment. It was not easy to see the change of expression on the face of the dead, but Lind knew that he was reminiscing about the past. How is he? He became a god. God, that's terrible. Yeah. Lind nodded. Although he knew very well that what he said was terrible was completely different from what the undead king said. Becoming a god and becoming a red-named hostile target of the undead was terrible. The bad things the other party said might be related to losing oneself and becoming a synonym for a certain power. Gods can be replaced, and the image of gods will be determined by the inherent impression of believers. Being forgotten is death. He is still guarding outside this country. Lind was not chatting with the other party, nor was he reminiscing about the past. Pledge allegiance to me. I can't do it. The thoughts of the undead are muddled, and each one is crazy. It doesn't matter. If he goes crazy, throw him to the undead, or let him form a CP with a majestic shield, called the King and the Knight. The undead always have a way, which is very interesting. Since William and Beast Girl formed a Beast CP, Lind knew that morality and ethics could no longer stop the undead from letting themselves go. There is no code here, no restrictions. What do you want him to do? Asked Lao He. The undead king is quite strong, but just quite strong. Lind has a group of gods as his subordinates, and the minimum combat power is also 5 rings. The undead king occupies the kingdom of the dead. With the help of the green tide, his strength is only in the middle of the 5 rings. He has strong survivability, and can start a war of the undead, but the top power is too far away. A new ring knight. There was a piece of magic ring fragment in Lind's hand, which came from the Ghost Valley where the Weeping Town was located, northwest of Star Dragon City, Land Kingdom, Shilu Continent. There, a ghost once jumped into the well and merged into a new ghost. It happened only a few years ago, but it made him feel as if he was in another world. It was not so easy to forge a new sword, but it was not difficult to let the undead king master the method of merging the ghost power. Under Lind's command, the undead king controlled the ghosts to form teams of 2, and after a strong supply of energy, a new transformation followed. The first ghosts that appeared in front of them were 2 ghosts dressed as guards. Their strength was less than 1 ring. They should have been responsible for guarding the undead king when they were alive. After death, they were also the strongest members of this undead team. The energy swept over, and the 2 ghosts merged and became taller guards. Their strength was slightly improved. Then another ghost approached. This time it was 2 ghosts dressed as maids. Their jaws were torn, and their tongues seemed to have been pulled out before they died, hanging down to their navels. The dresses on their bodies were also torn to tatters, but they were definitely not sexy, because under the clothes were ribs and rotten internal organs. The 2 confused ghosts merged and turned into a ghost with a slightly better image. When another ghost came forward, Lind did not give the order to merge, but was thinking. What's wrong? Asked Lao He. He had never seen such an interesting thing, allowing ghosts to merge into a stronger existence. If it can continue, and merge the ghosts of the entire undead kingdom together, will it be possible to create a 6th or even 7th ring undead? It consumes too much energy. Lind said. It is true that the fragments of the magic ring have energy, but in order to activate the effect, you must infuse energy yourself. With the energy Lind has, he can only fuse hundreds of thousands of times at most. Hundreds of thousands? The number of ghosts in the entire kingdom of the dead is conservatively estimated to be several million. If you want to improve after fusing 2 by 2, you have to continue to fuse repeatedly. It is normal to fuse tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of times. Lin can't hold on. The king of black phosphorus may be able to hold on, but the old black dragon is not willing to do boring things. The old black dragon, who has time to fuse ghosts, prefers to promote his new equipment. Belly leather jacket, dragon hip leather boots. In short, the king of black phosphorus is full of treasures. I plan to let the undead do this. Undead? Leek should take the initiative to risk energy. Open a small game. As Lin gained more and more divine power, he could do more and more things, such as online games and web game modes that only existed in his memory, which could now be reproduced freely. Everything depends on his story to dominate the divine power. In the future, as more and more divine powers are controlled, what can be done will naturally increase. It is also very simple to do all this. First, the king of the undead must obey him absolutely and control him from behind. Second, the cooperation of the Great Shield is needed, which is very simple because he does not need the Great Shield's consent. Finally, Lin needs an artist to help him make the interface of the minigame. He cannot let the undead enter the kingdom of the dead and stop the living. Just when Lin's idea came up, it was actually just a blink of an eye away from the completion of the production. All the undead found at this moment that the Great Shield seemed to have a new choice around him. An exclamation mark. We want to take the task. The undead, who were watching the excitement, came to the Great Shield. The Great Shield, question mark. He knows nothing. Chapter 533 Undead Priest Synthesis Formula. The Great Shield, who had a golden exclamation mark on his head for no apparent reason, was stunned, but then he noticed the situation in the kingdom of the dead. The green waves dispersed and wandered obediently. The undead king was sitting on the throne at this time. The two auras that had frightened the Great Shield before took the initiative to find him. Communication at the level of gods is more convenient and efficient. With the spiritual communication method of the king of black phosphorus, all the communication was completed in just a moment. The kingdom of the dead will not be open to the public, but the problem can be solved as long as the Great Shield cooperates. There are too many poster girls, so it would be nice to have a few poster boys. The Great Shield, who has the strength of 5 rings, has no intention of resisting the king of black phosphorus, who has the strength of 7 rings. The undead crisis that has troubled him has been solved unknowingly. He has no other choice but to cooperate. So facing the undead, who surrounded him, the Great Shield chose to read the copy sent by Lin verbatim. The war of the dead is not over yet. The old king sits on the throne of the undead. His body is decayed, and the restraint on the kingdom of the dead is about to dissipate. The undead looked at the Great Shield, waiting for his next words. Of course, they also shouted for the Great Shield. For Ravid. For whatever it is. The Great Shield said, choose and buy your undead soldiers, and fight to become the new undead king. The golden exclamation mark unfolded in the eyes of the undead, turning into a text introduction. Game copy, Kingdom of the Dead. Gameplay, select and purchase undead soldiers. You can obtain new undead soldiers by capturing them, merge them, and improve their strength. Undead soldier level introduction. Click to expand. Undead type introduction. Click to expand. Undead? Let me see what's going on. The magic bull came to the front. Entering the copy is free? Good news, entering the copy is free. Bad news, the undead cannot enter the copy. They can only draw undead soldiers by paying money, and they have no control over them. After that, they can use their undead soldiers to capture other undead and fight against them. There is not even an animation, only very basic information cards. Is it interesting? Will anyone play it? The magic bull only took a shield-carrying undead at the beginning. He had seen it before when he entered the dungeon. The combat power was very weak, but there were many of them. In this extremely real world, everything is very real. Most undead people are not interested in the part that is similar to the garbage web game minigame. Everyone just wants to try it out simply. Anyway, it is free and does not cost money. Undead Warrior Shield. Level, LV9, 0 rings. Required to upgrade, 0/3 undead. Activity, Undead Arena, click to go. Optional Action 1, free action. Optional Action 2, remote control movement. The magic bull immediately chose to go to the Undead Arena. Please sign up, open from 13 to 1800 hours every day, based on instant continent time. Click to sign up, and take a look at the time. There are only 5 hours left. He first sent a message to Linda and Lauhe to ask about their situation, and then found that they had gone offline. Big Brother is so willful. Playing games depends on mood. The two of them worked together to kill the boss. Although it seems that they did not kill the Undead King at present, it is normal. If the Undead King was really killed, the subsequent copies of the game would definitely not be able to be opened. He was also slightly relieved. Fortunately, it was like this, otherwise it would be a bit too much to say that two undead people killed the boss. Magic Bull only chose remote control movement, which was not as fantastic as entering the Kingdom of the Dead from his own perspective. There was only a 3D Undead Warrior character card that should have been taken in real life. Then a line of text popped up under the character card in front of him. You, Undead Warrior, encountered a wandering Undead Mage. Do you want to fight? Fight, no need to think. You, Undead Warrior, successfully defeated the Undead Mage. You choose to keep /merge. The game was boring. Magic Bull only clicked for a while, almost merging whoever he encountered, and the more considerate thing was that the character status would be refreshed every once in a while, and the character image would also change. After he finally succeeded in gathering 3 undeads, he immediately chose to evolve. Evolution succeeded. Undead Warrior, Shield, Undead Warrior Elite, Shield. Are there any changes? It seems to have changed a little. The Magic Bull only looked at his new Undead Warrior and found that the image had changed slightly. It was a bit boring to play, so he clicked on the video again, then sat down with a bag of snacks and watched and ate. The tall Shield stood there like a stone pillar, motionless, with a golden exclamation mark on his head, and there were many undead people sitting around him. The environment in the surrounding area is very good. When the senses are fully utilized, eating, enjoying the scenery and chatting, time flies. Suddenly I feel so relaxed. An undead man next to the Magic Bull suddenly sighed. Yes. He also nodded in agreement. Every day is a high-intensity fight and kill. It is fun, but there is a strong sense of tension, and it is very tiring, so tavern games and card games have always been popular. Even if it is an online game, it is not so easy to get others to play board games with you. Like now, eating magical delicacies that don't exist on Earth, enjoying the scenery that you can't afford to enjoy even if you work every day to earn money for a year, and then hanging up the computer leisurely. Feeling happy, when the Magic Bull reacted, he found that his Undead Warrior was motionless. Your magic energy is insufficient, unable to merge, unable to move. The Magic Bull only gave himself a bottle of potion. The Undead Warrior started his journey again. Unknowingly, the Undead Arena reminder was turned on, and the Magic Bull was slightly interested. When he went to the battlefield, there was a simple CG like a comic strip, but he liked it very much. It was simple enough and did not require much brainpower, which was the advantage of this game. Seeing the number of undead people sitting around him increasing, eating while watching, it can be seen that their ideas must be similar. Matching opponents for you. Found opponents. Romantic glutton, start the battle. Don't worry about it throughout the whole process. When the battle is over, remind the Magic Bull that he has defeated the opponent's undead and has merged it, and his Undead Warrior has successfully evolved into an Undead Knight. The simple armor on his body turned into a tattered knight's heavy armor. Although it was still tattered, the change from the inside to the outside made him look very strong. Damn, it's so handsome, but it's a pity that I can't take it out. In the Kingdom of the Dead. Lind looked at the busy undead. The undead moved freely. Except that the undead chosen by the undead would have an extra option when moving, there was no difference in other aspects. They would collide with each other when moving, and would produce fusion. The order was given by the Undead King, but no one would give energy to the undead, so the fusion order would be cancelled after a period of time. If an undead claimed it, the undead would absorb the undead's energy and fuse, and success or failure was completely random. As for the battle, there was none at all. The Undead King could not control so many undeads to fight in detail, and there would definitely be mistakes, so Lin did not give a picture, writing. Fighting, in fact, it was just shoulders touching shoulders. The same is true for the arena. All the undead who choose to go to the arena will go to the specially designated place to line up. The undead imagined a wonderful battle. In the eyes of Linda, Lauhei, Wei and Dadden and others, it was just a group of undead walking around unconsciously, merging randomly, and then walking around again. Linda was not going to let the undead take the undead out. No matter how strong the undead they cultivated were, they were destined to have them. The minigame was enough to provide an option to kill boredom. The situation would be bad if the undead were really taken out. With the lawless style of the undead, there is a high probability that they will sacrifice living people. No, not a high probability, but a certainty. Old Black, yawn. He has begun to feel bored. The days without the undead's flattery make dragons feel bored. Where are we going to brush next? Not for the time being. Linda glanced at Old Black. It is normal for a dragon to doze off for a few years, or even decades. But this dragon who is greedy for fame and fortune loves to work overtime, as long as it can make it famous. However, no matter how strong a character is, it is impossible for everyone to like him. The beauty of numerical values will attract most people, but the immortals are naturally fickle, and it is normal to want everything. It is impossible for someone to only play the plot related to Lao He. Lao He's popularity has reached the top. Frequently appearing characters can be very friendly, like Lind, but he will definitely not be the most popular character. The immortals are good at getting tired of the old and liking the new. Lind wants a familiar face, so he won't care, but Lao He is not like that. A popular and powerful character must be aloof, otherwise it will be inferior to the close ones. If you really have nothing to do, go somewhere else and help those undead kill a few more gods and show off your armor. That's a good idea. Old Black was in high spirits. Finally, Old Black was sent away, and Linda focused his attention on the official website. A group of anchors appeared in the live broadcast area, and they all chose to play the minigames to search and synthesize, so that the new minigames on the instant continent could quickly go viral. They would put the minigame idle screen in front of their eyes, gallop on the instant continent, and occasionally click twice. This is the correct way to play the idle game, and it was also Lin's original plan. The undead funded them to cultivate the undead, and they gained the joy of killing boring time. The Great Shield solved the undead disaster, and Lind obtained a group of powerful top undead. Everyone won. When Lind and Lao He left the undead kingdom, they found that there were countless undead sitting next to the Great Shield. It became a tea party camping spot. Damn, I merged an undead priest, flash out. Go to the arena, quick. Damn, my undead priest was swallowed, who told me to go to the arena just now. Some people are happy and some are crying. A trend of small games is blowing on this continent. Games that are too real always make people feel tired, and everyone will look for games that are simple enough to relax the brain. In short, they want everything. Anyway, it doesn't waste time to hang up, and taking some potions can be called a cost. The opening of the copy of the Great Shield also made some undead people wake up. How can we kill the gods after missing out on hundreds of millions of dollars? They represent so many minigames. What a waste. The battle flag was raised high. The battle was started by the undead. But when it ends will not be decided by them, but by the stronger party. Linda also started a minigame for himself, and shamelessly chose Undead Priest at the beginning, and quickly upgraded to Undead Bishop, killing everyone in the arena. Some undead, who accidentally ran into him, were called Linda Armin. The bastard gnashed his teeth in hatred. If they could find the Krypton Gold option, they would definitely spend money to defeat Lind, although they couldn't beat him even if they spent money. He defeated another undead in the arena and merged the opponent's undead, and Lind was in a good mood. Click free action. Add the encounter function, so that the undead can randomly fight and merge with each other, speeding up their fusion speed. The story dominates the UI that improves the picture and text, but it is the undead king who really makes everything happen. After all, this is a game that Linda made. He still needs to consider the balance of the game. He just needs to avoid too much content. If he wants to run the game, he might as well continue to explore other gods. Find what they want, fulfill their obsession, and then use force to force them to cooperate. The characteristic of the synthesis game is that the big fish eat the small fish. When the lower level undead are eaten up, only the high level undead will fight each other until the powerful part appears in the end. Therefore, speeding up the fusion speed and running away before the undead get tired of playing is the method with the lowest cost and high return. The peak online users reached 100,000, which surprised Lind a little. The Great Shield was also surprised. He had no intention of resisting the powerful Black Phosphorus King. As long as no one entered the kingdom of the dead, and the things inside would not escape, he was willing to cooperate. But no one knew what they did. The kingdom of the dead suddenly began to consume internally. Strong people were born, and weak people disappeared. How can he destroy the undead without entering? The Great Shield didn't understand, but he thought it was amazing and decided to stand guard for the last time. As for the golden exclamation mark on his head, it should represent power, similar to the family flags of different lords. Although the Great Shield couldn't understand what the ball under the golden stick meant, the sight of the undead people flocking to it was enough to show how powerful it was. Oh my god, damn it! Yes, yeah. The undead are going crazy again, and their number will increase sharply at a fixed time every day. The Great Shield emptied his mind. Hundreds of thousands of flies buzzed in his ears, and people with weaker willpower might collapse on the spot. Gods accept prayers, but they don't accept madness. Hey Lao Luo, can you tell me more about the situation in the Kingdom of the Dead? An undead came over. The Kingdom of the Dead. The Great Shield Rodvid said sadly, of course. Although he couldn't understand the behavior of the undead, as long as they didn't force their way into the Kingdom of the Dead, everything would be fine. He has been in a good mood recently. The Kingdom of the Dead has shown signs of shrinking, which has allowed him to see the possibility of the end of his oath of protection. It was a sudden disaster. We saw death falling like a meteor in the main city. It was small and curled up, but it began to hatch the next day, like a plague that quickly devoured the lives around it. The people around me turned into different undead. They retained their instincts before death, but they were immortal and indestructible. The undead interrupted and asked, "Who is the strongest?" What? In the Kingdom of the Dead, what was the strongest profession at the beginning? Knights, priests. He answered, they had firm beliefs and persisted longer, but later they all knew that the longer they persisted, the more pain they had to endure. How to become a priest? Can 3 mages be combined? Huh? The Great Shield was puzzled, and then said, becoming a priest requires loyalty, perseverance, and reverence for God. He even found it funny when he mentioned reverence for God. Mages can't become priests. They study magic and knowledge and despise faith. Great Shield said, only knights and warriors had the opportunity to become priests. I once heard a story about a dancer becoming a priest. I see. What do you understand? Great Shield didn't understand. New Undead Priest Synthesis Formula. Thank you for the information. Great Shield, Chapter 534 Silver Fall Sword Princess. The sky was dark. The slender brown and yellow unknown weeds stretched their bodies, like stick insects, shaking their bodies on the ruins. This land was full of dangers. The undead tried to go deeper several times, but they were blocked by the powerful ring knights, and could not completely occupy this land, so the enemy could not be eliminated. A figure riding a scorpion flea just left the throne of war. Ah, mission, what mission? Doryman stared at the passing comments instead of her crotch. That was a virtual screen that only she could see. Side quests? Oh, there are too many side quests. I feel a headache just looking at them. Her words were agreed by many people. Yes, I just feel that the game is too full of content. Although it is fun to play like this, it is very tiring. I always feel like I will miss the key plot if I am not careful. It's just like going to work. I work during the day, and then go to work at night. Who said that? I work as a grandson during the day, and the money I earn is not enough to be a grandfather, but here I can be a grandfather. For me, life on Earth is just the rest time needed to maintain life. If it can be like the Matrix, I hate not waking up. The topic gradually became distorted. Ding Dong nodded without looking at her crotch, but did not participate. She is a streamer with good traffic. She had received a lot of attention when she was in the Rand Kingdom. In this game world where everyone can pinch their faces to become top beauties, her success can be said to have little to do with her appearance, but is entirely due to her personality advantage. Others play games to relieve stress and find a second life, but she makes money while lying down and sleeping. But she can't say it out loud at this time, otherwise it will make others hate her. It's okay to show off in the game, but it's easy to fail in real life. Her audience is a group of ordinary people. Yes, I watched that video. Ding Dong suddenly said without looking at his crotch, it's indeed a little worse than me. Bullet screen. You are cheating again, right? A piece of. Floated by. She has already mastered the rhythm. When there are disputes, the popularity of the live broadcast room is high, and occasionally she needs to guide and not be too excessive. As if she suddenly remembered something, Tinkerbell asked without looking at her crotch, by the way, have you married an NPC? A new topic appeared, and the barrage became lively. Everyone wanted to talk about their wives and husbands. There were also many who shared wives, but most of them were just fantasies. The NPCs seemed to be scared by them. Except for a few who nodded in agreement, most of the NPCs chose to refuse. I wanted to propose to Rania before. Tinkerbell said without looking at her crotch. Barrage, draw your sword, love rival. Barrage, you probably don't know how you died. According to the story fragments and gossip, Rania is Lin's woman. Ding Dong was surprised without looking at her crotch. Is that so? I really don't know. She suddenly showed a funny smile. Isn't that better? Monogamy. Barrage floated again? When we type, it's not us who are wrong, it's you who are wrong. Ha ha, I also want to open a big harem and take in all the wives from the 3 continents. Doraemon gestured without looking at her crotch. I have already thought of the main wife. I will let Queen Melon come. The queen's expression when she steps on me will be very cool. Amazing. Dream girl. While chatting lively, her expression suddenly changed. Damn, brothers, I seem to have taken the wrong road. Doraemon took out the map without looking at her crotch and gestured left and right on the map. Starting from the War Throne, there are clear road guides, including the current biggest obstacle Ring Knight Dusk Lord, LV-70, an enemy that cannot be defeated by a war of numbers. Except for some evil undead, who would try their luck after thinking for a while, everyone would choose to take other paths. If you want to go deep into the territory of Fog Rain City, you must defeat the Dusk Lord. If the Black Phosphorus King is willing to take action, he will definitely win, but the opponent is sleeping in the War Throne area and has no intention of moving. Lind is still wandering around, often appearing in various areas like a flash, and he can't be caught. It is obvious that there is only one option for the undead to advance the main line, to enter Fog Rain City. Now the situation has become that no one seems to be in a hurry. There are too many parts to play, and there is really no way to rush. She looked at the map for a while, and under the command of the barrage, she successfully got lost. Boom! A ball of fire suddenly shot up into the sky. It seems that there is a conflict. Doraemon almost instinctively shrank back without looking at his crotch, looking for cover. Only by surviving can you output. In a map where high-level monsters may move around, if you are not careful, you may not even know how you died, and if you are not careful, your equipment may be exploded. Some comments began to encourage her to go and have a look. I won't go. Ding Dang shook her head without looking at her crotch to refuse. She came to War Throne to make some money to buy a house and open a branch, and to experience the new map and new equipment by the way, but she never thought of actively pushing the plot. Because she also knew that she was not a master of operation, and people who wanted to see wonderful operations would not come to her. There were too many high-output and high-skilled anchors, and they were flying. On the contrary, her casual chat track was wide and uncompetitive. Technology can be practiced, but it is not possible to practice the ability to speak and be liked. Her big goose smile is her trump card. Go and have a look, I give you gifts. Don't lie to me. Ding Dang said righteously, there is no gift-giving option in the game live broadcast room. Everyone is watching the video for fun. Having said that, there are also great benefits to having more fans, such as advertising orders, or opening a store directly in the game, etc. There are many ways to monetize. As long as there are enough fans, there is always a way to monetize. The only thing to worry about is that you have a lot of ideas but no capital. It's definitely a hidden mission, trust me. Trust me. Suddenly the barrage began to swipe wildly. Trust me. Okay, just take a look. She was still hiding, but cast a few spells on herself to lower her voice and reduce her smell, then took out a potion and drank it, and then took out a bag of powder and sprinkled it on her body. After everything was ready, she slowly groped her way over. The battle ahead was tense. It was a team. A silver-haired girl holding a one-handed sword was fighting a Sunless City armored soldier with a shield. The sword cut out dazzling marks in the air, and when she thrust forward, all the marks left in the air smashed into the shields of the armored soldiers of Worry City. Dong, 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 the shields were chopped and hit by the sword marks, and the soldiers retreated with shaking arms. But the silver-haired girl did not continue to attack, but held her knees with one hand and panted heavily. Her face was covered with sweat, and the silver hair on her forehead stuck to her face, but she did not look embarrassed at all. Instead, she had a unique, beautiful, strong and miserable look that only a beauty who risked her life could have. The feeling is heart-pounding. Hidden quest. The barrage went crazy. Wait, isn't that the Silverfall Sword Princess Leah? Someone recognized the familiar character at a glance. Silverfall Sword Princess Leah, Strength 2, is an NPC character in the north of the demonic land, a princess of a fallen country. Her story is now displayed in bookstores opened by undead people everywhere, and the sales are very good. The beautiful appearance and the story full of twists and turns make Silverfall Sword Princess very popular. The undead people seem to love her, but not many people have actually seen her. No one knows what this celebrity NPC does every day, and she seems to like telling her own stories. Doraemon has already rushed out, shouting, "Don't be afraid, girl." Barrage, damn, why does she feel more wretched than me? Barrage, it's not an illusion, this is her nature. Barrage, 6666. Silverfall Sword Princess, who was fighting with the armored soldiers of Worry City, suddenly heard the shout, paused the blade in her hand, dodged sideways, kept a distance to ensure that she was in a safe position, and then looked at Doraemon with cautious eyes. "I help you, I'm an undead." Ding Dong took the initiative to introduce herself. "Silver Fall Sword Princess Leah, I've heard your story." "Undead?" Hearing undead, Silver Fall Sword Princess did not relax, but became more serious and cautious, and even pointed her sword towards the undead. "I'm lawful good." Ding Dong was angry. "It's all those perverts. What have they done? They've ruined our image." The barrage floated for a while. "Indeed? But some people also posted comments. She's talking about you. You're the representative of the color basket. Be careful." Ding Dong didn't look at her crotch, but raised her magic wand. "It doesn't matter if you can't fight, just read the strategy. Cancel the pre-swing, move to prevent being locked by the enemy, and the undead will be above the standard as long as they take action. Not to mention that every undead will search for equipment, reduce CD, reduce side effects, etc., all adjusted to the extreme." A cluster of magic electric balls was shot out, and the armored soldiers of Worry City shook. Next, the opponent was greeted by a set of magic combos from the undead. First, control, then read the skill, then roll to cancel the backswing, raise your hand to fire 2 magic bullets, and finally replenish the status. The small combo, that can be called a keyboard roll, is released very quickly. The Silver Fall Sword Princess Leah on the side only saw that Doraemon suddenly released the electric ball without looking at the crotch. After the electric ball locked onto the armored soldier of the Sunless City and blocked his sight, he quickly chanted a spell on the spot to release magic, jumped forward, rolled backward, and threw out the magic bullet when he got up, and then took out the magic potion without even looking at the enemy and poured it into his mouth. Zizi, the lightning hit the shield, and the magic collision followed. The shield was opened, and then 2 magic balls hit his face. The armored soldier of Worry City fell to the ground. The eyes of the Silver Waterfall Sword Princess widened. She did not rush into the war, but continued to retreat cautiously, leaving the battlefield to the 2 of them. She only knows this? No, this is an efficient fighting style summed up after experiencing countless wars. Soon the Silver Waterfall Sword Princess found the problem. The undead's fighting rhythm was very fast, but the way of attack was to repeat the combo just now infinitely, which was full of loopholes in her opinion. But it was strange that the armored soldiers of the Sunless City could not break through her attack no matter what, and were completely trapped in her battle rhythm. It seemed funny, and no action was redundant. Finally, with the release of magic bullets again, the armored soldiers of the Sunless City fell to the ground, and the eyes of the undead turned to the Silver Fall Sword Princess. "I am really one of us. I have read your novel." "That's not me." The Silver Fall Sword Princess' cheeks turned red. "Huh?" Doraemon was surprised. There really is something hidden. Those immortals who draw comics and write novels are damned for making up stories. "I am a princess of a fallen country, but I don't pledge allegiance to anyone," she explained. "With Grand Duke Hein here, no one is a princess." "Then what about your book?" "I don't know." Silver Fall Sword Princess also felt that it was outrageous. The princess of a fallen country was not an identity worth showing off. There were gods and masters everywhere, so what was a princess? Except for her identity as a princess, she lived a life no different from ordinary people every day. She only remembered that when the undead first appeared in the north of the Demon Land, they took the initiative to chat with her, and then asked about some stories, and even wanted to hear her story. If the money is enough, there is nothing that mercenaries cannot sell. So she told her story to the undead in a slightly exaggerated tone, and then things got out of control. She boasted about her story a little for a little face. Then, the undead continued to add bricks and tiles on the basis of her story. When she saw her story, she found that except for the image and name, it had nothing to do with her. Want to make trouble, but don't know who to find. Even the title of Silver Fall Sword Princess is just a boast. Her strength is at the bottom of the magic land, and her combat power is very average. "Why are you here?" Realizing that the NPC didn't want to talk, Doraemon immediately changed his strategy. It must be that the pre-task was not completed or the favorability was not enough, so he didn't want to talk. She just wandered aimlessly. Now every time she appeared, she would be treated like a star by the undead people. In the end, she couldn't do anything. A few days ago, she accidentally encountered a fallen beast and was chased and fled in a panic. Unknowingly, she ran here. You must not tell the truth, because she likes the feeling of being admired by others, the feeling of being a real hero. It's wonderful. But she is not strong enough, and her talent is not enough, and she can't improve even if she works hard. I'm looking for a stronger enemy, she said. The Silver Falls Sword Princess now regrets it very much. If she didn't want to prove herself, she would stay in the north now, even if she is like a circus clown being booed by others, but at least she is glamorous. As long as you pretend not to know, it is true. I wouldn't be as embarrassed as I am now. Dingerbuck didn't look at her crotch. This NPC is really stubborn. A small monster can make you exhausted, and there are stronger enemies? But she didn't expose it. Is there anything I can help with? I want to find a place to rest temporarily. Silver Falls Sword Princess Leah pointed at herself. I need food, rest, repair armor, and more information about powerful enemies. There's no need to add the last sentence. Dingerbuck didn't look at her crotch and said, I know a place, the War Throne, which is very suitable for rest. Chapter 535 The magic world is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. War Throne. Silver Falls Sword Princess went to the War Throne under the enthusiastic invitation of Doryman. Although the undead likes to talk to himself, thank someone for no reason, or suddenly do some strange actions, but apart from these, the other party is still very trustworthy. A bonfire was lit on the roadside, and the dark red flames illuminated half of her face. One side of her face was hot, while the other side was enduring the unique coldness of the broken moonlight. She found it very interesting to see Doryman talking to herself without looking at her crotch. Ah, you want to watch again, just this once. Doryman took 2 steps back and arched her nose without looking at her crotch. She looked like a cute and spoiled puppy. Thump, thump. Silver Falls Sword Princess Leah's heart suddenly beat very fast. She thought the other person looked a little cute. Gurgle. She was hungry, but seeing that the other person seemed to be chatting with someone, Silver Falls Sword Princess did not interrupt rashly. In her opinion, only powerful gods can communicate freely across time and space, and the other party's appearance does not seem to be talking to gods. No, the undead have a unique disrespect for superiors and inferiors. They have no respect for powerful enemies, great gods, powerful lords, and everything else. Isn't it cute? When Doryman doesn't smile with his eyes on his crotch, there are a few wrinkles on his nose. This is my signature. It's a basic operation in our short video industry. Some people gain hundreds of thousands of fans overnight because of their beautiful smiles. Some gain hundreds of thousands of fans by unlocking a lock and appearing on the news, and some people. There are too many. She has become a small anchor to make money with her good personality, which is already the bottom of the bottom. Fortunately, the live broadcast contract is very relaxed. Now she is mainly broadcasting a game. She can play casually and get the guaranteed minimum by lying down and taking a nap. There are people in the world who know they are cute and do not hide their cuteness, but are not annoying. Doryman is such a person. Silver Falls Sword Princess agrees with this point. She didn't understand, but it didn't stop her from nodding. Ah, thank you, boss, not the boss, you are the real boss. Doryman suddenly exclaimed, we are still 1 day away from the War Throne. Well yes, I can try. She suddenly raised her hands and grabbed the empty space on her head, as if she had taken off an invisible helmet, and her figure disappeared from the sight of the Silver Falls Sword Princess. After a while, the other party appeared again, laughing very excitedly. Leah, you must be hungry, try this. Ding Dong suddenly started to grill without looking at her crotch, and her yawning orange cat also looked up, looking forward to watching the shit shoveler constantly take out the barbecue ingredients prepared in advance. Orland's Flavor Reproduction, a specialty of our Rand Kingdom. The Kingdom of Rand? Smelling the aroma, Silver Falls Sword Lady did not forget to chat with the other party. Yes, do you know Lynn Alman? I seem to have heard of it. She had heard that in some books, the love and hatred between Silver Falls Sword Lady and Black Knight was frighteningly rich. But she had no choice but to pretend that she knew nothing. The Lord of the Throne of War, with a giant dragon, the King of Black Phosphorus, and many gods under his command. Ding Dong simply summarized Lin's power with his own cognition. Since the Throne of War was a city-state established by Lind, those gods belong to different districts, and must be loyal to Lind. Not only that, he is also the Lord of Shilu Continent and Instead Continent. Lord of 2 planes? 2.5? When saying this, Doryman felt a little weak without looking at his crotch. Linda's power has absolute dominance on Shilu Continent, but it is not so good on Instead Continent. It is based on the underground tomb of the Black Knight. There are not many ruling talents, and the control is very weak. As for the last continent, it is completely due to his reputation, but the influence can be omitted. There is no need for outsiders to intervene. The forces on the continent have already fought to their death. Silver Falls Sword Princess's knowledge of Lind only exists in the undead and their literary works, But because of his frequent appearance, Lin has a very high favorability among the undead group, and they unconsciously tend to favor him when talking. Undead people are more emotional than rational, and use their likes and dislikes as a criterion. Really amazing. Silver Fall Sword Princess exclaimed. Okay, it's time to eat. Taking a skewer of meat, Silver Fall Sword Princess took a bite, and the gravy splashed in her mouth as her teeth refused to splash. The strange feeling made her eyes widen. Besides, she was really hungry. Delicious. Fuck, are there really people who are born to look good when eating? Even Doraemon was surprised without even staring at her crotch. No wonder none of the female NPCs are more popular than Silver Fall Sword Princess. Except for her weaker strength, she is a perfect vase, the kind of person who looks good in a sack, looks good when injured, and looks good when eating. She makes a woman greedy. The number of viewers in the Barrage and live broadcast room is also skyrocketing. Barrage. This is the first time that I have combined the beauty of eating with a hearty meal in one person. Barrage, Dongzi, let me eat a skewer for you guys. Ding Dang rolled his eyes without looking at his crotch, but he didn't refuse. The game is good? You can eat without getting fat. She was much more heroic when eating skewers. Even if she tried to maintain it, she couldn't avoid the fierce aura that came over her. Eating skewers is an action that makes people suddenly become manly. The contrast is too obvious. By the way, Leah, come with me. Do me a favor. I say one sentence and you say one sentence, okay? Okay. Silver Fall Sword Princess nodded. The other party treated her to delicious food and saved her. It's nothing to help her say a word. Xiao Dingdang suddenly looked serious without looking at his crotch. To recycle old mobile phones, go to the second-hand website. Silver Fall Sword Princess glanced at her, then followed suit. To recycle old mobile phones, go to the second-hand website. Barrage, damn, I knew it, it's still here. Is this okay? Linda watched the live broadcast of an ordinary live broadcast room with more than 1 million views. Except when the main story is going on, my live broadcast room has never had more than 1 million views. The top stream among NPCs. And the number of live broadcasts is still rising. The sudden popularity of Silver Fall Sword Princess is inseparable from the cultural invasion of the undead. While this world is using the undead to work, the undead are also using their own culture to counter-invade this world, and the most effective ones are the various comics that can be updated synchronously. According to Lind, some comic and novel websites have already reached out, and many of his territories have received copyright applications in the entertainment field. But in this world, whether copyright is protected depends on whether the fist is big enough. Lind will not let the undead monopolize. Only he has a monopoly, how can he let others take advantage of him? All bookstores have to pay large amounts of taxes. The money is not very useful to him, but he can't refuse it. As the main force of cultural invasion, the image of Silver Fall Sword Princess Leah was promoted by various coincidences. Just like when a theme becomes popular, everyone tries to get a piece of the pie. When she opens the short videos software and shakes her, but the whole network is shaking her butt. What is the content of Silver Fall Sword Princess live broadcast? Eating, chatting, and a hard broadcast of a second-hand mobile phone. Monetization is to let you undead people understand. Such high traffic was actually used by a group of undead people to advertise and make money. Linda's heart is very painful. No! Such a high flow rate is not easy to handle, so let me, the Lord, take care of it. Sir? The voice came from the side, and Lin turned to look at the deep angel who was following him. The other party's image has changed greatly. He is the height of an ordinary person, with long silver hair and a golden soft armor. There are protections on the elbows and knees, which are more like decorations. Lin gave some simple suggestions when designing its human appearance. I just saw something interesting, Lin said with a smile. The deep angel nodded, not daring to ask what was going on. In fact, he had no idea of Lin's intentions. It was true that he was loyal, and it was also true that he didn't want to get into trouble. Although the gods' melee on Instead was not as serious as on other continents. After all, Lin was there, but it didn't mean that the gods would surrender. But everything changed in a very short time. The Great Shield, who had been determined to be a turtle and unwilling to be loyal to Lin before, suddenly changed his mind and decided to be loyal to Lin, and the undead around him gathered more and more. Many gods tried to contact the Great Shield, or directly find the undead to investigate secretly, and the conclusions they came to were surprising to them. Because of a small game, the problem that had troubled the Great Shield for many years was solved, and a large number of undead were attracted to the Great Shield. This group of undead was not only more numerous than the original alliance period, but also more stable. So some gods were tempted. Pure loyalty without any benefit will definitely be strongly resisted, but if there are conditions that both parties are satisfied with, it will be different. Lind agrees with this. There is no eternal loyalty in the world. To be precise, everyone has become a betrayer the moment they drink the potion and rob themselves of the power to be loyal to the gods. If the interests are sufficient, they may be stronger than feelings. Feelings also need to consider their own preferences. If they change their hearts, they will act irrationally, but interests will not. As long as the interests are sufficient, even if they don't like it, they will choose to endure it, and even take the initiative to maintain this relationship. Lin now needs to use the interest relationship to counter the emotional relationship around him. There were many gods around him, but most of them were defeated by fighting or had emotional exchanges, so there were too many unstable factors. Roar! The roar of the Sin Dragon came from the front. The sound was deafening, and the sound waves blew up a gust of wind, blowing away the clouds in the sky. The wind flying close to the ground was very violent, and the sand and dust flew like knives. Only when it got close, the sand and dust suddenly became calm. When it arrived in front of Lind and the Deep Angel, the sand and dust automatically fell to the ground, and the wind gently and actively bypassed them. This was the first time that Lind had truly seen the rotten Sin Dragon. Previously, the most he had seen was its clone. Dragons seemed to be very good at similar magic. Its body was pierced by chains, and the scales at the wounds peeled off in large pieces, sticking together like a snake shedding its skin, and the dark red rotten flesh trembled up and down when it ran. Its body length of less than 100 meters seemed very thin compared to the mountain-like figure of the Black Phosphorus King, but for Lind and the Deep Angel, it was still a behemoth that they had to look up to. No one knew what happened to him. Black Night. The head of the rotten Sin Dragon slowly approached, like a mountain falling, and moved its head to block the light above Lind's head. That is one of my identities. Lind's expression was indifferent. Negotiations in the magic world were different from those in other places. The bigger the fist, the more powerful it was. If he was too polite, the other party would push it further. The aura emanating from him made the rotten Sin Dragon slowly shrink its head back. If he really took action, Lind would definitely be able to play the role of a dragon slayer in a short period of time. The Sin Dragon said, "I can agree to your previous conditions and work for you, but you have to meet a few of my requirements." "Work for me." Linda turned to look at the Deep Angel. He felt that the other party must have conveyed the wrong meaning. "No?" the Sin Dragon asked. "Of course." Linda turned and looked at the Sin Dragon. "You are loyal to me." Roar! The Sin Dragon was furious and opened his mouth to swallow Linda, but the offensive momentum formed by multiple energies exploded as Linda raised his palm. Needless to say, Lind was wearing a molten armor, and he could control the flames and fight with the rotten Sin Dragon in melee, which made the opponent lose his temper. His body expanded rapidly, and he became a giant in the eyes of the Deep Angel and the rotten Sin Dragon. The giant wearing lava armor would shake off a lot of high-temperature magma every time he took a step. Although the little guy who once looked very short in front of the Black Phosphorus King was not enough to compete with the rotten Sin Dragon at this moment, his size should not be underestimated. He punched the rotten Sin Dragon on the head, shaking the opponent, and then stomped the ground and jumped up, and a huge pit sank in the ground, and the terrain collapsed. Lind jumped onto the head of the Sin Dragon and chased him with his powerful fists. The rotten Sin Dragon moved its body and tried to throw him off its head, but failed. He was hit several more times and saw stars. The Azure Soul Blade gathered in his palm again. Stabbed downwards, even if the rotten Sin Dragon was also a dragon, it would fall into a sleep. "Wait!" The rotten Sin Dragon felt the threat to his life and immediately shouted to stop. The blade stuck to the ground next to the Sin Dragon. "I swear allegiance to you. Wouldn't it be enough to do this earlier?" Linda said, "I happen to know a little bit about dragon knights, and I just need a dragon." Rotten Sin Dragon, huh? The Black Phosphorus King is too powerful, so it is impossible for him to be his mount for the time being, but the rotten Sin Dragon is barely good enough. It is not so easy to find a dragon. He had to ask the ghost to help him play the role of the dragon before, and he could not make full use of the identity of the Dragon Knight as a mage among knights. The dragon's ability to cross planes is also very useful. The problem was only with the rotten Sin Dragon. His body was so rotten that his wings turned into rotten meat, and his backbones were completely rotten, and there was no possibility of them growing again. However, it did not affect his flight. This was a magical world. The flapping of dragon wings and the flying of a giant dragon were two different things. Given the dragon's huge weight, It would be impossible for it to fly even if its wings were 20 times larger. Flying was originally magic. Only the limbs, the dragon's tail, and the dragon's head were barely intact. Being inferior to humans in strength, the rotten sin dragon immediately signed a contract and became Lin's dragon. Let the wolf in. Not even a request was made. Linda asked, "What do you want?" "Rotten curse, a power that constantly corrodes my spirit." Rotten sin dragon said, "It is also my divine power. When I was traveling in the plane, I accidentally arrived at a plane where the scholars were very powerful. They were enemies of the gods, and then they put a god's divine power on me." Just now, Linda wanted to ask him how a dragon could become a god, but he didn't expect that it was like this. He was actually affected. "What do you want?" "Rotten sin dragon, help me divide the pain of the curse. Someone needs to be willing to bear this pain." Linda looked at the body of the sin dragon. With both the identities of a dragon and a god, he couldn't resist this divine power. He estimated that no one could bear it. Gods are the representatives of rules. Just like the basic operating logic, although the divine power of gods is not as good as the fragments of the magic ring, it should not be underestimated and cannot be changed at will by one person. Gods can only cut their feet to fit their divine power, but they cannot change their divine power. Do you want the undead to take the initiative to bear this pain for you? That's right. The undead is just reckless, not stupid. Okay. Linda nodded after thinking. Chapter 536, Living Mount. It is not a very troublesome thing to split the curse of a god, and this curse is the divine power of the rotten sin dragon. Although it is a bit funny to say, cursing oneself is the ability of the rotten sin dragon. Linda has not yet thought of a way to help the other party solve it. It is not difficult to develop a small game based on the stories or abilities of gods, but it is very important to keep it interesting. Just like the idle synthesis game in the Kingdom of the Dead, the fundamental reason for its success is not how fun the game is, but that it is boring enough. That simple. Boring. When a world is too real, the undead, who devote themselves to it, will feel tired after the novelty wears off. Many people feel happy to build a house from scratch with their bare hands at the beginning. But when they build a castle with their bare hands, the happiness is gone, and they only feel annoyed. In a world without any hang-up, you have to do everything yourself, such as sending letters and brushing materials. Lind and other indigenous NPCs have higher requirements for money and materials than ordinary online games. The game is to retain players, and they will mainly cheat Krypton for money. They are different from the natives. They want the undead to become leeks, slaves, and work hard for them. The missions that sacrifice freedom will definitely not be fun after the novelty wears off. High-intensity battles will make people mentally exhausted, otherwise there would not be a large number of undead turning to leisure games, and only a few people would rush to level up and improve their strength. No one can really fight for days and nights, or even months. The Undead Kingdom synthesis game that can make people dazed fills the market gap. But the curse power of the Rotten Sin Dragon is not included in it, no matter what game it is made into. Moreover, making a new mini-game will divide the traffic of his own Undead Kingdom, which Linda will never allow. Solving the undead problem first is the most important. Can you give your curse power to the enemy? Rotten Sin Dragon, only when you bear the curse yourself can the enemy bear the curse. You are quite fair. It is a good thing for the undead. They have a lot of tricks. As long as they can increase damage, they can play even if they only have one drop of blood. However, such people are a minority, and have little significance in dividing the curse on the Rotten Sin Dragon. There aren't so many undead who can show off their skills. The clumsy ones are the mainstream. It's the sheer number of undead that makes people mistakenly think they can do it. The deep angel on the side didn't speak from beginning to end. He now positions himself as a lobbyist, moving around to mediate, and the effect is good at present. The last cloud-top giant also hopes to talk to you. Let him come to me. Lind waved his hand. He is tough now. With the market, his status has also risen. He used to be a very powerful strongman. Everyone has only one thought about the strong. If I can't beat them, can't I just hide? Fists can kill people, but they can't force them to surrender. Gods are not afraid of death. Death is a deep sleep for them. But now that they find that they can benefit from Lind, other people's thoughts will change. Why hide? We should cooperate and win together. The Rotten Sin Dragon is the first to come, but it will definitely not be the last. Thinking of this, Lind looked at the Rotten Sin Dragon again. The wingless dragon carried a swaying iron chain on its back, moved its body, and set off a gust of wind. I must do this well, otherwise no one will come to me in the future. The deep angel left to inform the last cloud-top giant. Lind looked at the Rotten Sin Dragon. It was difficult to define him, as a righteous partner in the eyes of the undead with his honor. By the way, how is your fertility? Lind asked. Rottenson Dragon, ? Very good. The Rottenson Dragon smiled. But if you want me to give birth to a dragon, I may disappoint you. A dragon may not be able to give birth to a dragon. A sub-dragon will be fine. Linda thought of Alex, the fire tumor, who had helped him pull the carriage. That guy has now become a mascot, and can't keep up with the version iteration update. Dragons should have no gender. Gods have no gender, or they can have multiple genders. They are truly undefined. It doesn't matter if the gender of a god is an armed helicopter. He can really grow one. Let the dragon and the sub-dragon breed, maybe we can produce some interesting things. But the production is a headache. Even if the dragon opens its belly, it can't give birth to many. He suddenly remembered that he had caught a black thing before, which was very good for gene fusion, had no reproductive isolation, and was produced in large quantities. If it could be fused with a dragon, it might be able to solve Lin's current needs. He wanted to make a new mount, otherwise the undead would be obsessed with the branch quests of other continents every day and cause trouble. It would be better to use something that all the undead would covet to lure them back. It doesn't have to be a dragon, you can try other things. The Rottenson Dragon didn't care about what Lin said. Reproduction? We dragons don't discriminate in aesthetics. We can take any creature. We can dig a hole in a wooden board. We don't care. Come on, I don't care. Magic Land. The Western Beast Land is in chaos. Although the wind of disaster of the undead is gone, the remaining part still makes the beasts feel anxious. Brushing titles is the primary activity of the undead. The undead receive cat companions from Solaris's prayers, and then collect the power of different titles. The seemingly rule-based title brushing task was actually issued by the Lord of Beasts. He had lived with Lin for so long that he knew how to use the undead to profit for himself, and it was a win-win situation. But the Lord of Beasts won more. A giant wolf, carrying the moonlight, galloped out of the land of beasts. The broken light guided the way forward. On the wolf's back, the round-faced Princess Magdalena lay with a solemn look. This was the worst situation. Lynn Alman, who had been kicked out of the undead reception novice village by her trick, had now rebuilt a city-state called the War Throne without his knowledge, and had taken in a large number of powerful undead. The number of people teleporting from other material planes to the undead reception novice village has decreased dramatically. Even if some of them come, they just want to get a cat from the beast girl Solaris, and then leave without looking back to the War Throne. For this reason, Magdalena even opened the return trip specifically, because she heard many undead people say that the War Throne has opened the return trip, allowing them to freely travel between the Demon Land and other continents. Then the situation became even worse. The undead people who had to stay in the Beast Land for a while to do tasks because of the long journey, returned directly to other continents after getting the cat, and then chose to take Lin's transportation to the War Throne, really not walking any more distance. Magdalena, who got nothing, even used the corrupt King Grace as a tool, and the other party was exhausted and cried out that he couldn't stand it. Now the whole undead reception novice village is like a living empty city. A large number of undead come every day, but no one stays. Why did he do this? Magdalena never understood. What benefit does it bring to Lind Alman to allow the undead to move freely between different planes? At most, he can get some travel expenses, but after a simple summary by the corrupt king, it can be known that it is a loss-making gain. For the truly strong, moving between different planes is just tearing open space to move, which is a trivial matter, but for the weak who cannot do it, it is the ultimate problem that cannot be solved even if they spend all their money. It is not difficult for those who know how to do it, but it is difficult for those who do not know how to do it. The real reason why Magdalena decided to go to the Throne of War is that Linda has silently launched an offensive against the City of Mist and Rain. She wanted to leave Linda behind, and she succeeded, but now she must make Linda agree to join her, because this war cannot be done without Linda and his undead. What a despairing loyalty. Lying on the wolf's back, Magdalena couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She had paid a lot, money, power, reputation, etc., but the undead chose to eat the sugar-coated and drop the shells one by one, even in the face of various punishments and coercion, and resolutely chose to follow Lind. As the giant wolf ran at full speed, the surrounding scenery was also dragged back rapidly. Thinking of the cooperation with Lind, Magdalena's heart surged with a warm current. She even regretted what would happen if she didn't think of kicking Lind away at that time, but cooperated with him to operate well. Maybe now they can join hands to fight back to Wuyu City. She was worried all the way. When the barrenness decreased and green shade began to appear on the ground, she knew that she was about to return to her former territory. The road was flat, and both sides were covered by shade. In the shade were temporary residences built by the undead. The lush branches were bent by the bright fruits, exuding a refreshing breath that made people feel good. The fog-rained city was just ahead. Looking from this direction, you can see the towering buildings in the distance that deliberately dispersed the sunlight. The white and golden castle appeared crookedly on the mountain. The flashes of explosions that occasionally dispersed the clouds told them how brutal the collision was. They were two completely different worlds. The battle over there, and the harmony here. Magdalena had been in contact with the undead for a long time, and she was used to similar situations. Undead people wearing glowing armor and carrying exaggerated weapons walked by. Some recognized Magdalena and took the initiative to greet her, but she thought that the undead might care more about the giant wolf she was riding. This wolf was one of the incarnations of the power of the King of Corruption. Please allow her not to give it to the undead to win people's hearts. Even Linda Almond can't give any precious mounts. She thought she was similar to Linda in this respect. No, maybe she was even better. The bears, lions, and wolves of the corrupt King Grace could also tame some beasts and give them to the undead. Tens of thousands would be no problem. Magdalena's thoughts turned around, and she had already arrived in front of the throne of war. The city-state was completely open, and it didn't seem to care if there were enemies coming uninvited. So arrogant. She just whispered, but found that the giant wolf under her crotch was motionless. "What's wrong?" Magdalena asked. The giant wolf was trembling. The weak round-faced princess could not notice it, but the giant wolf could see very clearly that this city-state had a large number of strong people, especially one of them, who was far superior to him. The sound of his breathing made it dare not move, as if it had seen the Beast Master in his prime. No, maybe it's even stronger than the Beast Master in his heyday. She patted the giant wolf, but the other side regarded the city-state as a life-threatening abyss, and dared not move forward. Seeing this, Magdalena had no choice but to jump off the wolf's back and let the other side turn into a beam of light and jump onto her body, turning into a wolf emblem and staying on her chest. "There is a strong man." The wolf emblem sent a message. She had expected it. The King of Black Phosphorus, the Prince of Two Swords, Anna, the Skinny Ghost, and Lind Alman and his fiancée, etc., had long been heard by her from the mouths of the undead. No wonder the giant wolf dared not move. They were all ruthless gods, so they just kept their tails between their legs. The War Throne is undoubtedly a city-state that is no less than the undead village for novice guides. The undead there used to be few in number and weak in strength, and it took a huge amount of effort to build the novice village. But now, there are a large number of heroic undead people and gods, and it is as easy to build a city as drinking water. Magdalena tried to find an undead to issue a task to help her introduce the specific situation in the War Throne, but was rejected. "You refuse this?" She held a bag of animal teeth, her eyes blank. The undead had grown so fast that she didn't expect that the huge amount of money that once made the undead fight for it would not even interest them now. "What do you need?" After another failure, she had to stop the undead and ask. The undead replied, "Points, battle experience points, or equipment blueprints, scarce materials." At this stage, because of the unhealthy trend brought about by the King of Black Phosphorus, the pursuit of equipment with better values has become the pursuit of the undead. Who doesn't want to defeat the boss 1v1? Reaching the upper limit of the level is just the beginning. Getting equipment, skills, passive skills, blessings, etc. is the real way to play the game. After listening to Magdalena, she confirmed that it was something she didn't have. Linda had the final say in equipment in the novice village, and she couldn't beat him in equipment recycling, and even dragged herself down. "The reward you gave is too little." The undead was very disgusted. "It's okay in the novice village, but in the War Throne? TSK. Seeing the other party's little expression, Magdalena suddenly remembered that this guy seemed to have joined her legion and later ran away. But she couldn't do anything to him. She could go shopping alone, but she soon felt the undead's hostility towards the ugly NPCs. No one responded to her inquiries, and those who occasionally answered were impatient. Just walking by, Magdalena was amazed by Lynn's generosity. Spectacular buildings, a square wider than the novice village, a theater, a shopping street, a food street, a deity temple area, etc. Complex functions made up this War Throne. Non-believers cannot approach the place where the gods are. They are the foundation of this city. The towering towers overlook the people in the city. It may seem abrupt in other places, but it is very cleverly integrated here. Perhaps this is the special filter brought by power. Magdalena turned her eyes and saw an acquaintance. "Tioni." If Linda Armin cannot be found, and no one recommends her, perhaps the wife route is more suitable for her. Chapter 537 The Golden Exclamation Mark on the Map. The internal layout of the War Throne gave Magdalena a strong sense of familiarity, and the planning was more intuitive. The market, square, residence, and clear functional divisions were like the complete form of the undead's novice village. If she hadn't taken the opportunity to hold the novice village in her hands, perhaps it would have become like this under Lin's leadership. It didn't look like a living city, with cold functional divisions, horizontal and vertical, until you could easily move freely in the loose streets after looking at the map. It was as if a group of people who didn't know the way would appear here. Magdalena walked westward, aiming for Tioni, who had not changed much from before, wearing a nun's long skirt and a huge disc behind her head. Ring night. The two sides did not communicate much, and were completely unfamiliar with each other. She only knew that the other party was Lin's fiancée, a cold woman who didn't smile. After approaching Tioni, Magdalena took the initiative to greet her, but Tioni suddenly showed a gentle smile. The delicate and cold face thawed instantly with a gentle smile, as if a warm spring breeze blew, turning into a gentle rain that moistened the mood, and penetrated into the heart. Magdalena. Tioni put her hands together, and placed them on her navel. Her gentle temperament reminded the round-faced princess of a noble lady. Miss Tioni. Magdalena reacted and responded with absolutely impeccable etiquette. The two unfamiliar people seemed to be old friends at this moment. Tioni expressed a warm welcome to Magdalena's arrival, and took the initiative to invite her to the Lord's Hall, where the War Throne was located. I buy some desserts. Tioni took the initiative to speak. Dessert? The Lord's fiancé? But when Magdalena thought about it, she felt it was normal. Her fiancé was Lind Armin, a man with a brain problem. He only had people who were good at doing things under his command, and he really used everyone at the critical moment. The strong man didn't even have a servant, and even didn't have his own army. If it weren't for Lind's living example in front of her, she wouldn't believe it. Is it for Lord Armin? Before this, she would never use such a flattering name for Lind. But she is sober now. I like it too, Tyne replied. Also, so I bought it for Lind. He is so lucky to have a strong, gentle and beautiful fiancée, and a powerful force. Magdalena is so jealous that she is unrecognizable. The most jealous thing is that she wants to join Lind's camp now, and she is worried that the other party will think she is useless and don't want her. The corrupt King Grace, who used to be the biggest reliance, is now a six-ring beast king, and now he has to be humble in the War Throne. The war in the distance once again set off a heat wave, and the rolling fire clouds were noisy and boiling. Magdalena looked into the distance, as if she was in the hot haze at this moment. The battlefield was burning hotter than the sun, and it was the direction of Misty Rain City. The two walked side by side, and the undead, who were walking hurriedly, did not pay attention to them. Magdalena couldn't help asking, why didn't they stop us? The number of undead in the War Throne was extremely large. When passing a street, the dense crowds of people squeezed together, which made her couldn't help but think of her high spirits at that time. After the big reward was given, the undead surrounded her like crazy, saying all kinds of nice things to want to join her. Later she realized that the undead were just trying to cheat her of the startup capital. Magdalena held her breath and looked at it, only to find that the problem was with a man, with a golden on his head. The exclusive totem badge of the Alman forces. What a loyal undead. She couldn't help but sigh that she had invested a lot of money in the past, but the undead often took the job and left it behind. It was considered good to finish the work in half a month or a month, but most people just ignored it. The law does not punish the masses. Even if Magdalena wanted to punish those undead who took the work but did not do it, she gave up the idea after finding out that there were thousands or tens of thousands of them. How else can she punish them? Killing them is useless. They will not die at all. It is indeed possible to catch them and put them in a cell, but some undead will choose to disappear directly and never appear again. She asked some undead who were more loyal to her, and they answered only after they received the task rewards in advance. Those people deleted their accounts. I don't understand, but she knows she has no way to deal with the undead. On the other hand, the undead are still vying to work for Alman. I can ask for less money. I don't want money. I pay for it. Seeing them willing to sacrifice everything for Alman, Magdalena knew she had lost completely. There is no comparison. Tyne explained Magdalena's question. In the War Throne, all the undead only need to look for gold to know who needs work. She suddenly stopped at a crossroads. There was a huge magic map on the side of the road, recording the situation in the War Throne in real time. When the round-faced princess stared at the map, she was surprised to find that there were many golden. From here, can I know where there are jobs? I learned it. But it was useless. The undead were unwilling to work for me sincerely, so what was the use of learning it? Lind Alman should be the only one in this world who could use this method. The undead also have maps. Tioni nodded. These marks can be seen within his power range. While listening, Magdalena subconsciously focused her attention on A. Because there was a black dragon coiled there. The text suddenly unfolded in front of her. The fury of the Black Phosphorus King. The terrifyingly powerful Black Phosphorus King seemed to be troubled by something. Perhaps seeing his power blooming in other places would make him feel better. Quest requirements, where? The fury of the Black Phosphorus King set. Participate in and defeat a 5th ring warrior, causing damage of no less than 5%. Task reward. 10 keys to the treasure house of the King of Black Phosphorus. Open your mouth. This? Magdalena was surprised and said that this was a new version of the ship that she had never seen before. She subconsciously asked, has anyone completed it? Defeat a 5th ring warrior, and I can do it myself. There is a 6th ring giant wolf next to me. Although it is nothing in the 6th ring, it is still a 6th ring. That is a good opportunity to show off in front of a legendary terrifying warrior, but it is as simple as defeating a 5th ring. Magdalena was moved. If you are interested, you can accept it, Tioni said. Linda usually wouldn't talk to her about territory development, because Linda didn't care about territory development at all. Even when he pressed her head with both hands to chat about the future, he would say that the territory could be established at will. Pressing the head was to communicate directly with the soul. Sometimes she would see Linda and the King of Black Phosphorus get together to study something. Every time, the King of Black Phosphorus took the initiative to find Linda, mostly for popularity, equipment, character cards, and even treasure houses. Especially the treasury. Tioni had seen the Black Phosphorus King come with several precious treasures, and buy a large number of junk equipment that Lind recycled at a low price. In the words of the Black Phosphorus King, it is called filling the treasury. Earn money once from the Black Phosphorus King, and then earn it again from the undead. Of course I want to try, Magdalena said. She immediately asked with some worry, can I disturb the Black Phosphorus King to receive the task? That's the Black Phosphorus King, an ancient dragon. Why would I bother him for such a small matter? As long as you log in a piece of information, you can receive the task through. Tyan explained. Log in? Join the War Throne. Tyan did not hide it. She knew that Linda seemed to value Magdalena very much. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would have destroyed the King of Corruption by brute force. Why would he deliberately abandon the undead reception novice village? I do. Magdalena nodded quickly, fearing that she would miss the opportunity. If she didn't hug her thighs, she would have no chance in the future.